In a parallel universe during the 21st century, in the federal Xiagua, a young delivery man was roused from slumber by a cacophony of noise. As he opened his eyes in a daze and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a hospital ward. The young man, named Gu Fengdao, was originally a commendable citizen from the Dragon Kingdom on Earth. His overwhelming sense of justice had compelled him to leap into action when he witnessed a child struggling in the water, with no one else willing to assist. He managed to save the child, yet was swept away by the current himself. As he was carried off, he cast a desperate gaze back at the bystanders, but none were inclined to lend a hand. Even the child he rescued fled in terror at the sight of the raging river. The treachery of human nature pierced Gu Fengdao's heart with sorrow. At that moment, the clamor from outside the ward erupted once more. "Help! Doctor! Please come quickly! My finger is cut, and I'm bleeding profusely." Sob. Curiosity piqued, Gu Fengdao stepped out of the ward. He beheld a throng of individuals surrounding a flamboyantly made-up youth who was vociferously arguing with the doctor. "Doctor, please look, my finger is cut, and I'm losing so much blood." The youth cried, tears streaming down his face, though he wore a facade of stoic resolve. The female doctor, clearly exasperated by the commotion, glanced at the youth's finger, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. If you had arrived just a few minutes later. Before she could finish her sentence, the youth appeared ready to collapse, but his assistant caught him just in time. "If you had arrived a few minutes later, your wound would have healed on its own," the doctor said, exasperated as she retrieved a Band-Aid and affixed it to the youth's finger. "What? Is this how you treat your patients?" the youth exclaimed, raising his delicate fingers in indignation, only to retract them upon realizing his error. As the doctor turned her back and walked away, the youth erupted in fury. "Do you know who I am? I am the top celebrity of this year. With a mere flick of my finger, I could bring your hospital to its knees." "Just wait, top celebrity?" Gu Fengdao mused, finding no recollection of the man despite his previous fervor for celebrity culture. At that moment, a sound echoed in Gu Fengdao's mind. Ding! Startled, he exclaimed, "What was that?" Ding! "The dimensional lottery system has been successfully bound." System? Gu Fengdao was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this was a reward from the heavens for his selfless act. Ding, not quite. The host, originally from the Dragon Kingdom on Earth, was swept into the temporal turbulence while rescuing someone, arriving in this parallel world. This system has been established to ensure the host's survival in this perilous realm. Huh? A parallel world? Dangerous? Gu Fengdao's head was filled with question marks. Ding! The world the host inhabits is merely 12 hours away from the apocalypse. It is no longer the world you once knew. What? How is that possible? Gu Fengdao exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. Embarrassed by the sudden attention, he offered a sheepish smile and turned away awkwardly. Ding! With the presence of the system, what remains impossible? In any case, at midnight tonight, 60% of humanity and 60% of all life forms shall undergo mutations, transforming the world into a veritable hell on Earth. Ding! Upon arrival, this system has accessed fragments of the memories of a reincarnator in this world, revealing that 5 years hence, no normal humans will remain, leaving only devastation in their wake, with civilization awaiting a rebirth after millions of years. 5 years? Is it truly that dire? Gu Feng murmured, communicating with the system within his mind. Ding! What else could you expect from an apocalypse? It is not a realm where superhumans emerge to save the day that belongs to alternate narratives. Here, the end is predestined. Predestined? Gu Feng questioned, puzzled. Ding! Indeed. But now that you are here, along with this system, perhaps you might prolong the timeline of this world's destruction or even alter the outcome of the apocalypse. Ultimately, it hinges on your fortune. Alter the outcome of this world. Gu Feng fell into contemplation. I do not comprehend why you would assist me. Gu Feng posited to the system. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there is, it may last but a single meal. How could it possibly be free for a lifetime? Ding! Very well. This system indeed requires your aid against a formidable adversary. It will not arrive in the immediate future, at least not for 3 years. Should you vanquish this foe 3 years hence, our collaboration shall be deemed accomplished. Formidable adversary? How powerful? Gu Feng inquired once more, bewildered. Ding! Everything that needs to be said has been conveyed. You may either accept the terms. 3 years from now, You shall bear the consequences for this system and confront that adversary, or you may decline, and I shall depart, leaving you to survive in this apocalypse. Goodness, with such stakes laid out, I shall acquiesce. Gu Feng decisively agreed. Being splendid. In that case, this system shall not linger. This system possesses the ability to materialize all artifacts from the dimensional realms, although what you obtain is entirely contingent upon your luck. Ding, please select one from the following three-dimensional worlds for extraction. As the system concluded its statement, three ethereal blue panels materialized before Gu Feng's eyes, visible only to him, the system's bound host. Naruto Universe Attack on Titan, Universe Black Rock Shooter, Universe Surveying the shimmering panels. Gu Feng resolutely chose the Naruto universe, for he was unfamiliar with the others. Ding! The host has selected the Naruto universe. Ding! Please select 5 characters from the following 10 for extraction. All acquired abilities and items will be randomly generated. Before him appeared 10 golden ethereal cards, and Gu Feng scrutinized them once more. The first card depicted the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Without hesitation, Gu Feng selected Minato, for the 4th Hokage's prowess and charisma were beyond dispute. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the Hokage Minato Inheritance card for a duration of 7 days. Upon utilization, the user will acquire all abilities of Hokage Minato for a period of 7 days. Upon reading this, Gu Feng was immediately elated. The 4th Hokage, endowed with the Flying Thunder God technique, would undoubtedly ensure his safety in a post-apocalyptic world, particularly in the absence of any extraordinary beings or abilities, allowing him to dominate effortlessly. As he gazed at the 2nd and 3rd character cards, he found them to be the 1st Tsuchikage and the 1st Mizukage, neither of whom he recognized. However, he did recognize the 4th card, the Sage Jiraiya. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked on it. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill card, Sage Mode, of Mount Myaboku. Upon activation, the user will master the Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku, enabling the absorption of natural energy. Sage Mode? Is it a permanent acquisition? Gu Feng excitedly inquired within his consciousness. Indeed, as long as the drawn item does not specify a time limit, it is considered a permanent item. With the system's affirmation, Gu Feng could not help but revel in his good fortune. Turning to the next card, he noted it seemed to represent a rogue ninja of sorts, but he did not recognize it, nor did he recognize the subsequent 2 cards. However, upon reaching the last 3 cards, a smile crept onto Gu Feng's face as the main characters made their entrance: Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura from the Shippuden series. Without hesitation, Gu Feng expended all 3 remaining opportunities on the main characters, certain that their abilities would surpass those of the unknown figures. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the skill card, Shadow Clone Technique. Upon activation, the user will gain mastery of the Shadow Clone Technique, which can be used once per day in a no-chakra state. The ability to utilize it without chakra was indeed impressive. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment for not having drawn any character or inheritance cards. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill card, Chidori. Upon activation, the user will master Chidori, usable once per day in a no-chakra state. A signature technique of Sasuke, capable of delivering electrical attacks, it appeared quite formidable. Congratulations, host! You have received the permanent inheritance card of Sakura Haruno. Upon activation, the user will inherit all abilities of Sakura Haruno. This inheritance is limited to female successors only. Upon reading the final stipulation, Gu Feng was left in disbelief. So, system, these cards are not exclusive to me, but can also be utilized by others? Correct. The capabilities of this system manifest all items from the dimensional world. However, the decision of who may utilize them lies primarily with the host. Chapter 2. Parallel Worlds. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng felt a slight sense of relief. Such words brought him comfort, under the premise of strengthening himself. He could also cultivate and empower his loyal subordinates. In that case, he would not be fighting alone. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, the most pressing concerns were food and water. Possessing superpowers alone would be woefully inadequate in the later stages of the apocalypse unless one resorted to seizing from others. Acquiring food and water would likely become exceedingly difficult. It was imperative to stockpile a substantial amount of provisions before the apocalypse fully unfolded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this extraction. The next extraction will commence in 1 month. Characters that have been drawn will not be repeated, but the dimensions still retain an element of randomness. Ding. See you in a month, host. I hope you are still alive by then. As these words concluded, 5 shimmering golden cards fell into Gu Feng's hands, and the voice of the system vanished completely. Glancing at the illustrations and annotations on the cards, Gu Feng, wary of being robbed, immediately utilized 3 skill cards: the Shadow Clone Technique, the Chidori Stream, and the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. With the 3 golden cards in hand, he silently chanted the activation incantation. Instantly, the golden cards shattered and transformed into a radiant light that surged into Gu Feng's body. In that fleeting moment, a wondrous sensation enveloped him, and the methods for utilizing the 3 skills flooded into his mind as if they were memories. The Sage Mode required a 2-hour charge and granted 5 minutes of combat, allowing him to absorb the natural energies of any world, enhancing all attributes 5-fold while in this mode. The Shadow Clone Technique permitted him to produce up to 10 clones daily, based on his chakra and the energy that could substitute for it, even in a no-chakra state. The Chidori Stream encompassed all forms of attack inherent to the Chidori Stream Development Technique, allowing for 1 attack per day, even without chakra. Feeling the surge of these 3 abilities, Gu Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. How could he possibly lack chakra? It had all been neatly arranged for him. With this thought, Gu Feng retrieved the inheritance card of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The system would lie dormant for a month, while the inheritance time of the 4th was merely 7 days. If he used it prematurely, he would have to endure the remaining 23 days on his own. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until the most critical moment to employ it. However, without utilizing it, relying solely on Sage Mode, Shadow Clones, and Chidori Stream would suffice for self-defense against zombies, but acquiring essential supplies swiftly would prove challenging. If he possessed Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, he could seize a warehouse and leave a mark, allowing him to transport supplies back and forth from various large stores. Regrettably, he had not summoned Obito. Otherwise, with Kamui, he could have directly absorbed an entire shopping mall into his space. As a being who had crossed over in flesh without perishing, Gu Feng found himself utterly alone in this world. Furthermore, lacking a car or a home, would he truly be left to roam the streets when the zombie outbreak occurred? Forget it. I shall seek a hotel instead. Yet, I remain uncertain if this world accommodates Fei Exine payments. After all, in this era of food delivery, who carries cash daily? Having meticulously planned everything, Gu Feng exited the hospital room, only to be halted by a head nurse who informed him that the hospitalization fee remained unpaid. He had been fished out by someone at the riverbank, and after being brought to the hospital, that individual vanished without settling the bill. Thus, it was confirmed, this world lacked Fei Exine payment options, and its currency differed from that of Gu Feng's original world. Observing Gu Feng's financial predicament, the head nurse promptly summoned security, intending to escort him to the inspection bureau. As Gu Feng contemplated whether to unleash a thunderbolt to incapacitate them, the previous female doctor reappeared. Noticing Gu Feng clad in a yellow jacket emblazoned with Meituan delivery, she seemed unaware of it. Perhaps he had ventured into entrepreneurship, assisting others with deliveries. How pitiful. The female doctor then swiped her card to cover Gu Feng's hospitalization fee. In gratitude, Gu Feng regarded her intently, realizing that kindness still existed in this world. Thank you, doctor. Might you share your name? I, Gu, shall offer my profound gratitude in the future, he said, slightly cupping his fist in reverence. Tsuyushi. The doctor replied nonchalantly, returning to her documents as she proceeded to the ward. Dr. Su? Gu Feng silently etched the name into his memory before turning to leave. Upon exiting the hospital's gates and gazing at this unfamiliar world, Gu Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Currency was non-transferable in this realm, rendering purchases impossible. Moreover, he surmised that no one would recognize him here. Seeking a loan or a place to stay would likely be futile. It was truly a sorrowful plight. The system indicated that a zombie outbreak was imminent at midnight. It was merely 1 in the afternoon, leaving a daunting 11 hours. This seemingly eternal wait suggested that without sustenance, he would lack fighting capability by nightfall. Perhaps he could resort to robbery. After all, he possessed the ability to create clones and wield electric shocks. Utilizing his clones to commit theft and escape might indeed allow him to evade capture until midnight when chaos would reign and no one would pursue him. However, Gu Feng shook his head at this nascent notion. Despite such thoughts, adhering to the law during peacetime was a fundamental principle he held dear. At that moment, a bus arrived at the square across the street. A figure disembarked, brandishing a megaphone, shouting, "Casting for extras. Casting for extras. Corpses for 100. Stand-ins for 200. Meals provided." Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. He had previously played minor roles, delivered parcels, and run food deliveries. It was merely a return to familiar grounds. After a round of selection, Gu Feng was ultimately chosen to portray a corpse. Following the selected individuals to the Sioux City film base in this world, Gu Feng donned a costume resembling that of a Jinhui. When you see Lu Tianxian extending her hand, simply lie down and sleep. Do not move unless called upon, and the 100 yuan will be yours. Understood? Upon observing Gu Feng donning the attire of the Jinhui, the person in charge elaborated on the details of the work. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Once all the cameras were positioned, the director called out. The ensemble of actors began to move. Gu Feng caught sight of Lu Tianxian and was momentarily astounded. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial sister from his own realm, appearing even more youthful. Upon noticing Lu Yin, Deng Cha, and Chang Wei standing opposite him, Gu Feng swiftly deduced that the timeline of this parallel world diverged from that of his own. It seemed they were filming for constables, and this timeline was over a decade behind his original world. As Gu Feng pondered this revelation, the main actors concluded their dialogue and began to strike poses. The flying needles and swords would be added later through special effects. Consequently, as everyone collapsed, Gu Feng remained frozen in place. Just as the director prepared to unleash his fury, Gu Feng suddenly clutched his chest, gazing ahead with a begrudging expression before half kneeling and reclining. Although some film was wasted, there were no significant mishaps, and the shooting resumed. Lying on the ground, Gu Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, his reflexes had been quick. It was absurd to possess superpowers yet still be so compliant. It was indeed a grievance. After this scene, Gu Feng received a scolding before preparing for the next segment, changing into attire to portray another corpse. After 3 scenes in a single day, having lain on the ground for over 5 hours, he secured the 100 yuan. Thankfully, the cost of living in this world mirrored that of his Earth. Although 100 yuan was not substantial, it sufficed for a day or 2 of meals. By the time the 3 scenes concluded, it was already 6:30 in the evening. The ordered takeaway began to arrive, and as Gu Feng dined with the crew, he engaged in casual conversation with the extras. By the time he finished his meal, it was 7:30. Grasping the 100 yuan, he sought a place to enjoy a cup of milk tea, uncertain of when he might have the chance again in this impending apocalypse. At around 9 o'clock, it seemed the filming had concluded. The renowned star Lu Tianxian departed the film base in a business vehicle alongside the crew. Gu Feng gazed at her visage, reminiscent of his past celestial sister, but even more youthful, stirring his heart profoundly. This world was alien to him, devoid of familiar faces. He felt no hesitation and decided to follow her. In the event of an apocalypse, as long as the celestial sister did not undergo mutation, he vowed to rescue her, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 3. The eve of the apocalypse, the business vehicle halted in front of a 5-star luxury hotel, situated less than 3 kilometers from the Hongdian film city. The 3-kilometer journey proved to be a formidable challenge for Gu Feng, who, lacking any stamina, could barely manage to run a kilometer before succumbing to exhaustion. It became evident that his foundational strength was woefully inadequate. Under such circumstances, survival in an apocalyptic scenario would be improbable, let alone the prospect of rescuing others. With this in mind, Gu Feng relinquished his aspiration to catch up with Lu Tianxian and serve as her protector. The clock had already ticked past 9, leaving him with little time to prepare for his own survival. In the vicinity of the film studio, there were numerous small inns. Gu Feng, armed with 100 yuan, spent 20 on 2 cups of milk tea, leaving him with 80. He handed 50 to the innkeeper, expressing concern over his dwindling funds, and requested a room until 1 in the morning. The innkeeper, grinning as if he were dealing with a simpleton, led Gu Feng to his room. Gu Feng, disinterested in quibbling over the details, understood that in a few hours, any remaining money would be rendered worthless. Once inside the room, Gu Feng resorted to using his daily free technique of shadow replication. Upon forming the necessary seals, a resounding pop echoed as 10 identical figures emerged from a cloud of white smoke, bringing the total to 11. With a mere thought, 9 shadow clones seated themselves, commencing the gathering of natural energy. Glancing at the time, it was 9:30, with 2 hours remaining until midnight, a sufficient span for his purposes. One clone remained to assist the original in securing the doors and windows, standing guard to prevent any intrusions that could jeopardize his source of power. After instructing his clones, the original Gu Feng descended with his last 30 yuan. Although the Sage mode could augment his attributes fivefold and allow him to employ Sage techniques like the Chidori flow through natural chakra, the lack of a weapon rendered him vulnerable. Thus, he made his way to a small supermarket a few hundred meters away, purchasing 3 2-inch fruit knives, which afforded him a modicum of security. It was better than relying solely on ninjutsu, which felt impractical, and being unarmed was far too perilous. Checking the time, he realized it was already 10 o'clock at night. With merely 2 hours left, he pondered what could still be accomplished. Water and food were dire necessities. Cursed be his lack of resources, as he had no money to procure them. With the clock ticking down, it seemed that resorting to theft was becoming an unfortunate reality. Just as he grappled with these thoughts, the lights of the supermarket suddenly dimmed, jolting Gu Feng back to attention. He observed the shopkeeper closing the main door, preparing to leave on his small electric scooter. Gu Feng, inopportunely, inquired, "Why are you closing?" "It's 11 o'clock. Of course, I have to close up and get some sleep." The shopkeeper retorted with a disdainful glance. To his dismay, Gu Feng realized he had been lost in thought for nearly an hour. By 11 o'clock, the streets were nearly deserted, with most people already succumbed to slumber, aside from a few night workers and insomniacs. With only an hour remaining, he resolved to remain outside the supermarket, determined to guard this source of provisions, even if it was not his own. Venturing elsewhere at this hour would only lead to greater peril. Having made up his mind, Gu Feng promptly seated himself on a chair at the entrance of the supermarket, resolved that this would be his initial base of operations. Once he had withstood the first wave of the mutation tide, he would contemplate other avenues. He remained at the supermarket doorway for a full hour, his gaze fixed on the time as it approached 11:59 and 50 seconds. Gu Feng's breathing began to quicken with anticipation. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the once pitch-black sky transformed abruptly into a crimson hue. Viewed from the cosmos, it appeared as though the entire blue planet was enveloped by a sphere of red energy, while those residing on Earth mistakenly believed the sky had merely changed color. Yet, the vastness of space remained inky black. Who possessed the power to taint the universe red? This phenomenon stemmed from an experiment conducted by a higher entity targeting the blue planet. Under this crimson sky, no nation on Earth could escape its effects. As the red light swept across the globe, 60% of humanity underwent mutation in that instant. Not only humans, but even the rats and sewers, as well as both domesticated and stray cats and dogs, all experienced transformation. The only creatures that may have evaded mutation were a minority of cold-blooded animals. No warm-blooded species could escape the fated baptism that claimed 60% of life. In this parallel world, the human population had reached an astonishing figure of over 10 billion, resulting in more than 6 billion individuals infected almost instantaneously, including numerous high-ranking government officials and military personnel, all of whom were powerless to avoid the calamity. At 12:01, the windows of several apartment and dormitory buildings suddenly shattered, and 2 figures plummeted from heights of over 10 meters, becoming nothing more than a gruesome puddle. A cacophony of strange howls erupted from all directions, prompting Gu Feng to rise anxiously. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. In a bid for safety, he immediately summoned his first shadow clone. As one of his shadow clones dissipated into white smoke within the hotel room, a touch of red appeared above Gu Feng's eye. Since the shadow clone lacked the vital organs necessary for life, it remained unaffected by the crimson light. As for Gu Feng's original self, whether due to the system's influence or sheer luck, he was able to disregard the radiation from the red light. In the moment the Sage mode activated, all of Gu Feng's attributes, hearing, vision, smell, strength, speed, and stamina, experienced a profound enhancement. He could hear footsteps from 100 meters away with clarity and discern the appearances of individuals even a kilometer distant. Confronted by the locked supermarket, Gu Feng unleashed a lightning technique imbued with natural energy, shattering the glass window with a single punch. There was no alternative. Without a key, he could not gain entry otherwise. Upon entering the supermarket, his first action was to utilize chakra for Sage arts and summon another shadow clone. This time, however, he conjured 30 clones, each assigned a specific task: 10 to locate heavy objects to barricade the entrance, and 10 to gather weapons. While the small supermarket lacked many items, it still contained fruits and scissors. With 10 remaining, they swiftly seized backpacks and personal bags from the supermarket, filling them with snacks. The main body remained at the breach in the supermarket, wielding a fruit knife in both hands. ready to confront any threats. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, no one rushed toward this location. Once the breach was sealed, Gufeng promptly fetched a flashlight and instructed 30 shadow clones to categorize the items in the supermarket, separating oil, rice, soy sauce, salt, and snacks. All portable items were set aside, while less convenient ones were retained. Each of the 30 clones was equipped with 2 knives, with scissors as substitutes where necessary. Utilizing the 30 shadow clones of the Sage mode, Gufeng expended half of the natural energy he had collected over the past 2 hours. Thankfully, the clones possessed strength equivalent to his own, and as long as they did not suffer severe attacks, they could continue to fight. Chapter 4. Securing a hotel after properly packaging the supplies. Gufeng utilized the remainder of his natural energy to create another 30 shadow clones, each adorned with a hint of red eyeshadow. The initial wave of infected zombies lacked formidable strength. Although they could run, they would stumble and fall after a short distance due to exhaustion, and their intelligence was notably low. Gufeng needed to establish and fortify his territory while the zombies were at their weakest. It was imperative to completely occupy and control a building, as lingering in the small supermarket would inevitably lead to demise. Having created another 30 clones, Gufeng was nearly depleted of natural energy. He quickly tapped into the natural power gathered by the second clone to replenish his own chakra. Then, he instructed the newly arrived 30 to arm themselves with suitable weapons before heading into the streets. Taking advantage of the night when the zombie wave erupted, the streets were relatively deserted. 30 clones without supplies provided cover for the 30 clones carrying provisions as they forcefully exited the supermarket. Where would be the optimal choice for territory? A smirk curved Gufeng's lips. It was undoubtedly the 5-star hotel where the celestial sister resided. He had long desired to rescue her, and amidst the zombie onslaught, occupying a high-end hotel would ensure prolonged survival. Surviving for 30 days would grant him greater strength when the system reactivated, allowing for either territorial expansion or an increase in capabilities. 61 figures dashed through the streets, with hundreds of zombies converging along the way. They were either dispatched by the shadow clones wielding brooms or defeated by those armed with kitchen knives or frying pans. Gufeng, holding 2 fruit knives, swiftly dealt with any zombies that the clones could not handle. Although he was slaying zombies, the act of taking a life, even that of the undead, initially unsettled him. However, recalling past experiences of slaughtering chickens and ducks, he felt slightly reassured. This was a moment of survival, a life-or-death situation that demanded his full concentration. Any distraction could lead to a fate similar to that of his clones, who could easily be overwhelmed by a handful of zombies. Though it dissipated into white smoke, it served as proof that their moment of hesitation had led to their demise. It must be noted that the experiences of the shadow clones would be relayed back to the original body. Damn, I've been killed 3 or 4 times already. Is there still room for hesitation? Gazing at the dozen or so zombies charging towards him, Gufeng's eyes hardened, his right hand crackling ominously as arcs of lightning manifested. Ninjutsu. Chidori Flow. The lightning radiated from Gufeng, forming a net of electricity within a 3-meter radius. All zombies that ventured too close were instantly rendered crispy and incapacitated. This spectacle was witnessed by a youth atop a building across the street, who couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Particularly striking was the sight of a group of identical individuals, dressed alike, forging a path through the street. Some onlookers, captivated, promptly joined this unconventional entourage. Upon noticing 2 or 3 youths trailing behind, the original body of the shadow clone furrowed his brow. What are these people up to? Big shot. Save us, cried the young men following Gufeng's shadow clone. Huh? Seeking help? Gufeng was taken aback. These individuals were rather astute. Well, I suppose I want to drive them away for now. Once we reach our destination, I'll deal with any dissenters. With this in mind, Gufeng quickened his pace, confident that he still had plenty of energy to handle these zombies. One clone could easily dispatch 10, or at least 7 or 8. On the bus to the Shadow City base, Gufeng had noticed the location of that 5-star hotel, a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from the small supermarket. During this 2 to 3 kilometer stretch, the 60 shadow clones alongside the original body had eliminated approximately 400 to 500 zombies, while also repelling and injuring an additional 500 to 600, resulting in a loss of 13 clones. Each clone, in the end, acted without hesitation, swiftly dispatching a zombie with decisive strikes. To have slain nearly 400 zombies over 3 kilometers would be even more gratifying if the system granted points for such feats. The original body had claimed the most kills, taking down over a dozen with a single Chidori flow, and his two blades had become dull from the relentless combat. Having single-handedly dispatched over 100 foes, while the remaining clones had each eliminated at least 10, with many also having repelled others. After running 3 kilometers, they finally arrived at the foot of the 5-star hotel. Looking around, the entrance of the hotel, known as the Wintian Hotel, was wide open. With bloodstains still fresh at the threshold, it seemed the fight was far from over. Having expended considerable chakra along the way, Gu Feng found himself with little left. Inside the hotel, a third shadow clone dissipated in a puff of smoke. The original body replenished the chakra of the remaining 40 clones to full capacity. After depleting a significant portion of his chakra once again, Gu Feng resolved to utilize a fourth clone. Within the hotel, the fourth shadow clone vanished into white smoke. The original's chakra was replenished once more. Then, before the eyes of the 10 or so followers who had accompanied him, Gu Feng executed the shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! In the arena, 30 additional celestial clones materialized. 10 of you shall remain at the entrance. The other 10 are to seek out objects to barricade the door. Gu Feng promptly instructed the newly emerged 20 shadow clones. Furthermore, those accompanying me, if you wish to survive, remain obediently in the lobby on the first floor. My clones will keep watch over you. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for my mercilessness. As Gu Feng addressed his followers, every clone fixed a steely gaze upon them, an invisible pressure causing the group to shrink back in compliance, settling down in the lobby. The remaining clones followed me. We shall eradicate all the zombies within the hotel. With a commanding shout, Gu Feng was the first to charge upstairs. Over 50 shadow clones, having received his orders, immediately followed suit. 20 clones were left in the lobby and the kitchen's backyard, sufficient to scour every corner of the first floor and eliminate all zombies. After all, the Sage mode not only enhances attributes, but also grants extraordinary perception. He could sense the presence of the whirlpool of Nagato from several kilometers away. Surely, Gu Feng could not be so weak as to miss the breath of life within mere meters of his search radius. As the shadow clones began to clear threats on the first floor, the sounds of conflict and destruction echoed throughout. Due to their numbers, some clones, burdened with supplies, forced the main body to ascend to the top floor alone via the elevator. The remaining clones proceeded to cleanse the second to fourth floors. The second floor housed the hotel cafeteria and the secondary storage room, with 29 clones tasked to manage this level. The remaining 20 clones continued to clear the zombies on the third and fourth floors, utilizing room cards found at the front desk when available, while forcibly breaching doors when they were not. Any survivors discovered were instructed to gather in the hallway, subsequently escorted to the lobby or backyard for supervision. In this apocalyptic era, the malevolence of human nature would be magnified exponentially. After all, no one extended a helping hand when they were brought into this world. As the main body entered the elevator, glancing at the 33 floors of the 5-star hotel nearly took his breath away. And to think there were even 2 underground levels. Presumably the parking garage. Chapter 5. Exploring the hotel. It appears that fully securing this hotel entails considerable effort. Moreover, this elevator seems somewhat precarious, should zombies gain access. The painstakingly cleared floors may again fall into peril. It would be prudent to seize control of the elevator and cut off its power when not in use. As he pondered, the elevator halted at the 11th floor, and upon the door's opening, a man clad only in briefs lunged towards him. Instinctively, Gu Feng delivered a swift kick. What the hell? A deranged man? Taken by surprise, the man was forcefully propelled out of the elevator, attracting the attention of the zombies in the corridor, who immediately pounced upon him. The sounds of flesh being torn asunder echoed, and Gu Feng realized he may have made a grave mistake. Gazing at the gruesome scene, Gu Feng suppressed his nausea and closed the elevator doors. It was likely that a man had brought a woman to a hotel room, only for her to undergo a mutation. The man, caught unawares and unable to don his trousers, was pursued and bitten. Who could fathom the horrors he had faced before arriving at the elevator, only to have his hopes shattered by Gu Feng? As the elevator doors slid shut, they opened again on the 27th floor. To reach the 33rd floor, one must switch to another elevator at this level, a rather peculiar design. Stepping out onto the 27th floor, Gu Feng was immediately confronted by 7 or 8 zombies meandering through the corridor, having previously rendered 2 fruit knives useless, either dulled or broken. He had no choice but to draw his third and final blade. With the addition of a 1,000-year-old electric charge, its cutting power would be significantly enhanced. Brandishing the electrified knife, Gu Feng swiftly approached the nearest zombie and plunged the blade into its skull. Blood and a viscous fluid splattered forth. With a decisive punch, he sent the impaled zombie sprawling, preventing any last-ditch retaliation. The commotion attracted the remaining 7 zombies, and Gu Feng, channeling his chakra, extended the electric current from his knife, dispatching the 4 advancing zombies with swift thrusts. Next, he executed a powerful jump kick, propelling the 3 zombies behind him a full 5 meters away. As he retracted the current, Gu Feng advanced toward the severely injured zombies, methodically harvesting their lives. After clearing the corridor on the 27th floor, he summoned 10 shadow clones to stand guard, ready to eliminate any zombies that might ascend. He also took control of the elevator, should anyone attempt to use it. A clone would follow, ready to slay any zombies encountered and return the elevator to the 27th floor. If they encountered any living individuals, they would not be discarded but escorted to the lobby, unless they bore zombie bites, in which case they would be deemed expendable. Having issued these instructions, Gu Feng entered the elevator leading from the 27th to the 33rd floor, ascending to the penthouse of the Wenxianshan Hotel. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere was quieter than anticipated. With his chakra nearly depleted, Gu Feng reluctantly utilized his 5th shadow clone. After replenishing his chakra, he created an additional 30 clones to bolster his ranks. This time, the expenditure was not as significant as before, perhaps due to his growing proficiency, or perhaps the clones lingering at the small and had accumulated more natural energy over time. With 30 clones dispatched, 12 were stationed outside the doors of the penthouse suites on the top floor, using sensory perception to ascertain the presence of any living beings or zombies within. Upon confirming that the 33rd floor was unoccupied and secure, the original Gu Feng, along with his 30 clones, descended to the 32nd floor. The hotel's top level comprised solely of luxurious presidential suites. Perhaps due to the absence of any special events that day, the uppermost floor was vacant. Given the exorbitant usual rates, Gu Feng, having never experienced a presidential suite, could only speculate on the cost of a single night's stay. The 32nd floor is but a shade inferior to the 33rd. As Gu Feng descended the staircase, he immediately sensed the breath of the living, the labored gasps of zombies, and even some low growls. It seemed that this luxurious suite was quite populated. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, he observed several zombies lined up, each clad in black suits. Could they be the bodyguards of those celebrities? With a mere thought, Gu Feng dispatched 30 clones to engage the zombies in combat, unarmed yet undeterred. Adjusting his attire slightly, Gu Feng sidestepped the fray and approached the door of a room from which murmurs emanated. However, stationed outside the door was a zombie clad only in shorts. Upon glimpsing its visage, Gu Feng nearly uttered an expletive. Wasn't this the investor from today's filming, transformed into a zombie? And right outside the entrance of this opulent suite? What a disgrace. Summoning a blade of lightning, Gu Feng swiftly dispatched the zombie investor, its head tumbling to the ground. The body propelled several meters away by a forceful kick. With the zombie dealt with, Gu Feng knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? The zombies outside are gone. If you wish to survive, come out. Follow me to the lobby on the 1st floor." Through his attunement to the natural forces, Gu Feng sensed 2 distinct breaths within the room. Yet, lacking confirmation of their circumstances, he hesitated to breach the door. A polite knock seemed out of the question. "Yes, that's the voice of the living," a female voice responded from within. Despite the excellent soundproofing, it could not escape Gu Feng's heightened perception. "Have you lost your mind? What if that person is deceiving us?" Another female voice countered. These 2 voices, alas, were not those of the celestial sister. He could let it go. "Suit yourselves. I'm leaving. Should you find yourselves in need of sustenance, you may resort to mutual cannibalism," Gu Feng remarked coldly before turning on his heel and departing. In the corridor, after dispatching 3 clones, he finally eliminated the 20 or so zombies on the 32nd floor. Engaging unarmed was indeed a formidable challenge, and those bodyguard zombies seemed to retain some martial prowess. 2 clones had suffered scratches, and 1 was bitten on the arm, disintegrating into white smoke upon infection. As Gu Feng surveyed the fallen zombies, he noted that they were primarily the crew members from today's shoot, several of whom were actors. Albeit their fame did not parallel his own in the timeline of the Dragon Kingdom. After clearing the zombies, Gu Feng dispatched his clones to search the various open rooms for any valuable items, such as car keys. Meanwhile, he continued to meticulously roam through the rooms. Sensing that the vanquished zombies had not discovered Lu Tianxin, she might still be lurking in some corner, awaiting rescue. The 32nd floor contained 24 rooms. while the top-tier presidential suite housed 12. As for the imperial suite, it might exist, but Gu Feng was not privy to such knowledge. Uncertain whether it was the sound of a struggle outside or something else, a door that had been firmly shut suddenly creaked open, revealing a woman cautiously peering out. Upon glancing at the gruesome remnants of the undead scattered across the floor, she instinctively shut her eyes, summoning the courage to step outside. Chapter 6. Eliminating disturbances. As the woman emerged, she was taken aback to see several identical figures wandering the corridor, their eyes darting about. For a fleeting moment, she believed she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Surely, the exhaustion of the day had birthed nightmares filled with zombies and doppelgangers. If this were not a dream, how could the police station be intermittently unreachable? Steeling herself, she clutched her can of pepper spray tightly as she ventured further. However, upon discovering an even greater number of zombie remnants on the ground than she initially observed, her heart plummeted in despair. "Hey, you over there." What if Gu Feng's shadow clone spotted her? "Are you human or a ghost?" The woman immediately aimed her pepper spray at the clone, her nerves taut, fixating her gaze upon it. In the next instant, 7 or 8 of Gu Feng's shadow clones emerged from various rooms, causing her to collapse to the floor in a faint. Just before losing consciousness, she murmured softly, "Really, I've encountered a ghost." Gu Feng felt a sense of exasperation wash over him. Was it possible that this world had never encountered the concept of shadow clones? Ah, this woman. She seems remarkably familiar. One of his clones lifted the unconscious woman, placing her in a safe corner of the corridor to await her revival, while the others continued to clear the floor of zombies. Before long, the door to the room where Gu Feng had dealt with the zombie investor creaked open slightly. 2 women cautiously peeked out. Upon witnessing the horrific scene before them, they instinctively covered their mouths, forcing themselves not to scream. At that moment, one of Gu Feng's clones, rummaging through a black satchel in a nearby room, produced 2 handguns. After inspecting them, he was astonished to discover they were indeed loaded. A discovery of firearms? Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. One of his clones had found 2 handguns. Were they the property of the investor, a bodyguard, or perhaps the director? It was known that, a decade prior, some unscrupulous business magnates could easily possess lethal weapons, given the lives they had taken. Regardless, it seemed prudent to collect them. Perhaps after turning into zombies, the weapons had been abandoned in the rooms, alongside the 2 handguns. Some clones also uncovered the keys to 2 business vehicles and 3 sedans. As for the money and bank cards found, they were of little use now. Reports from the clones on the 1st and 2nd floors soon followed, revealing that the hotel was equipped with a self-supplying generator and ample water storage. Additionally, the kitchen pantry was overflowing with provisions. Could it be that the presence of a major celebrity had prompted the advanced stocking of such lavish supplies? Truly, fortune favored this endeavor without effort. At this moment, in the lobby on the 1st floor, after a thorough sweep of the 3rd and 4th floors, a gathering of 50 to 60 living souls had assembled. Among them were 20 hotel employees, all reporting for the night shift. It must be said that the recruitment standards of a 5-star hotel are indeed impressive. The men are all tall and handsome, standing at least 6 feet tall, while the women are graceful and elegant, averaging 5'7". The remainder consisted either of hotel guests or individuals who had previously escaped alongside Gu Feng. The spoils from the sweep of the 3rd and 4th floors were scant, comprising merely the standard furnishings and some car keys, including those for electric vehicles. Each building was adequately equipped with essential items, such as fire extinguishers, hydrants, and surveillance cameras. The number of dispatched zombies was considerable, exceeding 100, comprising both male and female, including employees and guests without any form of concealment. After being neutralized, they were all gathered together, destined either to be disposed of as a natural barrier or incinerated entirely. In the lobby, Gu Feng's doppelganger addressed the gathered individuals sternly, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, everything in this hotel will be dictated by me. The distribution of supplies and the allocation of rooms will be my prerogative. Those who are deemed unnecessary, who do not contribute to the fortification of this refuge, are unwelcome here. Should I find you displeasing, you may either depart on your own accord, or I shall assist you in leaving." Gu Feng's doppelganger conveyed these words in alignment with his true self's intentions. Just as he was about to elaborate on a few additional points, 3 or 4 young men and a woman rose in defiance. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, you dare to rebel? By what authority? Do you consider yourselves high-ranking officials of the Federation of Xia? Or perhaps the proprietors of this establishment? Do you believe you can dictate terms, or shall I report you to the authorities?" Exactly. Now that we are here, we should coexist peacefully. Do you intend to impose a dictatorship? Ask the law if it permits such a thing. One of them shouted. Shrimp-headed man, do you truly believe that amidst this minor chaos in the city, you can emerge as a savior, soaring to greatness? Look at your attire. It's worth no more than a couple of hundred yuan altogether. You are but a nobody. Hearing these remarks from the standing individuals, Gu Feng simply smiled. Well, my friends have made some valid points. Personally, I am quite supportive of democracy. Is there anyone else who shares their sentiments? If the majority does not wish for me to assume this role of leadership, then I shall step aside. His eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, a smile curling upon his lips. Observing his apparent sincerity, several others gradually rose to their feet, predominantly those who fancied themselves in positions of superiority. Quite a number indeed. Yet your numbers are disproportionate. Look, there are more seated than standing, are there not? Is there anyone else? Gu Feng inquired with a jovial demeanor. Soon, another 5 or 6 individuals stood, mostly men, likely pondering why a single male should take the helm. Among them, a third were women, either chastising the shrimp-headed man or denouncing the nobodies. Is this it, then? Gu Feng's smile vanished, his countenance transforming into one of icy indifference. Those who stood, and those who remained seated all involuntarily shivered. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to break the law? If this chaos is quelled, you will face the death penalty. A middle-aged woman, dressed like a noble, pointed an accusing finger at Gu Feng. In the next instant, a figure darted forward, wielding a fruit knife, and plunged it directly into the woman's neck. Her face contorted in shock, and as she felt the blood spurt forth, terror gradually filled her eyes. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground, remorse etched across her features. The scene instantly descended into chaos, and several girls, unable to bear the horror, screamed in unison. Murder! Silence! 20 shadow clones of Gu Feng emerged from the corners, their collective roar swiftly restoring order. Open the doors. Those who stood can leave now. You are not welcome here. After regaining control, Gu Feng's clones gestured for those who had just stood to exit. At this moment, 6 shadow clones were stationed at the entrance, holding it open. Those who had just jumped out now regretted their decision. Realizing they had no idea how far they were from home, nor could they ascertain the dangers lurking outside. Noticing the inaction, the 20 shadow clones of Gu Feng collectively drew their knives. As I mentioned earlier, you may leave on your own, or I can assist you in departing. Conveniently, we can satiate the outside zombies by eliminating a few of you, thereby ensuring greater safety for ourselves. As Gu Feng's words echoed, the 20 knife-wielding shadow clones began to close in. Eventually, one woman, overwhelmed by the encroaching fear, screamed and dashed outside. Seeing this, several of the men followed suit in their escape. Chapter 7. Clearing the hotel and the lobby. The original 60-odd survivors had dwindled by 26, leaving 37 remaining. Among these, there were 15 men and 22 women, attired in suits, lingerie, and employee uniforms, with one even clad in an electrician's attire. Following the expulsion of the 26 who had just jumped, a shadow clone dragged the recently slain noblewoman away as if she were a lifeless dog. After traversing 200 to 300 meters, the scent of blood attracted a horde of zombies, who surged forth under the night sky. Many peered through the door cracks, witnessing Gu Feng's clone dissipate into white smoke, while the noblewoman's corpse was devoured. If you wish to avoid a fate similar to hers, you must adhere to my commands from now on. I want you to remember that I can entirely do without you. I could expel you all and still employ my clones to handle everything. Your value to me is negligible. With these words, Gu Feng's 20 shadow clones withdrew, and the doors closed behind them. Gu Feng's true self sighed softly after thoroughly cleansing the 32nd floor. If everyone perished, what enjoyment would he find in this world overrun by zombies? Engaging in daily battles with the undead, ultimately becoming a mere machine of slaughter? Yet, to protect everyone, a system of order must be established. Before Gu Feng could strengthen himself further, he was reluctant to face internal betrayal. Each month offered the opportunity for incremental growth. When his abilities were sufficiently formidable, whether as a dictator or a savior, who could possibly obstruct him? For now, he chose to bide his time. On the 31st floor, a horde of zombies roamed the corridors, some even mutated within locked rooms. To Gu Feng's astonishment, Xiaogu and several prominent celebrities had all been bitten and had undergone transformation. Alas, this was the closest encounter he had ever had with stardom. A moment of intimate proximity. Gu Feng utilized his shadow clones to administer a bone-setting massage to the esteemed actors, a privilege envied by many but accessible to few. However, mastering the right pressure was challenging, and soon all the growling celebrities succumbed to slumber. After clearing the corridor of zombies, Gu Feng's shadow clones suffered the loss of 5 more. Once again, he divided himself into 30 clones, exhausting his gathered natural chakra. To maintain optimal condition, Gu Feng activated his 6th clone. With a puff of white smoke dissipating in the small hotel room, 3 shadow clones remained seated in meditation, alongside one guarding the entrance. With a mere thought, he dispatched the 51 surrounding clones to eradicate the zombies from the 31st to the 28th floor, deploying 17 clones per level. Upon securing the lobby on the 1st floor, 3 shadow clones were summoned back to retrieve the keys for rooms on the 27th floor and above, ascending in the elevator. Next, these clones proceeded to unlock all rooms for thorough searches, ensuring the safety of accommodations above the 27th floor. The 5-star hotel boasted 10 elevators, 5 on each side. Should a zombie infiltrate one unexpectedly, it could pose a significant danger. Fortunately, the surveillance room on the 1st floor provided visibility. It was the 3rd hour of the zombie outbreak, just past 3 in the morning, and conditions had yet to deteriorate to the point of water and power loss. Once fully restored, Gu Feng dispatched 3 clones to escort the survivors found on the 32nd and 31st floors. Among the 8 survivors were 6 women and 2 men. Of the 6 women, 2 were minor actresses whom he had seen earlier that day, portraying female constables. The other 2 were 3rd or 4th-tier actresses, Jiang Sanyan and Lu Yan. The remaining 2 included a makeup artist and an assistant. The 2 men comprised a cameraman and a manager. Gu Feng recognized Jiang Sanyan and Lu Yan, having watched their performances in various dramas and films. However, the timeline had shifted by a decade, and these actresses appeared a decade younger. Gazing at Lu Yan's statuesque figure, Gu Feng could not help but swallow hard. This scene did not escape Jiang Sanyan's notice, who felt a pang of discomfort. As for the 2 minor actresses, they were the same girls who had just locked the investor outside. In the role of a female constable, there were a total of 4 insignificant models, of which only 2 survived. The other 2 presumably sacrificed themselves for the others. As she surveyed the remaining survivors, she followed them to the elevator doors. Once the elevator arrived and safety was confirmed, Gu Feng created 2 shadow clones to escort them down, to prevent any accidental encounters with zombies that might lead to an unexpected halt on a particular floor. However, upon witnessing Gu Feng's shadow clone technique, the survivors were so startled that they nearly knelt down. The 2 minor actresses immediately adjusted their clothing to reveal more skin, intentionally leaning closer to Gu Feng. The single Gu Feng, having lived alone for 24 years, felt a rush of embarrassment but quickly reminded herself that they were confined within the hotel and more pressing matters awaited her attention. She stepped back, allowing them to follow her clones down, intending to gather all survivors for coordinated management and distribution. Yet, among the rescued individuals, Lu Tianxian was still missing. Did she not reside in the hotel? While leading 8 survivors down, Gu Feng inquired of them, "Do you know where Lu Tianxian is?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Sanyan's gaze turned cold. Was it truly the case that beauty could sway everyone's favor? Lu Tianxian, who had been on good terms with Lu Tianxian, replied. She mentioned that she didn't want the production team to incur extra expenses, so she booked a standard suite for herself, apparently on the 19th floor. The 19th floor then? Well, it mattered little. They would ultimately clear the entire hotel. Gu Feng's mind raced as she organized her clones on both upper and lower levels, arming them with trivial weapons before converging on the central floors. 80 clones gathered on the 1st floor, swiftly dispatching 60 of them to take room keys and weapons, then entering the elevator to eliminate zombies on the 5th to 10th floors. 5 clones descended via the stairs to ensure the safety of all stairways and escape routes. Since the majority of the cast resided on the 32nd and 31st floors, the 30th to 28th floors were largely unoccupied, quickly cleared by Gu Feng's over 50 clones. They continued their systematic approach down to the 27th floor. Meanwhile, Gu Feng herself took the elevator directly to the 19th floor, deploying 92 shadow clones at once. Half ascended to cleanse the upper levels, while the other half descended to purge the lower ones. Once again drained of chakra, Gu Feng summoned her 7th shadow clone from the small end, leaving her with 2 clones still gathering natural energy. The longer the clones concentrated, the more natural energy they could return. After creating 10 additional clones, she, along with her main body, commenced the clearing of the 19th floor. Here, they encountered zombies clad in black suits. It seemed evident that some significant figures had been present. as those who could afford bodyguards in such attire were hardly of lowly status. Gu Feng rushed forward with the last fruit knife he purchased from a small supermarket. In mere moments, he dispatched 7 or 8 zombies clad in black suits. Just then, a chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Gu Feng looked up and exclaimed, "What the hell, Chong Wei?" Chapter 8. Mutated Zombies and the Discovery of Lu Tianxian. Yet, that Chong Wei seemed to have undergone a transformation. With a faint sigh, Gu Feng charged the fruit knife with electric currents and hurled it towards Chong Wei's head. Alas, this was a post-apocalyptic world. In the next instant, Chong Wei slightly tilted his head, evading the lethal strike. The thunderblade embedded itself into the wall behind Chong Wei, creating a crack of electricity. A coincidence? Gu Feng was taken aback. Before he could ponder further, the zombie version of Chong Wei lunged at him with alarming speed. Closing the distance of 7 or 8 steps in a fraction of a second, his hands reaching out to grasp Gu Feng fiercely. In a moment of urgency, Gu Feng quickly crouched to evade and maneuvered behind Chong Wei. The next moment, his enhanced perception in the Sage mode alerted him to imminent danger. A spinning kick landed squarely on Gu Feng's back, the sheer force propelling him against the wall a meter away. Had it not been for the protective effects of Sage mode, that kick would have surely resulted in several broken bones. Damn it, has he mutated? Or does he still retain some martial prowess? Gu Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain from the blow. In his hand, lightning flickered as he activated the Thousand Birds technique. Gu Feng pivoted and launched a counterattack at Chong Wei. A bolt of electricity shooting from his hand and striking Chong Wei, producing a crackling sound. Seeing Chong Wei withstand the electric discharge shocked Gu Feng. The Thousand Birds current, capable of dispatching most zombies, had not immediately slain Chong Wei. Although it was not the ultimate technique, the electrical properties were undeniably present. It seemed that this Chong Wei had indeed mutated or advanced, his abilities surpassing those of ordinary zombies. Though the electric current failed to kill him, it did induce paralysis, significantly slowing Chong Wei's movements. Gu Feng drew 2 handguns from his pocket, deftly flipping off the safeties. With a resounding bang, 2 bullets fired from the barrels, striking Chong Wei's head directly. The latter collapsed to the ground. After acquiring the handguns on the 32nd floor, Gu Feng had passed them to his main body. It appeared that firearms could still eliminate the first wave of advanced zombies. However, given that only 60% of the population on Blue Star had been infected, humanity should still have a chance to turn the tide. Yet, why did the system insist that humanity would ultimately perish? Gu Feng found himself perplexed. After re-engaging the safeties, he returned the weapons to the pocket of his yellow windbreaker. Even now, Gu Feng remained clad in the takeout uniform he had brought from his own world. Having dealt with Chong Wei, Gu Feng began knocking on the doors of various rooms. When met with silence, he closed his eyes to sense the presence within, discerning whether it was a zombie, a human, or an empty space. A gentle reminder is necessary when someone is present. If no one is around, one must simply depart. In the event of encountering zombies, a mark should be made. At last, within a room on the 19th floor, Gu Feng sensed the breath of a living person. He pressed the doorbell beside the door, but received no response. With no other option, Gu Feng knocked, calling out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" The zombies outside have been cleared. "You may come out now." Shortly thereafter, a narrow crack in the door opened, revealing a woman in pajamas peering out. The moment their eyes met, Gu Feng recognized her. It was none other than Lu Tianxian. A smile instinctively graced Gu Feng's lips. He had found her. Fortunately, all was well. While searching the 31st floor, Gu Feng had contemplated the possibility of Lu Tianxian having mutated and had considered confining her to a room until the system reactivated, in hopes of procuring a potion to restore her to her former self. However, it appeared that such a plan was now redundant. "Hello, my name is Gu Feng. I am here to rescue you," he said, his face radiating a sunny smile. "Hello, my name is Lu Tianxian. May I inquire if you are an inspector, a soldier, or a security guard?" Lu Tianxian hesitated to open the door. The earlier commotion in the corridor had piqued her curiosity, but when she opened the door, she nearly fell victim to a zombie. Fortunately, Brother Chong Wei had bravely intervened, bringing her back to safety, albeit at a grave cost to himself. Through the crack in the door, Lu Tianxian witnessed a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. The very bodyguards who were meant to protect them had torn the assistants and several staff members asunder, then began to feast upon them. Those who had been bitten would rise again after about a minute, their faces devoid of color, pale as death, with their veins darkened and protruding grotesquely against their skin. As for those who had been ripped apart, even if infected, they would never rise again, reduced to mere sustenance. Is this what zombies look like in movies? Upon witnessing this horrific sight, Lu Qianqian hastily shut the door and trembled within her room, attempting to contact her manager and the person in charge, but to no avail. Calls to the inspector's office went unanswered or were met with busy signals. Unable to seek help, Lu Qianqian could only hope that this was all a nightmare. She had only glimpsed the chaos outside her room and remained ignorant of the full extent of the calamity. Seeing Gu Feng arrive, she cautiously inquired about his identity. Gu Feng gestured towards his delivery uniform, then realized that in this world, there was no company by the name of Meituan Delivery, prompting him to cough awkwardly. I am an ability user, and I am also your fan, Gu Feng declared with a smile. Ah, an ability user? Lu Qianqian was taken aback. Are you playing some kind of prank? Are you from a production team? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Regrettably, that is not the case. Those individuals have indeed transformed into zombies. To be precise, the entire world has succumbed to a zombie mutation. Gu Feng dispelled Lu Qianqian's fleeting hope with the stark reality of the situation. How could this happen? Tears welled up in Lu Qianqian's eyes. Never mind. The 19th floor is secure now. If you've come to a decision, you may join me on the first floor. This hotel is under my authority. Rest assured. I shall not compel you to do anything. With those words, Gu Feng turned and departed. Upon witnessing Gu Feng's determination to leave, Lu Qianqian hastily opened the door and chased after him, calling, "Wait." Gu Feng turned back, a smile gracing his face. "Could you please wait while I change into something more appropriate?" Lu Qianqian gestured to her nightgown. "Of course," Gu Feng replied with a grin. After a subtle nod, Lu Qianqian returned to her room, and shortly thereafter, emerged clad in a fitting outfit. "Let's go," she said, looking at Gu Feng. He beamed back, revealing his pearly white teeth. "All right." Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she seemed barely half a head shorter than Gu Feng's 1.75 meters, with heels. They would be nearly equal in height. Shaking her head, she dispelled those wandering thoughts. Once inside the elevator, Gu Feng pressed the button for the first floor. However, sensing his doppelgangers diligently clearing out the zombies, he pressed the button for the 11th floor instead. What is going on? Why are we heading to the 11th floor? Lu Qianqian felt an uneasy twinge. Oh, we are short-handed, and the progress is slow. I need to allocate additional personnel on the 11th floor, Gu Feng explained, leaving Lu Qianqian somewhat perplexed. Yet, she instinctively took a step back, clenching her fists, should anything go awry. Her martial arts training would enable her to defeat an adult male. Noticing her tension and the sound of her clenched fists, Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Chapter 9. The Situation Outside Ding. The elevator reached the 11th floor, and the doors opened slowly. Before them, two zombies were lurking by the stairway. With a flash of electricity in his hand, Gu Feng unleashed a pair of electric blades that pierced through the skulls of the two zombies, sending black liquid splattering. Startled, Lu Qianqian recoiled, pressing her back against the elevator wall. Shadow clone technique, Gu Feng declared earnestly, forming seals to conjure forth 40 shadow clones, filling the area outside the elevator door. Clear this floor. Half will ascend, while the other half descends, until every potential threat in the hotel has been eradicated. Gu Feng commanded calmly. The clones understood their principal's intent and respectfully acknowledged, yes, before proceeding down the corridor. Miss Lu, all is set. Let us descend. Gu Feng turned back with a smile. Lu Qianqian patted her chest, astonished. Are you truly an extraordinary being? What about those two zombies just now? Gu Feng nodded with a smile. Upon reaching the first floor, as Lu Qianqian exited the elevator, she was greeted by 4 figures resembling Gu Feng, or rather, 4 of his clones. This is to ensure that no zombies accidentally access the elevator and come here, Gu Feng's original self explained. Oh, after a period of contemplation, Lu Qianqian compelled herself to accept the reality that the man beside her possessed extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the hall, she was taken aback by the throngs of survivors gathered together. Had they stumbled upon a large-scale kidnapping incident? As her gaze fell upon several familiar crew members, Lu Qianqian hastened towards them. In this era, short videos were yet to exist. Most people relied on Huadeng News or other media outlets to stay informed about the world beyond. The sight of the illustrious star Lu Qianqian among them ignited a spark of excitement in some of the younger individuals, who instinctively gravitated toward her. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck, incapacitating the youths with a numbing sensation that coursed through their bodies, fortunately sparing their lives. Observing the clones of Gu Feng encircling them, the youngsters could only lower their heads, abandoning any thoughts of a romantic escapade with their idol. through conversations with those around her. Coupled with an urgent news broadcast playing on a crew member's phone, Lu Qianqian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The world, it seemed, was on the brink of upheaval. To expedite the hotel's clearing process, Gu Feng created 20 more clones, who proceeded to the front desk to collect the remaining room keys before ascending the elevator to the designated floors, hastening the cleanup. It was already past 4 in the morning. To prevent zombies from spotting the hotel and inciting a massive attack, the clones had obscured the glass doors with various objects, rendering the interior invisible from the outside and vice versa. By around 5 in the morning, as dawn began to break, all the clones succeeded in eradicating the zombies and clearing the rooms across the 30-plus floors. The zombies from each level were transported via the elevator to the ground floor, where they were disposed of by other clones assigned to the task, accumulating over 200 corpses. After adding a barrel of oil, the bodies were incinerated on the spot. Who knew how foul the stench would become if they were left to decay? Gazing at the over 200 tangible bodies turning to ash in the flames, the remaining survivors within the hotel finally realized their fortune. Subsequently, strips of cloth were used to wipe away the bloodstains left from the slain zombies, eliminating any safety hazards. Once all tasks were completed, the sky began to brighten. It was already 6 in the morning. The endeavor to clear the hotel had indeed proven laborious. After finishing the work, nearly 200 clones had dwindled to just over 90. Some had been bitten or scratched by zombies during the battle, while others had exhausted their chakra from continuous exertion. The combat experiences and physical training gained by these clones were all transferred back to Gu Feng, significantly enhancing his foundational strength. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, all 90-plus clones returned to deposit the useful items they had gathered and returned the room keys. They then descended the stairs to the basement levels to investigate the situation further. Ensuring there were no threats, the entrance to the underground parking garage was securely closed. After all, daylight had arrived, and the potential danger of zombies lurking in the shadows could not be ignored. Sensing that a substantial portion of his chakra remained, Gu Feng chose to deplete it entirely. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted as he manifested 50 shadow clones. With a mere thought, all 50 clones seized the weapons stained with zombie blood from their previous encounters and charged into the street, joining forces with the clones tasked with safeguarding the underground parking lot. In total, over 100 clones, empowered by the forces of nature, surged into the fray against the horde of zombies. Armed with sticks, metal objects, fruit knives, and even frying pans and various household items, they burst forth from the hotel entrance and launched a relentless assault spanning 3 kilometers. It was only when the last clone was overwhelmed and bitten by a zombie that the onslaught ceased. With the strength of over 100, wielding their weapons in harmony with the swift and electrifying techniques of the Chidori, they fought for 3 hours, cutting through the defenses of tens of thousands of zombies. Along the road, the ground was littered with the corpses of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 fallen zombies. This bold maneuver attracted the attention of nearby zombies, as well as those hidden within buildings who converged to attack. Unintentionally, this act provided hope for survival to at least several hundred individuals during the early hours of the zombie outbreak. Faced with an endless sea of undead, the multitude of clones raced towards the distant street. At least several 100,000 zombies were drawn to that location, intent on overwhelming Gu Feng's clones. After enduring a grueling 3 kilometers, all clones perished in the struggle. Upon receiving the grim report from his clones, Gu Feng was taken aback. How many people resided in Sioux City? The sheer number of zombies, exceeding 100,000 on a 3-kilometer stretch, suggested a total far beyond 200,000, a truly terrifying figure. Such numbers would likely be insurmountable, even for someone like the 4th Hokage. If only he possessed an inheritance or character card from Obito, he could employ the technique of summoning a colossal meteor to eliminate thousands of zombies in one fell swoop. Realizing the extent of the danger outside, Gu Feng decided to refrain from deploying the remaining 2 clones, reserving them as a trump card. After all, with a firearm in hand, he could sufficiently intimidate the dissenters within the hotel. Having exhausted his natural chakra, the crimson hue of his eyeshadow faded. The sage mode was lifted, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He had not anticipated such a significant drain, despite utilizing the power of nature. It seemed prudent to retain some reserves. After forming the necessary hand seals once more, Gu Feng summoned today's free shadow clones. 10 clouds of white smoke emerged, revealing 10 clones devoid of the eyeshadow. After nodding to Gu Feng, each clone took a room key and descended the elevator to various floors of the hotel. Each room was chosen at random. Upon entering, they closed the door and settled down in a quiet spot to gather their natural chakra. Thus, even if the last 2 clones within the inn were exhausted, he would still retain some strength. As the 10 ordinary shadow clones emerged, they ascended the staircase. The first floor lobby was left with only Gu Feng and a group of survivors. Moments earlier, when Gu Feng unleashed over 100 celestial shadow clones to burst through the doors and divert the horde of zombies outside. The survivors had clearly witnessed through the gaps and glassed the overwhelming mass of zombies, stretching endlessly. The sheer number was undeniably lethal. Anyone who ventured out would meet their demise. Fortunately, Gu Feng's clones had drawn them away. However, this also led to a realization. It seemed that Gu Feng's clone ability could not produce numerous clones at once, 30 at a time, 100? It was uncertain. But it was evident that he was not invincible. What was certain was that this man was stronger than the zombies, and he was far from benevolent. If provoked, he would truly kill without mercy, making it imperative not to offend him. Chapter 10. Assigning tasks to survivors noticing the fearful gazes directed at him. Gu Feng released a slight sigh of relief. It appeared that his earlier display of intimidation had been effective. Although Gu Feng was not a merciless villain, he was certainly no saint. In a situation where Gu Feng had been consumed by the frenzy of slaughtering zombies, anyone daring to undermine his accomplishments would be swiftly cast aside, or worse. Now, the security threats within the entire hotel had been eradicated. Whether or not they would be allowed to remain depended on their value. Gu Feng regarded the crowd with a faint smile. His gaze swept across the 67 individuals present. Over 20 had just been driven away, while another 20 had been located among the several floors above. Among them were a few disheveled individuals, resembling those recently apprehended during a crackdown. This time, no brave soul dared to step out of line. Let me reiterate, this hotel is under my command, Gu Feng declared. My orders hold the utmost authority. Who is in agreement? Who opposes? As soon as his words fell, over 30 individuals, having experienced the first trial by fire, raised their hands and shouted their agreement. The rest followed suit, perhaps swayed by the crowd, but having witnessed Gu Feng's methods. None harbored any thoughts of rebellion at that moment. Very well, since you all concur, I shall now assign roles based on the value you have demonstrated. Those who have experience as chefs or possess culinary skills, step forward. Gu Feng positioned himself atop a coffee table to appear taller. While he could not be deemed handsome or particularly tall, years of labor had afforded him a commendable physique. As he spoke, 3 individuals clad in white chef's jackets stood up, along with 2 others in casual attire who joined them, moving to the designated spot he pointed to. Be mindful. Should we discover any deceit, you will be relegated to cleaning the restrooms. Gu Feng raised his voice slightly, noticing a man in shorts rising to his feet. Surprisingly, the man continued to walk forward without hesitation, while a middle-aged woman in a chef's coat faltered and retreated. Madam, are you not clad in a chef's robe? Gu Feng inquired with curiosity. I assist in the kitchen, the middle-aged woman lamented. Observing this, Gu Feng turned to the 2 men donned in chef attire. Do you require assistance? Indeed. One of the middle-aged men in a chef's robe promptly raised his hand and replied with a smile. Very well. You may proceed. Gu Feng gestured towards the woman. The woman instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, Old Chun, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. All right, Sui Hua, you must perform diligently from now on. The middle-aged man responded with a cheerful demeanor. Are there only 5 chefs? To be precise, there are 4, with 1 assisting. However, it appears that 2 of them were originally chefs at a 5-star hotel, so their skills should suffice. The other 2, well, it matters not, if their dishes are unpalatable. We simply shall not dine on their creations in the future. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall manage the kitchen. The hotel's pantry is stocked with ample provisions, and my counterpart will deliver the daily required quantities to you. Here are your room keys. After delineating their responsibilities, Gu Feng assigned the 5 individuals 3 twin rooms, with 1 chef having a room to himself while the 2 compatriots shared a room. Now, those knowledgeable in electrical work stepped forward. After assigning the 5 chefs, he began to seek electricians. 2 electricians, already part of the hotel staff, immediately stood up, followed by a man appearing to be in his 30s. Are you familiar with the hotel's electrical systems? Gu Feng, softening his demeanor, asked kindly. Boss, we have been responsible for the electrical issues of this building for 3 years. We are quite capable, the lead electrician replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Gu Feng responded with a grin before turning to the man in casual attire. Do you also possess electrical skills? The man chuckled sheepishly. I may not compare to the two gentlemen, but I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering and possess the requisite knowledge. Very well. You shall oversee the electrical matters henceforth, conducting daily inspections. Here are your room keys. Gu Feng produced 3 single room keys for them. The more valuable the talent, the greater the reward. The twin and single rooms of a 5-star hotel are incomparable to those of ordinary inns or hotels. Now, for the next group. Gu Feng surveyed the crowd and selected 8 individuals, leaving 55 still present. Those responsible for cleaning, please stand. Several individuals clad in cleaning attire rose. 5 cleaning staff stood up, 3 middle-aged women appearing to be around 40, 1 middle-aged man, and a younger woman. You will be responsible for the cleanliness of the designated floors. Other floors need not concern you. Cleaning will be scheduled for morning and evening, and you will be notified accordingly, understood? Gu Feng organized their tasks like a true manager. The 5 cleaning personnel nodded in agreement. Here are your room keys. The allocation is at your discretion. Gu Feng likewise produced 3 twin room keys for them. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, those once deemed menial tasks have assumed unprecedented significance. After all, Gu Feng could not ascertain which floors still harbored traces of zombie blood and viral contagion. It was undoubtedly the diligent cleaning staff who would undertake the meticulous task of sanitization once more. Presently, 50 individuals remained. Observing the crowd, Gu Feng felt a wave of exasperation. There were an overwhelming number of women clad in server attire, 40 women, to be precise, while only 10 were men. Gu Feng racked his brain, contemplating how best to assign them tasks. Are there any security personnel present? If so, step forward, he called out. 5 men stood up once more, 3 of whom donned security uniforms. Are the 2 of you also security? Gu Feng inquired, pointing at the 2 men in plain clothes, who seemed to have followed him from the streets. Boss, we used to work in that capacity, they replied sheepishly. Do you know how to operate surveillance? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, they quickly nodded in affirmation. All right, come here to collect your room cards. Your role is not to protect anyone or engage in conflict. Simply monitor the surveillance. If you spot any unidentified individuals or zombies within the camera's range, report it to me. Understood? Gu Feng addressed the 5 men. They eagerly nodded in agreement. Each shift must have at least 3 personnel on duty, 2 observing the monitors and 1 on lookout. You may decide how to arrange yourselves. Upon finishing, one of the security guards lamented, Boss, we're short-staffed. We need another man. Gu Feng promptly called out, Bring forth another male. 2 affluent-looking men swiftly rose to the occasion. Just 1 will suffice. Which of you can drive? Gu Feng regarded them coolly. 1 man timidly raised his hand. Very well. You shall remain as the driver. You, take on the role of security. Gu Feng directed the one who could drive to step back, then turned to the 6 security personnel with a grave tone. Let me make this unequivocally clear. The surveillance issue is paramount. Should a zombie or any ill-intentioned individuals infiltrate our premises, the person responsible for monitoring will be dismissed without hesitation. I can replace you at any moment. Remember, you must execute your duties diligently. The 6 security guards nodded vigorously. If there are no further issues, you may commence your duties shortly. Here are your room cards. The arrangement is entirely up to you. Gu Feng extended 3 room cards for double occupancy. After receiving the cards, the 6 security guards proceeded to the elevator. Mirroring the earlier group, with the departure of the 6 men, only 40 women and 4 men remained in the hall. Gu Feng rubbed his forehead slightly. What task should he assign next? With the personnel he had just organized, the hotel's operations appeared adequately established. Chapter 11. I do not want shares. Gu Feng could easily disregard the remaining individuals, retaining only a few youthful and attractive women to attend to him. However, such a course would not significantly alter the ultimate trajectory of this world. Those with a driver's license, please step forward. Gu Feng addressed the assembly. At this moment, 10 women and 3 men finally stood up. Those who were automatic can resume squatting, Gu Feng added. Subsequently, among the 10 women, 7 squatted down again, while one of the boys also returned to a squatting position, leaving 5 individuals standing. All right, you 5, go over and collect the car keys. Familiarize yourselves with the location and configuration of your vehicles. You will be responsible for driving with me when we go to procure supplies, Gu Feng instructed, pointing to the keys placed on the front desk. Upon hearing they were to go out, the 5 stiffened, instinctively wanting to squat down once more. Those who are of no use to me can leave now, Gu Feng coldly reminded. The five immediately walked over to retrieve the car keys, each taking an average of 3 keys, with the 2 boys taking an extra one. These are your room cards. Gu Feng presented 3 room cards for double occupancy, giving one to the youngest and most attractive female attendant. The other 4 would share the remaining 2. The young attendant blinked at Gu Feng, attempting to capture his attention. But he merely said, "Go now, get acquainted with your rooms, and then proceed to the basement to arrange your vehicle positions." Disappointed, the attendant pouted and left. 5 more departed, leaving 39 individuals remaining. Next, those who have worked on a farm or know how to grow vegetables step forward. Gu Feng observed the remaining crowd with indifference. A boy and 6 girls stood up. "Good. You few will go to the granary to select some seeds or vegetables suitable for planting. I will take you to the planting site shortly. If anyone tries to take advantage of this situation, beware that I will throw you out." Gu Feng's expression turned cold once more. There were now 32 individuals left, and only 1 boy remained. Looking at this group of women, Gu Feng felt a headache coming on. "The rest of you, why don't you introduce yourselves and share your skills? You start," he said, pointing to the girl standing in the front row. The girl appeared nervous. I am a waitress. I can help clear tables and serve tea." Gu Feng chuckled. In the face of an apocalypse, having food is already a blessing. You expect to dine at a table? As for serving tea, my doppelganger can handle that. Upon hearing this, the girl cast a glance toward the door, silently pleading, "Please let me stay. I can do anything." Anything? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, noting that this girl was indeed presentable, having been chosen from a 5-star hotel. Seeing this, the girl fell silent, wondering if that man had ulterior motives. The apocalypse had only just begun, and she wasn't prepared to accept such tyrannical behavior where one person dictated everything. It seemed she had not thought it through. Gu Feng sighed lightly. While he could easily force compliance, that would render him a complete villain, stripping away his dignity. Since the remaining individuals had no defined tasks, you will reside in the lobby on the 2nd floor. No rooms will be provided for you. As for food, excessive consumption will go to waste, as you hold no value for this survival point. Gu Feng, with a visage marred by regret, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for everyone to disperse. A young, beautiful girl, clad in revealing attire, wept pitifully, whispering to the sole remaining male in the vicinity. In the next moment, the young man stood up abruptly. "Bro, you've gone too far. While your prowess is undeniable, how can one survive without shelter or sustenance?" Lacking the perceptiveness granted by a celestial mode, Gu Feng remained oblivious to the content of their whispered exchange. "Oh, and who might you be?" The young man, exhibiting a sense of pride perhaps born of habit, declared, "I am Li Xiaodian, the general manager of the Batian Group in Sucheng, son of Li Gang." "Oh, so you are the scion of a wealthy family," Gu Feng replied with a slight squint. "I am honored. Pray, what say you regarding my earlier remarks?" "Well, I wouldn't call it an objection. After all, I was once among the elite, accustomed to being attended to. How about this? You arrange a double room for me and my girlfriend, and perhaps a servant as well. Once this chaos settles, I shall return to my father and request he allocate 5% of the shares to you. After all, we would very much like to befriend someone of your caliber." Li Xiaodian boasted, as if he were offering Gu Feng a lucrative opportunity. "Heh, your father is Li Gang?" Gu Feng smirked, bemused. How did this fellow attain the position of general manager while remaining so oblivious to the situation? Yet, it was understandable, ensconced in a secure hotel. How could he grasp the tumult outside? "Ah, so you have heard of my father's reputation," Li Xiaodian beamed. "Do you know Chowing?" Gu Feng reached into his coat pocket. "Chowing? Indeed, I know him. That scoundrel is nothing but a business rival of my father. He must have been born without a conscience." Li Xiaodian spat indignantly. "I do not desire shares." Gu Feng withdrew a handgun from his pocket, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet soared, piercing Li Xiaodian's chest. The scene erupted into chaos as a chorus of screams erupted from the gathered women. In that moment of being shot, there was no awareness. Upon witnessing Gu Feng brandish the gun with flames spewing from its muzzle, Li Xiaodian instinctively turned to flee. However, in the next instant, Gu Feng pursued him, firing 2 additional shots until Li Xiaodian lay lifeless. The terror of those 2 shots left the majority of the women too stunned to utter a sound, reduced to sobs as they prayed that this merciless demon, willing to kill over a mere disagreement, would spare them. Now, who still has objections? Gu Feng calmly engaged the safety, returning the firearm to his pocket. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared voice dissent. Only the sounds of muffled weeping remained. Lu Qianqian, clutching Lu Yen, trembled uncontrollably. The once gentle soul who had escorted her now transformed into a cold-blooded murderer. In the end, only 31 women remained on the scene. You are 31 in number. Utterly insignificant to me. It is already a display of great mercy that I have not expelled you. I still provide you with sustenance, albeit meager, yet sufficient to ensure your survival. Yet, you dare to expect a wealthy heir to come to your aid? Without a definitive leader, how long can you survive? Indulging in excess today and again tomorrow, while shirking all responsibility. With a heavy heart, Gu Feng concluded his admonition and dragged the heir's lifeless body outside the hotel, placing it a few meters from the entrance before returning. Upon re-entering the hotel, Gu Feng cast a dispassionate glance at the group of young women. If you are curious, you may observe the fate of those who have been cast out. Should you remain oblivious to the events unfolding outside, you may ascend to the stairwell on the upper floors and peer through the windows to witness the world beyond. Having spoken, Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to disperse and not to linger in the lobby. The young women exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether Gu Feng was earnest or merely seeking an excuse to eliminate them. What is the matter? Are you unable to comprehend human speech this early in the morning? Or do you wish for your breakfast to include a bullet? Gu Feng brandished his firearm, startling the young women into a hasty retreat. Wait. Just then, Gu Feng called out to them again. Chapter 12. The temptation of an obscure actress. The group of women, poised to depart, halted abruptly. Gu Feng approached the front desk, retrieving a key card distinct from the previous one, and stepped before Lu Qianqian, his gaze suddenly softening. Fairy sister, this is the key card for the presidential suite on the 33rd floor. You may reside there from now on. Lu Qianqian gazed at the offered key card, her hand reaching out hesitantly before she paused, swallowing nervously. Are there conditions attached? Gu Feng's lips curled slightly. Fairy sister, you jest. If I had any conditions, I could fulfill them without granting you this key card. Lu Qianqian was taken aback, finding Gu Feng's words irrefutable. She felt like meat on a chopping board. Thank you, she said, accepting the key card. May I bring others with me? Gu Feng glanced at the individuals beside Lu Qianqian. Recognizing Lu Yen and another actress from the crew, along with Jiang Sanyan, whose impression was less favorable. Returning his gaze to Lu Qianqian, he smiled again. Of course, that is your prerogative. However, you may bring a maximum of 5 people, meaning you can invite 4 others besides yourself. The choice is yours. I understand, Lu Qianqian replied. Looking into Gu Feng's eyes, she found it perplexing how this individual could exhibit such drastic contrasts, having just taken a life and now displaying tenderness, albeit seemingly reserved for her alone. With this thought, Lu Qianqian lowered her head slightly and turned to leave. It was impossible for her to blush, after all. Gu Feng was neither handsome nor particularly tall, and the recent act of violence had instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Watching Lu Qianqian depart, Gu Feng felt a twinge of regret. Yet, as their acquaintance had only just begun, there was no need to rush. Suddenly, a soft touch graced Gu Feng's arm. Turning his head, he beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman, her curvaceous figure enticing, entwining her arm with his. Behind her stood another woman, equally alluring and possessing the poise of a model. Handsome brother, I too wish to have a room, she purred. Her captivating gaze fixed upon him as she slowly lifted his hand towards herself. Gu Feng, taken aback by such boldness for the first time, felt his cheeks flush. Once a mere nobody, neither tall nor handsome, he had never encountered such overt affection before. These 2 women were precisely the supporting actresses from yesterday's filming of 4 Constables, rumored to have been inserted into the production by the investors to secure them a chance at notoriety. Gu Feng withdrew his hand, clearing his throat awkwardly. This felt rather inappropriate. The 2 women exchanged incredulous glances. Could this extraordinary individual genuinely be inexperienced? The woman who had initially harbored some concern suddenly brightened, stepping forward to wrap her other arm around Gu Feng. Handsome brother, the outside world is so chaotic. If not for your iron-fisted methods, we would have been devoured by those monsters long ago. You've worked tirelessly to establish this safe haven. Those people should be grateful, yet they treat you this way. Unlike them, I truly feel for you, she said, playfully shaking his arm. Indeed, we are all women. How can they be so unappreciative? They have no idea how much effort you have exerted for this hotel, merely expecting rewards without labor, the other woman chimed in, reattaching herself to him with a pitiable expression. Gu Feng's mind ignited with realization. Yes, the hotel he had secured provided them with a safe haven. Without him, would they have such conditions? Anyone daring to complain would face dire consequences. Brother, how imposing, the left-armed woman exclaimed. By the way, we don't even know your name. It's quite inconsiderate of you not to inform us so that we may know who is in charge here. Oh, how could I forget to share my name? Gu Feng suddenly recalled. How delightful. We shall be the first to know your name, the right-armed woman said eagerly, gazing at him with anticipation. Oh, I am Gu Feng, 24 years old, he replied, feeling somewhat torn. Brother Gu, what a lovely name. I am Liana, 23, just a year younger than you. The woman on his left tightened her grip on his arm. Don't monopolize him. The right-armed woman protested, also tightening her hold. Brother Gu, I am Feng Ruixue, 22. And a model, she said, looking up at him with a sorrowful expression, as the two women playfully tugged at his arms. Their closeness ignited an unfamiliar fire within Gu Feng, causing his limbs to stir involuntarily. Feng Ruixue couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Gu Feng quickly withdrew his hands and, observing Feng Ruixue's exaggerated demeanor, couldn't resist saying, Jean, are you serious? How annoying. My name is Ruixue. Feng Ruixue playfully retorted, leaning in closer with an air of determination that suggested she would not relent until she achieved her goal. Gu Feng's expression turned icy, indicating that enough was enough. The two young women were taken aback and immediately ceased their actions, pouting in dissatisfaction. Handsome brother, I just killed someone and took down so many zombies, covered in the stench of blood, yet you aren't repulsed and keep approaching. Don't forget, we only just formally met until a moment ago. What are you trying to do? Gu Feng cast a cold glance at the two women, slowly reaching for his pocket. Instantly, the two women felt their legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Gu Feng smiled slightly, scratching an itch at his waist, and leaned in between the two women, saying, See, you are indeed frightened of me. I do not oppose your earlier actions. In fact, I even enjoyed it a bit. But at least we shouldn't rush into things just after getting acquainted. Let us take it slow. The two women were momentarily stunned. Here, this is your room key card. Go back and take a nice hot shower, Gu Feng said, handing over a key card for a double room on the 9th floor. Upon receiving the card, the expressions of the two women transformed into excitement. Whether you can continue to stay here depends on your performance. Oh. And whether you can be allocated more food also hinges on how you behave, Gu Feng concluded with a mischievous smile before withdrawing. The two women's faces flushed, fully aware of the implications in Gu Feng's words. However, by that time, Gu Feng had already turned and left, leaving them perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be now? At present, Gu Feng simply wished to find a room to rest. After a night of labor, he was drained of both chakra and energy. With the sun already high in the sky at 9 in the morning, as he approached the stairs, Gu Feng activated the 8th shadow clone from the small inn. A clone imbued with natural energy that had been maintained for over 12 hours was summoned. As Gu Feng formed the seals, clouds of white smoke billowed forth, and 120 Sage Mode clones appeared in the lobby. It appeared that the longer the energy was concentrated, the more natural chakra power was accumulated. Yet there seemed to be a bottleneck, preventing infinite absorption. Nevertheless, with increased usage, experience, and proficiency, the amount of natural chakra that could be stored and the quantity of energy condensed would increase. Chapter 13. The first lunch after conveying his needs to the shadow clones. Gu Feng ascended to the 33rd floor via the elevator, arriving at the room directly opposite Lu Qianqian's presidential suite. Once inside, Gu Feng immediately shed his bloodstained garments, indulged in a refreshing hot shower, and collapsed into bed for a well-deserved rest. Below, 120 of Gu Feng's shadow clones, following his instructions, stationed 2 at each level while the remainder guarded the lobby on the ground floor. Due to the fact that the shadow clones operate independently without interference from the original body, their consciousness functions autonomously, making decisions based on their surrounding environment, as long as they do not significantly contradict the original's desires. For instance, the main entrance must be diligently guarded, and any perceived vulnerabilities should be reinforced. The survivors assigned to work, after confirming their respective rooms, tidied up and promptly descended to commence their duties, with the clones coordinating the arrangements. Meanwhile, those with nothing to occupy themselves could only await the mealtime. Among the 31 young women, Lu Qianqian escorted 4 back to their room: Lu Yin, Jiang Sanyin, Wu Xiaojia, and a makeup artist from the crew named Zhang Shui. Additionally, there were the 18-tier actresses Feng Ruixue and Liana, who received accommodation opportunities from Gu Feng. The remainder, 24 young women, were huddled in the hall on the second floor, having scarcely rested since the chaos erupted the previous night. Now they found themselves without even a place to sleep. This predicament proved intolerable for many mistresses of wealthy businessmen and several models from the same production, who incessantly voiced their grievances. In contrast, the women of lower socioeconomic backgrounds displayed more resilience. Some resorted to incessantly calling the inspection bureau, hoping for some acknowledgement. As the clock struck 11, the shadow clones on each floor began shouting, "Mealtime! Gather on the second floor." Upon receiving this announcement, the famished survivors sprang into action, anxious not to miss out on the food. Memories of mealtimes from their high school years resurfaced vividly. However, they were met with disappointment for this time. The meals were not a matter of how much money one had to determine the quantity of food. Rather, the distribution was strictly regulated. Those engaged in electrical work and security were allotted slightly more meat, while all other workers received a single bowl containing 2/3 rice and 1/3 vegetables. As for the unoccupied young women, they were assigned a mere third of the ration designated for those employed, sufficient to stave off starvation but undeniably inadequate to satiate their hunger, leaving them engulfed in cravings before long. The cooking was carried out by survivors. Yet the allocation of food and portion sizes was managed by the shadow clones. Despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to voice their complaints. Amidst the dining, Gu Feng's shadow clone, acting on behalf of the original, announced the hotel's new regulations. When provisions are ample, meals would be provided thrice daily, breakfast at 7, lunch at 11, and dinner at 6 in the evening. Furthermore, restrictions were placed on access to certain areas and regulations concerning water and electricity consumption in the rooms were established. Exceeding the allotted usage would result in a cutoff of water or power. To conclude, the shadow clone added, in light of the current global calamity, take advantage of the remaining internet connection to contact your dear friends and family. Advise them to either stay home and wait or opt for the safety bases established by the military. Of course, if they are nearby. Encourage them to find a way to come here. Alternatively, when the original has rested and ventures out to gather supplies, bringing your loved ones along is also a possibility. Upon hearing the words of the shadow clone, the entire cafeteria erupted in a fervor. However, doubts crept in. Could the young man named Gu Feng truly be so benevolent? Yet, what alternative did they have if they chose not to believe? Soon, in the dining hall, scattered groups began to pull out their phones to make calls. Feng Ruishue and Liana gazed at their bowls, barely containing 2 or 3 mouthfuls of rice, feeling quite aggrieved. Hadn't they already been provided with accommodations? Why were their rations being curtailed? To this, the shadow clone merely replied nonchalantly, "You are already better off than many others." Even the 3 second-tier actresses, who had accompanied Lu Qianqian to the presidential suite for over 2 hours, looked at their meals with dissatisfaction. Why should they endure the same treatment as the female staff? Among the 60-odd survivors, only Lu Qianqian received special treatment, enjoying a personal meal prepared by the 5-star hotel chef working overtime. This evoked envy from the others. It planted a seed in many women's hearts. As long as they could win the favor of that man, they could elevate themselves above others. There were also those who harbored other thoughts, questioning why beauty should confer such favoritism. Lu Qianqian was led by the clone to an exclusive dining table. And upon seeing the sumptuous meal set before her, distinctly different from everyone else's, she was taken aback. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was stopped by the clone. "Sister Lu, I hope you won't put us in a difficult position. This is the arrangement from the main body. If you do not eat, those who follow you will not have food in the future. Are you coercing me?" Lu Qianqian's gaze darkened. "You make me stand out among everyone else, and thus, it is only natural for others to assume I am your woman." The shadow clone smiled gently. "What others believe? Do you think it matters to the main body? Even if all these people were to be eliminated, who could oppose?" Lu Qianqian let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed. That is true. So why was I chosen? Or rather, why am I treated so well? If you desire me, I do not believe I can resist." Lu Qianqian questioned in confusion. "I apologize. I am but a clone," the shadow clone replied with a smile. "Miss Lu, if you do not eat soon, your meal will get cold." Lu Qianqian took a deep breath, utterly perplexed by Gu Feng's intentions. With no clarity, she could only eat heartily, determined not to waste any food. After lunch, according to the arrangements, some returned to rest while others went to the stairwell corners, peering through the windows at the outside world, praying for the swift end of this disaster. Some continued to attempt contacting their families, reporting their safety to those who got through, inquiring about their loved ones, and offering a multitude of advice. For those living nearby, They urged their family and friends to prepare, suggesting that rescue might soon arrive. Where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Some were left in anxious anticipation. Those who were happy had some relatives still alive, while others mourned the deaths or transformations into zombies of their family and friends. The anxious ones were merely those whose calls could not connect. However, from the information gleaned from conversations with oneself or others, it seems that everyone has gained a general understanding of the events unfolding outside. This calamity extends far beyond Sioux City. It is likely a true global disaster. Chapter 14. The zombie cat and dog. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having rested sufficiently, Gu Feng finally awoke. On the night of the zombie outbreak, he had swiftly secured a hotel as a base. Now, while the zombies were scattered and besieging the survivors, it was time to procure additional supplies. Although the food reserves in the hotel, combined with what Gu Feng had emptied from a small supermarket, were enough to sustain the survivors for half a month, it was prudent to acquire more supplies without delay. With no extra clothing available, Gu Feng merely wiped away some bloodstains from his original attire with a damp towel before donning it once more. After notifying the 5 survivors capable of driving to assemble, Gu Feng began to relay the surrounding situation based on what his doppelganger had observed from the top floor. Approximately 1 kilometer to the left of the hotel entrance stood a medium-sized shopping mall named Qianda Plaza, sprawling across 6,000 square meters, featuring nearly every essential item. Adjacent to the mall was a park. To the right of the hotel entrance, 1 to 2 kilometers away, lay residential buildings with various car shops, repair shops, locksmiths, and small restaurants lining the ground floors. A further 2 kilometers led to the Sioux City film base. This stretch of road was wide and typically bustling with foot traffic. At the entrance of Qianda Plaza, there was a circular road, opposite which stood a university town, Sioux City Vocational College. Although the zombie outbreak had occurred just last night, no one knew how many zombies had converged here or if any had undergone mutations. Therefore, Gu Feng and a male driver would first undertake a round trip in a van. Should the danger level prove manageable, they would return with the entire group. After concluding the discussion, Gu Feng and the male driver climbed into a cargo van. Simultaneously, one of his doppelgangers at the small and transformed into a wisp of white smoke, having exhausted the 9 doppelgangers that had gathered natural energy on the first day. The shadow doppelganger left behind to guard the inn, realizing he was alone in the room, began to sit cross-legged, gathering natural energy. After all, it was unwise to waste resources, and the presence of a guard was now inconsequential. Gu Feng had previously left shadow doppelgangers in 10 rooms at the Wantian Hotel, granting him the ability to utilize the Sage Mode power 10 more times today, along with a 7-day experience card from the 4th Hokage, ensuring ample reserves. As Gu Feng's eyes transformed to a crimson hue, a surge of robust natural chakra flowed into his body. "Let us proceed," he said calmly to the driver waiting for orders. As the headlights of the cargo van illuminated the surroundings, the shadow doppelganger controlling the entrance to the underground parking lot pressed the button to open the gate. The van smoothly started and exited the parking lot, the control rod slowly rising. Just as they pulled away from the roadside, the driver caught sight of the remnants of zombies lining the road. The entire road ahead was strewn with corpses, numbering not in the thousands, but certainly in the hundreds. Such a gruesome scene was unprecedented. The driver's hands trembled uncontrollably as he navigated the vehicle. "Do not be alarmed. I am here," Gu Feng reassured, patting the shoulder of the anxious driver. Though the driver forced a smile, it was evident that the hundreds of clones Gu Feng had dispatched earlier had already cleared this area of zombies, having eliminated 20,000 foes. The roadside was littered with fallen corpses and debris, evoking a sense of dread. As the vehicle traveled 500 meters, several perceptive zombie cats and dogs emerged slowly from the nearby residential buildings. Their demeanor suggested a madness surpassing that of rabid animals, drooling viscously and their jaws quivering incessantly. Gu Feng was slightly taken aback. These creatures appeared to have once been beloved pets of the residents in this vicinity, though their combat capabilities remained unclear. Observing 7 or 8 zombie cats and dogs blocking the path, he could have simply run them over, yet prudence prevailed. He opted to send forth 2 clones to gauge the situation. Once the vehicle halted, the 2 clones materialized outside the car door without needing further instruction. The 2 Sage Mode shadow clones charged ahead. Upon sensing the approach of 2 living beings, the 5 dogs and 3 cats barked and rushed forward. The encounter was brief. Utilizing their heightened perception, the shadow clone landed a precise punch on the nearest zombie dog's head. eliciting the sound of shattering bones as the leading creature was instantly dispatched. Another clone swiftly kicked a second dog, which, instead of lunging like its predecessor, attempted to bite the clone's leg but was sent flying several meters away. In that fleeting moment, they established the upper hand, resulting in 1 dead and 1 injured zombie dog. The remaining 3 dogs and 3 cats lunged forward in succession, with lightning speed. The 2 clones unleashed a torrent of electrical energy, obliterating 2 incoming zombie dogs. However, the speed of the zombie cats and dogs was evidently superior to that of the humanoid zombies. Within mere breaths, 2 zombie cats had climbed onto one of the shadow clones. In a panic, the clone seized 1 cat and, using the electrical current, dispatched it on the spot. But not before another cat inflicted several wounds with its sharp claws and made its way to the clone's neck. As the merciless cat sank its teeth into the clone, it perished instantly, dissipating into white smoke. The other clone, having swiftly eliminated 2 zombie dogs, suffered a claw wound from a cat. In a fit of rage, it unleashed the electrical current, cleaving the cat in 2, drawing upon its remaining strength and consciousness. It avenged the fallen clone by killing the cat that had dealt the fatal blow. However, the injured clone could not endure for long and soon transformed into white smoke. In the end, while 2 shadow clones were vanquished, the combat experiences and enhanced strength they had accumulated were transferred back to Gu Feng. It appears that the defensive capabilities of zombie cats and dogs are slightly inferior to those of human-shaped zombies. However, due to their smaller size and swiftness, they prove to be more troublesome. Let us proceed and crush that zombie dog, Gu Feng stated coldly. The driver, breaking into a slight sweat, responded, "Oh, all right." Once transformed into zombies, neither humans nor animals could expect any mercy. The zombie dog, with its spine shattered by a kick, continued to bark and attempt an assault on the van, driven solely by its instinct to bite, devoid of any other awareness. The van rolled over it, extinguishing its existence completely. The vehicle resumed its journey towards the shopping mall. Less than a kilometer remained, previously cleared by Gu Feng's clones. The area housed very few zombies, only 3 or 5 at most. Upon hearing the roar of the van, a few zombies emerged from the surroundings. Gu Feng, maintaining an impassive expression, dispatched 3 to 5 clones to handle the situation, effortlessly manifesting them from the shadows outside the vehicle without the need for hand seals. While the zombie cats and dogs posed a bit of a challenge due to their potential for ambush, human-shaped zombies could be dealt with swiftly by delivering rapid, electrifying punches, 1 strike for each. Eventually, the van arrived at the entrance of the mall. "What are we stopping for? Crash into it," Gu Feng exclaimed, exasperated. "Do you think we can just park here and unload?" "I am sorry," the driver quickly responded, pressing the accelerator. The glass doors of the mall's first floor shattered upon impact, the resounding crash echoing throughout the structure. Chapter 15. Searching the mall. The tremendous noise startled the survivors hiding on the upper floors and in the safer corners of the mall. It also drew the attention of the zombies surrounding the establishment, over 300 in total. As the van reached the central area of the mall's first floor, it attracted all the zombies from its 5 stories. A chorus of zombie roars erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of relentless footsteps. Some zombies, in their haste, shattered the glass railings from above, plummeting to the ground, and despite their injuries, they continued to rise and charge towards the van. After a quick assessment of the zombie numbers, Gu Feng remained unfazed and began to form hand seals. 150 clones materialized around the van, enveloping it in a protective barrier. "Brothers, charge!" one of the clones shouted as they rushed toward the zombies, with all 150 clones engaging the nearest foes. In an instant, the mall reverberated with the sounds of battle. Survivors, trembling in the corners, peeked through cracks in their hiding spots, instantly captivated. What did they behold? A throng of identical figures battling the zombies with ferocity, delivering punches and kicks that cleaved zombies in 2 or, in perfect coordination, obliterated their heads with a single blow. Who were these individuals, appearing even more ferocious than the zombies themselves? Seated in the van, Gu Feng felt as though he had nearly exhausted the natural chakra he had painstakingly gathered. Turning to the driver beside him, he suggested, "Perhaps you could make a call to summon assistance." Gazing out the window, the driver was struck dumb by the sight of hundreds of Gu Feng's shadow clones engaged in a fierce brawl with a horde of zombies. He had never before witnessed such a chaotic display of violence, and it was overwhelmingly one-sided. Oh, very well," the driver replied, quickly grasping the situation and pulling out his phone. They had exchanged numbers prior to their departure, and in this second-tier city of Sioux City, as long as the network remained intact, it could sustain connectivity for several days. Upon receiving the call, the remaining 4 drivers, already prepared, set out with vehicles capable of carrying cargo. 2 small trucks and 2 business vans were dispatched. As for large trucks, they were impractical for the underground garage, and the hotel was not equipped to accommodate them. Large shipments were typically delivered by external vehicles that would unload in the courtyard or at the rear of the hotel. The stretch of road leading out of the hotel parking lot was relatively safe, but as they approached closer to the mall, they encountered a shocking sight. From a vocational school roughly 700 to 800 meters away, a horde of zombies had emerged. It seemed the sound of the driver smashing through the glass door had attracted them. Who could fathom how many had turned within that institution? Seeing this, the 4 drivers who had just exited were seized by a sudden fright, flooring the accelerator and barreling towards the mall. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. This scenario repeated itself 4 times as 3 shadow clones were caught off guard and obliterated by the oncoming vehicles, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. The cacophony startled the survivors lurking in the shadows, and even Gu Feng was taken aback. Were these drivers truly so reckless? However, as he glanced back at the 4 vehicles, understanding dawned upon him. It seemed it was time to reveal his trump card. Inside the Wenyang Hotel, in one of the rooms, the first of the regular shadow clones transformed into white smoke, replenishing Gu Feng's natural energy significantly. Simultaneously, the shadow clones stationed on each floor of the hotel, upon sensing the call, retrieved the room cards from the rooms where the clones had dissipated. Emerging from the van, Gu Feng faced the advancing zombies, directing those clones who had dealt with the mall's interior zombies to engage the oncoming horde. After all, as long as the number of zombies was not overwhelming to the point of outmatching his clones, there was no need for him to personally intervene. If the numbers were indeed excessive, his involvement would be even less warranted. After all, if even his shadow clones struggled against the foe, his own efforts would yield little success. 150 clones were sufficient. He dispatched 50 to confront the threat while retaining over 100 within the confines of the mall. After all, wielding weapons, 100 shadow clones of immortals could easily pierce through a horde of over 10,000 zombies, leaving behind the corpses of thousands. Although the weapons are now lost, dealing with 100 or 200 zombies remains a task well within reach. The remaining individuals are to gather rice and all the instant noodles and portable stoves from the shelves, consolidating them on the first floor. Gu Feng commands the shadow clones left in the mall to commence their labor. Feeling that manpower is still insufficient, he once again divides 100 more clones. Depleting his replenished natural chakra, he issues the same directive once more. 200 clones, filled with enthusiasm, begin to run and work. Whether running or transporting heavy objects, all the strength they cultivate will ultimately benefit Gu Feng, significantly enhancing his foundational power. However, to exercise caution, he decides to replenish his natural chakra once again. In the hotel, the second regular clone dissipates into white smoke. Within the mall, having witnessed the previous chaos of zombies, it is now a scene of individuals bearing identical faces, busily transporting items. Some survivors hiding in the mall cannot help but rub their eyes, wondering if they are hallucinating. As the shadow clones transport goods, they sense the presence of the living hiding and promptly pull them out. This occurrence happens repeatedly, one by one. Survivors emerge from various hiding spots, culminating in approximately 30 survivors. Gu Feng transitions from astonishment to disbelief. How is it possible that so many survivors are concealed within a single mall? Through the connection of chakra, Gu Feng instructs the shadow clones to summon all the survivors to gather on the first floor. 30 survivors is no small number. They should all be called down to assess the situation. As the 30 survivors are discovered by the shadow clones, they begin to assemble around Gu Feng's van in the first floor hall. Their gazes reflect a mixture of fear, anxiety, curiosity, and excitement. Observing these youthful faces, Gu Feng climbs atop the van and casually points to one individual, inquiring, "How did you come to be trapped here?" The person, taken aback, responds nervously, "We are from the nearby Sioux City Vocational College. The mall closes at 2 in the morning, and several of us thought to catch a late-night movie." Unexpectedly, chaos erupted in the cinema. Many were bitten. We fled and saw numerous people transformed into those monstrous figures, chasing after us, so we sought refuge in a hiding place. Gu Feng nods slightly and turns to ask another individual, "Are you all from the university across the street?" Upon hearing this, several individuals raise their hands, affirming, "We are." "And the rest of you? How did you become trapped here?" Gu Feng queries the few who did not raise their hands. "We are employees from this mall. Working the night shift this month," replies one man, specifying that they are night shift workers from various stores within the mall. Understanding the situation, Gu Feng smiled gently and said, I see. Since the zombies in the mall have been cleared out, you might as well grab some snacks to fill your stomach before leaving. Alternatively, if you feel safe here, you may choose to stay. Chapter 16. Survivors of the mall. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, some individuals exchanged glances. Excuse me, are you a superhuman? Are those your clones? A bespectacled young woman, who appeared quite refined, inquired. Yes, indeed, Gu Feng replied, turning his gaze towards the speaker. In that case, may I accompany you? The glasses-wearing girl asked, her excitement palpable. What skills do you possess? Gu Feng instinctively questioned. The girl hesitated for a moment. I am studying finance and can assist you with accounting. Gu Feng was taken aback. Although money had lost its significance in this apocalyptic world, the allocation of daily rations and the assessment of labor deserved a meticulous approach. Despite having attended university, his experience had been limited, and much of his knowledge had faded into obscurity after 3 years of idleness in a dormitory, punctuated by sporadic part-time jobs during holidays. Very well, I do require someone proficient in accounting, though it will not pertain to currency. I will inform you later of what needs to be calculated. Come here. Gu Feng beckoned. Oh, okay. The girl chuckled, quickly extricating herself from the crowd to stand beside Gu Feng. Though he was not conventionally handsome, his demeanor exuded kindness, suggesting he was not a malicious individual. Hey, you four, what are you dawdling for? Either bring the vehicle closer or help load the supplies. Gu Feng suddenly shouted at the 4 drivers lingering behind, startling the young woman. The drivers flinched and promptly sprang into action. One female driver expressed her discontent, thinking, why should I follow your orders? If it comes to it, once the supplies are loaded, I could just drive away. A truck full of provisions would sustain her comfortably for an extended period, no matter where she ended up. Following a man who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation was a precarious gamble. This sentiment was shared among more than just her. Another male driver harbored similar thoughts. Once they drove off, no matter how many clones he had, Gu Feng would be unable to catch them. With this in mind, the 2 drivers intensified their efforts, focusing on loading supplies onto the vehicle. Observing the drivers starting to move, Gu Feng turned to the bespectacled girl with a softened tone. What year are you in? Upon hearing Gu Feng address her, the girl replied shyly, I'm a junior this year. I was preparing for an internship when this calamity struck. Oh, this is indeed a global disaster. Prepare yourself for a long-term existence in this new world. By the way, I don't know your name yet, Gu Feng inquired, leaning against the van with genuine interest. The girl's expression dimmed slightly at the earlier remark. Oh, my name is Su Wenjing. Ah, I am Gu Feng, he responded. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. The specifics of your duties will be conveyed to you later. Your sole responsibility will be to me. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall comply. Do you understand? As Gu Feng engaged in casual conversation amidst the hustle of those around him, Su Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the busy crowd, Gu Feng fell silent. The survivors within the marketplace watched as Gu Feng's followers diligently transported supplies, and were intrigued by the fact that a mere girl, skilled only in accounting, had gained entry into their ranks of extraordinary individuals. Excuse me. I too wish to join you. Do you think I may? A young woman raised her hand and inquired. Let me join as well. I wish to be part of this. Another voice chimed in. With the first individual stepping forward, more followed suit, eager for the protection that a superhuman could offer amid such chaotic circumstances. After all, some had witnessed Gu Feng's doppelganger cleaving through the horde of zombies along the road, leaving behind a trail of remains without a single trace of the doppelganger itself. Originally, the hotel housed over 60 individuals, and with the addition of these 30 newcomers, the total would approach 100. An increase of 30 mouths to feed was not a trivial matter, and he realized he was ill-equipped to assist such a multitude. Silence, Gu Feng bellowed, restoring order to the scene. If you wish to join me, you must adhere to my commands without question. Once you step into my domain, you will eat only if I provide sustenance. If not, you shall endure hunger. Now, do you still wish to join? He laid down the rules, and as anticipated, many began to waver. It was, after all, the first day of the apocalypse. The prospect of submitting to one man's authority, with the uncertainty of food, was daunting. Those unwilling may disperse. Take what you can from the shelves. Anyone who dares to claim the supplies I have transported to the first floor shall be met with a bullet, Gu Feng declared, pulling a pistol from his pocket. Those who had turned to seize the instant noodles gathered on the first floor hesitated, suddenly struck with fear, and begrudgingly ascended to the second floor in search of any leftover snacks. As for the restaurants within the marketplace, they were either closed or likely devoid of anything edible. Yet, the area where water was drawn seemed to still hold ample provisions, provided the base ingredients were sufficient. Before long, after clearing the road of zombies, 50 doppelgangers returned, having lost only one in the process, and promptly aided in the task. Soon, 5 vehicles were filled to capacity with supplies. Given the abundance of goods, it would require at least 3 trips to transport all the food, and thus Gu Feng opted to remain at the marketplace. The 2 drivers, initially intent on fleeing with the supplies, were overjoyed, only to find a doppelganger seated in the passenger seat upon their ascent into the vehicle. Their spirits deflated. They resigned themselves to dutifully return the supplies to the hotel. In the hotel courtyard, 20 clones had already gathered, along with over 20 idle young women, who claimed they were there to assist in transporting some items. They could receive extra meals tonight and tomorrow. The enthusiasm of the young women surged instantly. With more than 40 individuals unloading, they swiftly emptied the vehicle of its supplies before being assigned to make another trip. What remained was the task of returning the goods to the warehouse. After merely 10 minutes, the returning truck astonished those who were still observing. A curious onlooker couldn't contain their intrigue and inquired, "Excuse me, is your safe base located nearby?" Gu Feng cast a faintly proud glance at him and replied, "I don't mind telling you, it's the Winiang Hotel. I have nearly cleared out all the zombies in the entire hotel and along the route to here." This statement was directed not only at the curious individual, but also at the other survivors around. "What? So, you actually have a safe base?" An artsy-looking young woman exclaimed with excitement. Gu Feng smirked. "What did you think? That I would so boldly bring in so many supplies without a reason? Big brother, I can dance and do the splits. Would you like to see?" The artistic young woman blushed as she spoke, feeling a sense of social embarrassment for expressing such a bold statement in front of so many people. Gu Feng opened his mouth, taken aback by her directness. Perhaps it was still not the moment of utter despair. Many had not yet reached the point of moral decay. However, before this calamity struck, numerous films about zombies had circulated on this blue planet. Hence, many understood how fortunate it was to be sheltered by a powerful individual amidst an apocalyptic disaster. "Then go ahead and dance," Gu Feng chuckled lightly, finding the situation amusing. Chapter 17. The anxious young woman upon hearing Gu Feng's words. The girl hesitated for a moment before removing the hair tie from her wrist and gathering her long black hair into an elegant bun. Her face flushed even more. With an ethereal grace, she lifted her leg into a split and began to perform a classical dance. Initially, Gu Feng had intended to ridicule her for thinking of dancing at such a time, but the words faltered on his lips. He had to admit, her dancing skills were genuinely impressive. All right, you can stop now," Gu Feng called out to her. The girl paused, somewhat bewildered. "Are you not satisfied?" Gu Feng's face turned slightly red. "I am, but you should know, if you come to my safe base, everything you possess will belong to me. If I become displeased, no one will come to your aid." "I understand. You mentioned it earlier. I will certainly strive to ensure that you do not dislike me," the girl replied, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Gu Feng. What was this girl's deal? Was she truly this forthright? Gu Feng cleared his throat. "Then why don't you come over here?" "Yes, big brother." The girl beamed as she joyfully approached and stood beside Gu Feng. "My name is Su Lingxi." "Young man, what is your name?" The lively art student, her hair styled in a bun, asked. Gu Feng glanced at her, noticing her calves trembled slightly. Was she merely pretending? Yet, what could possibly compel her to act this way to join him? "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Feng." As he spoke, Gu Feng's gaze swept across the survivors below, thus revealing his name to all. After a thorough scan, he found nothing amiss. If this girl was not under duress, what was the source of her fear? Surely, it could not be due to my looks, making her reluctant to serve me, could it? Contemplating this, Gu Feng wore a rather bemused expression but decided to inquire further. "Once we reach the safe base, I will arrange a room for you. If you wish to eat something, you may voice it now. I can have my doppelganger fetch it for you." "No, that's not it. I'm not hungry," Su Lingxi replied, her gaze darting about. "Are you very afraid of me?" Gu Feng furrowed his brow upon seeing her reaction. "No, Su Lingxi stammered, instinctively clutching Gu Feng's sleeve. A sudden flutter coursed through Gu Feng. What was she up to? With tear-filled eyes, Su Lingxi locked her gaze with Gu Feng's. "May I request something from you?" Gu Feng forced a smile and gently ruffled her hair, thinking she might have changed her mind but was too timid to voice it. So, it's a request, then, go ahead. Well, my parents are trapped in a factory. Could you possibly save them? Upon finishing her plea, tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of hope and apprehension. So it was for her parents. Gu Feng opened his mouth but fell silent. Last night, over 100 of his doppelgangers had fought their way to a marketplace 3 kilometers away, where the number of zombies exceeded 200,000. Those doppelgangers had at least been armed. Now, the hotel was nearly stripped of anything that could serve as a weapon. To confront a horde of that magnitude with unarmed doppelgangers, managing to fend off 5 zombies at a time would be a monumental feat. It was impossible to tackle a mass of 100,000, even if he summoned all his doppelgangers for the day, unless he resorted to his trump card. Where are your parents located? How far is it from here? Despite everything, Gu Feng was eager to ascertain the distance. They work at an electronics factory. 9 kilometers away from here, Su Lingxi replied, her tearful eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, she would be disappointed. I'm sorry, but a distance of 9 kilometers poses too high a risk. I am not yet at the point where I would endanger myself for the sake of a girl I have just met. Gu Feng slowly lifted his hand, pressing down on her grip on his clothing, then turned to address the others. Allow me to inform you that less than 3 kilometers from here lies a night market, where at least 200,000 zombies are amassed. They are densely packed, and the streets and alleys stretch into an endless void. This area can be considered somewhat suburban, featuring tourist attractions, a film city, and even a university. Last night, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when my doppelganger ventured out, it was pursued by tens of thousands of zombies from several streets nearby. Do you wonder why there aren't many zombies outside now? It is because my doppelganger created such a commotion while cutting through this area that it drew the zombies away. For those of you who are bold enough, you might dare to walk up this road to verify whether I speak the truth. Moreover, on my way here, I also dealt with a few zombies that had transformed from cats and dogs. If even pets can become zombies, it nearly implies that all mammals could potentially be turned. Can you fathom such numbers? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, some among them had heard the tremendous noise last night. Hundreds of zombies in the mall were at least halved. Furthermore, if truly no mammals could escape, the danger would escalate significantly. Su Lingxi slumped to the ground, unable to suppress her sobs. So, is there truly no way out? Gu Feng sighed softly, acknowledging that, at this moment, there was no solution. However, perhaps in a month, I might have an answer. If your parents can endure for a month, I may be able to attempt something then. A month? The girl lifted her gaze slightly to meet Gu Feng's eyes, searching for sincerity. Who knows? Gu Feng replied, his expression impassive. He had initially thought himself fortunate to have acquired the immortal mode and the Thousand Birds Flow, unaware that the pinnacle was the permanent inheritance card and the permanent character card. The former allows one to inherit all abilities and attributes of a character from another realm, while the latter enables the summoning of a character to serve permanently. As it happens, he seemed to possess a permanent inheritance card for Haruno Sakura, which, when utilized, would grant him all the abilities of Sakura from Naruto, presumably including superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, it was exclusively for female use. Gu Feng was wary of bestowing such power upon others unless he had complete trust. The risk of being abandoned or betrayed was far too great. Very well. I shall inform them to find a place to hide and endure for a month. The girl wiped her tears, her voice trembling. Although she was uncertain whether Gu Feng was deceiving her, the prospect of hope, however fragile, was worth believing in until it shattered. She stood up and positioned herself behind Gu Feng, standing alongside Su Wenjing. Seeing Su Lingxi in distress, Su Wenjing gently patted her back and offered a few soothing words. As time passed, the vehicles had already made their 3rd round, effectively clearing out the supplies from the supermarket shelves in the mall. According to the information relayed by the doppelgangers, the hotel's food storage had been full, and now these supplies had filled even the backup warehouses. Yet, the doppelgangers continued to transport more, taking advantage of the current safety to move additional necessities. Disregarding the supplies within the supermarket for the moment, one must at least remove the backup generators and solar power items from the premises. It would also be prudent to test any water filtration devices available. If they fail to purify the zombie virus, we may have to sacrifice a clone. Chapter 18. I do not wish to be wronged as 5 vehicles shuttled back and forth. The clock struck 6 in the evening. According to the rules I had established for the hotel, it was time to dine. However, due to numerous pressing matters, I could not yet partake. I would simply reward them with extra meals later on. Perishable items such as fruits and vegetables from the supermarket should be consumed quickly, while seeds should be preserved for future planting. Any items that cannot be stored for long can be placed in the refrigerators transported from the supermarket. Even though the hotel already boasts several, these 200 clones were thoroughly infiltrating the entire shopping mall. They took whatever caught their eye from the kitchens, warehouses, and shelves of every store. After all, who could refuse a zero-cost acquisition? It must be noted that the restaurants and supermarket shelves were replete with knives and sharp metal implements. If each clone wielded a weapon, we could easily assemble a force of over 1,000 individuals, enough to potentially vanquish 100,000 zombies. Perhaps we need not wait an entire month. If Gufeng dispatched clones daily to eliminate zombies, the surrounding area would undoubtedly be cleared within a month. The first floor of the mall housed various clothing stores, McDonald's, and tea shops, while the basement featured gold, silver, and jewelry. Although these treasures have little value in the apocalypse, selecting a few appealing pieces for adornment would not be amiss. Some astute clones even procured several designer garments, for what the main body wears is akin to what they don. Seeing Gufeng's clones nearly deplete the mall of all usable items, a young man stepped forward in discontent, stating, "Hey, although we appreciate your abilities in driving away the zombies, you cannot just take everything from here. This mall does not belong to you." Gufeng paused, turning to the young man with a bemused smile. "But this mall does not belong to you either, does it? But how are we supposed to survive if you do this?" The young man retorted defiantly. "So, you desire me to be more generous towards you? To share with you all?" Gufeng's brow twitched. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. "Generosity? Does your implication suggest that withholding my complete acquisition equates to charity? You have taken so much without consulting the shop owners. Do you consider this theft or robbery? To distribute stolen goods and label it as charity? Have you lost your mind?" A woman in her 20s pointed at Gufeng and scolded him. A smirk danced upon Gufeng's lips. "The last person to speak to me in such a manner either found themselves expelled from my safe haven or was treated to a bullet. Pray tell, which option would you prefer?" The woman scoffed dismissively. "You, standing at barely 1 meter and 80 centimeters, with an appearance that lacks charm. What do you think gives you the right to act as you please, dismissing the law? Allow me to inform you that my boyfriend is a Martian. Should you dare to harm me, prepare for an arrest by the International Federation." Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air, silencing the scene, leaving only the sound of shell casings clattering to the floor. The noise was incessant, causing my ears to ache. What did she just say? A Martian? That's quite a valuable asset, especially with so much cotton yet to be harvested. Hee hee, ah ha ha ha. Gufeng could not suppress his tears of laughter. The sound fell upon the ears of the crowd like the whispers of a demon. "Ah!" Someone screamed and dashed outside, panic quickly spreading among the survivors in the mall. "Here we go again. Hee hee, a Martian, you've truly made me laugh." Gufeng wiped the tears from his eyes. Observing 2 or 3 people frantically fleeing towards the exit, he silently secured the insurance and tucked the pistol back into his pocket. Turning to Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi, he said, "If you're frightened, feel free to leave. I will not stop you." Su Wenjing, who had just moments ago regarded Gufeng as a good person, now wore a fearful expression, her hands trembling slightly. She had instigated this. She deserved it. While Su Lingxi also trembled, she did not exhibit the same level of fear as Su Wenjing. "I will not leave. You promised to help save my parents." Gufeng smiled gently, ruffling Su Lingxi's hair, then turned to the remaining survivors and exclaimed, "Indeed. You all heard it. She insulted me first. I am not one to endure humiliation. Hence I dealt with her accordingly. Do you find this unjust?" Seeing the crowd remain silent, Gufeng's smile widened. "Let me remind you, we are in a world overrun by zombies, not a stable and peaceful society. I am not a mindless killer. If you have grievances, you may either leave or speak to me respectfully. I will listen. However, should you choose to provoke me, I assure you, I will not tolerate it." With that, Gufeng returned to his previous position. The survivors broke into a cold sweat, none daring to utter a word. Each harbored their own private thoughts. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, they were far from despair, and naturally, no one contemplated following anyone or adhering to authority. However, from the perspective of a reincarnator in some corner of this world, he was aware that in the future, many survivor teams and even bases would form. But this would only occur after the military had triumphed amidst the chaos. In the early stages, conventional weapons would dominate the zombies. However, as time progressed, many would evolve to withstand such attacks, leaving humanity unable to survive. The looting continued unabated. The stock in mobile phone and computer stores had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving nothing behind, akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. Gu Feng left behind over 30 pounds of snacks and food for the survivors remaining in the mall. This served as his final act of mercy. These provisions would likely sustain the 30 individuals for a mere 2 days, after which their fate would be theirs to determine. Who would willingly accept the role of a subordinate or laborer without experiencing the harsh trials of the apocalypse? It is a matter of survival, with each person prioritizing their own existence. As trucks laden with goods returned, the sky gradually darkened. At night, the movements of the zombies would become increasingly frequent. Given the commotion caused in the mall, it was probable that many would be drawn to the area that evening. The remaining items were regarded as worthless refuse, discarded without a second thought. Having just taken a life, Gu Feng not only instilled fear in the survivors within the mall but also intimidated the 2 eager drivers. Summoning the 2 girls who wished to accompany him, he departed with all of his shadow clones. The short distance of just over a kilometer would take only a few minutes to traverse on foot. Although he could have left some shadow clones behind to secure the front lines and protect the items he could not carry, the thought of indirectly safeguarding a group of self-important survivors, oblivious to their own precarious situation, filled Gu Feng with discomfort. Thus, he chose to abandon the mall entirely. If these individuals were fortunate, they might survive an additional 2 days. If not, with zombies potentially approaching tonight, their fate would remain uncertain. Chapter 19. Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi. As Gu Feng and his entourage departed in grand fashion, the mall fell eerily silent, leaving only an emptiness behind. One girl suddenly felt as if she had lost a vital source of security, a chill enveloping her. The darkness settled in, and fear gripped her heart. Had she known, she would have followed that young man. Indeed, would those zombies return? She shuddered at the thought of being devoured. Shall we go after him? If we hurry, we might still catch up. With my amiable disposition, I certainly wouldn't scold him. Then let us go quickly while we still have a chance. Several girls whispered among themselves, suddenly engulfed in regret, and began to chase after the departing vehicle. They were university students from the opposite campus and were well aware of the location of the Wenyang Hotel. Observing the 3 female students leave, a few servers and male students began to converse. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, where everyone aspired to be the one with authority, how could they easily submit to others? While some women exhibited a tendency to cling to others, the men felt compelled to assert themselves. Just as the 3 female students departed, 2 more female servers, also from the neighboring university, left as well, seeking to earn some extra money by working part-time during the evening when classes were not in session. They were unwilling to endure the horrors they had experienced the previous night, having witnessed classmates transformed into zombies, some mutated unexpectedly, others bitten before they could flee. Their resolve was to survive. In total, 7 girls had left, leaving 29 survivors in the mall, of whom 20 were men. Wenyang Hotel. When Gu Feng returned with the final batch of goods, it was already 7:30 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the sky. As the call for dinner was long overdue, many curious individuals descended to investigate the situation, only to learn that the dominant figure of the hotel had ventured to the neighboring mall for supplies. This revelation brought a sense of quiet joy to the crowd. Perhaps having such a person around was indeed a blessing, sparing them the peril of seeking sustenance outside. The offloaded supplies quickly filled the warehouse on the first floor and began to overflow into the second. Upon Gu Feng's return to the hotel, he was greeted by over 60 survivors, with at least 50 lending a hand, while more than 20 shadow clones busied themselves with tasks. The remaining drivers and security personnel were diligently fulfilling their roles, while some others, reluctant to engage in such arduous labor, remained holed up in their rooms. Seeing the multitude gathered at Gu Feng's safe haven, Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi felt their tense hearts suddenly ease. After all, how could a man known for his ruthless ways shelter so many? Not to mention, the unity displayed in their willingness to assist was remarkable. Wait, is that Lu Tianxian? Goodness, even the celestial sister has taken refuge in Gu Feng's sanctuary. Yet, Gu Feng was, after all, a man and residing under someone else's roof. Perhaps he had already offered up something of great value. The 2 girls, their minds swirling with thoughts, watched the bustling crowd, uncertain whether to join in. Soon, the 200 shadow clones of Gu Feng returned to assist, and within mere minutes, all the supplies were relocated. The drivers, having parked their vehicles, ascended from the basement, ready for Gu Feng to signal dinner. Observing everyone's industriousness, Gu Feng waved his hand and declared that those who had been busy could select their meals from the warehouse, taking as much as they could carry. Any leftovers could be kept, and they were free to choose whatever they desired. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Form a line. No rushing. Each person only gets one chance. How much you gather is up to you. Noting the exhilaration etched on everyone's faces, Gu Feng offered a reminder while dispatching a clone to maintain order. Most individuals opted for bottled water, drinking water, self-heating pots, instant noodles, and sausages, items that could satiate their hunger. After all, Gu Feng had previously instituted a rule limiting daily water and electricity supply. Going without water was simply untenable. Seeing Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi remain still, Gu Feng sent 2 clones to fetch 4 self-heating pots. Is this sufficient? 2 pots each. He inquired blandly as he handed them over. The 2 girls nodded appreciatively. That's enough. Thank you. Another clone presented them with a room card for a luxurious single room on the 27th floor. This is your room card. You shall reside here from now on. Gu Feng stated nonchalantly. A single room for the 2 of us? Su Wenjing chuckled awkwardly, gesturing towards Su Lingxi beside her. Rest assured. The bed is large enough to accommodate 2, Gu Feng replied with a slight smile. It is not that issue, rather. It is my snoring at night that might cause some disturbance. Su Wenjing awkwardly scratched her head. Rest assured, I hold no disdain for you. Just don't look down upon me, Su Lingxi replied with a gentle smile. Huh? Disdain you for what? Su Wenjing inquired, puzzled. You will understand in due time. Su Lingxi murmured, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, the shadow clone stationed at the entrance relayed a message. 5 survivors had arrived from the mall. Gu Feng was taken aback. They actually came? They didn't follow earlier, and now that they've backed out, they regret it. Gu Feng found himself at a loss. Should he take them in? Was it truly necessary? The system hadn't tasked him with being a savior, but rather with vanquishing a formidable foe 3 years hence. Although he was not obligated to play the role of a savior, he didn't wish to appear heartless either. After some contemplation, Gu Feng decided to personally investigate who had arrived. Before long, he reached the hotel entrance, which was barricaded with stones, tables, and various appliances. Even the windows were covered with paper to prevent the undead from gazing inside. The 5 female survivors had already been let in by the shadow clone, as there was no concern about them being turned away. Upon seeing the shadow clone guarding the door, which was also a manifestation of Gu Feng from the mall, the survivors couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this superpowered individual. Perhaps accompanying him had indeed been the wisest choice. You 5. Weren't you quite aloof just a moment ago? Why have you come trailing after me so soon? Gu Feng approached, accompanied by Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi. Upon noticing the 2 girls behind him, the survivors quickly surmised that this must be the original Gu Feng. They immediately bowed in apology. We are sorry, young Master Gu. We were mistaken earlier. I saw that no one reacted, so I followed the crowd. Now I see clearly, and I will heed your guidance. One of the girls spoke first. Yes, it was simply too chaotic with so many people. My mind was muddled. We've all come to our senses now. Another girl chimed in eagerly. Really? Is that the consensus among you all? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I think the same way, replied a girl who had been scrutinized by Gu Feng's gaze. Very well, remember your words from today. If I ever struggle to rally you, I won't hesitate to use force to motivate you. Gu Feng waved his hand. Given that you have just arrived and contributed no value to this base yet, each of you will now receive a bowl of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of water. The cafeteria has hot water for your noodles. After you've eaten, proceed to the 2nd floor hall to find a place to rest. Once you contribute value, I shall provide you with room cards. Mealtimes will be posted at the cafeteria entrance. Feel free to check if you are uncertain. That is all for now. Go collect your dinner. For tomorrow's offerings will be less generous. Upon hearing this, the 5 girls expressed their gratitude with another bow before entering the hotel and joining the line of people. Boss, you do love to chatter, one remarked. Su Wenjing cast a glance at the 5 departing survivors and couldn't help but utter a remark. Good morning. Huh? Is that so? I shall be more mindful in the future, Gu Feng chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi were taken aback. Could he truly be so receptive to advice? As the sky outside grew increasingly dim, Gu Feng, adhering to his principle of frugality, instructed the 250 shadow clones to explore a different path. Among them, 100 clones with the highest chakra reserves wielded the least effective and low-damage items as makeshift weapons for self-defense. Within the hotel, 8 shadow clones were busy gathering chakra. And since it was past midnight, he would soon be able to utilize 10 more clones free of charge. Those clones, being in sage mode, could not return natural chakra to the original body upon destruction. Thus, it was wiser to use them all rather than let them go to waste. Shadow clones rely on chakra for their existence. Once their chakra is depleted or they fail to receive energy replenishment for an extended period, they vanish. Consequently, Gu Feng activated 5 of his regular clones stored in the hotel. This left only 3 clones remaining in the hotel room, totaling 4 available for energy reserves when combined with the 1 from the previous inn. These regular clones had absorbed a sufficient amount of natural chakra, allowing them to persist without dissipating in the short term. The 5 clones within the hotel room had gathered enough natural chakra to support Gu Feng in deploying 800 Sage Mode Shadow clones. Each of these 800 clones was equipped with a weapon. Whether it be a useless wooden stick or household items like chairs and tables, anything deemed unnecessary in the current hotel context was repurposed as a weapon. This served a dual purpose. Firstly, to deliver substantial blows to the first zombies encountered, conserving energy for the shadow clones. Secondly, to clear away unnecessary debris, thereby freeing up more space. Gu Feng felt a sense of pride in his cleverness. Additionally, some clones acquired knives and sharp weapons from the nearby market, bolstering their combat effectiveness. With 800 clones and an additional 250 spawned from the market, Gu Feng commanded a total of 1,050 clones. They advanced along the path leading from the film studio and another fork in the road, passing by the small inn where Gu Feng had previously stationed 10 clones, and then onward to unfamiliar streets. After all, he had been in this world for barely 2 days. As the thousands of clones traversed the roads, they mercilessly slaughtered any zombies encountered, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. By dawn, as the clones began to fall and relay information back, Gu Feng learned that the 550 clones that took the alternate route had advanced a full 5 kilometers, decimating an uncountable number of zombies, at least 20 to 30,000. Ultimately, the cacophony of slaughter attracted more zombies, culminating in a tide that overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, the 500 clones advancing along the film studio route dealt with any zombie dogs encountered along the roadside with equal ferocity. As they advanced towards the film city, they still had a kilometer to traverse, where the hordes of zombies had congregated. Upon awakening the next morning, Gu Feng casually activated his complementary doppelganger for the day. However, this time there was no need to scatter across various rooms. That would be cumbersome. He simply settled down in an empty space within the presidential suite number 1. After utilizing the 10 free doppelgangers for the day, Gu Feng proceeded to freshen up and donned a new outfit. Fortunately, he had pilfered a considerable amount of clothing from the mall the previous day, leaving him momentarily indecisive about which ensemble to wear. Just as he stepped out, he noticed the door to the second presidential suite across the hall was ajar, revealing Lu Chanqian, who stood there in simple attire, waiting. It was perplexing which woman inside could possibly take so long to come down for breakfast during the apocalypse. Good morning. Gu Feng greeted Lu Chanqian with a friendly nod. She appeared somewhat taken aback. Was it truly necessary for him to act so graciously? He possessed the power to claim any woman in this hotel, yet here he was, exuding an air of politeness. If one were to accuse him of being lecherous, they could point to his lingering gazes at several young women in the establishment, even granting 2 delicate models their own room, evidently concerned for their comfort. It seemed as though this man was engaging in a game, creating a stark contrast after allowing everyone to grow accustomed to the security of his protection. If that were the case, it could lead to untold chaos. Perhaps it would be simpler to be forthright, considering they had no alternatives. Lu Chanqian hoped she was not overthinking things. Returning a smile, she said, "Good morning, Boss Gu." Casting a glance into the room, Gu Feng remarked, "As for breakfast, my doppelgangers are stationed at the granary and cafeteria. If you forgot to grab anything, you can always collect it today." "Oh, thank you," Lu Chanqian replied appreciatively, her face lighting up with a smile. Gu Feng gazed upon her visage and form, suddenly feeling a flutter in his chest. He took 2 steps closer, leaning in to say, "Call me dear." Lu Chanqian froze momentarily, her face inching closer to Gu Feng's. Dear is a term of endearment reserved for intimate companions. Are you suggesting I address you this way with intentions of claiming me? Gu Feng swallowed hard. But you are not doing this willingly. How do you know I'm not? She countered. Does it truly matter? In this situation, we all rely on you to survive here. Since you've taken a liking to me, why pretend to be hesitant? Their faces were nearly touching, his breath brushing against Gu Feng's neck, creating a warm sensation. Unconsciously, Gu Feng's hand reached out, and just as it rested on Lu Chanqian's waist, they were unexpectedly interrupted by Jiang Sanin, Lu Yin, Wu Xiaojie, and a female makeup artist who had just emerged together. Gu Feng cast a glance at the group, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. Despite being in a different world, in the midst of an apocalypse, and possessing extraordinary abilities, why did he still feel a flicker of moral restraint? In such a setting, Gu Feng found himself momentarily ensnared by a sense of awkwardness. Perhaps he had not entirely embraced the persona of a dominator in this apocalyptic realm. Yet the fact remained that he had taken lives, a truth that irrevocably shaped the perceptions others held of him. With a soft sigh, Gu Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand and whispered a few words into Lu Qianqian's ear. I was almost ensnared by you. Truly, you are a goddess among mortals. However, there is no need for such theatrics. After speaking, Gu Feng forced a smile, offering a slight nod to the four individuals behind Lu Qianqian before turning to depart. Ah, I knew it. How could Lord Gu provide Qianqian with such favorable conditions? Even a fan would not be so generous. It seems he seeks to win her affection. Jiang Sandan observed, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Perhaps, Qianqian, you should keep him dangling. The unattainable is often the most desirable. And he would surely do anything for you in the end. In this timeline, the term simp had yet to emerge. I am aware you harbor discontent towards me. There is no need for such sarcastic remarks. If you dislike my company, you are free to leave at any moment, Lu Qianqian retorted, casting a displeased glance at Jiang Sandan. Not at all, Jiang Sandan stammered, unable to meet Lu Qianqian's gaze. Oh, by the way, Lu Qianqian sneered. If you desire such treatment, perhaps you should offer yourself instead. After all, compared to that aging director, a young man holds far greater appeal. You, Jiang Sandan, incensed, quickly regained her composure, retreating behind Lu Yin with an expression of feigned grievance. At this juncture, Lu Yin opted to play the peacemaker. Though Lu Qianqian had exposed a truth about her, it remained unarguable that the path to gaining a superior status within this secure base lay in earning Gu Feng's trust. The most effective means of securing such trust was to win him over, thereafter. Traversing the floors or wielding influence would be effortlessly safeguarded by Gu Feng's presence. Who could possibly challenge her? Chapter 21. A leisurely morning with this thought in mind. Jiang Sandan cast a furtive glance towards room 1 of the president across the hall. Since you, Lu Qianqian, do not cherish this opportunity, do not fault me for seizing it instead. She needed to act swiftly before any irrevocable rift formed with Lu Qianqian. Otherwise, should that insufferable woman turn against her? How could a prominent star like herself consort with a mere throng of attendants? This marked the second morning following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse and the third day since Gu Feng had arrived in this world. Having gathered a sufficient supply of resources the previous night, today and for the ensuing month, he would need only to manage his time wisely, sparing himself from further excursions. His sole task now was to exhaust his daily quota of free shadow clones, harnessing them to cultivate natural chakra. After all, the initial strength of these free clones was on par with Gu Feng's unembellished form. Despite having honed his abilities through 2 days of combat, he remained fundamentally human. And without chakra, his clones could not even perform the basic technique of Thousand Birds. The purpose of the 10 shadow clones is to assist Gu Feng in amassing natural chakra in advance, enabling him to revel freely when faced with peril. Upon reaching the 27th floor and recalling that Su Lingxi and Su Wenjing were stationed there, Gu Feng contemplated visiting them. As he approached Su Lingxi's room, he noticed the sage shadow clones meditating at the ends of the corridor, replenishing their chakra. Since Gu Feng's physical form was not in sage mode, he could not communicate through the harmonious flow of natural energy, so he decided to inquire directly. Upon recognizing Gu Feng, the shadow clone promptly informed him that Su Lingxi and Su Wenjing had not left the room. The arrangement of 2 clones per floor not only ensured that no one dared to cause trouble, but also provided a safeguard against any unforeseen zombie incursions into the hotel, of which Gu Feng remained blissfully unaware. Should a shadow clone be defeated, all memories and battle experiences would be relayed back to the original. Having received the information, Gu Feng felt a slight nervousness as he rubbed his hands together, attributing it to his prolonged singleness, which had yet to dissipate his bashful nature when knocking on a girl's door. After pressing the doorbell, it was not long before the door swung open. Upon seeing Gu Feng, the weary Su Wenjing greeted him weakly. Good morning, boss. Is this your first time staying in a hotel? Did you not sleep well? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. You'll know when you come in, Su Wenjing replied quietly as she turned to enter. Curiosity piqued, Gu Feng followed her inside, only to be met with an overwhelming odor that assaulted his senses. In that instant, he understood. However, for someone who had endured numerous experiences with smelly roommates in various dormitories throughout his school years and into his professional life, it was hardly unbearable. Upon entering, he saw Su Lingxi energetically tidying up her bed. Upon noticing Gu Feng, she expressed surprise. Brother Gu, your outfit looks really nice. Oh, am I being complimented as soon as I step in? Gu Feng's spirits lifted instantly. It seems you slept well last night. She slept well, but I did not. Su Wenjing lamented. Is it because of the odor? Gu Feng asked candidly. Exactly. I told her to put her shoes and socks in the bathroom, but she refused, claiming they were a birthday gift from her mother for her 21st birthday. She won't even wash the socks. I can't take it anymore. Su Wenjing exclaimed in frustration. What can I do? I don't have any extra socks. I left my clothes in the dormitory. Besides, I washed my feet last night. And you still insist on saying they stink, Su Lingxi pouted. I don't know if your feet are clean, but the shoes are definitely not fresh, Su Wenjing replied, shaking her head in despair. Having gathered the context, Gu Feng chuckled. Wenjing, I have a task for you. If you perform well, I will give you the room next door. Su Wenjing's spirits lifted instantly. Boss, whatever the task is, I will absolutely complete it. The hotel's regulations stipulate that rewards in the form of rooms and meals are allocated based on the varying contributions of each individual. However, I have struggled to ascertain the duration and intensity of labor exerted by different individuals. Perhaps you could devise an algorithm. Or if you perceive any flaws in this labor-based reward system, I would appreciate your insights. Gu Feng retrieved a notebook from his jacket pocket and handed it to Su Wenjing. Upon receiving it, Su Wenjing suddenly smiled and remarked, Boss, your system inherently exhibits unfairness. Oh, have you already identified a problem? Gu Feng responded with delight. Boss, this system seems to apply only to others. Although Lu Tianxin is indeed beautiful, she is also the boss's wife. Why should she receive better food and accommodations than the rest of us? Moreover, you have treated us with special consideration as newcomers. Are you aspiring to be the emperor of this establishment? Su Wenjing's fingers tapped together, her voice dwindling to a whisper, and by the end, she dared not meet Gu Feng's gaze, fearing his displeasure. Cough, cough. This is an adult matter. You children ought to refrain from meddling. Even if I wish to become the emperor of this hotel, what would you do about it? Gu Feng said, lifting Su Wenjing's chin with his finger. If I were to suddenly succumb to my primal instincts, who do you think could assist you? Su Wenjing's breathing quickened. B-boss, please calm down. I was merely jesting. Maintain that childlike innocence of yours. In the future, should similar thoughts arise, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall pardon you. Gu Feng said with a meaningful smile as he lowered his hand. With a more serious demeanor, Gu Feng turned, dramatically gesturing towards the ceiling. With sufficient strength. What does it mean to be the emperor of this hotel? When I conquer vast territories, even if I were to become the emperor of the world, who would dare oppose me? Without my presence, this hotel would not enjoy its current stability, nor would you two be here unharmed. Perhaps just last night, someone perished in a zombie attack. Even if one were to survive by chance, for how long could they endure without food or water? 1 week? A month? After speaking, Gu Feng turned back to Su Wenjing. Now, do you believe being the emperor of a hotel is sufficient? Captivated by Gu Feng's earlier commanding presence, Su Wenjing nodded vigorously. Gu Feng smiled with satisfaction, gently ruffling her hair. Get back to work, and if anything else comes to mind, feel free to share. All right, Su Wenjing said, puffing out her cheeks as she began to gather her belongings. Gu Feng then shifted his focus to Su Lingxi. A dancer? Su Lingxi nodded. Yes. How long have you practiced? Gu Feng inquired further. About 5 years, since high school, Su Lingxi replied. Oh, earlier you mentioned that your costumes were left at your school? Gu Feng brought up again. Yes, indeed. Both Su Wenjing and Su Lingxi exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with surprise as they looked at Gu Feng. What are you staring at me for? Do many of your classmates remain trapped at school? Gu Feng smiled. Yes. They chorused together. Chapter 22. The heartfelt concerns of Su Lingxi. Gu Feng chuckled softly, pointing directly at Su Lingxi, candidly stating, in this school, how many girls like you? So strikingly beautiful and with such an enviable figure, are there? Upon hearing Gu Feng's blunt words, Su Wenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Lingxi blushed slightly and replied, in my class, there might be 1 or 2. Especially my not-so-close roommate, Qin Yue, who is the second most beautiful girl in our vocational school, with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs. As she spoke, Su Lingxi glanced at Gu Feng and added, but, Brother Gu, she pretends to be aloof. I am far more obedient than she is. Come on, she may be pretending to be aloof at school, but you, the obedient girl, sneak out to the mall at midnight. Su Wenjing interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Are you out of your mind? Have I offended you? Aren't you the same? Su Lingxi retorted, visibly agitated. I only did that for a part-time job, Su Wenjing pouted dismissively. I went to the movies with my best friends. Out of our 6 roommates, 5 went, and only Qin Yue stayed behind. Isn't that pretentious? Su Lingxi expressed her dissatisfaction. So, why are you the only one left among those 5 roommates? Su Wenjing continued to challenge her. Are you crazy? They were all bitten by zombies. Are you satisfied now? Su Lingxi exclaimed before rushing out of the room, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Feng cast a glance at Su Wenjing and remarked, You two are truly incompatible housemates. With that, he hurried after Su Lingxi. Inside the room, only Su Wenjing remained, her face etched with regret. She realized she had spoken thoughtlessly, offending both Gu Feng and Su Lingxi. If she were to follow Gu Feng's instructions at work, she would likely alienate all the survivors in the hotel. Gu Feng emerged to find Su Lingxi crouched in a corner of the stairs, quietly sobbing. He approached her silently, offering his presence. After about a minute of weeping, Su Lingxi stood up, leaning against Gu Feng's shoulder, and pleaded, Brother Feng, can you save my parents? I would give my life for it. Seeing the tear-streaked face of Su Lingxi, Gu Feng's heart trembled. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he thought her extraordinarily beautiful, initially assuming she was a gold digger or merely accompanying a boyfriend to the movies. However, she continually shattered his preconceived notions. Gu Feng gently patted Su Lingxi's shoulder and promised, All right, I will help you. Give me one day, come to my room at this time tomorrow. Su Lingxi's body quivered in surprise. He agreed. Meeting Gu Feng's gaze, she tearfully whispered her gratitude. Soon after, it was time for most survivors to gather for breakfast. The morning provisions consisted of sweets, biscuits, and snacks that did not provide substantial satiety. After all, items that truly filled one up would be reserved for lunch or dinner distributions. In this apocalyptic world, Gu Feng's system was not equipped with an abundance of food and water. To acquire these supplies, one must venture outside. Despite the meager breakfast offerings, not a single survivor was willing to forego them. After all, every little bit counts. For those fortunate enough to have a room, life unfolds differently. However, for the survivors in the second-floor hall without accommodation, a moment's inattention could lead to theft by others. When that happens, who will they turn to for justice? It may be preferable to simply accept their fate. On days when no one ventures outside, the survivors generally adhere to the tasks assigned by Gu Feng. Those without work remain in the second-floor hall, awaiting mealtime, while the more energetic might peer out the window at the stairwell to observe the outside world. The hotel's power relies on solar energy, and as yet, the entire city has not succumbed to a blackout, suggesting that the power station has not sustained severe damage. However, if left unattended, it is only a matter of time before the city faces a complete power outage. As for the groundwater, it remains usable for the time being, supplemented by several water storage tanks in the backyard and basement. Should the water supply cease, we can only hope to provide drinking water, as bathing will be out of the question. A monotonous day thus unfolds, characterized by meals, idle contemplation, sleep, and then a repeat of meals, contemplation, and sleep, with occasional light banter when energy allows. Rapidly, the hours slip away. At midnight, Gu Feng employs today's quota of 10 shadow clones. These clones settle in an empty room, meditating to gather natural chakra, while Gu Feng's true self retreats to his quarters to recuperate. 7 hours pass, marking the arrival of the 3rd day since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Gu Feng dons more robust protective clothing, wrapping bandages and makeshift armor around his arms. He instructs the shadow clones stationed at the hotel to procure 30 sharp blades from the knives found at the mall 2 days prior, consolidating them into a single backpack. This expedition is a private arrangement between Gu Feng and Su Lingxi, so he refrains from informing anyone else. There is no need. If more individuals were aware, how could they refuse the pleas of other survivors seeking to rescue their loved ones? To decline would invite resentment, and although Gu Feng is indifferent to such feelings, it is unnecessary. Should he agree to assist, the situation could spiral out of control. Who knows how many people are still alive? It would not be long before a few approached Gu Feng, begging for help along the way. Setting aside the issue of vehicle capacity at the hotel, the current supplies are barely sufficient to sustain over 70 individuals for 2 months. Perhaps in a month's time, Gu Feng could strengthen himself further through the system. But who can predict the extent of that enhancement? If it proves inadequate to confront the zombies, the next foray for supplies may necessitate a journey into more distant territories. Before long, Gu Feng is ready when the doorbell rings. He opens the door to find Su Lingxi standing there. still clad in the loose top and fitted pants she has worn for 2 days. Her long, dark hair is styled in a bun atop her head, resembling a large round dumpling. Strands of hair frame her face, tucked behind her ears, her expression a blend of anxiety and resolve. "Oh, you're here. I just finished packing," Gu Feng said as he turned back into the room to grab his backpack. Upon witnessing Gu Feng's earnest preparations, Su Lingxi trembled slightly and approached him, pressing her delicate lips against his cheek. Standing at 1.75 meters, Gu Feng was nearly the same height as Su Lingxi, who measured 1.72 meters. And neither needed to tiptoe. "Thank you. Regardless of the outcome this time, I will always belong to you," Su Lingxi said, her eyes misty. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of emotions. He had long envisioned Lu Tianxian, his dream woman for a decade, yet here he was, captivated by this girl. With a faint smile, Gu Feng handed her a second backpack filled with bread, cookies, water, and a few bottles of drinks. "This journey is just for the two of us. This is our supply for the trip, so make sure to carry it well." Accepting the backpack with a gentle smile, Su Lingxi replied, "Of course. Let us go." Gu Feng also slung on a backpack filled with weapons. Upon exiting the room, the door closed behind them as Gu Feng twirled a set of car keys in his hand. They took the elevator down to the basement level, where Gu Feng selected a rather impressive sports car, the Ma Bao. Chapter 23. Entering the city, encountering the zombie horde as the Ma Bao roared to life. The shadow clone stationed at the underground garage gate swiftly opened the door, having already received orders. All zombies within a kilometer radius of the hotel had been cleared. The underground garage housed no fewer than 100 vehicles. The 5 survivors capable of driving each received 3 cars, while the remaining keys were kept securely by Gu Feng. Given his own driving skills, he had refrained from using all the vehicles to create a natural barrier. If they could be of use, he intended to save them for future escapades. Imagine the thrill of hundreds of clones driving hundreds of cars, crashing into zombies. As soon as the car exited the hotel parking lot, Gu Feng's shadow transformed into a crimson hue. Meanwhile, the clone that had been guarding the small and sat down to gather natural energy once the 9 clones had been exhausted. Now, it was time for it to fulfill its final purpose. The last clone dissipated into white smoke. Based on the information relayed by the clones 2 days prior, Gu Feng skillfully navigated around the areas with the highest zombie concentration and set off down another route. Their first journey had commenced, with a destination 9 kilometers away. At a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they covered 2 kilometers in less than 2 minutes. The roar of the engine promptly attracted the attention of the zombies within the city. Though their eyesight may not have been keen, they were acutely sensitive to sound. Gradually, thousands of zombies surged from both sides of the road, eventually accumulating to tens of thousands, following Gu Feng's Ma Bao like a relentless tide. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Lingxi watched as zombies poured out from all directions, her fists clenched tightly. Is this what the streets of the apocalypse look like? Indeed. Venturing far from home is fraught with peril, yet this man resolutely pressed on. Casting a glance at Gu Feng's profile, Su Lingxi suppressed the trepidation swelling within her. "Brother Gu, it was my suggestion to embark on this journey, and I misjudged the situation with undue optimism. Should danger arise, you must flee without concern for me. I cannot allow my selfishness to endanger you," Su Lingxi stated earnestly. Gu Feng briefly glanced at Su Lingxi before averting his gaze, his brow furrowing as he pressed the accelerator a tad harder. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the vehicle, causing it to jolt violently as the front was dented by the impact. Startled, Su Lingxi shivered. "It's nothing. We merely collided with a few groups of zombies reveling on the road," Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Hold on tight." With that, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and tapped the brakes. The vehicle careened around a sharp bend, skillfully avoiding a heap of abandoned cars cluttering the city street. The wreckage, a remnant of the night the zombie outbreak erupted, bore witness to the chaos as drivers transformed into the undead collided with those still attempting to escape. However, the sound of their speeding vehicle was far from subtle, instantly drawing the attention of nearby hordes of zombies, who began to swarm in relentless waves. In the span of a mere kilometer, tens of thousands of zombies amassed. By the time they reached the next intersection, the pursuing throng could easily surpass 100,000. At a speed of 100 yards, Gu Feng collided with several zombies. Gritting his teeth, he noticed a disconcerting sight ahead. Zombies seemingly in a stupor stood scattered along the highway, while a stretch of road was densely packed with hundreds more. No matter the force of their vehicle, crashing into 100 would surely result in being halted, and soon they would find themselves surrounded, with no escape in sight. With a frustrated sigh, Gu Feng pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt stop. employing the technique of shadow clones. He conjured 150 duplicates that charged headlong into the throng of zombies obstructing their path. Behind them, the relentless pursuit of tens of thousands of zombies continued unabated, a seemingly endless tide that might well exceed 200,000. The sensation mirrored that of the earlier encounter when the shadow clones had been engulfed by the horde. However, if the main body could not escape, all would be lost. Had he perhaps been overly confident? Gu Feng had not fully grasped the sheer magnitude of the city's zombie population until now. As he surveyed the 2-kilometer stretch of road behind him, the sight was overwhelming, teeming with undead, and he had no idea how many more lurked at the intersection ahead. Not only was the rear densely populated, but thousands of zombies were also steadily advancing from the front. Even hundreds could halt their vehicle, let alone thousands, making passage impossible. "Get out," Gu Feng shouted, leaping from the vehicle. Su Lingxi, belatedly comprehending the gravity of the situation, followed suit. "Do not worry, I will not abandon you," Gu Feng assured, grasping Su Lingxi's hand as they sprinted towards the nearby residential buildings. The front door was securely locked, but with a swift kick, he forced it open. 150 shadow clones fought valiantly against tens of thousands of zombies to provide cover for the main body to escape, armed only with their bare hands. Each clone executed 3 Chidori attacks, exhausting their chakra reserves before engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the undead. The main body, clad in thick clothing and protected by armor, allowed the clones to share similar protection, though they lacked weapons and backpacks. Nevertheless, each clone achieved an impressive feat, eliminating over 1,000 zombies and buying precious time for the main body's escape. With Su Lingxi in tow, Gu Feng ascended a residential building, utilizing the dwindling natural chakra to create 20 more clones, 10 of which defended the staircase while the remaining 10 forged ahead. By midnight, Gu Feng still had a full 20 clones at his disposal. While the notion of utilizing them all to confront the encroaching horde of over 200,000 zombies was tempting, it would deplete his reserves completely. In the heart of the city, he would be left with 2 choices, either to hide or to employ his ultimate trump card, the 4th Hokage experience card. Neither option appealed to him, so he resolved to seek refuge first, as the 150 clones fought fiercely to guard the entrance. The 10 clones positioned at the rear prepared to cover their retreat while the 10 leading clones pressed forward. Previously, the last 3 clones scattered throughout the hotel had exhausted their chakra, prompting Gu Feng to summon one of them. The building stood 5 stories tall, and with the assistance of the 10 clones, he swiftly reached the rooftop. Gazing at the view from the top, Gu Feng formed seals once more, summoning another 20 clones. He opened his backpack, distributing weapons to each of the newly summoned clones, instructing them, "You 20 will separate and run. If pursued by zombies, use your weapons to eliminate them, striving to eradicate as many as possible and lead your pursuers far away." The 20 clones nodded vigorously in agreement. Afterward, Gu Feng took Su Lingxi and dashed towards the balcony of the rooftop, where several top floors were interconnected. He led her to the rooftop of an adjacent building before descending. To ensure safety, he sent the 10 clones that had accompanied them down to scout ahead. As anticipated, during their descent, the 10 clones encountered zombies emerging from the stairwell, one of which pounced on a clone. Fortunately, they were united, and upon facing this emergency, the nearby clones quickly intervened, kicking the zombie aside. The 10 clones supported each other, clearing out the isolated zombies on the 5th and 4th floors. They then proceeded to the 3rd floor to eliminate the remaining undead. Who would have known that upon forcefully kicking open the door of a 3rd-floor residence, a swift arrow would come hurtling forth, piercing through the head of the shadow clone that had just breached the entrance? The group of shadow clones was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at their fallen comrade. With a resounding thud, the struck shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of white smoke as the arrow plummeted to the ground. The youth who had released the arrow stood there, bewildered. What was that? However, being an adept archer, he promptly reacted, swiftly retrieving an arrow from the quiver at his waist and knocking it to his bow. Upon surveying the scene, the shadow clones realized that the assailant appeared to be a youth of around 16 or 17 years of age. "Hey, stop. Look closely, we're not zombies," one of the shadow clones exclaimed. "Then what manner of creatures are you? Why do you all look identical, and upon being struck, you bleed not a drop? Simply vanishing into a wisp of smoke? It resembles the techniques of the land of Wa," the youth responded coldly, aiming his bow at one of the shadow clones. Indeed, it bore the hallmarks of a technique from the land of Wa, yet the practitioner was a citizen of Xia. "If you continue to act aggressively, I shall not hold back," Gu Feng stated calmly. One must acknowledge the youth's discernment and mental fortitude. He remained composed in the face of such an extraordinary situation. "You've damaged my door," the youth stated once more in a chilling tone. "Damn it. I will compensate you with a far better door later." One of the shadow clones replied, somewhat impatiently. After a moment of hesitation, the youth lowered his bow. "How did you manage to get in here with so many zombies gathered downstairs?" he inquired with curiosity. "We came from the rooftop," Gu Feng answered truthfully. "The rooftop? This is bad." The youth's expression shifted dramatically. "Do not worry, my clones have already secured the rooftop door, and I dispatched several clones to divert the zombies. It's likely that they will be drawn away in due time," Gu Feng reassured him with a smile. "That would be ideal, but you, my friend, have rendered my door unsafe," the youth remarked, stepping forward to retrieve the fallen arrows and placing them back into his quiver. Observing this, Gu Feng curiously inquired, "Do you possess any other hidden locations?" "None. However, we can conceal ourselves until the zombies depart. Alternatively, those zombies are sensitive to sound. If I attach explosives to my arrows, I can lure them away," the youth explained, glancing at the 7 or 8 shadow clones blocking the door. "So, until now, you refuse to reveal your true identity?" As soon as the youth finished speaking, Gu Feng, the original, squeezed through the entrance 3 seconds later, noticing the backpack he carried. The youth nodded slightly. "I am Gao Mingyuan, previously from Sioux City No. 3 High School." "And you?" Gu Feng smiled faintly, pleased to encounter someone who spoke to him on equal footing. "I am Gu Feng, a superpower wielder," he replied with a smile. "Isn't this supposed to be a technique from the land of Hua? How has it transformed into a superpower?" the youth questioned, perplexed. "Ah, indeed. The style bears a resemblance to the ninjutsu of the land of the rising sun. However, do you see any contemporary denizens of that land capable of employing such duplicity? It would not be an exaggeration to label it as a superpower." Gu Feng chuckled heartily. "You have a point," Gao Mingyuan said, contemplatively nodding. "Follow me," he added. Turning to open the door to the room behind him, Gu Feng surveyed the interior, which was adorned with an array of weapons, nunchaku, staffs, swords, and various bladed instruments. "Do not mind me. I have been practicing martial arts since childhood and have developed a penchant for collecting these weapons for training," Gao Mingyuan remarked nonchalantly, casually drawing a sword from its sheath. The blade glimmered subtly, and Gu Feng could not help but smile. It was indeed a weapon forged from metal. "This young man possesses some skill. Is it just you in this house?" Gu Feng inquired with curiosity. Gao Mingyuan sheathed the sword, his gaze turning somber. "I have an elder brother and my parents, but they have all mutated. I apologize." Gu Feng's smile faded. "It is nothing. In such circumstances, who can predict how long one might survive? What difference does it make between dying sooner or later? However, before that time comes, I intend to enjoy life to the fullest, utilizing all my knowledge and skills to battle the undead before my demise." The youth offered a faint smile as he casually returned the sheathed sword to its rack. "Ah, still harboring a youthful delusion, I see. If you wish to slay more zombies, you can accompany me in the future," Gu Feng said, extending his hand with a gentle smile. Gao Mingyuan turned to face Gu Feng. "In a world such as this, what difference would it make to join you? What significance does slaying more zombies hold? When the time comes, how many humans will remain? What will become of the former glory of the blue planet, and to what extent will human civilization crumble? Living to witness that solitary fate seems utterly meaningless," he remarked with a slight, derisive smile. "You speak true words. Thus, I have established a secure base. I believe that soon, as the military regains its footing, they too will commence the establishment of survivor bases. Zombies cannot reproduce. As long as we continue to slay them and expand the perimeter of our safe haven, humanity will ultimately reclaim this world," Gu Feng encouraged. "You seem older than your years, yet your thoughts are remarkably naive," Gao Mingyuan scoffed before closing the door. Gu Feng fell silent, pondering the lack of respect this young man displayed. Were it not for your youthful vigor and commendable combat prowess, who would bother to engage with you? "Humph. Do not kick my door again, or I shall end you," came Gao Mingyuan's voice from within the room. Gu Feng, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to leave. Outside, 20 shadowy figures of Gu Feng wielding weapons descended from the upper floors of other buildings. Upon reaching the second floor, they leapt through windows, escaping into the rear of the building. The cacophony of shattering glass immediately drew the attention of the zombies. The 20 doppelgangers scattered, pursued by thousands of the undead. Emerging from the hall of Gao Mingyuan's residence, Su Lingxi, who had been crouched in the stairwell, stood up abruptly. "Were you unable to reach an agreement?" Gu Feng nodded slightly. "Forget him. Let us explore the other side." After concluding his words, Gu Feng instructed his shadow clone to kick open the door of Gao Mingyuan's home. Inside, a family of 4 had been transformed into zombies. In the coordinated assault with the shadow clone, all 4 zombies were dispatched in less than 5 seconds. Entering the room, Gu Feng curiously opened the refrigerator of the household. To his surprise, the family stockpile was quite substantial, had they not turned into zombies. The contents of the refrigerator would have sufficed to feed them for 5 to 6 days. After closing the refrigerator, Gu Feng casually explored the surroundings. Chapter 25, Chilling Outside. Over 200,000 zombies had been drawn away, yet still, tens of thousands lingered beneath the residential building. The sounds of movement intermingled with the low growls of the zombies, creating an atmosphere where it felt as though monsters were perilously close. With the danger of an encounter looming, it was uncertain how long they would remain encircled. Could they truly be trapped here indefinitely? Gu Feng shook his head. Being besieged was untenable. Exhausting his trump cards and summoning clones to engage the horde was unwise. Now, only one course of action lay before him, to wait a while and see if the zombies would disperse on their own. If they did not, then he could reconsider his strategy. For the moment, the main entrance of the building where Gu Feng was situated was securely locked, and the rooftop was also barred. Although the noise from breaking down the door of another home was significant, it was unlikely that the mindless zombies could immediately deduce which floor housed the living. He instructed his clone to monitor the staircase outside while he remained inside the room with Su Lingxi. Gu Feng casually picked up the raw food left in the refrigerator by the previous occupants and ventured into the kitchen to inspect the appliances and cookware. It seemed they would have to spend the night here. Gu Feng turned to Su Lingxi and smiled. "Don't worry, being by my side. You will feel safe no matter where we are," he reassured her. Su Lingxi responded with a smile of her own. "Can you cook?" Gu Feng asked. "Organizing the scavenged raw food." "I'm sorry, Gu Feng. I was raised by my parents and never learned," Su Lingxi replied, her voice soft as she lowered her head. "I see. That's somewhat regrettable," Gu Feng sighed lightly. "I hadn't planned on cooking, but it appears I must take matters into my own hands." With a slight exhale, he turned toward the hall of the room. Forming seals, a total of 150 shadow clones appeared. "Search this room for anything useful. Or you may check the 4th and 5th floors for something advantageous. Gather whatever you can and engage the zombies outside," he commanded the multitude of shadow clones. In unison, the 100-plus figures acknowledged his orders. The commotion from the zombies below intensified, likely stirred by the sounds of living beings. He instructed a few to move the beds from the unoccupied 4th and 5th floors to block the front door and the staircase. The rest were to ascend to the rooftop and descend to battle the zombies. With that, Gu Feng signaled for silence and waved his hand. "Go." The reason for creating over 100 clones to expend energy is, of course, the noise generated during cooking will inevitably attract the zombies. Only by sending individuals out to create a greater commotion can one find peace in the culinary endeavor. As these clones gradually emerged, Gu Feng slowly turned around. Having completely depleted his natural chakra, causing that crimson eye shadow to vanish once more. Noticing this, Su Lingxi opened her mouth, pointing towards the corner of her eye. "Brother Gu Feng, you've returned to normal. Go sit down properly and don't block my way," Gu Feng replied without addressing her curiosity, instead becoming engrossed in his tasks. Seeing that Gu Feng remained silent, Su Lingxi chose not to press further and quietly retreated from the kitchen, stealthily positioning herself by the door to observe Gu Feng as he cooked. Downstairs, the sounds of battle echoed, while upstairs, the rhythmic chopping and sizzling filled the air. In the face of a horde of over 100,000 zombies, 105 shadow clones fought valiantly, achieving an average of 5 kills each before meeting their demise. Having finished cooking, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, with the horde of zombies surrounding them. Gu Feng and Su Lingxi dined on food harvested from another's refrigerator, using bowls and utensils borrowed from someone else's sterilizer, while Su Lingxi felt a touch of discomfort. Seeing Gu Feng's calm demeanor as he ate alleviated her concerns. Gu Feng's culinary skills were modest, merely at the level of an average home cook. Did he feel guilt for consuming food from others, or consider it unclean? Before the apocalypse, such thoughts would prevail, but in these dire times, to harbor such disdain would render one a fool. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Gu Feng turned to Su Lingxi and said in a placid tone, "Let us find a place to rest." He then stood up first, settling into a meditative pose at the entrance of the building. With clones stationed at the staircase corners, Gu Feng felt secure enough to meditate, absorbing the flowing natural energy. Observing Gu Feng in his meditative state, Su Lingxi dared not interrupt, pondering if perhaps his extraordinary abilities were cultivated through such practices. She even contemplated whether becoming Gu Feng's partner would grant her the opportunity to learn this powerful method of cultivation without reservation. As moments passed, the zombies outside began to withdraw in small groups, though these were but a fraction of the horde, among the tens of thousands of zombies. The overcrowded conditions inevitably led to chaos, resulting in multiple internal conflicts due to the throng. The clock struck 6 in the evening. At some point, dark clouds gathered over Sioux City, and with a clap of thunder, torrential rain began to fall. Gu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Is it raining? A thunderstorm? It had been 4 days since the last rain since his arrival in this world. While uncertain if the rain carried the virus, one thing was clear: a solution to deal with the zombies below had emerged. A crimson eye shadow reappeared on Gu Feng's eyelid, and then 20 shadow clones in Sage mode manifested. After exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Feng, the 20 shadow clones swiftly ascended the staircase towards the rooftop. Inside the room, Su Lingxi, perhaps due to a restless night, had dozed off in a corner, gazing vacantly at Gu Feng. Upon reaching the rooftop and drenched by the rain, the clones surveyed the overcast sky. Although they lacked the Sharingan, they could still discern the swirling motion of the storm clouds, and their perception was not significantly hindered. After all, the purpose of the clones was to engage in mutual destruction with their foes. 2 clones formed a pair. One slightly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the natural forces to gauge the accumulation of the storm clouds, while the other held the Chidori lightning. Once the sensing clone grasped the general flow of the electrical currents, the clone wielding the Chidori unleashed it towards the ominous clouds, drawing down the thunder. To avoid being struck by the descending storm, the clone shouted down to the horde of zombies below to attract them before leaping into the fray. As the first guiding clone dove into the mass of corpses, a terrifying thunderbolt, resembling a mythical Qilin, descended without warning. The zombies, drawn to the leaping clone, were instantly incinerated by the lightning, reduced to charred remains. The roar of thunder echoed through the skies, leaving behind a ground littered with the ashes of thousands of zombies. Chapter 26. Divine Assistance. Annihilation of 200,000 zombies. The tremendous roar startled Su Lingxi from her slumber and shocked Gao Mingyuan, who was hiding in his room. This thunderclap felt unusually intense. Peering through the window, Gao Mingyuan beheld the aftermath of the storm and the recent lightning strike, which had obliterated countless corpses across the flooded ground. The first clone had succeeded, and the second clone pressed on. Originally, the Qilin's power might have claimed hundreds of zombies, but due to the accumulated water on the ground, it had annihilated 3,000 to 4,000 in a single strike. The idea of a single clone eliminating such a number was previously unfathomable. Even with weapons and enhanced Chidori currents, one could only hope to take down a mere handful. The brilliant lightning descended once more, accompanied by another spine-chilling roar. Confused, Su Lingxi approached Gu Feng, her worry evident as she inquired, "What is happening?" Gu Feng turned slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "The heavens are sending rain, and I shall summon the thunder. It seems that fate is aiding us in eradicating the zombies." Simultaneously, the successive thunderous booms captured the attention of the surrounding survivors. From a nearby tall building, the largest inspectorate in Sioux City, survivors on the 9th, 8th, 6th, and 5th floors turned their gazes towards the unfolding chaos. The tremendous commotion in the morning naturally captured the attention of the inspectors. Faced with an overwhelming horde of over 200,000, nearly 300,000 zombies, it seemed impossible for anyone within that residential building to survive. To their astonishment, it was not long before a colossal disturbance erupted from that direction. A few inspectors, armed with binoculars, gazed intently towards the source of the noise, only to witness a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Each time an individual leapt from the building, a bolt of lightning resembling a tiger would descend, resulting in the immediate demise of at least 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. After the 19th clone fell, the once formidable tide of zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands, was reduced by 50,000 to 60,000. The rain continued to pour, and upon receiving the reports of the clone's demise, Gu Feng could not help but marvel at the rarity of the opportunity before him. It might very well be the easiest day of the month to eradicate zombies. If he did not seize this moment, he feared such an opportunity might never arise again. Exhausting the natural chakra he had painstakingly gathered over 5 hours, Gu Feng summoned another 50 shadow clones to serve as human bombs. Even if he could only take out a few hundred zombies, every little bit counted. Having depleted his hard-earned natural chakra, Gu Feng activated one of the 3 standard shadow clones dispersed throughout the hotel rooms, increasing the number of active clones to 22. With his chakra replenished, he swiftly performed hand seals, expending the entirety of his gathered chakra. He divided himself into 160 shadow clones, instructing them all to engage the zombies in combat. As long as they could draw the zombies together, he could unleash a devastating Kirin strike. With 210 shadow clones coordinating their efforts, any clone ensnared by the horde would trigger a thunderbolt, bringing down the Kirin-S lightning to obliterate both itself and the surrounding zombies. Through this sacrificial tactic, an average of 5 clones perished to summon a single Kirin, which would typically eliminate over 3,000 zombies. The battle raged on for an hour, resulting in the annihilation of all 200 clones, while simultaneously vanquishing tens of thousands of zombies. The streets were strewn with the remains of the undead, reduced to charred remnants. What had once seemed an insurmountable force of over 200,000 zombies was now diminished by 70 to 80%, with the remaining 20% lured away by the morning shadow clones. The spectacle of this hour-long struggle left the nearby survivors utterly astounded, their perspectives transformed, as they revered the prowess of this solitary cultivator. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, tales of the supernatural and the extraordinary abilities of those who practice cultivation were widespread in this world, often depicted as formidable in literature and film. With 200,000 zombies eradicated, the survivors, who had been hiding in various locations, began to muster the courage to step out of their rooms. Seizing the opportunity, some ventured to search for food in the homes of other residents within the same building. Although the rain continued to fall, washing away the charred remains and debris caused by the lightning strikes, the threat of the undead had significantly diminished. The entire street, once filled with intact vehicles and trees, now lay in ruins, resembling charred remains. Nothing remained unscathed. Although the zombies had been dealt with, the vehicles were left in disarray. Inside the room, Gu Feng, with a wry smile, received the information relayed by his shadow clones. It was of no consequence. After all, the sky had darkened and rain poured down. There would be no journey tonight. Su Lingxi nestled beside Gu Feng, gently adjusting the strands of hair that framed her forehead. All right then, let us rest for the night. We shall set out tomorrow once the rain ceases, Gu Feng proposed, wrapping his arm around her waist as they retreated to a room, securing the door behind them. Although 9 shadow clones guarded the staircase, Gu Feng opted to lock the door as an added precautionary measure. After preparing the bed, he encouraged Su Lingxi to lie down while he chose to sit cross-legged on the floor. After all, Gu Feng was not one to engage in such activities in someone else's home. The incident involving Gu Feng summoning heavenly lightning had stirred up a tempest at the inspection bureau, prompting inspectors to emerge from their hiding places due to the overwhelming noise of the battle, which attracted zombies from a 2-kilometer radius. Moreover, the inspection bureau was a mere 300 meters away from the residential building where the commotion had occurred. Most of the zombies that once occupied the bureau had been drawn away, leaving behind only a handful of injured ones, easily dispatched by the surviving inspectors. Gu Feng's repeated use of heavenly lightning to eliminate zombies had inadvertently afforded hundreds of survivors within a 2-kilometer vicinity a precious opportunity to breathe and forage for sustenance. Hai Mingyuan, who had previously doubted Gu Feng's capabilities, was now thoroughly impressed by his ability to wield heavenly lightning. Armed with a bow, 3 knives, and a few self-made weapons, he sought refuge with Gu Feng, hoping to contribute to the fight against the zombies. To his surprise, the young man had chosen to ally with him, which was fortuitous, as Gu Feng indeed required a skilled combatant to defend others in his absence. Having retired early, Gu Feng was unable to utilize his regular clones at midnight. It was not until 7 the following morning that he awoke from a pleasant dream, glancing at the still sleeping Su Lingxi before quietly exiting the room. Today, he would deploy his free clones to select 2 rooms on the 5th floor, assigning 5 individuals to each room, with 1 remaining behind while the others began to meditate and harness natural energy. Chapter 27. Partners at the Sioux City Safe Haven. After dispatching his 10 clones, Gu Feng returned to the room. Observing Su Lingxi in slumber, he leaned closer to admire her delicate, fair face, her petite nose, and enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a southern Jiang in beauty, or perhaps she truly was one. Hey, it's time to wake up. We must set out. Gu Feng gently tapped her shoulder. She, already lightly dozing, stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Is it already the next day? She murmured. Yes, we are off to your parents' place, Gu Feng replied with a soft smile. All right, she responded, clad in her own attire. Su Lingxi promptly rose to follow Gu Feng, having not even removed her shoes before sleep. After all, this was not a sanctuary, should any unforeseen danger arise. One must be ready to flee at a moment's notice. As Gu Feng and Su Lingxi stepped out of the room, the armed Gao Mingyuan awaited them at the stairwell. Equipped with a bow, 3 blades, self-crafted protective armor, and an assortment of concealed weapons. Are you prepared? Gu Feng inquired, observing Gao Mingyuan's readiness. I am. Gao Mingyuan replied resolutely. Rather than languish here, it is better to accompany you. Your strength last night was beyond human capability, perhaps by your side. I might witness the day this world is redeemed. Gu Feng found no inclination to delve into the uncertainties of whether salvation would restore the world to its former glory. He merely offered a faint smile and affirmed, Good. Let us proceed. As Gu Feng and his companions emerged from the residence, 4 police SUVs approached from the inspection bureau across the street. Gu Feng instinctively shuddered. Inspectors? Were they foes or allies? It was critical to note that Gu Feng was currently incapable of withstanding bullets. In a room of the Qiantian restaurant, a shadow clone dissolved into white smoke. 21 clones remained seated throughout the establishment. The 4 police SUVs halted before Gu Feng and his companions, obstructing their path. Subsequently, 13 fully armed inspectors disembarked from the vehicles and formed a line before them. Fortunately, upon exiting the vehicles, the inspectors did not raise their weapons but instead stood at attention in front of Gu Feng and his group. A senior inspector, presumably the highest ranking among them, stepped forward and saluted, addressing them, Greetings, I am Lin Xie, Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Sioux City Inspectorate. May I inquire who summoned the thunder that eradicated the zombies last evening? Without needing to glance at Su Lingxi or Gao Mingyuan, Lin Xie's gaze remained fixed upon Gu Feng. It was I, Gu Feng stated plainly, with no need for subterfuge. Lin Xie smiled. No wonder you possess such an impressive aura. You truly are a heroic youth. May I ask, are you a cultivator or a practitioner of immortality? Neither. I would at best consider myself a superhuman, Gu Feng modestly replied. To summon such thunder, merely a superhuman? Lin Xie appeared skeptical. Arthur, is there a specific matter for which you have sought us out? Gu Feng directly addressed the subject. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. Had his manner of speaking displeased this formidable individual? He quickly chuckled. My apologies, a professional habit. Regaining his composure, Lin Xie continued. The situation unfolded so abruptly that many of our team members had already returned home. Even those stationed at the inspectorate were caught off guard by the zombies, preventing us from promptly accessing our armory. Your performance last night indirectly aided us. Weapons are now readily available. Thus, a few of us have conspired to establish a secure base and wish to invite you as one of its founders. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Gu Feng could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed they had taken a liking to his capabilities and sought to recruit him. However, judging by his respectful demeanor, it was likely that he was also intimidated by the events of the previous night. The ability to summon thunder and create fearless doppelgangers would indeed compel anyone to reconsider their approach. Establishing a secure base? What authority would I be granted? With his mind at ease, Gu Feng decided to probe further. You will have the power to form your own faction, and we can also provide you with weapons from our arsenal. However, indiscriminate killing of rescued survivors and oppressive behavior will not be tolerated. Additionally, we kindly ask for your assistance during perilous times at the base. Lin Xie articulated the plan discussed with his team the previous day. This proposal could be deemed remarkably liberal, almost devoid of constraints. It merely required the assurance of safety for the base's personnel, with prohibitions against arbitrary killings and oppression. Gu Feng's own establishment adhered to such principles. Those who displeased him were promptly dismissed, and he even took a keen interest in ensuring that one particularly troublesome individual received a bullet for breakfast. Is it truly that simple? Gu Feng expressed his astonishment. Indeed, it is that simple. The zombie outbreak has lasted 4 days, and we remain oblivious to the number of undead or survivors in this city. In such circumstances, even within our inspection bureau, some have faltered under the strain of humanity's trials. How could we hold you to the standards of a saint? Lin Xie chuckled, revealing a set of pearly whites. This fellow possesses a rather sincere gaze. Who would have thought that this outing would not only yield a capable ally, but also a potential partner? I accept your terms. I will not unjustly harm any good person. However, I hope to have the authority to deal with those who fail to recognize the situation and oppress the weak once the secure base is established. Gu Feng replied with a faint smile. Of course, if such individuals arise, you needn't say a word. I shall be the first to expel them. Lin Xie chuckled. Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Gu Feng could not suppress a grin, his demeanor brightening. A fruitful collaboration indeed. Gu Feng and Lin Xie shook hands, officially confirming their partnership in the establishment of a secure base. What the future holds remains uncertain, yet at this moment, Both men sincerely wished to collaborate in creating a more formidable sanctuary. Captain Lin, do you have any thoughts on the establishment of this secure base? After their handshake, Gu Feng inquired casually. Lin Xie pondered briefly before responding. My preliminary idea is to use our inspection bureau as a foundation. Then select a few high-minded individuals from the rescued survivors, provide them with training, and equip them uniformly with weapons from our arsenal. This will not only enhance our combat effectiveness but also empower these survivors to defend themselves. Ideally, we shall have a populace ready for battle. What would you have me do at this juncture? Gu Feng asked. I have yet to seek your counsel, Lin Xie replied with a sheepish smile. Gu Feng, with Gu meaning to look back and Feng referring to a mountain peak, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Very well, from now on, I shall address you as Mr. Gu. That is acceptable. Lin Xie thoughtfully stroked his chin and inquired, Mr. Gu, did you venture out early this morning for a significant matter? Indeed. We are on our way to the Kangshifu factory to rescue a few individuals, Gu Feng replied. Chapter 28. Acquiring firepower upgrades. Are you going to rescue people? Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Kangshifu factory is still 3 or 4 kilometers away. Do you require weaponry support? Is that possible? Gu Feng's eyes also lit up. Certainly, when it comes to rescuing, the more weapons, the better. Lin Xie laughed heartily. All right then, please follow me. Lin Xie stepped back a pace and addressed the 12 assembled inspectors. Zhu Tranqian, you lead your team southeast with a search radius of 2 kilometers, while searching for survivors. Keep an eye out for supermarkets and similar locations. Understood, responded a resolute young woman clad in black tactical gear, her face radiating determination. Feng Xiang, you take your team northeast, also for 2 kilometers, and likewise remain vigilant for survivors and supplies. Do you comprehend? Lin Xie commanded the 2 squad leaders. Affirmative. The male inspector responded robustly. Following the orders, 6-person teams, in groups of 3, promptly boarded vehicles and headed towards their designated directions. These off-road vehicles could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, and now with 3 departing in one, it seemed they intended to leave more space for the survivors. Observing the police off-road vehicles departing, Gu Feng shook his head slightly. Among the 12 inspectors, there were 3 women, besides Zhu Qianqian, who appeared slender yet stood tall. The other 2 female inspectors clearly seemed like clerical workers lacking combat training. Let us proceed. I will take you to acquire the weapons. After dispatching his team, Lin Xie once again invited Gu Feng. After all, the inspectorate was merely 300 meters away, and walking would suffice without the need for vehicles. Lin Xie seemed genuinely eager to assist Gu Feng, without hesitation, leading him and his companions to the inspectorate's armory, where he casually picked up a newly equipped Type 97 automatic rifle. After examining the trigger, safety, and bolt, he tossed it directly to Gu Feng. Naturally, Gu Feng caught it skillfully and began to familiarize himself with it. It was his first encounter with an automatic rifle. The last time he had touched a real firearm was a handgun. Mr. Gu has never handled a gun before? Lin Xie smiled gently, holding a magazine brimming with bullets. I have only handled models during university military training. The instructor explained some principles of firearms to us, Gu Feng admitted candidly. Lin Xie smiled slightly and tossed the magazine to Gu Feng. Would you like to try shooting? There's a shooting range. Certainly, Gu Feng responded immediately. Glancing at Su Lingxi and Gao Mingyuan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Captain Lin, could you provide them with 2 guns for self-defense as well? Of course. Lin Xie handed 2 Type 56 rifles to the 2 individuals. Gao Mingyuan, a fervent enthusiast of firearms since childhood, skillfully figured out how to use the weapon. In contrast, Su Lingxi nearly fumbled the rifle upon receiving it, realizing for the first time that a real gun is significantly heavier than toy replicas. Subsequently, the 4 of them proceeded to the shooting range, where Lin Xie briefly explained the principles of firearms to the 3. Each then took their positions and fired 10 shots. Gu Feng managed to hit 3 targets, while the remaining 7 shots went astray. Su Lingxi, on the other hand, missed all 10 shots and felt somewhat frustrated, yearning for another opportunity to shoot. The standout performer was Gao Mingyuan, who hit all 10 targets, including 3 perfect 10s, earning Lin Xie's admiration. Through Gu Feng's introduction, Lin Xie learned that this remarkable young man was merely a high school student, a natural sharpshooter. How wonderful it would be to cultivate his talent. Having familiarized them with the use of firearms, Lin Xie equipped each of the 3 with an automatic rifle, along with 3 spare magazines, a handgun, and 2 additional magazines for the handguns. He also provided them with tactical gear and bulletproof vests, transforming them into fully armed recruits. Surprised by Lin Xie's generosity, Gu Feng reciprocated by depleting all the natural chakra he had left, including the last bit from his hotel room's shadow clone, producing 300 shadow clones in total. Staring at the 300 clones clad in bulletproof vests, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. These are my clones, Captain Lin. You can command them for assistance, whether for laborious tasks or in times of danger. They are devoid of life, merely manifestations of energy. I trust you understand. Gu Feng explained, patting Lin Xie's shoulder. Thank you for the gear. After a moment of silence, Lin Xie could not help but inquire. If you assign them all to me, what will you do? With a slight smile, Gu Feng replied, I can easily produce over 1,000 such clones. These 300 are merely a trivial matter. He then shifted the topic. By the way, Captain Lin, could we possibly request another vehicle? We still have several kilometers to cover. Ah, a minor request. Lin Xie responded with a generous smile, heading into the building to retrieve several sets of car keys for Gu Feng to choose from. With these 300 clones, it was hard to estimate how much work he could alleviate. It was no exaggeration to say he could commandeer all the vehicles in the inspection bureau, save for the lone riot control vehicle. After selecting a police sedan, Gu Feng exchanged polite words with Lin Xie before departing with Su Lingxi and Gao Mingyuan. The police vehicles at the inspection bureau were limited, with half being private cars. It felt inappropriate to take the police SUV, especially as there was only one left. Not to mention the riot control vehicle stored in the back lot. Once in the police sedan, they set off directly towards their designated location. Having traversed 2 kilometers without encountering any zombies, it is apparent that last night's battle likely attracted the undead to another location. The few hundred remaining zombies posed no significant threat. Should they obstruct our path, we would simply drive through. It is improbable that all of these zombies have gained the intelligence to recognize and block our route. The vehicle sped along, and in mere minutes, we arrived at the entrance of the Kangshifu factory in Su City. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, having summoned 300 identical shadow clones, initially found the sight of so many identical faces disconcerting. However, after overcoming his unease, he knocked on the bulletproof vest they wore, marveling at the notion that such an item could be replicated. If deployed on the battlefield, this would translate to 300 soldiers, all equipped with bulletproof gear. Though it was regrettable that firearms could not be duplicated. Although the inspectorate's armory could not furnish 300 rifles, there were still plenty of clubs and knives available, and many old handguns in abandoned warehouses, sufficient to provide a modest armament for a rescue mission. Chapter 29. Arrival at the factory on Gu Feng's end. The trio found themselves gradually enveloped by a horde of zombies upon reaching the Kangshifu factory. It is noteworthy that this factory is not situated in the outskirts, but rather amidst the urban villages of Su City, a place densely populated with tens of thousands of migrant workers from other provinces. It would not be surprising for a multitude of zombies to converge in such a locale. At this juncture, the role of the 10 regular shadow clones stationed in the presidential suite of the Wentian Hotel became evident. With a mere thought from Gu Feng, the first shadow clone in the suite dissipated. Instantly, 160 clones emerged around the besieged police vehicle, launching hand attacks charged with additional electrical currents against the zombies. After depleting one clone, Gu Feng activated the second. Having eradicated 200,000 zombies the previous night, he had far exceeded the initial daily objective of deploying shadow clones to combat the undead. Moreover, the new safe base envisioned by Captain Lin Xie was only a little over 4 kilometers away, eliminating concerns about a retreat. Most importantly, the shadow clones were clad in bulletproof gear, while the original had firearms at his disposal. As the first wave of clones joined the fray, the second wave swiftly followed suit. Over 320 shadow clones, all donned in bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, elbow and knee pads, and helmets, represented nearly the pinnacle of defense among ordinary individuals. The backpack carried earlier contained 10 sharp weapons from the hotel, which had now become redundant with the availability of guns. They were distributed among 10 clones to enhance their lethality. Simultaneously, the third shadow clone in the presidential suite vanished. As the more than 300 clones engaged in battle with the throng of zombies, Gu Feng and his companions exited the vehicle and proceeded on foot into the factory. Inside, upon hearing the commotion of battle, hundreds of zombies rushed towards the door, confronting Gu Feng and his team head-on. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly and issued a cold command. Fire. Without needing to elaborate further, Gao Mingyuan had already raised his firearm and fired. the sound echoing like the detonation of a firecracker as the bullet left the chamber and pierced through the body of the fastest advancing zombie. Gu Feng smiled faintly, lifting his own weapon, taking a deep breath, disengaging the safety, and firing with an impressive stance. However, despite his vigorous display, it took an entire magazine to eliminate just 5 zombies, with stray bullets injuring 7 or 8 more to varying degrees. Observing his lackluster performance, Gu Feng's smile faded. Surely there was an issue with the accuracy of this gun. He glanced over at Gao Mingyuan, who seemed to dispatch each zombie with a single shot, either to the head or through the body. Then he looked at Su Lingxi, who was nervously aiming her gun. "Don't worry, with me here. I won't let them get close," Gu Feng reassured her, then slung his weapon across his back, preparing to summon his shadow clone technique. "Rest assured, Brother Gu Feng. I'm not nervous. I just want to shoot from a closer distance, as it feels like the target is coming towards me, making it appear larger." With that, Su Lingxi pulled the trigger, and a nearby zombie collapsed. She suppressed her joy and excitement, stating calmly, "This is much easier to hit." Initially, Gu Feng hadn't paid much attention, but as he witnessed Su Lingxi fire off a series of bullets, each shot resulting in a zombie either being shot in the head or hit in the body and stumbling to the ground, he was left speechless. So it turns out he had wasted bullets earlier. Zombies beyond 10 meters were dispatched by Gao Mingyuan, with Su Lingxi swiftly following up with shots as they encroached. In a matter of seconds, the two had taken down over 50 zombies. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan's gun clicked empty, although he reacted quickly to reload. He was not a professional soldier, and the reloading process took 3 to 4 seconds, plenty of time for the zombies to close in. Without Gao Mingyuan's support, Su Lingxi grew flustered. She managed to hit only one zombie with her last 5 bullets before her ammunition was depleted. With 7 or 8 zombies now charging within 3 meters, she hurriedly fumbled to replace her magazine. Her beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she beheld the oncoming horde. Then, a figure stepped in front of them, blue lightning erupting around him, sending the 7 or 8 zombies flying. Celestial technique, Thousand Bird Flow. After dispatching the zombies, Gu Feng spoke calmly. He then drew a handgun from his pocket and aimed at the remaining zombies, each shot hitting true to their heads. This accuracy was the result of his prior research into how to shoot effectively after having eliminated a couple of loudmouths. After emptying the magazine, 10 more zombies fell. And with no bullets left, Gu Feng hurled the handgun at one zombie like a stone, though he missed, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, there were no suitable bullets for that particular handgun model. With that thought, Gu Feng retrieved the spare handgun that Lin had given him, which could accommodate a plethora of ammunition suitable for this police model. Ignoring Gu Feng's earlier misfire, Gao Mingyuan, having reloaded, took his position beside Gu Feng and raised his rifle to fire. After Gu Feng and Gao Mingyuan had successfully dispatched a dozen zombies, Su Lingxi finally managed to calmly reload her own weapon. Together, the trio swiftly eliminated over 100 zombies, completing the task in under 2 minutes. Outside the gate, over 300 clones continued to engage in a fierce battle with the horde of zombies. As the iron gate remained shut, the zombies behind them could do little to breach the defenses unless they figured out how to climb over. After dealing with the zombies in the factory courtyard and those drawn to the noise, the 3 of them proceeded into the factory. However, the resounding gunfire had nearly attracted all the nearby zombies, and it remained uncertain how long the clones outside could hold out. Exercising caution, Gu Feng preferred to use clones for reconnaissance and to secure their rear. Thus, he once again created 160 shadow clones, depleting the natural energy of the 3rd clone in the presidential suite. Inside the presidential suite, the 4th clone, having consolidated natural chakra, dissipated. Among the 160 clones that emerged, 100 remained on the factory's 1st floor to prevent any zombies from rushing in should the gate be breached. The remaining 60 clones advanced ahead to eliminate any stray zombies. Once inside the factory building, Su Lingxi anxiously took out her phone and dialed her parents' number. With the zombies cleared, she no longer had to worry that the ringtone would pose a danger. In a corner on the 3rd floor of the factory, several blonde men were bewilderedly trying to discern what was happening below, wondering why there had suddenly been such a cacophony of explosions. Suddenly, a phone began to ring. A tall woman in black stockings raised an eyebrow, casually flicking away her cigarette, but before answering the call, the screen displayed the note "Good daughter," prompting a smile. What a dutiful daughter she was. Chapter 30. In the apocalypse, humans are more terrifying than zombies. The woman answered the phone, and a hurried voice immediately came through. "Hello? Dad?" The voice carried a hint of joy and expectation, only to be shattered by the woman's response. "Hello, is this Miss Su Lingxi?" The woman inquired, her tone subdued. "Who are you?" Upon hearing that the voice on the other end was not her parents, Su Lingxi's heart sank. "Oh, I'm a friend of your parents. They are currently unable to take the call. May I ask if you have arrived at the factory?" The woman in black stockings feigned caution in her questioning. There was a long pause before Su Lingxi finally replied, "Yes, we have arrived." "Oh, I see. That loud noise just now might have attracted many zombies. If it's not too much trouble, could you please lead the zombies away, as I seize the opportunity to slip away with your parents?" The woman in black stockings remarked with a suppressed smile. Just then, a loud bang resounded as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, startling the young workers who had sought refuge in the warehouse. Gu Feng and his companions burst in, while Su Lingxi quickly scanned the surroundings, yet failed to spot her parents. Instead, her gaze fell upon a provocatively dressed woman lounging with her legs crossed, a mobile phone in hand. Wasn't that her father's phone? In an instant, Su Lingxi felt as if her heart had been pierced, causing her to stagger back a few steps. A dreadful thought invaded her mind. Could it be that her parents had perished? Gu Feng furrowed his brow, entering a heightened state of awareness. His senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive the flow of natural energy even with his eyes closed. Upon detecting sounds from the third floor, he led his team upstairs, only to be confronted with this scene. That phone. What was the meaning of this? Gu Feng pointed accusatorily at the woman in black stockings. Initially startled, the group suddenly ignited with fury, but upon seeing the trio clad in special police uniforms, armed with firearms, their bravado quickly dissipated. They were, after all, the most self-preserving of individuals, unsure of what had led them to this gathering. Big brother, I found this phone next to a zombie." The woman in black stockings quickly composed herself, glancing around nervously. "You're lying. I spoke to my parents just the day before yesterday, and we were in contact via WeChat until this morning. How could they possibly have turned into zombies? Where are my parents?" Su Lingxi aimed her weapon at the woman, her emotions surging. I truly don't know. I really found it." The woman in black stockings attempted to fabricate another lie. "Oh, is that so? Since no one is willing to speak, that's fine. My family is dead anyway. I might as well eliminate all of you." With that, Su Lingxi disengaged the safety on her firearm, leveling it at a bystander with yellow hair. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and the unfortunate young man collapsed to the ground. The others snapped back to reality, shocked at the audacity of the woman to commit murder. Hai Mingyuan silently retreated to the doorway. Gu Feng drew his handgun, racking the slide. Does anyone dare to resist? As blood trickled from the head of the unfortunate young man, the youths abandoned their previous reckless demeanor, hastily crouching down or seeking cover. "Please, don't shoot. I'll talk." One young man with a center-parted hairstyle dropped to his knees in fear as the gun was aimed at him. "Speak," Su Lingxi commanded coldly. It was her. She led the attack on your parents. Without hesitation, the center-parted young man pointed at the woman in black stockings, who had taken refuge behind a table. "What? They're dead?" Although she had suspected it, the final shred of hope was shattered, and tears streamed down Su Lingxi's face. "Yes, just the day before yesterday. This woman informed us that someone had made a call from within, indicating that there were indeed living individuals inside. She then brought a few companions to raid the place." A man with a center parting, fearing for his life, hastily recounted the events. It turned out that on that very day, Su Lingxi, filled with joy at Gu Feng's promise to rescue them, made a phone call to confirm their situation. However, the ringing of her phone did not attract the zombies. Instead, it summoned a group of delinquents. Her parents, who had kindly taken them in, were brutally murdered with blunt instruments and discarded. Upon hearing the words of the center-parted man, Su Lingxi remained silent, her tears flowing incessantly from the corners of her eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man fell to the ground. One shot followed another until all 7 or 8 of the young thugs hiding inside were executed. Su Lingxi then disengaged the safety on her firearm and returned it to her side. She casually picked up a chair from a private office and approached the table where the woman in black stockings was hiding, promptly kicking the table over. The force of the falling table struck the terrified woman, causing her to cry out in pain. Gu Feng averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on the gruesome scene. Having slain zombies, he had become accustomed to bloodshed, and his methods and temperament gradually diverged from his former self. Just as one who has killed or harmed living creatures during peacetime would find it easier to inflict pain upon others, so too had Gu Feng become desensitized to such acts. Approximately 3 minutes later, the commotion subsided. Gu Feng opened the door to find the surroundings shrouded in a grayish-white haze, with Su Lingxi sitting silently on the floor. He sighed softly and approached her, lifting her into his arms and departing from the scene, overwhelmed by the stench of blood. Gu Feng recognized that after taking a life, he was no longer a good person, especially after the multitude of times his doppelgangers had dispatched zombies, their memories returning to him. It was akin to having killed many and been killed numerous times, leading to a near numbness to such occurrences. Therefore, for the first-time experience of Su Lingxi, he felt little need to say much. Initially, he had considered intervening, but after the yellow-haired man's recounting, Gu Feng abandoned any notion of rescuing those individuals. They had not merely murdered Su Lingxi's parents. They had also harmed others, using them as shields to survive. Such individuals were beyond Gu Feng's aid. He even contemplated that if Su Lingxi hesitated, he might send his doppelgangers to eliminate them. In this apocalyptic world, resorting to any means to survive was not wrong. However, he held no sympathy for those who intentionally sought to harm others. Chapter 31. Evacuation of the factory after escorting Su Lingxi out of the factory building. 60 shadow clones responsible for clearing the upper floors gradually located 5 or 6 survivors, all of whom had been on the night shift when the incident occurred. They had managed to endure these past few days relying on the vending machines stocked with snacks and beverages within the factory premises. According to their accounts, many survivors had resorted to cannibalism out of hunger, the most brutal among them being a gang led by a figure known as Brother Leopard. This group consisted of over 20 individuals, and the woman in black silk who had been killed by Su Lingxi was Brother Leopard's lover. Yesterday, Brother Leopard had taken a dozen men to the factory dormitory to scavenge for supplies, should he return to find his beloved deceased. The remaining survivors in the factory would likely face dire consequences. So, Brother Leopard had a hand in the murder of my parents? Su Lingxi, who had been despondent and silent, suddenly raised her head. The few surviving employees exchanged glances and recounted the events of that day. Those individuals had used the living as bait, kicking them out to attract zombies, and those who resisted were beaten to death and tossed outside to feed the undead. Many who had initially possessed some rations found everything seized upon their arrival. Su Lingxi's parents, innocent as they were, had been brutally executed when they refused to comply. Their bodies unceremoniously discarded. These details were relayed through their security point. Brother Gu, Su Lingxi turned her gaze toward Gu Feng. They kill for their own interests. And now they are being hunted down by someone more powerful. They deserve their fate. Gu Feng's words were directed not only at Su Lingxi, but also at the nearby Gao Mingyuan. In this apocalypse, must we contend with both zombies and fellow humans? Gao Mingyuan murmured. Gu Feng could not help but smile. Do you truly believe that in times of peace, humans refrain from slaughtering one another? Setting aside the countless struggles throughout history, even before the apocalypse, were there any stable nations in Europe or the Middle East? After a moment of silence, Gao Mingyuan scoffed. I understand now. Understanding is sufficient. I will leave 20 clones to protect you. Once the situation over there is resolved, you may descend. At that time, gather a few capable drivers to scavenge for vehicle keys from the deceased zombies. With that, Gu Feng departed with his group. The 5 survivors exchanged glances, puzzled. Clones? Aren't those the elite forces from the Inspection Bureau? All clad in matching bulletproof vests, they even bear similar appearances. One survivor rummaged through his pocket and produced a car key. I have a vehicle, albeit an electric one that accommodates only one person. This remark earned him disdainful looks from the others. Meanwhile, Lin Xie led Gu Feng's 300 shadow clones, each armed with a stick or a machete. And 100 of them were equipped with various handguns and old rifles. Then, Lin Xie boldly set out with his 300 companions to conduct a search and rescue operation in the nearby area. When encountering groups of zombies numbering 3 to 5, totaling less than 100, he swiftly dispatched half of the shadow clones to resolve the threat. It was undeniable that Mr. Gu Feng's shadow clones possessed combat abilities comparable to those of a soldier trained for 3 years. However, those were merely displays of physical strength and speed, seemingly lacking in the finesse required for combat mastery, and the use of firearms was not particularly adept. Fortunately, their numbers were sufficient. Lin Xie swiftly reunited with the team members he had dispatched. When the inspectors beheld the 300 avatars of Gu Feng, they were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. While Lin Xie led his group in a sweep and rescue operation around the vicinity of the Inspection Bureau, Gu Feng and his companions arrived at the dormitory buildings of the Kongshifu factory. There stood 3 dormitory buildings in total, 2 for males and 1 for females, each 6 stories high, making it impossible to ascertain which building might harbor the scoundrels. Excluding the 60 avatars remaining at the factory, 20 were stationed on the upper floors, while 40 guarded the lower levels. Now, Gu Feng was accompanied by 100 avatars, allowing him to dispatch 33 avatars to each building for the search. Upon issuing his command, the multitude of avatars sprang into action, effectively clearing the factory of nearly all zombies. As for the undead outside the factory gate, they had been dispersed by the 300 avatars, with a significant number lured away. Provided there were no substantial disturbances within the factory, it was nearly impossible for them to be drawn back. While the avatars were engaged in the search, Gu Feng settled himself at the base of the dormitory, seeking a spot to examine the 95 automatic rifle and the service handgun. Observing this, Gao Mingyuan could not help but stretch his limbs, bearing the heaviest load among the three. In addition to their bulletproof vests, each carried a 95 rifle and a handgun strapped to their thighs. Furthermore, Gao Mingyuan bore 3 sharpened blades and a bow accompanied by 20 arrows. Gu Feng, aside from his trio of gear, had an additional crossbow pilfered from Gao Mingyuan's residence, complete with 10 arrows. Meanwhile, Su Lingxi, in addition to her rifle and handgun, carried a backpack filled with snacks, a precaution she had taken for her parents. Concerned about their food supply, though it now seemed of little use, destined to be distributed among the survivors later. As the trio languished in ennui, a shout from the 3rd floor of the 2nd male dormitory rang out, announcing the discovery. Upon hearing the news, Su Lingxi, who had been mired in despondency, immediately lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Gu Feng opened his mouth to speak, but halted Gao Mingyuan, directing Su Lingxi and her avatar to ascend. This was, in essence, a personal matter for Su Lingxi. With his 33 avatars present and Su Lingxi armed, there was little doubt that she could handle a dozen ruffians wielding machetes and clubs. Once Su Lingxi made her ascent, it was not long before anguished screams echoed from the hallway of the 3rd floor, audible even from below. When Su Lingxi finally descended, she was drenched in the blood of her adversaries. Though her vengeance had been fulfilled, her loved ones could not return. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Lingxi collapsed into Gu Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. After an indeterminate time, Gu Feng gently patted her back, offering solace. From now on, I shall be your family. Su Lingxi nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She would indeed have to rely solely on Gu Feng in the future. Yet Gu Feng would not be confined to her alone. A man like him would undoubtedly attract numerous women, with Lu Tianxin being just one example, as evidenced by the special treatment she received. After vanquishing the true culprit, the shadow clones searched the factory dormitory thoroughly, their uniforms of the Special Operations Unit easily earning the survivors' trust. After successfully rescuing over 20 survivors from the factory, the afternoon had already arrived. They gathered the abandoned vehicles together and followed Gu Feng's police car as they departed. Upon exiting the factory gates, they were once again besieged by zombies. The remaining 160 clones exerted their last efforts, taking a few zombies down with them before disappearing. Chapter 32. Fatigued bodies. With the loss of 160 clones, the convoy effortlessly broke free from the encirclement of the zombies. Traveling at a speed of 60 miles per hour, they reached the safe base mentioned by Lin Xie in less than 10 minutes. As the survivors disembarked from the vehicles and gazed upon the building adorned with the words Sioux City Inspectorate, tears welled in their eyes. In just a few days, they had witnessed countless individuals being devoured by zombies or succumbing to infection after a single bite. Even humans had turned against one another. Now, seeing the figures clad in tactical gear escorting them to the Inspectorate building, their hopes for survival were finally rekindled. After delivering the 20 or so factory survivors to the safe base, Gu Feng left behind 160 clones as a defensive force. He then returned to his secure tavern with Su Lingxi and Gao Mingyuan. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Wenyang Hotel, the 5th regular shadow clone dissipated. Without complete trust in Lin Xie, Gu Feng was reluctant to disclose the establishment of his safe base to him. Once Lin Xie returned, his clones would convey the message. All 23 survivors from Kong Shifu were present, while Gu Feng's main body returned to his safe house. For any matters, they could communicate directly with the clones, who would relay information to the main body. After all, Gu Feng's phone did not belong to this world and could not connect to its network. He would need to find time to visit another mall, not only to procure a new phone, but also to select a few outfits for his beloved. As evening approached, Lin Xie and his 12 team members brought back over 30 nearby survivors. Upon returning to the base and witnessing the multitude of 160 clones, he nearly grinned from ear to ear, marveling at Gu Feng's generosity. However, upon learning that Mr. Gu had already departed, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Yet, it was time to attend to important matters. The communication had been severed for so long that it was imperative to announce the establishment of a safe base, so that survivors throughout the city could see a glimmer of hope. Whether this would attract a horde of zombies was uncertain. Perhaps Lin Chia had considered it, or perhaps he had not, but he was resolute in his decision. On the other hand, Gu Feng hurried back to the Wenyang Tavern before nightfall. Fortunately, everything here remains as usual. However, the shadow clones that remained for 2 or 3 days without any replenishment have already lost their strength. Upon the return of the main body, they collectively dissipated into white smoke. Thus, Gu Feng had no choice but to expend chakra once more to create new shadow clones in Sage mode, augmented with protective vests. 160 shadow clones emerged. The 6th clone from the presidential suite immediately dissipated to aid Gu Feng's main body in replenishing chakra energy. With all 160 shadow clones reinstated to guard the hotel, and realizing it was now nighttime, he decided he could afford to deploy another 10 clones without reservation. He utilized the remaining 4 clones from the presidential suite, resulting in the creation of over 650 shadow clones, all dispatched to engage in combat with zombies. Within a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers, there were no zombies to be found, compelling them to run in search of adversaries. Whether through running or fighting, all the training would ultimately benefit Gu Feng. The exertions of over 600 clones running 2 kilometers equated to Gu Feng himself running 2 kilometers daily, sustaining this regimen for 600 days. Although it was puzzling why he possessed this ability without any noticeable muscle growth, Gu Feng's reliance on shadow clones for combat and labor had significantly enhanced his physical strength. Before his arrival here, he was merely an ordinary man with a slight pudginess. Now, his physique had been sculpted almost entirely through combat and running, resulting in a muscular form. Although his face remained unremarkable and his height was still 175 centimeters. Delivering a fatal blow to a tall individual exceeding 180 centimeters was no longer a challenge. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Lingxi immediately retreated to her room to sleep, as the day had been an excruciating ordeal for her. After assigning Gao Mingyuan a room on the 27th floor, Gu Feng entrusted the clones to manage it while he returned to his presidential suite for a comfortable bath. After Gu Feng finished bathing, he emerged from the bathroom only to find 2 alluring silhouettes on the grand bed, likely due to the door not being properly secured. As he gazed upon their delicate, fair legs, his expression shifted to mild astonishment upon recognizing their faces. It was, after all, the 2 minor actresses, Li Anna and Fang Ruishua, whom he had previously indulged. Lord Gu, you haven't visited us in so many days. We've barely eaten and have become quite thin, Fang Ruishua lamented, reclining on the bed and touching her chest. Indeed, we came to find you yesterday, but your clones informed us that you were not here. Li Anna added with a similar expression of longing, her hands beginning to reach toward her shoulders. Gu Feng approached the door to inspect it, only to discover that the 2 women had locked it from the inside, rendering any external entry impossible. Damn it, I'm no saint, having reached this point. If I don't act, I'll lose respect for myself. The bath towel, seemingly animated by an unseen force, revealed Gu Feng's physique, sculpted through mere days of rigorous training. The 2 women could not help but blush. Indeed, compared to the previous feeble investor who resorted to drugs, this was the true essence of explosive happiness. The night deepened gradually until the dawn broke. A day passed in this manner. When they awoke naturally, it was already past noon. Gu Feng sat up, feeling somewhat fatigued. Regrettably, he did not smoke, or he would have lit a post-coital cigarette. As Gu Feng, who had directly traversed into this body, did not inherit any particular traits from his former life, he had always envied the wealthy. At this moment, he finally experienced the joy of affluence, the delight of residing in a presidential suite. After rolling out of bed, Gu Feng changed into fresh attire. It seemed that as long as he did not venture outside, he could spend the entire day without a care, leaving everything to his shadow clones, while the survivors would find their own tasks to occupy themselves. A sultry voice called out, "Brother Gu." Gu Feng turned his head lightly, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed they could remove clothing but not put it on properly. That will suffice. Get dressed, and let us go downstairs for a meal. I'll have the chef prepare something delightful. After lunch, if time permits, I'll take you shopping." As he spoke, Gu Feng tossed a set of men's clothing to the two women. Upon hearing the mention of shopping, they were first taken aback with joy, but then sensed something amiss and hurriedly knelt before Gu Feng, pleading, "No, no, please don't send us away. We are still of use." "Why would I send you away?" Gu Feng replied, his expression one of confusion. "Though you are not of that sort, your skills are undoubtedly top-notch. I am uncertain whether you still desire gold and jewels at this juncture, but it is indeed true that you can pick out a few garments. It's a zero-cost acquisition. Just take what catches your eye. I shall invite a few more people along. After all, I have cleared most of the zombies along the route to Wanhua Square. You will have ample opportunity to select beautiful clothes and shoes. Do you understand what I am saying?" After hearing Gu Feng's words, the two women let out a sigh of relief, their expressions transforming into one of delight as they stood up. This time, they had indeed made the right bet, for flawless cards were placed before Gu Feng. His face flushed slightly as he left them with the instruction to tidy up before heading downstairs for a meal, then turned to depart. Chapter 33. An impromptu decision upon exiting the room. Gu Feng casually activated today's free shadow clone. 10 standard shadow clones made their way to the stairwell, retrieving a room card for the presidential suite number 4 from the one in Sage Mode, and then settled themselves in a designated spot. The third presidential suite was already occupied by 10 of his clones, together with the previous 10 left in the civilian residence. He now had 30 shadow clones available as backup energy. Today marked the 7th day since the zombie outbreak and the 8th since Gu Feng arrived in this world. Casting a brief glance at the closed door of the second presidential suite, Gu Feng proceeded on his way. "The emotions I feel are rather intricate." As if I murmured a thought, surely one cannot expect Lu Tianxin to wait for her to take the initiative, akin to those two model actresses. Since the veil has already been lifted, it would be prudent to find a suitable moment to cultivate a deeper connection. Having concluded my musings, the elevator arrived. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's assignment was to venture to a large shopping center, Wanhua Plaza, located 5 to 6 kilometers away. Given that a majority of the zombies in that area had been attracted during my drive 2 days prior, their numbers should be significantly diminished by now. Compared to languishing in the hotel day after day, venturing outside was far more suitable for Gu Feng. It was past the mealtime for many survivors. Yet it coincided with the dining schedule of Gu Feng and the two model actresses. Upon sensing the actions of their original self, the shadow clones stationed on their floor promptly descended to alert the chefs to prepare a more sumptuous lunch. Shortly thereafter, the two models, dressed in tailored men's attire, took their seats at the dining table, their faces alight with satisfaction. This was the finest meal they had enjoyed in days. Although they had been allocated a luxurious room, the food had been meager, akin to what the survivors on the second floor received, insufficient to satiate hunger, but enough to stave off starvation. After lunch, Gu Feng proceeded to the second floor hall to select a few capable drivers. Upon hearing of the opportunity, the group of women residing on the second floor instantly perked up. Though only a handful possessed driving skills, merely 7 were chosen, all of whom had only learned to operate automatic vehicles. Without further ado, Gu Feng tossed out 7 sets of car keys, remnants left behind by previous hotel guests, all suited for automatic transmission. Given that it was already 2 in the afternoon, the decision to visit the shopping center had been rather impromptu. Before departure, Gu Feng adorned his eyes with a stroke of crimson eyeshadow, while simultaneously, the first of the 10 standard shadow clones in the presidential suite was utilized, having dispatched over 600 clones the previous night to scour the vicinity. The roads within a 2-kilometer radius were rendered nearly safe. Even along the 5-kilometer route from the restaurant to the inspection bureau, the zombie count, if any, would likely not exceed 30,000, especially since 200,000 had fallen to the thunderous strike just days prior. As for the zombies surrounding Wanhua Plaza, Gu Feng's shadow clones had successfully lured them several kilometers away on multiple occasions, ensuring no significant congregations remained. Currently, the only areas deemed hazardous were 2, the night market 3 kilometers up from Qingda Plaza, where over 200,000 zombies were amassed, and the sports arena, which Gu Feng had been guiding zombies towards for several days, now hosting a staggering 300,000 undead. Though Sioux City is classified as a second-tier city, it boasts a population exceeding 8 million. The Wu River District, where Gu Feng currently resides, alone harbors nearly 2 million inhabitants. Among the various districts, Kunshan is the most populous, having previously been a favored destination for migrant workers, potentially housing over 200,000 individuals even before the apocalypse. Under Gu Feng's directive, He opted for the police vehicle, which bore Feng Ruishue and Liana. The two models had remained cooped up in the hotel since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and this marked their inaugural venture outside. Though anxiety and trepidation gnawed at them, the presence of Gu Feng offered a modicum of reassurance. Should they find themselves tethered to an ordinary individual in peril, they would undoubtedly abandon him without a second thought. However, with a superpowered being like Gu Feng at their side, such cowardice was not an option. As the convoy traversed 2 kilometers, the road began to teem with wandering zombies. Steady now. Do not panic. Recall the pangs of hunger you have endured these past few days. Should those zombies dare impede our path, we shall charge through them. Behind the police vehicle, 7 female drivers occupied the front seats of their cars, each accompanied by a shadow clone. Why not allow the clones to drive? The answer was simple. They preferred not to, nor was it necessary. If those survivors holed up on the second floor failed to contribute their worth, they would inevitably become playthings for others. As for Gu Feng, he expressed disinterest in engaging with so many average-looking individuals. Before the apocalypse, had he been merely a food delivery worker, these women would scarcely have deemed him worthy of a glance. Yet now, regardless of their eager gazes, only Gu Feng held the power to choose. Observing the increasing horde of zombies converging upon the convoy, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. He had clearly underestimated the zombies' capacity for aggregation. 160 shadow clones emerged from the vehicle housing Gu Feng, appearing one after another from the shadows, and launched their assault on the gathering throng of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. With the technique known as Thousand Birds augmenting his hand strikes, a single blow could sever a zombie's neck, or he could transform his attack into a lightning slash, piercing through a zombie's chest, though such an injury was not fatal. Unfortunately, the consumption of chakra by the Thousand Birds technique was substantial. After 3 or 5 uses, a clone would be depleted of chakra, relegating it to hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, the shadow clones manifested through Sage Mode also possessed the enhancements of Sage Mode, granting them quintupled strength and speed. After numerous battles employing shadow clones, Gu Feng's physical prowess had reached that of a Special Forces soldier, and with a further quintuple enhancement to all attributes. His combat capability was far beyond that of mere zombies. Regrettably, the zombies' physiques were equally robust and their strength formidable. Once surrounded, even the shadow clones found escape challenging, unless they expended their remaining chakra to unleash the full-body Thousand Birds technique, which would cause the clones to vanish upon chakra depletion. They could potentially take down several zombies in one fell swoop. The 160 shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the advancing zombies, significantly diverting the attention of those approaching from both the front and side roads, ready to intercept the vehicle. Simultaneously, the second reserve clone from Suite 3 dissipated into white smoke. After the vehicle had traveled a mile, a new horde of zombies encircled them once more. This time, 170 shadow clones manifested, ready to engage the relentless swarm. Simultaneously, the third reserve shadow clone of the presidential suite transformed into a wisp of white smoke. As the frequency of utilizing shadow clones and the Sage Mode increased, Gu Feng became increasingly adept at wielding these two abilities. It is noteworthy that the initial use of the multi-shadow clone technique by Lu Duo in the first episode exceeded 1,000, whereas Gu Feng's proficiency has escalated from a mere 30 to 50 at the beginning to 170 now. Perhaps the absence of foundational chakra is a contributing factor, yet such progress is undeniably impressive. Chapter 34, Mutated Species. After traversing a kilometer of roadway, the vehicle finally reached the entrance of Wanhua Plaza. To err on the side of caution, Gu Feng summoned 170 shadow clones to serve as the vanguard. This time, Gu Feng did not carry the Type 95 rifle. Instead, he donned a bulletproof suit and carried a handgun. The 170 shadow clones received their instructions and entered the shopping mall, only to be met with a shocking scene. In the hall on the first floor, a large red circle was prominently displayed, within which were numerous smaller red circles arranged methodically, filled with white bones. The ground was adorned with intricate red patterns, as if a ritual were being conducted. A dense, metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. What had transpired here? Although signs of conflict were evident throughout the premises, fortunately, the place had not been plundered. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the hall was eerie. What exactly had occurred? What could have created a red pattern with a radius of 10 meters, and what was the origin of these bones? Could it be that within just 7 days, the zombies had evolved to such an extent? Confronted with this bizarre tableau, the 170 shadow clones proceeded cautiously, scouring the various corners of the mall. Having exhausted his chakra once more by deploying such a multitude of shadow clones, Gufeng replenished his natural chakra to avoid being encircled by the zombies outside. At the Wentian Hotel, the fourth reserve shadow clone of the presidential suite dissipated, following the emergence of another 170 shadow clones. The fifth-seated shadow clone within the presidential suite also vanished. Within a single afternoon, 5 reserves had been expended. Indeed, fortune had favored him that day. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Lei Yun's assistants, he might have been trapped in that residential building for an indeterminate time. Once again, with 170 shadow clones in place, they began to encircle the vicinity of Wanhua Plaza for vigilance. Simultaneously, the 170 clones within the mall conducted a search for 10 minutes, only to find not a single living soul. Perhaps something horrific had transpired here. Annihilating the survivors, or perhaps the altar of the red pattern on the first floor was designed for human sacrifice. Were those bones remnants of the survivors? Such terrifying possibilities loomed large. If indeed it were a sacrificial rite, what entity was being worshipped? Receiving the information relayed by his clone, Gufeng alighted from the vehicle with his companions and made their way to the Wanhua shopping mall, allowing them to pick up whatever items they desired, be it food or necessities. Today's venture was merely an exploration. If no issues arose, they would summon the main force the following day. Upon entering, Gufeng first selected several aesthetically pleasing mobile phones for himself. The vastness of the large shopping mall was indeed a stark contrast to that of a medium-sized one, boasting an abundance of stores offering everything from milk tea, retail goods, manicures, haircuts, to clothing, all featuring high-end brands. Initially startled by the imposing ceremonial emblem adorning the mall, the group felt a sense of reassurance upon spotting Gufeng's clone stationed throughout the upper levels. Fang Ruixue and Liana followed their clone to browse for clothing, while the remaining 7 female drivers opted for skincare products and snacks, jesting that although they appeared ordinary without makeup, perhaps a dash of cosmetics might catch Gufeng's eye. At the very least, they mused, they could charm the security personnel monitoring the premises for an extra meal. As the group began selecting their items, a shadow darted through, swiftly cleaving one of the clones into several segments with a resounding thud, causing it to dissipate. Gufeng, having just finished choosing a phone and preparing to select clothing, widened his eyes in shock. Was it an ambush? The sheer force of a single strike was enough to sever a human form into pieces. The clone closest to Fang Ruixue and Liana promptly whisked them away, while another clone near the 7 drivers urgently warned them of a lurking enemy, advising immediate retreat to their vehicle if they wished to avoid peril. Uncertain whether the initial clone's demise had gone unnoticed or if the disturbance in the mall had awakened the lurking shadow, the creature soon launched an attack on the vigilant clones. The shadow was finally revealed. It was a grotesque being, covered in fur, with a face reminiscent of a human, yet possessing round feline eyes and a serpentine tongue that flicked menacingly. A tail extended from its rear, presenting a fearsome visage, as if a fusion of human, cat, and lizard genes had occurred, with claws extending a daunting 15 centimeters. Was it a mutant or some other monstrosity? With yet another clone eliminated, Gufeng furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It was known that his clones could dispatch several zombies with a single blow, yet here they fell before this creature. A third clone had perished. Gufeng shifted his gaze towards the direction of the deceased clone. The creature moved with astonishing speed, akin to a cheetah. But unlike the cheetah, which could only reach 90 kilometers per hour on level ground, this entity was capable of sprinting across the ceiling at comparable speeds. Fortunately, its movements remained within the realm of human perception, as it lunged towards the 3rd floor, aiming for Gufeng's 4th clone. Another clone swiftly charged to intercept the impending attack. As the 4th shadow clone was pierced, a chill ran through it, while another shadow clone firmly grasped the mutated creature, unleashing a powerful Chidori electric attack upon it. The paralysis effect of the electric current appeared to be quite effective, buying precious time for the remaining clones. Utilizing the natural chakra-infused lightning cutter, a rapidly approaching shadow clone penetrated through the one holding the mutated creature, along with the creature itself. Astonishingly, the lightning cutter, capable of impaling ordinary zombies, only managed to penetrate half of the mutated creature's body, perhaps due to the interference from the previous shadow clone. Nevertheless, it did not diminish the force of the lightning cutter. The strength of this mutated creature was unexpectedly formidable, and it was only the 7th day since the outbreak of the zombies. One could only speculate what more powerful entities might emerge in the future, especially considering that these zombies seemed capable of evolution. The mutated creature, having been pierced through half its body by the lightning cutter. Let out a roar reminiscent of a human imitating a cat's cry. It then swiped with a lethal claw, resulting in the immediate demise of the shadow clone. Receiving the consciousness relay from the shadow clone, Gu Feng broke into a slight sweat, relieved that it was merely a clone. Had it been his true self, the outcome would have been dire. After consecutively defeating 6 of Gu Feng's shadow clones, the mutated creature had sustained considerable injury but remained alive, inexplicably charging towards another of Gu Feng's shadow clones to launch an assault. Chapter 35, Slaying the Mutated Creature. As the mutated creature surged forward, one shadow clone, filled with rage, swung its fist, only to find the punch landing on the creature's body with the same firmness as Gu Feng's fist striking a tree trunk. In return, the shadow clone's abdomen was pierced by the creature's claw. Damn it, I must find a way to land another lightning cutter, otherwise, even if I exhaust all my shadow clones today, it won't be sufficient to defeat this foe. Could the first floor ritual be intended to summon such a creature? Or are there multiple ones, perhaps even stronger than this? Lost in contemplation, Gu Feng watched as the mutated creature dispatched his 10th shadow clone. After sustaining injuries, the creature seemed less agile than before, its speed reduced to around 70 to 80 miles per hour. While Gu Feng's shadow clones could reach speeds of 40 miles per hour. Although there remained a disparity, it was no longer as passive. The primary issue was that Gu Feng's shadow clones were too dispersed, drawing the mutated creature's attention and allowing the 9 girls to safely retreat to the first floor. Once on the first floor, the 9 girls, under the protection of 10 shadow clones, did not exit through the front door but instead looked up to observe the unfolding chaos. Watching a car speed down the highway at 80 miles per hour, one could easily see its body for several seconds. However, if the vehicle were compressed to the size of a person, scuttling along a not-so-wide road at 80 miles per hour, it would appear merely as a dark blur moving rapidly. The sight was terrifying. With every darting movement, another of Gu Feng's shadow clones was slain. The sight of the 9 young women on the first floor was one of sheer terror. Had it not been for the 10 shadow clones standing guard beside them, a few might have screamed in fright. After the mutated creature had dispatched 17 of the shadow clones, it was once again seized by the tail by one of them. In a moment of panic, or perhaps in sheer surprise, the tail measuring nearly a meter in length snapped clean off. The shadow clone, taken aback, pondered whether this creature was truly a lizard. The severed tail continued to writhe violently. Regaining its composure, the mutated creature lashed out with its legs, kicking the shadow clone that held its tail off the 3rd floor. The clone plummeted to the 1st floor, dissipating into white smoke, while the tail it had dragged down continued its frantic writhing. Several young women desperately covered their mouths, stifling their screams. Zombies were one thing, but this creature was an entirely different matter. The sights they had witnessed today profoundly challenged their perceptions of reality. At this moment, Gu Feng too felt a surge of anger. This creature had managed to kill 18 of his clones and remain lively. If it were impervious to blades and bullets, it might be excusable, leaving behind clones to cover his retreat. However, since it was not invulnerable, he was resolved to end its existence today, no matter the cost. Everyone, prepare the 1,000 birds flow. Coordinate with one another. Gu Feng shouted upwards. All remaining clones instantly understood his command. As the mutated creature lunged at the next shadow clone, that clone spread its arms wide, and dense blue lightning enveloped its entire being, not only repelling the creature's attack, but also striking it with the 1,000 birds current. Seeing the creature momentarily thwarted, the remaining clones surged towards it, determined to subdue it once and for all. Realizing that its strike had failed, the mutated creature attempted to retreat in another direction, displaying a notable level of intelligence. If left unchecked, it could pose future complications. Observing the creature's intent to flee, the clone that had repelled it lunged for its hind leg, clinging tightly to buy time for the other advancing clones. Just as the already injured mutated creature attempted to escape, it was weighed down by the burden of a human form exceeding 140 pounds. In a fit of fury, it extended its sharp claws to viciously stab at the shadow clone clinging to it. However, before the creature could revel in its triumph, its arm was suddenly seized by another figure, and as it reacted in shock, its other arm was likewise captured by yet another shadow clone. In a frenzied display, the mutated creature opened its gaping maw, only for yet another shadow clone to leap in, locking its elbow tightly around the creature's neck. Among the other shadow clones that had caught up, 2 converged, channeling the 1,000 birds lightning. This time, they launched a direct frontal assault on the wretched beast. As the 2 figures, crackling with lightning, charged towards it, the mutated creature thrashed wildly, but this only exacerbated its previously sustained wound. causing it to bleed profusely and its strength to wane. Celestial technique. Lightning slash. Two shadow clones simultaneously shouted, thrusting the Chidori current forward, piercing two large holes in the chest of the mutated creature. A spray of crimson-black blood erupted from its mouth, and after a few desperate struggles, the creature ultimately succumbed to its fate. Dead. Finally, it was vanquished. It nearly achieved 20 kills. Gu Feng, in his true form, exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he drawn the Rasengan instead of shadow clones during his earlier lottery, he might have met his demise by now. Indeed, it is prudent to avoid engaging in perilous endeavors directly. After slaying the mutated creature, the 4 shadow clones hoisted its body down to the first floor. Gu Feng then drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the creature's head. Its prior display of strength warranted such precaution. The 9 young women, upon witnessing the grotesque form of the mutated creature, were left trembling with fear, likely destined for nightmares that night. The outbreak of zombies had only passed 7 days ago, and already such bizarre monsters emerged. What hope remained for the future of Blue Star and humanity? Gu Feng's words further deepened the worries of the 9 young women. Liana and Feng Ruishue promptly approached Gu Feng, linking their arms with his. Brother Gu, no matter what happens from now on, we will always stay by your side, willing to serve you in any capacity, just so you won't abandon us. Indeed, the outside world was filled with fear, especially with such creatures lurking. Gu Feng extricated himself from the embraces of the 2 women, feeling that the immediate danger had passed. You should follow my shadow clones to gather the supplies. Be swift. It's past 4, and if we delay, night will soon fall. The 2 women cast him a somewhat forlorn glance, but obediently followed the shadow clones. The 7 female drivers also joined in, gathering the items they had initially missed, though the emergence of such a creature rendered them hesitant to ascend to higher floors. Observing the corpse of the mutated creature, Gu Feng contemplated sending it to Lin Ke, where specialized testing equipment and professionals could analyze it. Understanding its nature might reveal weaknesses, ensuring they would not be caught off guard in the future. Had another survivor team arrived here today, they would have undoubtedly met their doom. Perhaps the bones on that altar were the result of this creature's handiwork. Chapter 36. A worrisome future. After issuing orders for the 4 shadow clones that had slain the mutated creature to transport it to the police vehicle for delivery to the Sioux City Inspection Bureau, Gu Feng commanded the 170 shadow clones stationed at the perimeter of the Wanhua shopping mall to enter. They meticulously ascended the staircases and elevators, determined to uncover whether any additional monsters lurked within, or if there were eggs or offspring that could propagate such creatures. It was imperative to prevent the proliferation of such entities. With the addition of 170 more individuals to the shopping mall, the 9 young women, previously anxious, found a renewed sense of security. As such monstrous entities proliferate, the future will no longer be a realm where Gu Feng slaughters zombies, establishes secure havens, and salvages humanity. Instead, it will devolve into a desperate existence of evasion and concealment, a fate Gu Feng is resolutely determined to avoid. Within the Sioux City Inspectorate, after a day's diligent efforts, Lin Ke's bureau has gradually sheltered over 200 survivors. Among these individuals, at least 1/3 exhibit a profound fear of death, driven by selfishness. When danger looms, these individuals will not hesitate to thrust others into peril, fleeing for their own lives. They demand sustenance without contributing labor, resorting to the tactics of the peaceful era, complaining and weeping on the ground when denied. Observing these people, Lin K's eyelids twitch. This must be what Mr. Gu Feng referred to, perhaps having served in the military or having been an inspector for 3 to 4 years. These individuals have clung to the notion of serving the citizens, even though their behavior is somewhat irrational. Lin Ke refrains from expelling them and instead intensifies his efforts to procure supplies. As a result, Lin Ke has faced considerable reprimand from Gu Feng's shadow clones. Gu Feng left behind over 300 clones, but now only a little over 200 remain, most having perished in skirmishes with the zombie horde. Moreover, during these encounters, Gu Feng has discerned that many zombies have begun to evolve, necessitating better classification. He has designated those stronger than ordinary zombies as level 2 zombies. These creatures possess greater physical resilience and strength, as well as enhanced running speed. Within the vast horde of over 100,000 zombies, level 3 zombies have emerged. These entities not only exhibit the intelligence of a 6-year-old child, but are also capable of wielding tools such as clubs and knives, displaying strength sufficient to lift and hurl a car several meters away. This intelligence and adaptability, observed by Gu Feng over a mere 2 days, is indeed disconcerting. In stark contrast, Gu Feng's system offers opportunities for enhancement only once a month, with an almost entirely random developmental trajectory. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a police vehicle arrived. The clone stationed at the gate recognized it as a friendly presence and granted passage. The 4 shadow clones then briefed Lin Ke on the day's encounters. Mutated beings? Lin Ke's gaze deepened. While the evolution of zombies is manageable as long as firearms remain effective, the emergence of an abundance of creatures beyond comprehension raises profound concerns about humanity's ultimate fate. Perhaps the apocalypse is truly upon us. Lin Ke's team has expanded from a mere 12 members 2 days ago to 21 inspectors now, likely due to the inspectors who returned home after work that day. Upon receiving news yesterday that there were still personnel at the inspectorate, they organized to join. After leaving the mutated entities behind, the 4 shadow clones remained at the inspectorate to bolster the ranks. Within Lin Ke's squad, there happens to be a forensic expert. After giving a few instructions, Lin Xie had 2 inspectors move the corpse of the mutated creature to the forensic laboratory in the office building. Subsequently, Lin Xie conveyed to Gu Feng's doppelganger his intention to announce citywide via the radio that the Sioux City Inspection Bureau had officially established itself as a safe base. The response was predictably unfavorable. In truth, the congregation of individuals in one location would inevitably attract zombies, especially considering that the number of combatants capable of participating in the defense of the safe base was already limited, compounded by the existence of evolved zombies exhibiting intelligence and mutations. The anticipated future scenario appeared increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Gu Feng procured 6 of the latest mobile phones from the Wanhua shopping mall and, after selecting a few articles of clothing for himself, ordered an immediate evacuation. Liana and Feng Ruixue each managed to secure at least 10 outfits and dresses, while the other female drivers gathered an abundance of food and cosmetics. The remaining 320 doppelgangers scoured the entire mall but found no additional monsters. However, to ensure safety for the following day, Gu Feng decided to leave all 300 doppelgangers to spend the night in the mall, while his original self and the 9 ladies drove back. On the way, they encountered yet another horde of zombies. After depleting Gu Feng's reserves of energy thrice, the tens of thousands of zombies blocking the road to Wanhua Plaza were nearly annihilated. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Feng utilized a completely exhausted doppelganger to create 173 new ones. After some contemplation, he resolved to send them to the Sioux City Vocational School across from Chienda Plaza to assess the situation. Perhaps a few survivors would remain after all this time. The 10 doppelgangers in the presidential suite number 3 were fully expended, leaving him with a reserve of 20 doppelgangers, 10 concealed in the residential building opposite the inspection bureau, and 10 hidden in presidential suite number 4. However, upon returning, the sky had darkened, and after midnight, he could generate an additional 10 doppelgangers. Time was of the essence to eliminate more zombies. Otherwise, as they evolved, they would become increasingly difficult to defeat, and a counterattack from them might ensue. After dispatching the doppelgangers, Gu Feng casually snacked on something before retiring for the night. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the door to presidential suite number 2 was ajar. A graceful woman clad in a lace nightgown approached him, leaning against his arm. Gu Luzhu, may I sleep in your room tonight? Her sultry gaze was fixed intently on him. Wasn't this Jiang Sanyan? Having been brought to presidential suite No. 2 by Lu Qianqian for so long, had their relationship truly blossomed? A smirk tugged at Gu Feng's lips as he instinctively wrapped his arm around Jiang Sanyan's waist. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her freshly washed hair with a firmer grip, Gu Feng, I want to accompany you tonight. What should I do? Choose her or choose me? Lu Qianqian, also clad in a lace nightgown, emerged from presidential suite number 2, her hair still damp, indicating she had just bathed. Gazing at the alluring figure before him, Gu Feng swallowed hard, unhesitatingly releasing his hold on Jiang Sanyan and slowly advancing towards Lu Qianqian. He leaned against the wall behind Lu Qianqian, bringing his head close to her ear, whispering, Are you truly prepared? Lu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she seized Gu Feng, pinning him against the wall, extending her graceful leg to rest her delicate foot upon his shoulder. Chapter 37. Gu Feng and Lu Qianqian. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes drawn to the exquisite leg so near him, swallowing again. It was fair and tender. Did he wish to touch it? Noticing Gu Feng's instinctive gaze, Lu Qianqian's expression shifted to one of teasing challenge. Gu Feng instinctively nodded, then shook his head, finally coming to a realization before nodding again, his expression transforming into one of delight. It appeared she was indeed ready. With that, Gu Gu Feng lowered Lu Qianqian's leg and effortlessly lifted her by the waist. Their breaths quickened. They had reached this point. It was time to get down to business. Meanwhile, Jiang Sanyan, who had almost succeeded, shot a furious glare at Lu Qianqian. That vixen, who had previously acted so high and mighty, could not endure it any longer and had to intervene when this brazen woman effortlessly stole her chance. With a bold smile, Jiang Sanyan lunged at Gu Feng once more, her eyes glimmering with longing. "Dear Gu, you are so formidable. Can you really not satisfy too?" she implored. "I desire your attention as well." Gu Feng retorted, "I have no affection for her. Were it not for Sister Lu Yan's constant advocacy, she would not have even had the opportunity to approach me. Yet, this very person has spoken ill of me behind my back. Do you truly think I would be fond of someone like her?" As Lu Qianqian spoke, she wrapped her arms around Gu Feng's neck. Gently resting her face against his shoulder, her gaze directed triumphantly at Jiang Sanyan. Gu Feng smiled faintly, understanding her intent. "Someone, please escort Miss Jiang to the second floor. From now on, she is not permitted here without Qianqian's consent." The shadowy figure stationed at the staircase promptly approached, courteously inviting Jiang Sanyan to descend. With a resentful glint in her eyes, Jiang Sanyan suppressed her dissatisfaction, forcing a smile. "I cannot possibly go down dressed like this. May I return to change? Whatever." Gu Feng replied dismissively before carrying Lu Qianqian back to his room. He gently laid Lu Qianqian on the bed, his face inching closer to hers. However, a delicate finger pressed against his chest as her jade hand gracefully lifted his sleeve, revealing the sculpted perfection of his abs. To her surprise, this man was remarkably well built. Lu Qianqian's cheeks reddened. "Shall I go shower first?" "Of course," Gu Feng replied, capturing her hand resting on his abs and placing a gentle kiss upon it before turning to head to the bathroom. At the same time, after Jiang Sanyan was escorted from the 33rd floor, the shadowy figures stationed on each level ensured that all drivers and survivors on the second floor were informed before 9 o'clock that evening. "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Vanhua Mall, situated 5 kilometers away, to transport supplies. The moment for a hearty meal has arrived, bringing joy to the survivors who have not feasted to their fill for the past 2 to 3 days." Over 170 shadow clones dispatched by Gu Feng to the vocational school in Sioux City stirred the attention of over 10,000 zombies, resulting in the demise of all 170 clones, yet they managed to vanquish more than 3,000 zombies in the process. Upon receiving this information, Gu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a vocational school would harbor nearly 20,000 zombies. Was it not stated that only 60% of the population would be infected? How could so many have been bitten in such a short span following the initial wave of infection? Nevertheless, his 170 clones had successfully lured all the zombies to the playground, providing ample time for any remaining survivors within the buildings to seek out resources. In any case, he had pressing matters to attend to. Emerging from the shower, Gu Feng beheld Lu Qianqian, who was already prepared. "Let us extinguish the light," he suggested. Drawing closer, Lu Qianqian's cheeks flushed. "This is not an unscrupulous hotel. There are no surveillance cameras. If the lights are off, how can I see?" "No lights," she retorted. With that, Gu Feng leaped onto the bed, which was indeed soft and comfortable, reminiscent of a 5-star hotel. The long, lingering night. Who can truly understand it? It was not until the shrill sound of a mobile phone alarm pierced the tranquility that a hand emerged from the white cotton quilt to silence the ringtone. "What time is it?" Lu Qianqian inquired, peeking her head out from beneath the covers. "Never mind that. Do you not have important matters to attend to today? Let us not squander time. I wish to accompany you this time." Lu Qianqian rolled out of bed, her legs trembling as she nearly faltered. "What is wrong? Why do I feel so weak? How many times has this been for you? You seem so adept and wild," Lu Qianqian remarked, somewhat irked. Gu Feng sighed softly, departing from his comfort zone. "This is the second time. The first was merely a night ago. Had I known I should have endured just one more day, I would have insisted upon it. Enough of your nonsense. Historically, which powerful figure has been devoted to only one person? Even queens have countless male consorts. Now that I have become yours, I merely wish for your protection and assistance in the future. As for whether you will love me." At this juncture, Lu Qianqian scoffed, "I cannot change the hearts of others. Whom you love or do not love is dictated solely by your own heart." Gu Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "You are truly indifferent. Yet, I must concede that you speak the truth. So what shall we do moving forward? Will you ascend in status?" "Ah, so quickly revealing your true nature," Lu Qianqian teased, gathering her hair into an elegant updo as she approached Gu Feng. "It is quite realistic. Had it not been for this calamity, would a mere supporting actress like me ever catch your eye? Gu Feng replied, retrieving a gift box from the cupboard. You are correct. It is indeed realistic. Whether I rise to prominence or not is inconsequential, as long as no other woman attempts to control me. If anyone were to do so, it must be you. From now on, I shall heed only your counsel. With that, Lu Qianqian accepted the gift box and opened it to reveal a beautiful dress. Ah, I understand now. In the future, no one shall dictate your actions. In this establishment, you shall reign as the lady of the house. You may command my avatars to perform any task at your whim, albeit with moderation. Having concluded this statement, Gu Feng donned his suit and stood before the mirror, adjusting his hairstyle. Your taste is quite questionable. This attire seems more suited for a young girl, Lu Qianqian remarked candidly. Gu Feng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You speak as if you're of great age. If you disapprove, you may select your own garments at the Wanhua Mall later. Unfortunately, I am already 25 this year. However, clothing is meant to be worn. Who wears it matters little. 25, you say? Thankfully, the timelines diverge by a decade. Gu Feng is but 24 in this realm. In another timeline, the gap could extend to 11 years, one thriving in peace while the other succumbs to apocalyptic despair. Exhaling deeply, Gu Feng gazed into the mirror. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions, when suddenly, a radiant light flashed from the reflection. Peering through the glass, he averted his gaze only to be drawn back repeatedly, until an unsuspected drop of blood trickled from his nose. You certainly are quite familiar, having been less enthusiastic just days prior, Gu Feng remarked, quickly adjusting his trousers and turning with a facade of calm. What is that crimson object on the bed? Lu Qianqian queried with a cool demeanor. Gu Feng cast a fleeting glance, choosing silence. Can I now be greeted with a touch more enthusiasm? Lu Qianqian, adorned in a sky-blue dress, approached Gu Feng. Her brow furrowed and lips pursed. What is it? Gu Feng inquired, perplexed. You have prepared the dress, but what of the shoes? I cannot be expected to wear slippers. She stated matter-of-factly. Perhaps you should return to your room to don your own footwear? Once we arrive at Wanhua Mall, you may select as you please. And my avatar shall be at your service. Does that suffice? Gu Feng suggested with a sheepish smile. Very well, I shall see you shortly. With a wave, Lu Qianqian exited his room. With a soft sigh, Gu Feng glanced at the splashes of red on the bed before donning his bulletproof outfit and retrieving a Type 95 rifle from the cabinet, slinging it over his shoulder. Upon exiting, he presented his room card to the shadow avatar stationed on the 33rd floor, instructing it to summon a cleaning lady to tidy up. Chapter 38. Departure to Wanhua Mall and the escalating crisis when Lu Qianqian emerged, having changed into a pair of high-heeled sandals. She linked her arm with Gu Feng's as they descended the stairs together. Prior to their descent, Gu Feng summoned 10 of his standard avatars, directing them to take over the duties of the previous 10 avatars used in the presidential suite. Clad in a sky-blue dress and elegant designer heels, Lu Qianqian, once hailed as the stunning Lu Tiantian, now walked gracefully with an ordinary-looking man of average height. Observing Lu Qianqian, who now towered over him by half a neck due to her heels, Gu Feng could not help but express a few playful jabs, to which Lu Qianqian responded with a slight smile, indicating that she possessed no other footwear. Following closely behind were Lu Qianqian's friends, Lu Yin and Wu Xiaojia, whom she had met during her time in the film crew. As for the previously mentioned Jiang Sanyan, who assumed the dual role of an alumna and a close friend, her repeated attempts to sow discord regarding Lu Qianqian's reputation not only failed, but also earned her the disdain of Lu Qianqian. Sent down to the second floor like the others, she found herself either huddling for warmth or maintaining her lofty demeanor. The entire restaurant now housed over 100 survivors, some of whom had been there since the onset, while others had arrived later upon hearing of the safety it offered. However, the gender ratio was notably skewed, with only 42 men and 87 women present. It was said that some of the women managed to reach this sanctuary thanks to their boyfriends and close friends, who selflessly held off the zombies, granting them precious time to escape. Today marked the 8th day since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. After gathering the idle survivors, Gu Feng announced the day's task. They would be traversing between the Wanhua shopping mall to transport supplies. While Gu Feng could not guarantee that they would not encounter zombies along the way, he assured them that upon completing this mission, they would have ample provisions, ensuring that those participating would enjoy 3 days of hearty meals. Although life itself was invaluable, the torment of hunger was equally unbearable. Consequently, 50 or 60 individuals eagerly volunteered, excluding those tasked with managing the hotel, cleaning, cooking, and farming, nearly everyone else signed up. Even some of the physically weaker women were vying to be among those who could assist with unloading and transporting supplies at the hotel. Seeing their enthusiasm, Gu Feng smiled with satisfaction. This was how it should be. Although these tasks could easily be handled by his clones, he pondered the implications of such an arrangement. If they relied solely on him, did they not resemble pets, dependent on their master for sustenance? If abandoned, they would perish, and when the master wielded the knife, they would be helplessly slaughtered. It seemed the current situation mirrored this reality. However, rather than tending to a flock of sheep, it was more advantageous to nurture a herd of cattle, which could at least be utilized for labor. With this thought, Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. Under his guidance, the enthusiasm among the survivors surged. Those capable of driving took the wheel, while others either remained behind to assist with unloading or accompanied the vehicles to the mall. Given the heightened dangers of the mall, the potential rewards were significantly greater. At this juncture, Su Wenjing's role became crucial, armed with her phone and notebook. She diligently recorded everything. Over the past few days, as per Gu Feng's instructions, she had meticulously compiled a complete list of the hotel's over 100 survivors. Leading the convoy were Gu Feng and Lu Chanxian in their vehicle, followed closely by a dozen cars, with Su Lingxi and Gao Mingyuan bringing up the rear. Should any situation arise, these two, fully equipped, were prepared to respond immediately. Along the route, any scattered zombies encountered were swiftly dealt with by Gu Feng using his shadow clones. In addition to the 20 clones stationed on the top floor of the Wentian Hotel and the 10 clones across from the inspection bureau in the residential building. Upon venturing outside, I have expended 3 significant reserves within the residential complex. Firstly, I have stationed 175 shadow clones to secure the perimeter of the tavern, ensuring the absolute safety of the route for returning supply vehicles. Additionally, en route to Wanhua Square, I allocated 350 clones to clear the zombies from the road. Following yesterday's battle, there were already few zombies remaining on this path, and the 350 clones proved more than sufficient. After eliminating over 200 clones, the remaining 10,000 zombies along the 1-kilometer stretch were completely vanquished. The remaining 100 clones conducted thorough searches along the buildings and alleys flanking the road. Engaging any zombies they encountered, if overwhelmed, they would not hesitate to perish in battle. According to the law of energy conservation, the natural energy within these shadow clones, once they fall, will return to nature in other forms. After a night of searching Wanhua Mall, the 320 clones stationed there nearly overturned the entire establishment, but found no trace of the other mutated species. The origin of this anomaly remains a mystery. Many survivors, who had been holed up in their homes since the outbreak, observed nearly 20 vehicles and a group of armored individuals exterminating zombies on the street. They presumed it to be the military or inspectors arriving to rescue them, cautiously emerging from their shelters, only to witness the armored figures ruthlessly dispatching the undead. Those unfortunate enough to be bitten soon dissipated into wisps of white smoke, leaving the onlookers astounded. Was this some form of advanced technology? A gas-powered automaton? Nonetheless, salvation was at hand. The survivors, gradually emerging, followed the shadow clones of Gu Feng. Some, fearful that the clones might falter, even offered their kitchen knives or fruit knives to assist in the slaughter of zombies, hoping to improve their chances of survival. Given that the shadow clones possess self-awareness, they relayed news about the establishment of a safe base by the inspectors to the survivors, leaving the decision to join up to them. As for whether this would trouble Lin Xie, it is likely he would welcome the opportunity to rescue every survivor in the city. However, the survivors were already well informed of these developments. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Had they known all along? Indeed, they had seen it on their phones. The shadow clone paused, realizing that the main body's phone was not connected to this accursed place. After acquiring a new phone, no SIM card had been installed. It is noteworthy that in 2012, universal connectivity had yet to be achieved. Without a SIM card, there was no signal or data. According to the survivors, the zombies were far more terrifying than those currently visible. Reports from the zoo mentioned zombie tigers capable of shattering bulletproof glass and hypersensitive zombie monkeys. Furthermore, in the City of Magic, located 100 kilometers away, the military had commenced operations, establishing the largest safe base in the region. Due to a significant number of infected soldiers within the ranks, global military strength had been diminished by at least 80%. In this world devoid of nuclear weaponry, the military's most effective means to counter the horde of zombies consists of missiles, high-yield explosives, as well as large-caliber shells and armored vehicles like tanks. Naturally, Aircraft are also essential, though that would have to wait until the military regains control of the airbase. Gu Feng continued to peruse the survivor's mobile phone, discovering breaking news from the capital. A calamity has befallen us. Upon clicking the link, he encountered a series of images depicting a creature with bat-like wings and a thick layer of skin, resembling an enormous bat or a human adorned with bat wings. However, the creature's skin bore no resemblance to that of a human. It became apparent that there were various types of mutated species, given specific conditions. The genes of several organisms could amalgamate to create new forms. As Gu Feng continued to read, he was struck by the sight of this humanoid bat creature emitting a cry that seemed to resonate with the very souls of those below, causing some survivors to clutch their hearts in anguish. Gu Feng, having never experienced such a sensation, could not fathom the feeling. On the 8th day, such a grotesque mutation had already emerged. With a slight sigh, Gu Feng resolved to complete his current task and seek refuge, lest he find himself in dire straits. Chapter 39. Wanhua Plaza. Currently, the Federal Xian Nation, with its significantly diminished military force, has concentrated its troops in several central cities. Notably, these include the northern capital, the southern city of Guangling, the eastern metropolis of Modu, and the western city of Baiwushi. These 4 locations serve as the strongholds of the Federal Xian Nation's regular army. Other cities predominantly rely on local armed factions and inspection bureaus for their defense. Moreover, the military command of these 4 regions has utilized radio broadcasts to disseminate messages online, urging survivors and local armed forces from various provinces to converge towards these major cities. As of the 8th day following the cataclysm, the survivor base in the capital has accommodated a total of 220,000 individuals. Modu has taken in 250,000. Baiwushi has received 300,000, and Guangling houses 330,000. Gu Feng was taken aback by the rapid influx of such a multitude within a short span. In a world devoid of nuclear weapons, the capacity to annihilate an entire city simply does not exist. Furthermore, even if nuclear weapons were available, deploying them against zombies would amount to self-destruction of human civilization. After absorbing this information, Gu Feng returned the mobile phone to the survivor, hoping that these survivor bases might endure a while longer. Hundreds of thousands of defenseless souls congregating together would inevitably attract millions, even tens of millions of predatory wolves. When that time comes, would the military's artillery and munitions be sufficient to eradicate such vast numbers of zombies? And what of the mutated beings and evolved creatures? He could only wish for the evolution of these zombies to proceed slowly, allowing him the time to grow stronger, or rather, for the system to provide him with some assistance. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's main body, accompanied by a convoy, arrived at Wanhua Plaza. In the hotel, 175 shadow clones were created on the road, followed by 350 more utilized during their journey, depleting 3 reserves of strength in the process. Gu Feng then expended another reserve to restore his power to full capacity. Inside the residential building across from the inspection bureau, the number of his shadow clones dwindled to a mere 6. Meanwhile, 320 clones, having spent the night in search, found no other creatures and instead laid out all the useful items they had seen from various shops at the entrance. As the survivors arrived for work, the over 300 clones orderly withdrew from the mall, venturing outward to continue their reconnaissance, fulfilling their final purpose. Upon witnessing the emergence of a dense throng of Gu Feng's clones, exceeding 200, the survivors collectively exhaled in relief. The presence of their leader's clones signified that the interior was secure. Yet, one might ponder why Gu Feng, capable of accomplishing these tasks single-handedly, required their assistance. If he were to undertake everything alone, what purpose would they serve? Perhaps they would have long been dismissed. Now, with Gu Feng's singular might nearly equating to that of an entire army, he still chose to shelter them, providing an opportunity for them to confront their fears of the undead. Such a leader, who would dare to speak ill of him? As the clones departed towards the surrounding streets, Gu Feng addressed the arriving survivors. They have ventured out to eliminate the zombies. Utilize this absolutely safe window to gather any useful items you encounter. The storerooms on the first and second floors of the hotel, designated for food storage, were already brimming. Should they gather supplies from such a large mall, it would necessitate moving materials to the third or even fourth floor, requiring the clearing of hotel rooms. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, over 30 accompanying survivors eagerly set to work. Among them were Lu Qianqian, Liana, Fang Ruixue, Gao Mingyuan, and Su Lingxi. After sending Gao Mingyuan to roam nearby, Gu Feng summoned 175 shadow clones to assist in transporting items and seeking out useful supplies. Having depleted a fourth reserve from the residential building, Gu Feng felt it prudent to expend another. He left behind 350 shadow clones at Wanhua Square, dispatching 30 to accompany Lu Qianqian, while assigning 10 clones each to closely follow Li Anna and Feng Ruixue. The remainder either assisted with the transport of supplies or maintained vigilance in the vicinity. As for Su Lingxi, fully armed and ready, she required no protection. Her role was simply to guard the entrance with her firearm, ensuring both comfort and safety. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's main self set out to scout the surroundings for any sizable abandoned trucks, for it was cumbersome to consistently search for supplies using a fleet of small cars and vans. In the residential building, the reserve clones had dwindled to half, leaving only 5 remaining. However, once the energy was depleted, it became necessary to draw upon reserve energy. With 4 remaining reserves in the residential building, along with the 20 shadow clones from the hotel, it appeared there were 24 reserves, but in reality, only 14 remained. This was due to 10 standard shadow clones that had only recently been summoned before departing today, having absorbed natural energy for less than 2 hours. Thus their contribution of natural chakra was meager. After dismissing the others, Gu Feng, feeling rather bored, strolled towards the other side of the street. Perhaps it was the unsettling emergence of mutated species and evolved zombies that prompted him to wander aimlessly, or perhaps he sought to survey the nearby streets and buildings, as he was decidedly unfamiliar with this world. After approximately 16 minutes in a distance of around 2 kilometers, he arrived at the last location explored by the shadow clones. Ahead lay 2 schools and a gymnasium, forming a triangular formation. Peering through the school fence, Gu Feng noticed a large number of zombies clad in identical school uniforms gathered on the playground. He wondered how the youthful students would fare against the zombies. Would it resemble the chaos depicted in the Western drama Zombie Campus? From a corner by the roadside, he observed the school gate labeled Sioux City No. 13 Middle School, opposite which stood Sioux City No. 16 Middle School, with the Sioux City Gymnasium not far off. Raising his gaze, he saw that both schools, with their teaching and dormitory buildings, had corridors on the 5th or 6th floors teeming with wandering zombies. Given this situation, it seemed likely that no survivors remained. It is important to note that in a middle school, aside from a few that might have a small on-campus shop, many do not possess such facilities. Now, a week after the outbreak, if there were still living souls within that school, they would likely be hiding in some corner of the shop or in the cafeteria. Otherwise, how could anyone endure a week without food? Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. After all, once this task was completed, it would provide enough provisions for those at the safe base for 3 to 4 months. There would also be vegetables to grow, though raising poultry posed the risk of them carrying the zombie virus. Chapter 40, Survivors of No. 13 Middle School. If one wished to find poultry free of the zombie virus, perhaps a raid on the market would be in order, or one could seek out the nearest farm. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng hesitated no longer, formed hand seals, and conjured 176 shadow clones. There was no need for greetings. The white smoke that erupted upon their appearance was sufficient to attract the attention of the zombies. With a roar, the zombies from both schools collectively cheered and charged forth, their excitement palpable at the sight of so many humans. Having gone days without sustenance, they had resorted to feasting on injured kin. Though the flesh was unpalatable, it granted them greater strength. As the roars of zombies from the 2 schools echoed, a multitude of thousands emerged in response to the alarm. As they converged with Gu Feng's 176 clones, a fierce clash of fists and feet ensued. Once his natural chakra was depleted, a thought crossed Gu Feng's mind. The 7th regular shadow clone, stationed opposite the inspection bureau in a residential building, instantly dissipated into white smoke. After replenishing his natural chakra, transformed from natural energy, Gu Feng circled to the back of the school, leaped with vigor, and effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter-high fence, entering the school grounds. This was the extraordinary physical prowess granted by Sage Mode. Gazing at the surrounding buildings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He too had once been a high school student, and looking back now, those 3 years of youth seemed rather aimless. Seizing the moment while his numerous clones remained entangled with the zombies, Gu Feng swiftly darted toward the school cafeteria. At Sioux City No. 13 Middle School, within the cafeteria, 6 boys and 5 girls stood armed, vigilantly watching the entrance. The recent sudden outbreak of zombies had left these exhausted survivors clinging to their last breaths to defend this sanctuary. Uncertain about the commotion outside, they tensed as they waited for several minutes. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the kitchen door, "Is anyone in there?" accompanied by a series of knocks. The 6 boys and 5 girls were startled. That's a living person's voice. One girl exclaimed in realization. The boy, gripping a kitchen knife at the door, was taken aback, wanting to reprimand her for her reaction, but realizing they had already revealed their presence, he could only respond to the voice outside. "Friend, we are full here. Please go elsewhere," he replied with a frown. Gu Feng outside the door paused, intrigued. "Oh, it seems there are quite a few of you. Are you sure? What if I am here to rescue you? Are you certain you won't come out?" he remarked playfully. "No need. We are fine here," the boy continued. Before he could finish, a girl with a ponytail, already weary of their situation, stood up. "Liang Shi, are you out of your mind?" After scolding him, she rushed to the door, anxious. "Sir, are you really here to rescue us? We've been out of food for 2 days. If we don't get something soon, we won't last much longer." "Su Yun, what are you doing? What if he is a bad guy? Do you realize that in extreme situations, people can do anything?" The boy guarding the door suddenly turned pale, grabbing the standing girl firmly. The room fell into a brief silence. Then, a bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses and asked, "Friend, was that noise caused by you?" Outside, Gu Feng smiled. "You should know, I am not obligated to rescue you. I will say this once. Those willing to come out and join me are welcome. Those who choose to stay can remain. I will wait for just 1 minute." Having spoken, Gu Feng ceased his words, gazing curiously around the cafeteria hall. The floor lay in disarray, stained with blood, suggesting that the students had stirred the horde of zombies upon their arrival. Judging by the timeline, the outbreak had occurred in the dead of night, and the students must have been in the dormitory. However, how much food could a high school student possibly stash in their dorm? Once consumed, the only option left would be to venture to the school cafeteria or flee the premises, with at least 3,000 students from 2 neighboring schools. Not to mention the foot traffic from nearby ground-level shops and restaurants. The number of zombies on this route was neither negligible nor excessive, estimated to be around 10 to 20,000. After approximately 5 seconds, the room erupted into a cacophony of arguments, the discord persisting for over 20 seconds without any sign of abating. Gu Feng let out a faint sigh, gathering blue lightning in his hand, and unleashed a powerful strike. A tremendous noise resounded as the iron door was blasted open, creating a hole the size of a human head, precisely where the doorknob was located. The squabbling individuals fell silent in an instant, staring in stunned silence at the man outside, who wielded the lightning and nonchalantly pushed the iron door open. Enough of this futile debate on whether the door can be opened. Those who wish to leave, follow me. Those who do not, remain silent and still. Gu Feng expressionlessly extinguished the lightning in his hand. His tactical uniform and the crackling lightning instantly captivated the hearts of 3 high school girls, while the remaining 2 were struck with terror at the display of such incomprehensible power. 4 boys rushed to Gu Feng, nearly kneeling before him, but ultimately settling for a bow. "Big brother, I wish to follow you. Take me with you." "Me too. I want to come." "What sorcery is this?" "Big brother, do you need more followers?" The 3 girls, their eyes filled with admiration, approached Gu Feng with expressions of surprise and eagerness. Gu Feng cast a glance at the dazed boy clutching a kitchen knife and calmly remarked, "You might manage to dispatch 1 or 2 zombies with that, but facing a larger number would pose a significant challenge." Upon hearing this, the boy named Liang Shi promptly concealed the knife behind him, frightened. "If you wish to follow me, then come along. My team is less than 2 kilometers from here at the Wanhua shopping mall, gathering supplies. I can take you to the safe base I've established." With that, Gu Feng turned and exited the room. The 3 girls and 4 boys immediately followed suit. The boy with the knife exchanged a glance with a stocky boy beside him before both hastily joined the group. The 2 girls, who had been initially startled, quickly regained their composure and hurried after them. Once outside the cafeteria hall, the campus avenue stood eerily deserted, a stark contrast to the previous chaos filled with wandering zombies, now appearing remarkably safe. However, the sounds of combat between shadow clones and the horde were too loud to ignore, leaving the group astonished as they watched thousands of zombies clashing with a squad clad in tactical uniforms resembling that of their formidable leader. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed that the number of zombies in this area was quite sparse. After several minutes of combat, he had not attracted a horde of relentless zombies. Otherwise, it would have been a straightforward annihilation. Moreover, this could have been an opportunity for some subtle display of prowess, as the old adage goes. The most lethal form of showing off is that which is imperceptible. Chapter 41. The army on full alert. Reflecting on this, Gu Feng's expression turned serious as he remarked, I did not anticipate that such a commotion would only draw forth a mere few thousand zombies. The 11 individuals behind him looked at Gu Feng with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. In the next moment, Gu Feng formed hand seals, and 180 shadow clones manifested successively from the shadows. The 11 students behind him were rendered speechless. Was this the art of shadow cloning? Could he possibly be an awakened ability user from the movies, or perhaps a superhuman? Surely he could not be a deity, for divine beings would resolve such matters with a mere breath. Gu Feng pointed forward, his face expressionless as he commanded, Go. Eliminate them. The 180 clones, in sage mode, immediately turned and charged into the fray. This spectacle astonished the students standing behind Gu Feng. What kind of divine ability allowed one to utilize clones in a post-apocalyptic world? It was not only a certain means of survival but also a tremendous asset. Are there any others in this school aside from you survivors? Gu Feng inquired, turning to address the group. The students exchanged glances, and one girl raised her hand, saying, Sir, before we came to the cafeteria, there were still many people in the dormitory. However, we have had no contact for 5 days, so I cannot say for sure. Then let us go and take a look, Gu Feng gestured. Suddenly, a girl's stomach let out a loud growl. Had they not eaten in days? Gu Feng, who was about to turn and walk away, halted, his brows furrowing as he surveyed the group. The others exchanged awkward glances before nodding sheepishly. Gu Feng took a deep breath, acknowledging the inconvenience. However, having resolved to save others, he could do no less than bear the burden. The 8th of his reserve clones dissipated into white smoke opposite the inspectorate building. Once replenished with chakra, Gu Feng, without the need for hand seals, summoned another 20 clones with mere thought. You 10 head to the school's small supermarket and procure some food. Once gathered, deliver it to the dormitory building. You 10 will accompany them as cover. Now, let us first head to the dormitory and assess the situation, Gu Feng instructed his clones in a calm tone. Then turned to the 11 students, conveying the same directive. The students, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, dared not utter further protests, and simply nodded in agreement. Just as Gu Feng set out to rescue those in the school, a recently released news report shattered the hopes of many survivors. The military would no longer advance towards the small cities. Experts were diligently researching a vaccine regarding the recent viral invasion. 2 days prior, the Summer National Federal Army has assembled approximately 70 to 80,000 troops in the Magic City. After confirming their equipment and personnel, they commenced the deployment of forces to the urban districts under the jurisdiction of their respective provinces. The provinces of Jianbei and Jiang'an dispatched contingents of 1 to 2,000 soldiers each, with a total of 1,500 soldiers entering Sioux City. As the army set forth, armored vehicles, jeeps, drones, helicopters, heavy artillery, and machine guns were all loaded with live ammunition. For the future of humanity and the nation, shelters and secure bases must extend beyond the metropolises to encompass smaller cities. After all, thus far, no zombie has survived the onslaught of firearms. In the urban centers, each offensive by the assembled troops resulted in the annihilation of thousands of zombies. Along the route from the Magic City to Sioux City, over 300,000 zombies have perished from missile and gunfire, often with a single artillery shell claiming the lives of hundreds. As the military methodically eradicated the zombies and prepared to establish military safety bases in smaller cities, some experts argued that these zombies were merely afflicted by certain viruses and should not be subjected to such widespread extermination, as they still held the potential to revert to humanity. This mass slaughter of zombies equated to the slaughter of innocents. To disregard the zombies' semblance of humanity was tantamount to a crime. Following the experts' remarks, the military forces across the regions hesitated to engage in further large-scale extermination of zombies, retreating to the military safety bases within the urban centers while awaiting the experts to develop the so-called vaccine and antidote. Upon hearing this news, over 13 million survivors of the Summer Nation, whether sheltering at home or venturing out for supplies, erupted in outrage, cursing the so-called experts. A small consolation amidst this misfortune was that while the regular army would no longer advance into the cities, the government permitted surviving inspectors, militias, and all individuals who had undergone military training to arm themselves at local military divisions and armed offices. They could either defend themselves and retaliate in times of crisis or establish makeshift shelters and safety bases, awaiting the arrival of the vaccine. The world's population before the apocalypse stood at 9 billion, with the Summer Nation alone accounting for 2 billion. On the first night of the outbreak, the number of survivors in the Summer Nation was still over 700 million. However, within a mere 8 days, this number plummeted by over 500 million. Among the remaining 100 million, a significant portion had either run out of supplies or sustained injuries while fleeing from zombies. How many more days these individuals could endure remained uncertain. At Sioux City's number 13 middle school, Gu Feng, accompanied by 11 surviving students, scoured the dormitory building and discovered a scattered group of 20 or so famished and exhausted students. After Gu Feng's shadow clone procured food from the school's small supermarket, it provided much-needed sustenance to them. Subsequently, the 30 or so students rescued joined Gu Feng in a search at the neighboring number 16 middle school, where they successfully located over 20 additional middle school students. Originally, these two closely situated schools comprised a junior high and a senior high. With 61 students successfully rescued, Gu Feng commandeered a nearby bus, transporting them all to his secure base, the Wenyi Hotel. After delivering over 20 students to the hotel, Gu Feng exchanged a few words with the shadow clone stationed there, who then relayed the hotel's regulations to the students. Following this, Gu Feng parked the bus at the hotel entrance and took a private car to leave once more. It seemed there was no longer a need to monitor the Wanhua shopping mall. The hundreds of shadow clones advanced outward, luring the zombies several kilometers away, and then initiated a mutually destructive tactic to maximize their elimination of the undead. On the online platforms, a video featuring over 100 individuals with identical features, clad in special operations attire and wielding lightning weapons against zombies, surfaced 3 days ago and rapidly gained traction. Among the over 100 million survivors in Xia country, at least half were glued to their phones, yearning for the military to enter the city for their protection. Initially, many viewers reacted with scornful comments, questioning the relevance of such theatrics in dire times. However, as similar videos were shared by multiple individuals, each offering a different perspective yet focusing on the same or nearby locations, an uproar erupted online. Could humanity awaken some superpower in this apocalyptic era? If so, what would be the method of awakening? Chapter 42, Sioux City Second Hospital. Stepping out of the hotel, Gu Feng gazed at the sun descending in the sky, realizing that the day was nearly over. According to the information relayed by his shadow clones, there was little need to return to the Wanhua shopping mall. The survivors there were too concerned about their own interests to become complacent. Beyond food, what else was essential for survival in this apocalyptic world? Medicine? Medical care? Damn it. Sinuashi. Finally, Gu Feng recalled the first kind-hearted individual he had encountered upon arriving in this world. He had clearly seen that female doctor's work badge, yet he had been unable to remember it in recent days. Surely, indulgence had clouded his mind. From today onward, he would abstain from alcohol. But wait. He hadn't even consumed any alcohol in recent days. Never mind. Seeking out that person was the priority. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng hurried to the underground parking lot, casually selecting a luxury car worth over 100,000 and heading towards the Sioux City Second Hospital. Amidst the ruins, the streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, and Gu Feng pressed the accelerator to 80, maintaining his speed while maneuvering around the wrecks. In this apocalyptic landscape, operable vehicles were exceedingly rare. However, under the enhanced perception granted by his immortal mode, Gu Feng sped along with virtually no hindrance. Many zombies lurking by the roadside, upon hearing the roar of the vehicle, could only watch and scream in futile pursuit as Gu Feng sped past. A couple of zombies, already meandering on the highway, rushed toward the sound as the vehicle approached. A tremendous crash resonated as the vehicle collided with the horde of zombies, causing several of the creatures to shatter upon impact, their dark blood splattering across the ground. The vehicle itself sustained a significant dent, its once flawless body now marred. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This road had been untouched since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. To his astonishment, a considerable number of zombies had gathered here, densely packed. And with those pursuing from behind, he estimated that there were at least 10,000. While 10,000 zombies may seem manageable at first glance, the reality is that should such a formidable number encircle a person, even the most elite special forces would find escape impossible. Through the car window, Gu Feng could discern the name of the hospital he had first arrived at in this world emblazoned on a building approximately 400 to 500 meters ahead, Sioux City Second Hospital. However, blocking his path were at least 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, a force that no vehicle could hope to overcome, even if it were to collide with a mere dozen or 20 of them. Without hesitation, Gu Feng made a swift decision and summoned 150 shadow clones. each wielding the Chidori, charging towards the throng of zombies ahead. Simultaneously, his reserves of shadow clones dwindled by one more, leaving him with just one remaining. Among the zombies advancing towards him were many clad in patient gowns, white coats, and even nurse uniforms, suggesting that the situation at the hospital was dire. Having dispatched his clones to divert the zombies, Gu Feng pressed the accelerator, maneuvering around the horde along an alternative route. The area within 200 to 300 meters of the hospital entrance was filled with lush greenery and open spaces. Slamming the gas pedal to the floor, he surged forward. Noticing that the entrance and surrounding fence of the hospital were already in disarray, as if someone had previously forced their way in. To his astonishment, 2 police cars were stationed at the hospital's inpatient department, raising the question of whether inspectors had visited this location. Not far off, he also spotted military jeeps. Clearly, not only had inspectors been here, but military personnel had also arrived. Yet, it remained uncertain how many survivors might still be present. The local military presence in Sioux City was substantial, comprising at least 30,000 troops from both the southern and northern military districts. Though it was unknown how many had mutated or how many could still arm themselves in response to the crisis. Truth be told, Gu Feng, even with his enhanced abilities, was merely a stronger human. A single bullet could easily spell his demise. If not for the shadow clones engaging the zombies, he would have perished countless times by now. Perhaps it was the safety net of possessing a 7-day trial card from the 4th Hokage that emboldened him to act so recklessly. As Gu Feng's vehicle crashed through the gate, the thousands of zombies wandering the hospital grounds erupted into chaos, unleashing a cacophony of unsettling roars as they surged toward the speeding vehicle. With little time to ponder, Gu Feng activated the shadow clone technique once more, conjuring an additional 180 shadow clones. As I gazed at the sudden emergence of over 100 living figures, the zombies that had been pursuing the vehicle swiftly redirected their attention towards the shadow clones. Simultaneously, 180 shadow clones, each possessing a fraction of the original S chakra, brandished blades of blue lightning, the Chidori technique, striking with precision. Each swing severed the heads of the approaching zombies. In the event of encirclement, they unleashed the full force of the Chidori technique, propelling the zombies away with electric might. Observing that the horde was occupied by the shadow clones, Gu Feng, without a moment's hesitation, exited the vehicle and dashed towards the outpatient building. At that moment, the reserve clones stationed across from the Sioux City Inspection Bureau were entirely depleted. Numerous zombies hidden within the building, alerted by the commotion, descended upon the scene. Encountering Gu Feng as he entered the lobby on the first floor, a dozen zombies roared in unison and charged at him. Gu Feng calmly extended his arms, the Chidori lightning crackling around him, and in an instant, he sent 7 or 8 charging zombies flying 10 meters away. The remaining 5 or 6 zombies soon followed, engaging him in a flurry of punches and kicks. In the inpatient department behind the outpatient building, within a sealed operating room, several doctors clad in white coats were momentarily taken aback, questioning what had transpired. The sounds outside resembled a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, in another ward, 2 women in military uniforms furrowed their brows, eyeing the external disturbances with heightened vigilance. Tasked with overseeing the commander's daughter, they were unarmed, and to their dismay, chaos erupted just as night fell. Had it not been for the 2 guards valiantly barricading the ward's door, both they and the young lady would likely have met a dire fate. Behind the 2 female soldiers lay a spacious ward flooded with sunlight, perhaps the fabled patient room itself. By the window, a frail young girl in a patient gown slowly opened her eyes. On the table beside her bed lay several unfinished fruits and various supplements. Noticing the 2 female soldiers leaning against the door, she curiously inquired, "What is happening?" One of the soldiers, possessing a sweet demeanor, turned and offered a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, young lady. Perhaps our reinforcements have arrived." "Oh, has father come?" The girl replied with an innocent smile. The soldier nodded emphatically. Communication with the armed forces had been severed since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and after 2 days, a signal was received indicating they were organizing personnel to manage the riotous crowds. However, within just a day, all contact ceased once again. 2 days later, reports emerged of gun-wielding zombies appearing on the streets of Sioux City. These creatures, armed and dangerous, mercilessly fired upon any living beings, indiscriminately targeting both their kind and humans alike. Upon viewing the footage, Liang Shu recognized the soldier zombie in the video and grasped the gravity of the situation unfolding within the armed forces. The daughter of the commander of the Sioux City Infantry Regiment could only be consoled repeatedly, with assurances that the army had encountered unforeseen circumstances and could not arrive. Chapter 43. The Aftermath of Carnage. There was no food left. If the situation became dire, they might resort to capturing a few women for sustenance. After all, history has shown that there have been many instances of cannibalism. I have yet to experience the taste of human flesh. Once again, within this very hospital. On the 4th floor of the inpatient building, 2 female doctors and 3 young nurses were bound hand and foot by a group of young men clad in black suits. A few youths, their spirits diminished by hunger, looked towards the female medical staff for consultation. Meanwhile, in the outpatient building, after dispatching a dozen zombies, Gu Feng retreated into a consulting office, shutting the door behind him and surveying his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Finding the area deserted, he let out a slight sigh of relief. His reserves were sufficient for him to continue his escapades, as long as a large horde of zombies did not form here. He could eliminate thousands of them if necessary. It is worth noting that in recent days, Gu Feng had been continuously dispatching shadow clones to engage in combat with the undead. He had never fought so fiercely before. Now, his abilities had soared to new heights, and he had become fervently determined in his quest to eradicate zombies. Should any humans provoke him, he feared he might lose control of his emotions. Outside, his shadow clones battled against the zombies, with each clone suffering wounds from bites and scratches. Yet, they fought valiantly, determined to take at least one zombie down with them. Each shadow clone met a similar fate, and as they fell, the memories and experiences of their battles flooded back to Gu Feng's mind, reinforcing his instincts for combat and bloodshed. This relentless stimulation left him apprehensive that he might one day transform into a machine of slaughter. He cradled his head, aware that over 30 shadow clones had already perished in the battle against the over 1,000 zombies, taking down more than 300 of the undead in the process. The ability to engage in such large-scale conflict with the enemy while maintaining an optimistic outlook was perhaps a skill only possessed by Naruto Uzumaki. As for Senju Tobarama, he was a man forged in the crucible of blood and death, showing no mercy when he dealt with Uchiha Bido. Eradicate them all. Leave no one standing. The thought surged through Gu Feng's mind, eliciting a sinister smile. In the next moment, the room was filled with another 170 shadow clones, all clad in special forces attire, their expressions cold as they strode towards the door. Outside the hospital's various buildings, the scene was rife with shadow clones clashing against zombies. Each shadow clone could often dispatch 8 or 9 zombies. In the absence of ambushes or unexpected events, some clones could utilize the Chidori technique to take down over 10 zombies in one swift motion, achieving a remarkable tally of 20 kills. Under the relentless assault of more than 300 shadow clones, the horde of over 1,000 zombies dwindled at a visible pace. Eventually, the last standing zombie was besieged by 3 shadow clones, who, reminiscent of a feeding frenzy, used the lightning cutter to blast 3 gaping holes through it. On the battlefield, no zombies remained standing. Only 190 slightly fatigued shadow clones remained upright, yet their task was far from complete. He needed to search through several buildings to ascertain whether there were any remaining zombies. After eliminating all the zombies, Gu Feng emerged from a room in the outpatient department building, his expression somewhat indifferent. Without uttering a word, he once again formed the hand seal for the shadow clone technique. This time, the number of shadow clones increased to 185. In the presidential suite number 4 of the Winnie Hotel, 10 reserve clones began to diminish, one serving as a supplement and another as a cost for utilizing the shadow clones again. Go, see if there are any survivors in this hospital. Particularly, we must locate Dr. Su. After issuing this command, Gu Feng waved his hand. The 185 newly created shadow clones, along with the 190 outside, promptly received the directive and commenced their search across the various buildings. Meanwhile, Gu Feng remained silently in place. Memories of battling zombies surged into his mind, causing him a headache. It seemed that the distinction between killing zombies and killing humans was not particularly significant. As long as he concentrated the Chidori lightning, he could pierce through either a person or a zombie, delivering a chilling blow. However, zombies could still struggle for quite some time after being struck, necessitating a beheading. Yes, a swift chop to the neck, the sensation of black, viscous blood splattering across his face was indeed the essence of slaughter. Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng lay directly on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn it, how did a 21st century delivery boy suddenly find himself in this zombie-infested world? Aspiring to be some sort of savior? If he continued to engage in these battles with the zombies, he might eventually become a cold-blooded killer himself. Simultaneously, nearly 400 of Gu Feng's shadow clones, clad in tactical bulletproof vests, were racing through the various outpatient buildings, inpatient wards, and emergency departments. During this time, they discovered and eradicated a multitude of zombies, with the number exceeding 100. Many individuals who managed to hide during the zombie outbreak, particularly patients, had succumbed after struggling for several days, likely perishing from starvation. The shadow clones uncovered no fewer than 30 emaciated corpses lying on beds or the floor, while the few surviving patients were all reliant on the supplies and fruits found in their rooms. Some individuals, due to their inherent obesity, would not die even in extreme hunger until their body's caloric reserves and fat were entirely depleted. Finally, on the third floor of the inpatient building, the shadow clones discovered 5 male doctors hiding in an operating room, along with 2 female soldiers and their protected young heiress in an adjacent ward. Although surprised, these individuals were not Gu Feng's target this time. However, securing the doctors could prove invaluable for the safety base, prompting several shadow clones to temper their aggression and adopt a more polite demeanor upon finding them. After searching the second and third floors, 50 to 60 shadow clones began to scour the 4th and 5th floors of the inpatient building. On the 4th floor, upon hearing noises from a certain ward, a shadow clone kicked open the door. A gruesome scene unfolded before their eyes. A group of men, seemingly security personnel or lackeys of some organization, was unexpectedly indulging in a gruesome feast. As they turned to glance at the shadow clone that had forcefully kicked open the door, Gu Feng swore it was the first time in his life that fear and rage simultaneously enveloped his mind. In an instant, 5 or 6 shadow clones stormed into the room in a fit of fury, subduing the suited men. To their surprise, those individuals resisted fiercely. Exhibiting strength far beyond the ordinary, they swiftly grabbed a table and swung it violently, brandishing fruit knives in an attempt to stab the shadow clones. In a flash of lightning, the room was left awash in crimson. Gradually, that vibrant red morphed into a dull gray. Apart from 4 female medical staff, who were left in a state of shock, not a single intact body remained. The shadow clones, with expressions devoid of emotion, untied the ropes binding the 4 women. Indeed, after slaying numerous zombies, the act of killing humans no longer stirred much emotion. Employing the same technique as before, with a few swift motions, they could cleave a body into fragments. Chapter 44. Departing from Sioux City Second Hospital, let us depart, leaving all memories of this place behind. After dismembering the suited men, the shadow clones assisted 2 female doctors and 2 female nurses out of the dimly lit room. Upon exiting, the surroundings began to regain their original hues. Whether it was the frequent slaying of zombies or the prior experience of taking human lives, the shadow clones exhibited little emotional fluctuation, merely guiding the 4 women, whose gazes appeared somewhat vacant, down the stairs. One of the women seemed familiar. Perhaps she was the first kind soul he encountered upon arriving in this world, Su Yuchao. After an hour of searching, a total of 24 survivors were rescued from Sioux City Second Hospital. Among them were 2 female soldiers, seemingly of a civilian nature, 3 female doctors, 7 male doctors, and 5 nurses. Additionally, there were 2 inspectors, 1 male and 1 female, along with 5 patients, including the young lady of the affluent family. Except for the lady who was in a more severe condition, the remaining survivors were all afflicted with minor ailments. Once gathered, Gu Feng detailed the current situation in Sioux City. He mentioned that militia had reportedly begun establishing defensive positions on the eastern outskirts of the city. Furthermore, the Sioux City Inspectorate had also set up a secure base, information that had circulated through various channels several days prior. However, Gu Feng had no intention of heading to those locations. Upon hearing this, a murmur of confusion arose among the crowd. Wasn't this young man clad in a bulletproof vest? Why wasn't he returning to the inspectorate? Moreover, those hundreds of identical faces must have been conjured by this young man. Perhaps it was a superpower, an extraordinary ability, or some form of unique skill. Yet, the crucial question remained, could they safely reach the secure base without the protection of someone possessing such capabilities? Of course. You may accompany me, he stated. However, the price for following me is that you must obey my every command unconditionally, even if it requires one of you to strip and approach me. Gu Feng gazed at the crowd with an impassive demeanor, his eyes lingering unabashedly on a few women. The momentary fondness the onlookers felt for him dissipated significantly. What kind of person is this? Who in their right mind would choose to accompany him? If he were to commit an act even more horrifying than that of a zombie, it would spell disaster. Faced with the suddenly disdainful gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng felt no inclination to elaborate. He simply walked calmly towards Su Nuashi, striving to soften his cold expression as he spoke. Do you remember me? At that moment, Su Nuashi was clad in a white coat stained with blood, her gaze somewhat vacant, her disheveled hair giving her a chaotic appearance. Meeting Gu Feng's eyes, she shook her head. Indeed, it was merely an act of kindness on that day. How could someone who frequently aids others possibly remember everyone they have helped? Gu Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Dr. Su, I wish to invite you to be my personal physician. In this apocalyptic world, as long as I have food, you shall never want for nourishment. Moreover, I assure you that incidents like today, where one is treated as mere prey, will never occur again. Su Nuashi was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, several attending physicians immediately interjected, vying for his attention. Brother, why not consider me? I am a medical doctor graduated from Hifu University in White Eagle Nation. Absolutely professional. No, brother, choose me. I am a dual-qualified senior surgeon from the European nation, codenamed Jia Sanchuan. Observing the clamorous physicians, Gu Feng turned to them, a smile gracing his lips. It was rare to see such enthusiasm. All right, I will accept all of you. However, your role will not be as my personal medical staff. Instead, you will serve the others at my secure base, and I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. The physicians who had stepped forward felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they were relieved to be chosen. They wondered, though, if they would be asked to perform any unreasonable tasks. Sensing their unease, Gu Feng addressed them. I have but one requirement of you doctors. When you treat patients at my secure base, your fees must not exceed my stipulated limits. Beyond that, as long as you do not harm others or engage in wrongdoing, no one will trouble you. Upon hearing this, the group of physicians finally exhaled in relief. A nurse cautiously raised her hand and inquired, Sir, do you need nurses? Yes. Gu Feng responded instinctively before directing his gaze toward the nurse who had raised her hand. Noting her pleasing appearance, shortly thereafter, another nurse raised her hand, saying, Arthur, may I join you? Certainly. Those who wish to accompany me, please step forward. As for the others, my personal suggestion is to remain in the hospital for the night, gather some useful supplies, and then proceed to the secure base tomorrow. At this, the crowd could not help but swallow hard, glancing at the medical boxes and various medical equipment in their hands. A sudden wave of speechlessness washed over them. Dr. Su, do you not wish to accompany me? Seeing Su Nuashi remain silent, Gu Feng shifted his gaze to her face. I am willing, Su Nuashi responded immediately. Fearing rejection, witnessing the breakdown of order, with the living consuming one another out of hunger, she understood that in such a post-apocalyptic world, she must find someone capable of protecting her. While she did not know about others, the one who saved her was evidently an extraordinary individual, distinct from the rest. Very well, you shall follow me from now on, and I will safeguard you, Gu Feng said with a slight smile. Tears welled up as Su Nuashi nodded fervently. Casting one last glance at the 18 individuals who refused to leave with Gu Feng, she noted their expressions, some fearful, others anxious, and a few filled with disdain. In stark contrast, her own companions consisted of one female doctor, 3 male doctors, and 2 nurses, totaling 6. After issuing a command, the 6 medical personnel swiftly retrieved 3 ambulances. The first vehicle was driven by Gu Feng, carrying Su Nuashi and 2 female nurses. The second was operated by a shadow clone with 3 male doctors. The third, also driven by a shadow clone, transported medical equipment. Meanwhile, hundreds of shadow clones were dispatched around the hospital to scour the vicinity, engaging any zombies encountered. This strategy not only allowed for the gathering of intelligence about the area, but also provided valuable combat experience, or rather, experience in slaughter. By the time Gu Feng and his group returned to the Wunni Hotel, the sky had darkened, and it was already past 7 in the evening. Along the way, 2 shadow clones had been expended. The survivors, who had made countless trips back and forth from the Wanhua shopping mall, had nearly filled the vacant spaces on the first and second floors of the hotel, with many items from the mall also stacked on the 3rd floor. Upon witnessing the lavishness of Gu Feng's secure base, the 6 medical personnel who returned with him were as exhilarated as if they had won 5 million in a gamble. Gu Feng himself was taken aback by the sheer volume of supplies. Had they truly emptied the warehouse of Wanhua Mall? However, relying solely on these resources would not suffice. Once a month had passed and he had grown stronger, it would be imperative to establish a larger space to provide the accumulating survivors with meaningful work. Chapter 45. Survive until the system returns. After this expedition, Gufeng fortified the hotel's perimeter, either by blocking roads with vehicles or by uprooting trees to serve as barriers. For the next 20 days, aside from dispatching numerous shadow clones daily to hunt zombies, he remained within the hotel. On the 9th day of the outbreak, Gufeng initiated a lockdown, sending shadow clones to siphon fuel from useless vehicles, parking them along the road leading to the hotel to create a natural barrier. He also knocked down trees along the roadside, reinforcing the defenses by placing them beside the vehicles. While these measures would be ineffective against armored vehicles or formidable zombies, they would present a significant obstacle for ordinary zombies, requiring a considerable number to surmount. On the 10th day of the zombie outbreak, Gufeng dispatched his shadow clones to cleanse the vicinity, rescuing a dozen surviving students from Sioux City Vocational College. Among them was the college's second-ranked beauty, while the unfortunate first-ranked had already succumbed to infection. By the 11th day, reports emerged that some zombies had evolved to the third stage, capable of commanding ordinary zombies to besiege human safe havens. It was noted that 5 third-stage zombies led a horde of 500,000, demolishing the Jiangqing safe base in Xiazhou province, devouring every one of the thousands of humans within. Indeed, they consumed. When the zombie numbers became overwhelming, they ceased to infect humans and opted to feast upon them. Furthermore, it was said that third-stage zombies required dozens of shots to be brought down, while second-stage zombies could be dispatched with 7 or 8 shots, or 2 to 3 shots to the head. From the 12th to the 28th day of the outbreak, communication signals vanished in numerous locations, plunging humanity into an era devoid of contact. Only the military maintained communication via radio, while mobile signals became utterly obsolete. In certain regions, water sources were contaminated, leading those who consumed the tainted water to mutate into zombies. Over half of the globe experienced interruptions in water and electricity supply. In addition, thousands of Gufeng's shadow clones emerged daily, methodically eliminating the zombies in Sioux City. Compared to the initial outbreak, when Sioux City was inundated with nearly 4 million zombies, after a month of eradication efforts, their numbers had diminished by 500,000. Approximately 200,000 had been annihilated through Gufeng's large-scale assaults, utilizing the thunderous might of his summoned Qilin. The remainder had fallen to the daily onslaught of his 1,000 shadow clones, averaging over 10,000 zombies eliminated each day, leading to a total exceeding 300,000. On the 29th day of the outbreak, reports surfaced of the emergence of fourth-stage zombies, swift and physically robust, displaying an extraordinary resilience to firearms such as handguns and rifles. Conventional weaponry merely grazed their skin. Their remarkable speed allowed them to dash at 70 yards per second, evading waves of gunfire, posing a significant threat to armed forces wielding standard weapons. In addition to the ordinary zombies evolving to the fourth stage, a plethora of mutated species appeared, along with newly classified monstrosities such as the tree demon, bat wolf, cyclops, three-headed beast, blood angel, and deep-sea behemoth. Regarding these formidable creatures, Gufeng could only advise remaining within the safety of his refuge. Encountering such beasts, which even the military struggled to combat, rendered his modest abilities seemingly insignificant. To eliminate 3 blood angels, the military of Xia country, after sacrificing 6,000 soldiers, resorted to deploying weapons of mass destruction, leveling an entire city along with the creature designated as Blood Angel. Listening to the radio, one could hear descriptions of the Blood Angels, mutated beings formed through the sacrificial refinement of human flesh and blood. Gufeng was suddenly reminded of the ceremony he had witnessed at Wanhua Mall over 2 weeks ago. At that time, he had assumed it was merely the work of the Gecko Man. However, it now seemed that was not the case. Could it be that Sioux City was about to witness the emergence of formidable monsters or mutated beings? This thought stirred a subtle unease within him. Fortunately, tomorrow marked the end of the month as indicated by the system. During these past weeks, Gufeng had dispatched shadow clones to engage in combat daily. And whenever he felt his spirits waning, he would visit Lu Qianqian for a moment of reprieve. Moreover, throughout this period, he had trained over 100 survivors at the Wenyang Hotel in martial arts under the guidance of Gao Ming Yuan, while also practicing combat techniques alongside his shadow clones. This training endowed the survivors with sufficient strength to contend with ordinary zombies. Yet, it was merely the capability to face common zombies in the course of the month. There have been no reports of anyone awakening special abilities or extraordinary powers capable of countering the undead. Perhaps this was what the system referred to as the true meaning of the apocalypse, in a world where the heavens had utterly forsaken humanity. Perhaps humans could only await their fate of infection or annihilation. The research on vaccines, as mentioned by experts, seemed to have had a minimal effect, resulting in the dismissal of one expert. Finally, that evening, the long-awaited system made its appearance. Ding. Long time no see, host. I never expected you to survive. Gu Feng, lying in bed and preparing for sleep, was initially startled, but an overwhelming excitement soon followed. He had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. What will your return bring me this time? Gu Feng inquired with a smile. Ding. As always. This system serves as a dimensional lottery system capable of materializing any item from other dimensions for the host. All right, let us commence this month's lottery. Gu Feng took a deep breath. Though only a month had passed, in this apocalypse, a month felt interminable. Ding. Please select one from the following three-dimensional worlds to draw from. Naruto Dimension, Sword Art Online Dimension, Shinibu Demo Koi Ga Shirtai Dimension, HM. Aside from the Naruto Dimension, the other two options had surprisingly been updated. Sword Art Online. What if the items provided were only usable within the game? As for Shinibu, it was likely similar. If it turned out to be mere fantasy, it would be futile. It seemed he would have to stick with the Naruto Dimension. Gu Feng sighed softly and reached out to click on the virtual panel that appeared before him. Ding. The host has chosen the Naruto Dimension. Ding. Please select 5 characters from the following 10 for the draw. All abilities and items obtained will be random. As he gazed at the virtual panel transforming into 10 character cards, Gu Feng scanned through them briefly. The first, Hatake Kakashi the second, Might Guy the third, Sarutobi Asuma the fourth, Yuhi Kurenai the fifth, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, the sixth, Tsunade the seventh, Orochimaru the eighth, Tobi, Obito, the ninth, Sai the 10th, Kankuro. Upon reviewing these 10 characters, Gu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was a significant improvement compared to his initial experience, where he encountered several unfamiliar faces. Now, he recognized nearly all of them. However, this made the selection process rather challenging, as at least 7 of these characters were ones he desired. Unfortunately, he only had 5 opportunities. With a perplexed expression, Gu Feng ultimately placed his finger on Kakashi's character card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Sharingan. What the heck? Kakashi possesses a Sharingan? And why is it only one? Chapter 46. The System Returns. Gaining strength once more, observing the vanishing character card of Hatake Kakashi and the sudden appearance of an eyeball in his hand, Gu Feng felt a wave of disdain. Surely, it would require him to sacrifice his own eye, would it? As if attuned to Gu Feng's thoughts, the system promptly interjected. Ding. No need for that, host. You merely need to silently invoke its use to gain the ability to activate a Sharingan. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to see what else he could draw next. Gu Feng turned his attention to the second character, Might Guy. If only he could acquire the 8 gates. He clicked. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the permanent Might Guy inheritance card. Upon usage, the wielder will inherit all of Might Guy's abilities. Goodness. Gu Feng leaped in astonishment. A permanent card? Finally, fortune smiled upon him. What was with the meager offerings of just a skill or 2 from Naruto and Sasuke? Observing how generous Teacher Guy was, Gu Feng felt tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. This time, he would truly grow stronger. After striving to suppress his excitement, Gu Feng then turned his gaze to the virtual panel. The third and fourth characters were a couple, and they appeared rather unimpressive. With that thought, he bypassed them and focused on the third Hokage. This individual was undoubtedly a figure of considerable stature. He must possess significant strength. Gu Feng decided to expend his third opportunity on him. He reached out and clicked. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Chakra Energy Orb from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon usage, the wielder will gain all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Chakra Energy. What? Chakra Energy? The Chakra of a Hokage? Very well, while the Might Guy Inheritance card grants basic Chakra. Augmenting it with an additional Hokage-level Chakra should enable him to utilize over 1,000 Shadow Clones simultaneously without issue. With this thought, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile. Now, with 2 opportunities remaining, whom should he choose next? After scanning the options, his gaze finally settled on Tobi. It is often said that one eye is incomplete. Thus, I beseech you to grant me the other eye. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Sharingan. Gu Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Indeed, it was the eyes, but he was uncertain at which stage they would activate. Gazing at the 2 crimson orbs in his hand, he could not help but swallow hard. If he were to awaken the dual Kamui, paired with formidable strength, he would nearly reach the zenith of combat prowess in this realm. Retrieving the ocular gems, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon the character cards of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Among the remaining characters, these two were the most formidable. Yet, whom should he choose? Both were of the Hokage caliber, but it was evident that Orochimaru possessed superior strength. However, Tsunade's miraculous healing techniques were equally indispensable. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on Tsunade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for permanently acquiring the Tsunade character card. Upon use, Tsunade will regard the user as her master and obey their commands. What? It granted Tsunade's character card permanently? This was truly remarkable. Thankfully, there was no stipulation that it could only be utilized by females. As the Tsunade character card vanished from the virtual interface, a resplendent golden card materialized in Gu Feng's palm. Upon closer inspection, the image on the card depicted a lifelike representation of Tsunade, with her blonde hair and green attire, adorned with traditional sandals. Would she truly heed his commands? Or could it be that he finally had a high-powered subordinate at his disposal? Ding! In light of the host's significant achievements over the past month, having eliminated over 500,000 enemies, an additional reward has been issued. The host may choose one of the following 3 characters for a lottery draw. Sarutobi Konohamaru, Ieyasu Don, Fengji Mo Huang. Gu Feng felt a sense of exasperation. Was there even a need for deliberation? Naturally, he would select Konohamaru. This was his final opportunity to obtain the Rasengan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill card, Rasengan. Upon use, the user will master the Rasengan technique, which can be employed once daily without chakra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this draw. The next lottery will commence in 1 month's time. Characters already drawn will not repeat. The randomness remains within the dimension. As the virtual panel vanished entirely, the system fell silent. It felt as though he was signing in each month to collect rewards, waiting for the next month's arrival. However, this sufficed. Picking up the Might Guy inheritance card, Gu Feng silently invoked its use. The card shattered, transforming into a golden light that surged into his body. In the next moment, all of Might Guy's martial arts and forbidden techniques flooded into Gu Feng's mind. Along with the extraordinary physical resilience capable of withstanding the full 8 gates release, augmenting Gu Feng's existing physique. Feeling the surge of immense power coursing through him, Gu Feng sensed that even without opening the 8 gates, he could effortlessly unleash a leaf whirlwind capable of splitting the hotel bed in twain. Simultaneously, Might Guy's foundational chakra as a Jonin manifested within Gu Feng's Dantian. The techniques of Chidori and Shadow Clone would no longer be restricted. This was the essence of transcendent power. Now, it was time to test these remarkable eyes. Clutching the 2 ocular gems, Gu Feng once more intoned his command to use them. 2 scarlet orbs swiftly transformed into crimson points of light, piercing into Gu Feng's eyes. In the next moment, a searing sensation engulfed him, nearly blinding him. After 2.5 minutes of wailing with his eyes covered, the intense heat gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes again, Gu Feng discovered that his vision had remarkably improved, feeling sharper than ever before. Upon entering the bathroom to gaze into the mirror, he noted that his irises had not changed at all. However, as Gu Feng closed his eyes to attune himself, he finally sensed the flow of chakra within his ocular region. Upon reopening his eyes, his once black and white irises transformed into red and black. The 3 tomo vividly reflecting in the mirror. Gu Feng extended 2 fingers to form a seal on his chin, and in an instant, the 3 tomo evolved into the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. With a mere thought, he could absorb any object within a 20-meter radius into the Kamui space. The extent of this space was a mystery even to Gu Feng, but he was confident that it could easily encompass the entire hotel. Perhaps even multiple hotels of this size. In addition to the Kamui space, he also possessed the Amaterasu Black Flames and the Susanoo, provided his chakra reserves were sufficient. These abilities posed no challenge. But how to ensure an ample supply of chakra? Gu Feng produced the chakra energy orb of the 3rd Hokage and silently invoked its use. Instantly, the azure chakra surged into his body, augmenting his chakra from the level of Might Guy to that of a shadow-level ninja. Both Might Guy and Sarutobi Hiruzen were paragons of strength, and the amalgamation of their chakra propelled Gu Feng's foundational chakra to an extraordinary level. It seemed that sometimes, merely persevering was indeed crucial. What remained were the Rasengan skill card and the Tsunade character card. Before utilizing the Rasengan skill card, Gu Feng endeavored to manifest a chakra energy orb in his palm, manipulating it this way and that, rendering the flow of chakra irregular before attempting compression. Regrettably, his first attempt ended in failure. Perhaps, relying on his understanding of the original narrative, Gu Feng could master the Rasengan without the aid of the skill card. In that case, he could bestow the Rasengan skill card upon someone he trusted. Chapter 47. Self-learning the Rasengan and summoning Tsunade. The second attempt failed. The third attempt also met with failure. As the night progressed, Gu Feng tried 53 times, exhausting nearly half of his chakra and nearly incapacitating his hand. Finally, in a moment of frustration during his 54th attempt, he summoned 2 shadow clones for assistance. To his astonishment, the 2 clones successfully formed a Rasengan the size of a tennis ball in Gu Feng's hands. Overwhelmed with joy, he lost control and hurled the Rasengan, which collided with the wall, resulting in an explosive sound that created a basketball-sized hole. However, on the other side of the wall, there lay a crater with a diameter of 1 meter. Incredible! I actually succeeded. Seeing his self-taught techniques succeed, Gu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, only to be swiftly engulfed by fatigue, compelling him to recline on the grand bed and close his eyes in slumber. If he could successfully attempt the ninjutsu from the original work with the foundational chakra, it would affirm that even if he did not draw any skill cards in the future, he could autonomously engage in self-learning based on the ninjutsu depicted in the source material. For instance, the Uchiha's prideful Great Fireball technique, alongside various earth and water-style jutsus. At that point, Gu Feng would truly transcend the ordinary, becoming the singular hope of this world. Yet, one could not help but wonder how formidable the evolution of the zombies would be by then. The explosive sound of the Rasengan was alarmingly loud, awakening Lu Tranqian from the adjacent room. Hastily donning her nightgown, she peered through the peephole to ascertain the situation outside. Confirming that it was not a horde of zombies invading, she cautiously opened the door and pressed the doorbell to Gu Feng's room. Just as Gu Feng, in a drowsy state, was trying to rest, the doorbell roused him from his half-sleep. With a wry smile, he summoned the strength to rise and answer the door. As the door swung open and he appeared, Lu Tranqian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an inexplicable sense of safety. However, upon noticing the myriad of scars adorning Gu Feng's hands, a wave of concern washed over her. Hadn't he been in the hotel all this time? When had he gone out and gotten hurt? It seemed Gu Feng noticed the direction of her gaze and smiled. Oh, this? I got it while practicing a new technique last night. A new technique? Lu Tranqian queried, puzzled. Yes. Gu Feng gestured towards the gaping hole he had created, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Lu Tranqian swallowed hard, astonished that such a thick wall could be breached. In the future, if given the opportunity, I will help you become just as strong, Gu Feng declared with a smile. Really? Lu Tranqian's eyes sparkled with hope. Would she too one day transcend the limitations of her human form? Of course, Gu Feng replied with a meaningful smile. Although he possessed the ability inheritance card from Haruno Sakura, he did not wish to impose the identity of a female ninja upon Lu Tranqian. He believed that when stronger realms emerged in the future, and a formidable female figure exuding divine qualities appeared, he would not hesitate to assist her. I eagerly anticipate that day, Lu Tranqian said, her gaze fixed on Gu Feng with fervor. Before long, the doorbell rang again. This time, it was Dr. Su Nuashi, who had been assigned to Presidential Suite No. 4, accompanied by a nurse named Liang Chu Chu, both of whom Gu Feng had rescued from the second hospital. With the acquisition of a character card for Tsunade, it seemed there was little need to worry excessively about Haruno Sakura's abilities. Over the past month, although Gu Feng had not yet won over Su Nuashi, he frequently sought her out for psychological counseling due to the excessive killings he had committed with his shadow clones. While Su Nuashi was a surgeon, her feminine intuition made her more perceptive in matters of emotion than her male counterparts. Thus, she had become someone he could trust. Perhaps the individual destined to inherit the card of Haruno Sakura is none other than Dr. Su. Haruno Sakura possesses formidable abilities, including the 100 healing jutsu, immense strength, and medical prowess. Moreover, having inherited chakra, the basic shadow clone technique, and the body replacement technique, it is uncertain whether the previous Gu Feng could emerge victorious in a confrontation. Not to mention the ethereal technique of the cherry blossom, which, upon her belief that she has surpassed Gu Feng, could potentially give rise to feelings of defiance and rebellion. However, at present, Gu Feng harbors ample confidence in his ability to subdue the air endowed with Sakura-esque powers, alleviating concerns regarding any potential insurrection. After assuring the three concerned women that he was merely fatigued from mastering a new technique the previous night and required rest, Gu Feng sent them on their way. Once they departed, he finally reclined to recuperate. After approximately 8 hours of slumber, he awoke languidly in the early afternoon. The chakra expended during the night's practice had partially replenished during his rest, but it seemed that the natural flow of chakra in this realm was sluggish, as he had only regained 1/4 of his reserves, having previously depleted half. Nevertheless, he had successfully grasped the Sage Mode, allowing him to prepare several shadow clones in advance. With the foundation of chakra restored, it would only require 2 hours of meditation to activate Sage Mode, rendering the necessity of utilizing 10 free shadow clones for 12 hours of meditation obsolete, an exhausting endeavor that had previously drained him of nearly 200 clones. It was time to expand the radius of his safe haven significantly. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng retrieved the Tsunade character card. It was time to summon a subordinate he could unequivocally trust. As he uttered the command to use the card, the golden card shattered into particles of light, gradually materializing into a figure of approximately 1 meter and 63 centimeters in height. Ultimately, the brilliance coalesced into the form of a real-life body, with cascading yellow hair. She donned a white striped vest, a flowing green overcoat, black capri pants, and sandals adorned with red-painted toenails, evoking the image of a captivating beauty from a certain realm. As the light diminished, the solidified Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, revealing a rather displeased expression as she regarded Gu Feng. "It seems you are the one I am to protect. Let me state this clearly. Do not expect me to perform any acts that contravene my conscience. For even if I were to be erased, I would not heed your commands." Taken aback by Tsunade's immediate admonition upon her arrival, Gu Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Questioning internally, "System, what on earth is happening? Why does Tsunade appear to retain her memories and exhibit such insubordination?" Beep. Rest assured, host. Although they retain memories from their original dimension, under the stringent rules of this system, their discontent remains internalized, and they cannot resist commands. Understanding dawned upon him, leading to a sense of relief. I had initially believed I had summoned a paragon of justice in the 5th Hokage. That would certainly be a disaster. Summoning an enemy for oneself is nothing short of madness. After receiving confirmation from the system, Gu Feng turned to Tsunade with a beguiling smile. Chapter 48. The current situation after 1 month. Do not be anxious. Allow me to pose a few questions first, Gu Feng said with a gentle smile. Are you the 5th Hokage, or one of the legendary Sannin? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Of course, I am the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Do you even need to ask? Gu Feng nodded slightly. As time progressed, Tsunade would indeed become a formidable ally in managing affairs as Hokage. I am curious, how did you arrive here? He inquired once more. At this, Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze dimming. During the 4th Great Ninja War, I was slain by Uchiha Madara, and all the Kage perished. Ah? What version is this? Gu Feng pondered. It seemed plausible. In the original narrative, Madara indeed dealt a fatal blow, and Tsunade, ultimately saved by Orochimaru after being bisected, was a significant highlight of that redemption arc. Yet, was there a multiverse aspect to the Hokage world? Or perhaps a fanfiction twist wherein the Kage met their demise? More likely, the system had abducted the Kage before Orochimaru could arrive, presenting them with conditions to survive in another realm. As if on cue, Tsunade continued, subsequently, I was rescued by a mysterious force and compelled to obey you. However, if you think that allows you to manipulate me at will, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. With that, Tsunade furrowed her brow, glaring at Gu Feng with palpable displeasure. Now I understand, Gu Feng sighed softly. Regardless of which version of Tsunade she was, her utility was what mattered. After all, the number of Hokage fanfictions was countless. Do not worry. I have no interest in an elderly woman. You shall reside in the adjacent room for the next few days, awaiting my commands. He spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Yet, such nonchalance only served to infuriate Tsunade further. What did you say? How outrageous. My body is no longer under my control. Yes. An irate Tsunade offered a slight bow to Gu Feng. Enough. You may leave, he gestured dismissively. Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead, yet she found herself unable to act further. Once Tsunade had departed, Gu Feng muttered under his breath, System, must you retain such memories? While I trust you can manage your own creations, I genuinely fear that these individuals may turn against me if displeased. Ding. Host need not worry. The characters summoned have been restructured upon entering the system. Aside from retaining their memories, they pose no threat. Surely, you do not desire a cold, unfeeling automaton? Nonsense. I would prefer a compliant robot. Gu Feng retorted without hesitation. After a minute of silence, when no response from the system followed, he realized it had gone completely unresponsive. Faced with such a system, Gu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, now that he had grown stronger, it was time to embark on greater ventures. In the past month, the majority of zombies across various regions have either succumbed to their hungrier counterparts or have been infected by peculiar chemical gases or other viruses, resulting in their substantial enhancement. Particularly in the Southern District, where the largest zoo in Sioux City existed prior to the apocalypse, the animal zombies exhibit characteristics far more pronounced than their human counterparts. Following the initial wave of evolution, these lion and tiger zombies not only achieve a running speed of 80 miles per hour, but also possess a physical resilience capable of deflecting most bullets. Their strength is formidable, delivering over 40 tons of force with a single strike. In contrast, the pre-evolution lions and tigers could muster merely 2 tons of power, rendering the current beasts over 20 times more powerful. The most troublesome are the monkey zombies, agile and small in stature, capable of eluding even fully armed soldiers, who may find themselves unable to land a single shot. Consequently, areas populated by animal zombies have become virtual no-go zones for humanity. The failure to promptly eradicate these zombies with large-scale weaponry has inadvertently granted them time to evolve. Or perhaps, some observing force beyond our realm has deemed Blue Star a testing ground, unwilling to permit the mass extermination of their experimental subjects. Casting a glance at the clock, it is now 3 in the afternoon, a suitable moment to convene all staff for a meeting. Due to the epic enhancement received, Gu Feng has decided to rotate the hundreds of shadow clones stationed at the hotel, replacing them with a fresh batch devoid of red-eye shadow and clad in regular attire. With the foundational chakra now established, the more shadow clones that are produced, the greater the chakra will be divided among them, unlike before when they relied on natural energy. Nevertheless, even those shadow clones generated from chakra can meditate to gather natural forces at any moment. Once the proficiency in Sage Mode reaches its zenith, it may no longer require meditation. A mere gesture could activate it instantly. Over the course of a month, the number of survivors arriving here has reached 220. Some have endured great hardships upon hearing the news, while others were rescued by Gu Feng as shadow clones during their efforts to clear out zombies. However, this number pales in comparison to the survivor count at the Sioux City Inspectorate, which has soared to over 20,000. They have adopted Gu Feng's methodology, utilizing newly mixed cement walls, abandoned vehicles, and felled trees to construct barriers and fortifications, establishing a formidable wall that ordinary zombies cannot surmount unless an overwhelming tide of over 100,000 zombies were to accumulate. Additionally, reports from perimeter personnel suggest that highly intelligent zombies have emerged in Sioux City, organizing those that once meandered aimlessly on the streets into a remarkably regimented cohort. Such developments are indeed disconcerting. Fortunately, after a month of adaptation, all those capable of wielding firearms in Sioux City have gathered. Among the more than 20,000 survivors, over 3,000 were once soldiers. The weapons retrieved from the armory are barely sufficient to equip a battalion-sized combat unit of 3,000 individuals. With handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles adequately supplied for these 3,000, there remain several hundred brand-new firearms in excess, with an uncountable amount of ammunition. These surplus weapons were, after deliberation among Lin Xie and the other high-ranking officials of the safe base, distributed to the male members of the base, thereby arming hundreds of patrolling militia. Of course, after a fortnight, Gu Feng had previously dispatched a doppelganger to retrieve 100 firearms and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, which were transported back by vehicle. These were armed to 80 males in the base, and Lin Xie assigned a special police officer to assist him in training the men at the Wenyi Hotel. As for armored vehicles, tanks, attack helicopters, large-caliber howitzers, rocket launchers, and mortars, some were also reclaimed from the Sioux City Military District, sufficient to crush ordinary zombies. As for intercontinental missiles, such weapons of mass destruction are only possessed by major military districts, such as the 70,000 troops stationed in the Magic City, who are equipped with such armaments. After a month of acclimatization, the major military district has essentially established contact with the small military districts of nearby cities, ready to provide fire support should uncontrollable events arise. However, what is disheartening and concerning is that during this month, statistics regarding the number of individuals turning into zombies and the quantity of zombies eliminated were rampant. The initial estimate of several tens of millions of zombies escalated to 100 million, and then, within a mere day, surged to 200 million, until the astonishing figure of 1 billion individuals transformed into zombies was reported, with the entire population of the Federation of Xia country reaching 2 billion. Once the statistics surpassed 1 billion, many began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Thus, when the count reached 1,500 million, the surviving populace was left with nothing but despair. Concurrently recorded was the number of zombies exterminated, which began at merely several tens of thousands and has now escalated to 160 million. Sympathy-driven individuals online launched vehement attacks, accusing those who eradicated zombies of depriving others of the chance to revert once a vaccine was developed, lamenting that now, due to their actions, those individuals could never return. Just as the online community erupted in discord, the internet was abruptly severed, leaving countless keyboard warriors without an outlet for their frustrations and rendering nearly all survivors blind to the world's affairs, with anxiety spreading like wildfire. Chapter 49, Blood Angel. On the 30th day of the outbreak, in Sioux City, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. A towering shadow, standing 3 meters tall, unfurled a pair of 2-meter-long black wings, breaking through the thick soil of the Wanhua shopping mall underground, soaring straight into the 100-meter-high sky. The colossal figure suspended in the air was entirely clad in crimson. Its bare skin, including its face, was an unsettling blend of human and ghostly features, reminiscent of a human-faced monkey. A pair of black, fur-covered wings, reminiscent of a bat's, unfurl around the monstrous entity. An elusive magnetic field envelopes the creature, profoundly affecting the senses of any animal within a 5-meter radius, inducing either neural disarray or a lethargic stupor. This is the mutant monstrosity, codenamed Blood Angel, responsible for the annihilation of an entire city, compelling the Federal Summer Nation to deploy large-scale destructive missiles for its eradication. Reports from the sacrificed military reveal that the Blood Angel can detect the scent of blood from a distance of 5 kilometers, within a kilometer. Even the most concealed survivor can be discerned merely by their breath. Once detected, they become prey, their blood transforming into sustenance for the Blood Angel, while their decaying flesh feeds the undead. The Blood Angel typically absorbs human blood through its hands, which resemble a mass of countless iron filaments, capable of extending 10 meters and dispersing. Each slender, crimson thread can effortlessly pierce human flesh, locating the flow of blood for consumption. Should one be struck by these scarlet tendrils, within a minute, a living person is reduced to a desiccated corpse. In Liangzhou City, where the Blood Angel appeared, over 100,000 survivors met a grim fate, all found and converted into nourishment for the creature, faced with a monster that could seemingly disregard all conventional weaponry. The city's thousands of armed forces stood no chance. Ultimately, after confirming that fewer than 100 survivors remained, the military decisively launched 3 high-explosive missiles to eliminate the threat and prevent the creature from reaching other cities. The remaining survivors, numbering less than 100, along with over 1 million zombies, became collateral damage. Today, such a monster has manifested in the Jiangwu district of Sioux City, the very area where Gu Feng resides. The Wanhua Mall lies approximately 5 kilometers from the Wentian Hotel and 7 kilometers from the Sioux City Inspectorate. Upon emerging into the sunlight, the newly awakened Blood Angel revealed a grotesque visage, seemingly displeased with the sun, letting out a furious roar aimed at the celestial orb. As if sensing the scent of blood, it flapped its wings and within 2 minutes reached Sioux City number 13 Middle School, where the streets were littered with wrecked vehicles and the decaying remains of zombies. Many days had passed, and the stench had nearly dissipated. Disgusted by the odor of putrefaction, the Blood Angel displayed an expression of disdain and ascended into the skies once more. It had been over 20 days since the survivors from the Wentian Hotel transported supplies to the Wanhua Hotel, and the scent had long vanished. However, from its lofty vantage point, the Blood Angel observed a 2-kilometer stretch of road strewn with the remnants of the undead. What force could have wrought such devastation upon so many zombies? As it continued its aerial journey, the Blood Angel soon approached the Sioux City film base, an ancient town where human presence was notably sparse. However, it seemed that the voices of the living could now be heard, resonating loudly, as if an upper authority were addressing those beneath them. Although the nuances of human hierarchy were not fully grasped, the Blood Angel, possessing the cognitive capacity of an elementary school student, could still comprehend the distinction between the superior and the subordinate, for it was ultimately created under the watchful gaze of those above. Having finally pinpointed the location of its prey, The Blood Angel soared forth like a cannonball, its speed reaching an astonishing 300 yards. The 2-kilometer distance was traversed in less than half a minute. Just as Gu Feng concluded his address to the survivors gathered in the backyard of the Winiang Hotel, a sudden chill enveloped him, a harbinger of danger. A shadow flitted across the sky, and the more perceptive survivors looked up in curiosity, only to behold a figure over 3 meters tall, descending gracefully with 2 expansive black wings, each extending over 2 meters. Ah, a monster! A girl was the first to succumb to her fear, screaming. Yet, in the next instant, her voice was abruptly silenced. The startled survivors turned to the source of her distress and witnessed a flurry of irregular crimson threads falling from the sky, piercing her body as if it were made of paper. Within 5 seconds, she had been transformed into a lifeless husk. As the onlookers finally caught sight of the monstrous visage hovering in the air, panic ensued, and they fled in terror. However, those crimson threads seemed to possess a will of their own, pursuing the fleeing survivors. In a mere 3 seconds, 7 or 8 individuals were penetrated. And within the span of 10 seconds, 9 survivors, including the first girl, had met their demise. What kind of monster is this? So brutal. How dare it come here? Gu Feng swallowed hard at the sight of such a bizarre method of attack. Had this been yesterday, he might have chosen to flee back to the hotel with the other survivors, sending his shadow clones to confront the threat. But now, he felt an unyielding bravado. At this moment, the Blood Angel had fully descended to the ground, reveling in the thrill of the hunt, perceiving these living beings as mere prey. Just as it reached out with its other hand to capture more victims, hundreds of identical figures suddenly materialized on the scene, leaving the Blood Angel momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, each of these figures brandished a small orb glowing with a blue light. What power could this be? Though the nature of these azure orbs eluded its understanding, seeing its prey charge towards it only fueled the Blood Angel's rage. The crimson iron thread split from its left hand, shooting towards the 30 or so advancing shadow clones. However, as these threads penetrated the shadowy forms, they sensed no flow of blood. In the midst of its bewilderment, a spiraling attack struck its back, unleashing a wave of pain. Before the Blood Angel could turn back, a barrage of spiral spheres, numbering in the dozens, surged forth, relentlessly striking its form. While these attacks indeed inflicted pain upon the Blood Angel, they appeared to fail in delivering any significant threat to its life. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. What manner of creature is this, possessing such formidable defenses? Nevertheless, the spiral sphere was a technique he had only recently mastered. Its limited damage was to be expected. He still possessed the fully mastered Chidori technique. Surely that would prove effective against it. As he observed the ineffectiveness of the numerous spiral spheres against the Blood Angel, dozens of his remaining 300 shadow clones began to coalesce their energy into the Chidori. Chapter 50. Slaying the Blood Angel. The crackling lightning in their hands echoed like a lament of birds, hence the technique was aptly named Chidori. The Blood Angel, unfamiliar with the blue orbs, was caught off guard. However, it remained wary of the impending threat posed by the gathered electricity. Upon noticing the electric energy coalescing in the hands of the bloodless humans, the Blood Angel unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky. This prey was exceedingly peculiar. Who truly was the hunter here? As the creature that had slain 9 survivors from his base attempted to flee, Gu Feng's once monochromatic eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Just as the Blood Angel soared to a height of 7 or 8 meters, the space around its right wing warped, and in the next instant, the wing, impervious even to ordinary firearms, was violently torn away. With its balance compromised, the Blood Angel tilted perilously and crashed into the wall of the hotel, creating a visible fissure upon impact. It appeared that the monster's physical form was not as malleable as it had seemed. Its hardness rivaled that of iron. At a mere 7 or 8 meters in height, and with the aid of chakra, ninjas could traverse sheer cliffs and upright trees with ease. Dozens of shadow clones swiftly pursued the fleeing Blood Angel, utilizing physical prowess to bring it crashing down from the hotel's wall. The waiting shadow clones immediately unleashed their Chidori attacks upon the descending Blood Angel. For strikes of Chidori surged from all directions, their electric cutting force piercing into the creature's body at 4 separate 2-inch points. Vivid red blood sprayed forth, splattering the faces of the 4 shadow clones. The Blood Angel emitted a piercing scream towards the heavens, and in the next moment, the 4 clones that had attacked it seemed to be afflicted by some form of mental disturbance, as a sudden headache overcame them. Instantly, the 4 shadow clones dissipated into wisps of smoke. The memories returned to Gu Feng's original form, prompting him to frown. This creature also possessed the capability for mental attacks. However, it was evident that the fully mastered Chidori possessed a potency far surpassing that of the recently acquired Spiral Sphere. Since he could inflict damage with Chidori, he resolved that this creature would not escape today. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors had nearly all fled in disarray, leaving behind 9 unfortunate corpses sprawled on the ground. The creature, pierced by 4 gaping wounds and bleeding profusely, revealed its grotesque visage as it engaged in combat with the incessantly advancing shadow clones. Konoha Whirlwind. After several shadow clones were lost, one clone executed a mid-air spinning kick, striking the creature known as the Blood Angel on the head, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Remarkably, the creature proved to be exceptionally resilient. This kick, which could easily shatter a thick concrete wall or at the very least break a banana tree, nearly caused the Blood Angel's head to tilt slightly before it swiftly returned to its original position. Yet, what did it matter? The creature was now on its last legs, and Gu Feng's shadow clones continued their relentless assault against the Blood Angel. Having nearly deciphered the Blood Angel's data, Gu Feng emerged from the shadows, his pupils gleaming with a crimson light. In an instant, he flashed from in front of the Blood Angel to its rear. The divine might of Raikiri sliced through the air, unleashing a powerful black lightning that decapitated the Blood Angel's head, which resembled that of a hellish demon. It was perplexing how some individuals online had dubbed it the Blood Angel. Was it due to its disconcerting aura? As the head of the Blood Angel rolled to the ground, its towering 3-meter frame surprisingly remained mobile. It turned, and its arms, resembling intertwined red steel wires, suddenly unleashed over 100 red threads towards Gu Feng. To his astonishment, the threads passed straight through his body, as if he were nothing more than an intangible projection. Onlookers among the surviving spectators gazed in shock. How had Lord Gu suddenly become so powerful? Fortunately, he had held back. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to a sneak attack. With a cold expression, Gu Feng cast a glance back at the Blood Angel's form, and a surge of black flames erupted, enveloping the entire body of the Blood Angel. In that moment, a single drop of blood fell from Gu Feng's eye. The Amaterasu black flames would not extinguish until their target was completely consumed. Under the scorching temperatures that surpassed conventional fire, those red threads stood no chance of escaping their fate before being incinerated. However, to incinerate a 3-meter-tall body would undoubtedly take considerable time. Thus, he decided to let the creature's body reside in his divine space until it was fully burned before discarding it. In the next moment, the Blood Angel's body, engulfed in black flames, was absorbed by a distorted space, leaving only the silent severed head and the 9 unfortunate survivors behind. Once the enemy was vanquished, the multitude of shadow clones dissipated into white smoke. Observing the creature's demise, a few brave males emerged from the tavern, having realized that if Gu Feng had faltered, there would have been no refuge for them anywhere. As these survivors gazed upon the defeated monster, they recognized it as the mutated Blood Angel they had seen online before the internet had gone dark. Lord Gu Feng astonishingly triumphed over the Blood Angel, seemingly sustaining no injuries in the process. As news spread, those bold and curious within the hotel could not contain their intrigue and flocked to witness the gruesome trophy of the Blood Angel's severed head. Indeed, it resembled the images previously glimpsed on their devices. However, there were discrepancies. The Blood Angel depicted online boasted 4 wings and towered at a height of 5 meters, while the one that emerged lacked these features and did not reach such towering stature. Could it be due to an insufficient quantity of blood consumed? It was fortunate that they had not sought assistance from the Inspection Bureau first. The consequences could have been dire. After a solemn mourning from the survivors close to the 9 bloodless corpses, they were unceremoniously removed from the hotel and incinerated, while one had grown stronger. The ensuing reality was that the zombies had also evolved. One possessed the ability to protect oneself, yet the same could not be said for the rest of humanity. It seemed the Blood Angel had previously manifested in other cities, only to be obliterated by heavy artillery. It remained uncertain how many weapons of mass destruction the military possessed. Their reluctance to deploy them during the initial outbreak of zombies suggested a lingering hope that the undead might revert to their former selves. After absorbing the Blood Angel's head into the divine power space, Gu Feng cast a glance towards the hotel's uppermost floor, where Tsunade appeared to be observing from above. Was it that she had not descended due to a lack of orders? Given Tsunade's remarkable medical talents, it was conceivable that capturing a few zombies for her to study could yield significant discoveries. Chapter 51. The Journey to the Demon Capital Ding Dong. The sound of the doorbell echoed as Tsunade opened the door on the 33rd floor of the hotel. A shadow clone of Gu Feng issued commands, stating, "Tsunade, during my absence, the hotel's security is entrusted to you. I will inform others that you are my senior disciple, having previously cultivated in the mountains." "Humph. Spare me the commanding tone," Tsunade retorted, her displeasure evident, yet she acquiesced with a curt acknowledgement. Upon her agreement, Gu Feng's shadow clone departed. Once alone, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Who was this individual? He possessed the Sharingan and commanded techniques such as Rasengan and Chidori. Could he be from the ninja world? Unable to comprehend further, Tsunade resolved to cease her contemplation, though an inexplicable force compelled her to follow the shadow clone. Upon reaching the first floor, onlookers regarded the striking blonde beauty with confusion. Were these the women hidden away by Lord Gu? They had not been seen before. However, when Gu Feng's true self proclaimed her as his senior sister, specializing in medical and physical prowess, and designated her as an ally in times of danger, the crowd began to recover from their earlier panic regarding the Blood Angel's appearance, their expressions transforming into joy. Could it be that methods of cultivation truly existed in this world, unbeknownst to them? Or perhaps, the addition of a protector brought a measure of comfort and reassurance. As she observed the myriad of displaced souls wearing expressions of astonishment, Tsunade let out a soft sigh. They were indeed a pitiful lot. The fact that she was entrusted with their protection suggested that Gu Feng was not an inherently malevolent individual. However, he was certainly no paragon of virtue either. A truly good person would never abandon any ordinary individual incapable of defending themselves, nor would they resort to gunfire in response to insults from the masses. After announcing to the crowd that this safe haven had acquired a new guardian, Gu Feng dispatched shadow clones to retrieve a few zombies for Tsunade to examine. As for the Blood Angels, those creatures, unlike any humans transformed by infection, ought to be eradicated without hesitation. In his estimation, eliminating such entities would not require excessive effort. He would leave the task of researching their weaknesses to the military. Having issued further commands to Tsunade, Gu Feng left behind 100 shadow clones and donned a tracksuit, complete with knee and elbow pads, clearly preparing to venture out. A group of women, close to Gu Feng, gathered around him, expressing their concerns. In truth, they had discerned his newfound strength and were eager to accompany him on his outing. After much contemplation, Gu Feng decided to take only Lu Qianqian and Su Nuashi with him, leaving the others behind. This decision stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, he did not yet feel comfortable entrusting the inheritance ability of Haruno Sakura to Su Nuashi. This outing would provide an opportunity for them to grow closer. Secondly, Lu Qianqian, being his favored companion, would not only quench his thirst, but also offer personal protection. Once he had absorbed the two into the divine space, Gu Feng set off. Provided he did not encounter any extraordinarily formidable monsters, Tsunade's abilities would suffice to secure victory. With the power of phasing through his body, Gu Feng boldly sprinted down the street, not in the impractical ninja style of running with arms crossed behind his back, but in a manner that was far more rational. As he traversed the streets, the scattered zombies, upon spotting such a large living being moving so openly, began to howl and pursue him. Yet, despite their efforts, they would leap and miss entirely. These mindless zombies stumbled repeatedly, unable to make contact with Gu Feng. As the horde swelled, Gu Feng leapt onto a tree standing 7 or 8 meters tall. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fire technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted forth, engulfing over 200 zombies in its fiery embrace. It appeared that with a fundamental understanding of chakra and a degree of familiarity with the technique, one could indeed learn to perform it independently. Before arriving in this world, Gu Feng had merely memorized the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique. The spiral sphere and Chidori required no seals. The searing flames consumed the 200 zombies, causing those scorched by the fire to flail in agony, inadvertently igniting others in their vicinity. Thus, a single Great Fireball technique effectively incinerated 300 to 400 zombies, though only slightly over 100 were completely obliterated. It seems that the power is rather insufficient. If the zombies were not so densely packed, the effectiveness might not even reach half. It would be preferable if it could resemble the power of a motor. However, since the Great Fireball technique cannot achieve a complete annihilation, let us try the Susanoo instead. A radiant crimson light flashed, and Gu Feng's eyes transformed into the dual Sharingan of the kaleidoscope. Immediately, a sea blue energy form enveloped him. This azure energy entity swiftly isolated the horde of zombies. and as it gradually coalesced, it morphed into the head of a colossal blue giant, towering over 10 meters. The blue chakra propelled those zombies attempting to approach him far away. In the next moment, the giant began to rise, revealing an upper body that soared to a height exceeding 40 meters. The giant bore a resemblance to a samurai clad in full armor from the Warring States period of Sakura country, or perhaps a Tengu. Upon the emergence of the blue giant, two enormous katana materialized in its hands. With a swing of its sword, it effortlessly cleaved through hundreds of zombies. And one strike followed another. That day, the zombies pursuing Gu Feng recalled the greatest nightmare of their existence. After 30,000 zombies were successively dispatched, the remaining few thousand finally succumbed to fear. They ceased their uncontrollable instincts and refrained from biting the Susanoo. Could it be that zombies can feel fear? Observing the throng of 2,000 to 3,000 zombies that surged forth, Gu Feng grew weary of the chase. He gradually perfected the Susanoo to its third form, once again gathering chakra to integrate it into its complete form. After several minutes of transformation, the 130-meter-tall sea blue giant revealed its true form and unfurled its wings, soaring towards the sky. The first destination of this journey was none other than the Magic City. There, the number of assembled troops reached an astonishing 70,000 to 80,000, with nearly 300,000 people residing in the survivor base established there. The Susanoo, possessing the ability of rapid flight, traversed the distance from Sioux City to the Magic City in less than 10 minutes. The snipers and observers stationed on the outskirts of the Magic City promptly detected the unusual movement in the sky. Upon seeing the gigantic sea blue entity approaching, they immediately reported to the command center. The command center swiftly activated the air defense alarm. Upon hearing the alarm, those within the extensive safety zone established by the military panicked and fled towards nearby shelters. Chapter 52. The Magic City Safety Base. The anti-aircraft artillery quickly aimed at the nearly 100-meter-tall blue giant. The alerted troops donned their gear, standing by for orders. Even the fighter jet hangars were hastily activated, ready for action at a moment's notice. Witnessing that the blue giant showed no signs of halting, the anti-aircraft guns promptly opened fire, unleashing a barrage of 10 rounds. Observing that the troops stationed in the Magic City had dared to attack him, Gu Feng swiftly commanded the Susanoo to draw its twin blades and slice through the incoming shells. The soldiers below displayed shock. What manner of creature was this? So colossal and yet capable of wielding swords? Moreover, the speed of their actions was astonishing, as they managed to accurately strike the shells. Continue the assault, commanded the division commander responsible for the bombardment. In the subsequent wave of attack, hundreds of shells rained down upon Susanoo. Faced with such a barrage, Gu Feng swiftly reached a decision. He would refrain from deflecting the projectiles and instead endure them with his own flesh. It remained uncertain whether Susanoo could withstand the anti-aircraft fire. As it turned out, it could, provided there was sufficient chakra. The complete form of Susanoo could indeed shield against the majority of the shells. Hundreds of projectiles struck Susanoo, nearly shattering its outer layer, but as chakra was replenished, the damaged exterior gradually repaired itself. Observing the minimal damage inflicted by the shells, the soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Quick! Deploy armor-piercing and explosive rounds. Activate the drone squadron. We must secure time for the evacuation of the civilians. All remaining personnel, retreat to the underground shelter. In the wartime command center of the safety base in the Magical City, Commander Chinsun decisively issued orders. In the next moment, over 30 armored vehicles and tanks rolled onto the streets, while the last 3 J-16 fighter jets, accompanied by 8 drones, ascended into the sky. Missiles and large-caliber bullets were unleashed upon Susanoo. Yet, they similarly succeeded only in dislodging a few scales, which were swiftly restored. As he watched the aircraft maneuvering around him, Gu Feng turned his gaze slightly. This glance sent the pilot into a cold sweat. The giant had actually turned to look at him. This was a living being, endowed with intelligence. Though he was irked by the attacks, Gu Feng couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge, considering that the people of this world were utterly oblivious to Susanoo's capabilities. Strangely, this realm was devoid of anime. Its inhabitants only indulged in television dramas and films, with most having been enamored with celebrity culture before the apocalypse. Upon seeing the armored vehicles on the ground, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Such a significant response had been elicited, with armored vehicles and fighters being deployed. However, this reaction was understandable. As Susanoo descended, the armored vehicles and tanks loaded with armor-piercing and explosive rounds unleashed a concerted assault. After deftly evading a few shells, 3 or 4 armor-piercing rounds and 1 explosive round impacted Susanoo, indeed producing a greater effect than the preceding anti-aircraft fire and missiles. They created several meter-wide craters upon Susanoo. Yet these seemed insignificant before the towering being, and as chakra was replenished, the damage was once again mended. The potency of these armor-piercing and explosive rounds surpassed that of the earlier anti-aircraft artillery. Fortunately, they did not strike the head. Otherwise, should they penetrate Susanoo's cockpit, Gu Feng himself would sustain injuries. Witnessing that even the armor-piercing and explosive rounds were insufficient to fell the monstrous entity, despair enveloped the hearts of the soldiers. It seemed they might meet their end here today. If they could not survive this encounter, they could only hope that those who had taken refuge underground would remain safe. Second loading, fire. Having witnessed the formidable power of the artillery shells, Gu Feng no longer acted carelessly. He promptly activated his divine might, sending the incoming projectiles into oblivion. Observing this scene, the soldiers were plunged into despair. What sort of ability is this? It could simply make the shells vanish. Meanwhile, within the realm of divine might, dozens of explosions erupted in the void. Realizing these high-precision projectiles posed insufficient harm to the colossal figure, Chen Sun issued a command to activate the supersonic missile depot. While the missile vehicles stood ready at a moment's notice, a sense of unease washed over Gu Feng as he scanned his surroundings through the lens of his Sharingan. He swiftly identified the military's wartime command center. This was primarily due to the multitude of guards stationed there, as well as the area adorned with numerous military tents. Gu Feng deftly maneuvered his Susanoo to soar towards it. As the towering giant, hundreds of meters in height, advanced towards the temporary command center, a profound melancholy enveloped the soldiers. What a monster! What on earth is that creature? The soldiers, stationed within a few dozen meters of the command center, gripped their weapons, uncertain whether to fire. The creature had seemingly refrained from any aggressive actions. Should their attack provoke it, the consequences would be dire. If artillery shells could barely inflict damage, bullets would be utterly useless. The pursuing aircraft ceased their bombardment, and armored vehicles as well as tanks immediately halted their fire. For beneath the Azure Giantess' feet lay the command center of the Legion commander. Continuing the assault would jeopardize the commander's safety. With the enemy at their doorstep, Legion Commander Chen Sun disregarded the protest of his secretary and guards, stepping out of the tent. There was no escape as a soldier. One either faced death with composure or did not flee. In the next moment, the despair-inducing Azure Giant began to gradually vanish, revealing a young man clad in autumn sportswear descending from its head. Is that a human? The soldiers, drenched in cold sweat, were momentarily at a loss as they beheld the human figure approaching, glancing anxiously at Commander Chen Sun. Chen Sun furrowed his brow. Was this a transformation of the monster into human form? Or perhaps the earlier creature was this individual transformed? The two possibilities seemed equally plausible, leaving Chen Sun uncertain. However, the figure had exhibited no hostile intentions thus far, suggesting a lack of enmity. With this thought, Chen Sun pushed aside the guards who held him back and strode directly towards Gu Feng. Greetings, I am Chen Sun, the military head responsible for safeguarding the Magic City. May I inquire of your esteemed name? Chen Sun extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill amidst the astonished faces of the soldiers. Yet, Gu Feng refrained from shaking hands, acutely aware that at least 5 sniper rifles were zeroing in on him. A handshake would materialize him as a target, and he could very well meet a grim fate before he could react. I am Gu Feng, an individual who practices superhuman abilities. I have been training in Sioux City until now, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Superhuman abilities? Practitioner? Chen Sun's brow furrowed. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances. Incredulous, could such phenomena truly exist in this world? However, in this apocalyptic world, where zombies roam and an array of mutated creatures abound, does belief still hold any significance? Chapter 53. Commander Chen Sun of the Demon City, Lord Gu Feng. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Demon City? Although I cannot fully trust your words, I have yet to detect any hostility from you, and I certainly do not wish to offend someone of your caliber. Oh, I have heard that the safe base here in Demon City is quite expansive. I merely came to take a look, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. This left Chen Sun momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Perhaps I could arrange for someone to show you around? Noticing Chen Sun's bewilderment, Gu Feng chuckled. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. I am also human. The entire globe is currently facing immense peril. It is not merely the zombies. All manner of bizarre entities have emerged. Oh, by the way, as Gu Feng spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he snapped his fingers. The surrounding space warped, revealing the remains of a blood angel. The 5 snipers, perceiving the sudden change, immediately squeezed their triggers, caught off guard by the gunfire. Chen Sun could not utter a word before the bullets were upon him. The snipers, positioned to shoot from the side to prevent collateral damage to the commander, found that the bullets passed through Gu Feng as if he were made of air, striking the ground on either side of him instead. Only when the bullets struck the earth did Chen Sun manage to shout a warning, instinctively reaching to push Gu Feng away, only to have his hand pass right through the commander's body. The initial surprise of the snipers quickly morphed into confusion. What was happening? Had the bullets not struck their target at all? Chen Sun, equally bewildered and drenched in cold sweat, grappled with the eerie notion of encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Only in myth do spirits elude corporeal contact. Commander, I trust you now comprehend that none of your attacks can harm me. Should I wish to commit malevolence, I would not require your consent. If you do not withdraw your snipers at once, I cannot guarantee my patience will hold. With a calm smile, Gu Feng turned to Chen Sun and spoke. This declaration resonated through the communications device, reaching the ears of the soldiers. The snipers failed? What manner of being is that? I apologize, Mr. Gu Feng. I assure you this will not occur again, gasped Chen Sun, as he raised the communication device to his ear, venting his frustration. Who authorized you to fire without my command? Withdraw immediately. Prepare for disciplinary action afterward. Having delivered his orders, Chen Sun turned to Gu Feng and tentatively extended his hand toward him. To his astonishment, his hand passed straight through Gu Feng's form. Yet it had felt as though something solid was present. At least the warmth of a human body could be sensed. How peculiar. In the next moment, the commander's hand made contact with something tangible, startling him profoundly. Commander, I am neither a specter nor a mere projection. Rather, when I am under attack, I instinctively become ethereal, rendering myself impervious to harm. It is a supernatural ability. Gu Feng intentionally misled others regarding his formidable powers. Ah. So it is indeed a superpower. How astonishing. Chen Sun patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, his expression one of disbelief. By the way, Commander, I encountered a monster this morning in Sioux City, which I have since dispatched. I have come across information online suggesting that this creature has appeared on multiple occasions. I was considering bringing its remains to you. Perhaps we could uncover its vulnerabilities. Gu Feng gestured towards the nearby remnants of the Blood Angel, a severed head, a lifeless body, and a twisted black wing. Chen Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a winged demon? Huh. Wasn't it referred to as a Blood Angel? Gu Feng inquired, intrigued. That is merely a term coined by well-meaning netizens. In our military, we designate it as a winged demon, a demon with wings. Chen Sun explained as he approached the creature's carcass. A group of guards rushed over to obstruct Chen Sun, questioning why the commander consistently engaged in perilous undertakings, seemingly oblivious to his own safety. Observing Chen Sun, who was constantly under protection, Gu Feng felt a twinge of envy, though it was quickly repressed. He had a system. After all, perhaps he could draw a powerful character card in due course. To think it is indeed the corpse of a winged demon, and the most well-preserved specimen thus far. Quickly, transport it to the research facility. Have the staff commence analysis immediately to ascertain what this entity truly is. With that, Gu Feng felt no need to linger and turned to depart. Noticing Gu Feng's intention to leave, Chen Sun called out, Wait, Mr. Gu, where are you headed? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng replied, I am uncertain. I merely feel there is little reason to remain. He spoke candidly. Noting the presence of a substantial military force in the area, what could possibly transpire? Was he to remain in hiding? Perhaps 20 days prior, he might have considered such a notion. However, at present, there was no need to cower. It would be far more prudent to explore other cities devoid of military garrisons, perhaps seeking to establish a new safe haven or rescue a few attractive women. After all, a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and it was uncertain how many beautiful women remained alive, or in what condition they existed. Mr. Gu, you might consider staying for a few days and exploring our surroundings, Chen Sun suggested, somewhat awkwardly. In this post-apocalyptic world, where desolation reigned, what was there to explore? Commander, is there anything you require assistance with? At this point, a smirk played at the corners of Gu Feng's mouth, as if he had deciphered Chen Sun's thoughts. Chen Sun grew increasingly embarrassed and cleared his throat a few times. There is indeed a matter on which I seek your aid, Mr. Gu. Our naval forces are trapped on an island offshore, reportedly besieged by enormous unidentified creatures that have ravaged our warships. Moreover, countless mutated avian species are assaulting our aircraft. We find ourselves in a dire predicament. On 2 islands, nearly 5,000 of our naval warriors are trapped. If you, Mr. Gu, could assist us in bringing them back, we would be grateful for your support whenever needed. At this point, Chen Sun looked at Gu Feng with eager anticipation. Setting aside the incident where your forces bombarded me, I had already reverted from my giant form. Yet your men still shot at me with sniper rifles. Had I not possessed those extraordinary abilities, I would have already been a lifeless corpse. I still hold a grudge over your bombardment and gunfire. Now you have the audacity to ask for my help? Gu Feng frowned, his displeasure evident. Chen Sun felt a chill in his heart, yet that had occurred under circumstances of ignorance. Just as Chen Sun began to lose hope, Gu Feng shifted his tone, asking if there were any surplus arms available. Chen Sun was taken aback and promptly replied that the armory was indeed well-stocked. In a dire situation, it would be feasible to arm all 30,000 personnel at this secure base with a firearm each. Such a large quantity, Gu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Sun nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Chapter 54, The Sudden Appearance of the Female Special Forces. I recall your men shooting at me earlier. Here's the deal. If you can provide me with some arms, I shall overlook the earlier incident. Gu Feng displayed a disarmingly innocent smile. Chen Sun inwardly scoffed, realizing that this line of reasoning was unlikely to bode well. Mr. Gu, with your capabilities, do you truly require weaponry? Gu Feng smiled lightly. That is not your concern. As long as you agree, I shall disregard the matter of your men firing at me. Otherwise, while I am not a villain, I am not a paragon of virtue either. I could easily attract the hordes of zombies from Sioux City and its surrounding areas here. After all, we are merely ordinary citizens, while you possess firearms and artillery, correct? Chen Sun's expression darkened, and he sighed heavily. Very well, I concede. As for how much I can procure, that depends on your capabilities, Mr. Gu. It is regrettable that those snipers were rather inexperienced. Ordinarily, arms are strictly regulated. However, in this apocalyptic era, a moment's lapse could lead to becoming food for zombies or suffering an infection from a bite. If it were merely zombies, it would be manageable to produce more bullets and shells for a bloody cleansing. However, the aftermath would mean an uncertain duration for the reconstruction of civilization, compounding the situation. This apocalypse harbors not only zombies but also numerous mutated species and evolved undead. Within just a month, over 80% of the global population has perished. In such times, distributing firearms for self-defense among the populace is imperative. Yet, even before the apocalypse, criminal elements were abundant. Once firearms are distributed, the self-defense capabilities of the army could very well be jeopardized. Nevertheless, even if I agree to provide Gu Feng with arms, how much could he possibly acquire? It is worth noting that a single armory stock could sufficiently equip an entire brigade with surplus. Mr. Gu, what do you intend to do with the arms? Chen Sun inquired with curiosity. Very well, I aspire to establish my own armed force in the future. Of course, the presence of weaponry is of little consequence to me. After all, I am capable of accomplishing a great deal on my own. However, I do not wish to spend my days safeguarding a group of ordinary individuals with whom I share little connection. Thus, it may be more prudent to procure some arms for their self-defense. After speaking, Gu Feng cast a nonchalant glance at Chen Sun, as if he truly felt indifferent about the matter. I see. Mr. Gu, please follow me, Chen Sun replied with a nod, turning to approach a military jeep. Given the immense capabilities he had previously demonstrated, such as rendering shells non-existent, withstanding bullets, and growing in size to crush zombies with a mere stomp, it is perplexing to understand the necessity for firearms. Gu Feng, undeterred, followed suit, his body seemingly ethereal as he passed through the vehicle's door and settled into the back seat of the jeep. This sight left the soldiers nearby momentarily stunned, as if they had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. At the safety base in the magical city, within the armory, a few guards stationed at the entrance were taking a brief respite, dozing lightly. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized marching echoed, prompting the guards to snap to attention. A squad of 13 female soldiers clad in camouflage tactical attire approached, marching in formation. Upon reaching the armory's entrance, the team leader jogged to the guard station and presented a document. The guard, after glancing at the paper and frowning slightly, confirmed its authenticity before promptly opening the warehouse door. The 12 female soldiers, led by their captain, swiftly entered the armory. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, a military jeep arrived, and Chen Sun alighted, accompanied by 2 soldiers and a young man dressed in athletic wear. Upon recognizing the commander, the guard saluted and opened the warehouse door. Gu Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the 8 sentry posts, several of which provided suitable sniper positions. He pondered whether snipers were present, as he was acutely aware that a single well-placed shot could spell his demise. As for evading sniper bullets, he regrettably acknowledged that it was beyond his capability unless he activated his celestial mode and employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, he could only utilize his divine might to render his body intangible or directly invoke Susanoo. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, Gu Feng maintained his Sharingan throughout, appearing to outsiders as a figure with crimson eyes. "Shall we, Mr. Gu? Allow me to show you the military's arsenal," Chen Sun invited as he stepped out of the vehicle. "Very well," Gu Feng replied, matching Chen Sun's pace as they entered the armory. Upon crossing the threshold, a row of military vehicles immediately caught their eye, including transport trucks, jeeps, and armored vehicles, though the quantity was modest, numbering only in the dozens. It seemed that the rapid onset of the apocalypse had hindered the retrieval of all equipment. Beyond the military vehicles lay another door, significantly smaller than the main entrance. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by an array of firearms meticulously arranged along the walls, along with numerous wooden crates stacked upon the floor. The weapon storage facility spans approximately 200 to 300 square meters, housing enough arms to equip 300,000 individuals. Noticing Gu Feng's appraisal of the warehouse's dimensions, Chen Sun elucidated, "There are 4 such warehouses, each situated in different locations near the defensive line." "Understood. Commander, am I permitted to take everything from this warehouse? After all, there are many survivors in Sioux City," Gu Feng inquired, gesturing towards the firearms within and the military vehicles outside. "Can you transport that many?" Chen Sun was taken aback. "It should be feasible," he replied thoughtfully. If you can manage to carry it all at once, then by all means, do so." Observing Gu Feng's contemplative expression, Chen Sun speculated he might intend to utilize that enormous figure for transportation. "Very well. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Commander," Gu Feng responded cheerfully. Chen Sun was momentarily taken aback, pondering his meaning. In the next instant, Gu Feng extended a hand towards the weapons depot, and the entire 200-square-meter warehouse underwent a distortion of space, vanishing entirely within mere seconds. The 40-year-old man was so startled that he found himself tearing up. "Wow, what are you doing, Mr. Gu? How could you make an entire armory disappear? How will we retrieve the weapons now?" "Fear not, Commander. My abilities have transferred these weapons to my secret space. Whenever I desire, I can summon them at will." Gu Feng smiled reassuringly. "Ah, I see. I was careless. I had no idea how expansive that secret space might be. It wouldn't be emptying an entire arsenal, would it?" Within the confines of the divine space, 5 female soldiers concealed within the warehouse froze, sensing a tremor throughout the room. "Never mind that. The commander's safety is paramount. Let us continue monitoring." However, confusion struck as they noticed the darkness outside the door. The 5 soldiers were instantly bewildered, their attempts to contact their leader via the communicator yielding no signal. Meanwhile, 8 female soldiers observing from vantage points within the armory were equally stunned by the inexplicable phenomenon that allowed a 200-meter warehouse to vanish without a trace. Disastrous. We must protect the commander. Chapter 55. Acquiring arms. Upon witnessing this spectacle, 4 of the 8 female soldiers armed with submachine guns dashed out from their hiding spots, directing their weapons at Gu Feng while shielding Chen Sun behind them. "Commander, be cautious," the lead soldier admonished. Chen Sun, startled by the sudden appearance of the soldiers, regained his composure only after recognizing their uniforms and faces. "What nonsense! Who authorized you to be here?" "Apologies, Commander. We received orders from higher-ups to protect you. This individual possesses exceedingly strange abilities. You must leave immediately." The squad leader, perspiring profusely, maintained a vigilant gaze on Gu Feng. Should he make any sudden moves, they would not hesitate to fire. "Is this truly happening again? Well then, go ahead and shoot," Gu Feng retorted, his previously uplifted mood dissipating in an instant. "Stop. I have served as a soldier for 20 years. Do you still require the protection of these young ladies? Withdraw at once," Chen Sun admonished. "If bullets were effective, would I have brought him to the armory?" These female soldiers, despite their youth, lack even the most basic analytical skills. If they provoke the enemy, an entire cache of munitions would be lost in vain. "Commander, do not interfere. Allow them to fire. However, let it be known that should you choose to shoot, it will be regarded as an intent to kill me. If you fail to take my life and I capture you instead, do not blame me for treating you as prisoners," Gu Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. The female soldiers exchanged glances, puzzled by the man's words. Could it be that someone could withstand bullets? This was 4 magazines of ammunition, coupled with a sniper's aim. Not to mention Their 3 years of training as active-duty female special forces, while not on par with elite units, should suffice to ensure that a single target would not evade them, let alone capture them. Mr. Gu, Chen Sun attempted to continue. Commander, you just promised that I could take whatever is in this warehouse. Perhaps you initially referred to the weapons, but if someone attempts to shoot me, I shall have no choice but to take them with me as well, Gu Feng stated. A hint of sardonic amusement dancing in his gaze as he looked at the female squad leader. Realizing Gu Feng's intentions, Chen Sun immediately snapped, Su Jingyu, I command you to put down your weapon. I'm sorry, Commander, but I cannot comply. Allowing such a dangerous individual to roam free jeopardizes our safety. The female squad leader replied, her face devoid of emotion. Eliminate the target. As that cold command fell, 2 sniper bullets flew from different angles, passing through Gu Feng's head. The anticipated sound of a bullet piercing a watermelon did not resonate, and Su Jingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Did I miss? In the next moment, the sound of automatic gunfire erupted. Su Jingyu, having pulled the trigger, stared in disbelief as several bullets passed through Gu Feng's body without leaving a single mark. I hope things don't escalate too much, Chen Sun frowned as he observed. Even if he had rushed forward, he could not have intervened. The bullets were chambered. The safety off, ready to fire at any moment. Who issued such orders? In mere minutes, troops had infiltrated this place. How could this be possible? Su Jingyu's face reflected shock as she ceased firing. Noticing the faint smile on Gu Feng's face, she felt a surge of indignation and fired again at his head. Yet, without exception, all the bullets failed to penetrate, striking the ceiling of the vast warehouse and the walls on the opposite side. Upon hearing the gunfire, the guards stationed at the armory swiftly donned their gear and surrounded the area. Su Jingyu stood in disbelief. After ceasing fire, she reached out toward Gu Feng's body, only for her hand to pass through him as if he were but a figment of her imagination. Yet, she could distinctly sense his presence. The footprints he left behind betraying no illusion. What on earth was happening? The phenomenon of his corporeal form being ethereal could only persist for about 5 minutes before succumbing to a cool-down period, thus Gu Feng had not maintained this ability indefinitely. At least while seated in the vehicle, he was tangible. However, such secrets were not ones Gu Feng would divulge to others. Legion Commander. I shall take that individual with me. My base is in need of a special operations team for protection, Gu Feng remarked with a faint smile at Chen Sun. Before Chen Sun could respond, a flash of crimson flickered in Gu Feng's eyes, and the 4 female soldiers aimed at him were swiftly drawn into the realm of divine might. Chen Sun opened his mouth to speak, but it was too late. He could only helplessly say, Young brother Gu, I kindly ask you not to trouble them later. Rest assured, Gu Feng nodded in agreement. With that, he turned his gaze toward the 2 sniper positions from which he had been targeted. In an instant, utilizing the spatial transfer technique of divine might, Gu Feng vanished from his spot and materialized near the 2 sniper spots. The female sniper and her observer were left in a state of astonishment. And without granting them the opportunity to utter a word, he pulled them into the realm of divine might as well. The same fate befell the pair at the other sniper position. Within the realm of divine might, 13 female soldiers were finally gathered. Among them were Lu Qianqian and Su Nuashi. However, the vastness of the space, along with the varying heights of the stone pillars, meant they were not in the same vicinity and thus did not encounter each other. After retrieving the remaining female soldiers, Gu Feng once again utilized the spatial transfer of divine might to return to his original position. Chen Sun and the 2 guards were left in a state of shock, pondering whether Gu Feng was human or specter. After acquiring an arsenal, Gu Feng also seized 3 of each: jeeps, cargo trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks, all transferred into the realm of divine might. Chen Sun felt as though his heart were bleeding. Young brother Gu, having taken so much, shouldn't you attend to some matters now? He choked, a torrent of unbridled rage simmering within him, threatening to erupt. Indeed, Gu Feng replied with an awkward smile. Having taken so much from others and even absconded with personnel, it was remarkable he had not turned hostile on the spot. Although he had not explicitly stated how much he would take, Gu Feng had to exercise some restraint. Since I have accepted these items, I would appreciate it if the Legion Commander could provide me with the precise location of the trapped personnel. Alternatively, sending someone familiar with the area to accompany me would suffice, Gu Feng stated earnestly, his smile fading. Noticing Gu Feng's compliance after acquiring the items, Chen Sun's expression softened slightly. According to radio communications, they were currently trapped on 2 islands situated 230 nautical miles from Magic City. Very well, just follow me. I will have someone bring a map shortly, and they can accompany you, he instructed. Chin Sun let out a faint sigh, feeling distressed as he turned away. So many weapons, so many military vehicles, and they even abducted a female special operations team. He needed to return and reprimand those who fired their weapons. As well as those who issued reckless orders, they should brace themselves for his wrath. Gu Feng naturally followed Chin Sun out. Chapter 56, Departure to the Coast Outside. The sound of gunfire had already resonated within, drawing a group of soldiers who took up positions with their weapons, concealed in various corners. The sentry posts and sniper points were also prepared. Should the situation turn dire, these soldiers would not hesitate to open fire. Finally, they awaited the emergence of the corps commander and Gu Feng. However, judging by the circumstances, it appeared there had been no hostage situation. Could the intelligence have been erroneous? Upon seeing a multitude of soldiers aiming their weapons at him, Chin Sun was filled with indignation. What is this? A rebellion? Boldly aiming guns at the corps commander, two guards swiftly positioned themselves before Chin Sun. The soldiers exchanged glances and promptly lowered their weapons. The leading officer stepped forward and saluted, saying, "I apologize, corps commander. We heard gunfire from within and received intelligence that intruders had entered the base. We feared something had gone awry." "Enough. Ignorance is no crime." "Dismissed," Chin Sun replied, displeased. "Yes." The officer saluted again before hastily departing. Once the soldiers had withdrawn, Chin Sun re-entered the vehicle with Gu Feng, who employed the divine penetrating technique to board. Mindful not to reveal too many vulnerabilities, the vehicle retraced its path back to the previously established temporary command center. Upon returning, Chin Sun issued a few instructions before leaving two guards behind. Shortly thereafter, two individuals clad in olive green military uniforms arrived. One was a bespectacled female soldier, and the other a cheerful-looking male soldier. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be administrative personnel involved in communications. "Hello, Mr. Gu Feng. The corps commander has already briefed you on the general situation. We are here to assist you. Do you wish for us to proceed with military machinery, or?" The male soldier inquired curiously. "Have you witnessed the capabilities of that 100-meter giant, impervious to artillery?" Gu Feng confirmed once more. "Are you aware of the precise location of the trapped personnel?" "Of course. We possess equipment capable of pinpointing the island's location." The female soldier adjusted her glasses and replied. "Very well, let us depart immediately," Gu Feng said, striding toward the two. They were both perplexed, but suddenly, as Gu Feng approached them, his crimson eyes flashed, and he extended two fingers before his chest. Instantly, an invisible blue force enveloped them. A sensation of ascent washed over them, and within mere breaths, they found themselves soaring to a height of over 100 meters. Even for those untroubled by acrophobia, the bespectacled female soldier felt her legs weaken at that moment. Through the cockpit of Susanoo, the view outside was remarkably clear, revealing the astonishing altitude they had reached in an instant, with the ground beneath them appearing entirely transparent. It felt as if they were treading upon a sheet of azure glass, and the suddenness of the situation left both individuals utterly flabbergasted, gazing upon the re-emergent blue giant. The soldiers felt a chilling dread enveloping them, tightening their grips around their weapons. Were it not for the fact that they were within the command center and under the orders of the Legion commander, they would have undoubtedly raised their firearms to aim at the colossal figure, for only then might they find some semblance of reassurance. However, Gu Feng chose to disregard the soldiers below. His singular focus was on promptly executing the mission to rescue those trapped, thereby severing ties with the military of the Magic City. Fully deployed, Susanoo spread its wings and soared directly towards the coast. "Hey, you two, hasten to provide the location. Otherwise, what if we fly past it?" Gu Feng crossed his arms, relishing the sensation of maneuvering the mecha through the skies. "Oh, right. We are on a rescue mission." The two, suppressing their panic, retrieved their equipment from small satchels on their backs, which included head-mounted communicators, a locator, and even a compass. Observing their preparations, Gu Feng inquired, "May I ask your esteemed names?" "Huh. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm Du Shui. Mr. Gu. I am Liang Ziwen, a communications officer from the former Eastern Military Region S Air Force. Currently the sole holder of a Level 4 computer proficiency and a senior engineer in our unit." After their introductions, Gu Feng cast a bemused glance at the male soldier. "I merely wish to know your names." "Ah, Du Shui, Liang Ziwen." "Understood." Retracting his gaze, Gu Feng continued, "Which direction shall we head?" "Over there." They both exclaimed in unison, pointing towards a specific direction. Gu Feng nodded slightly and increased their speed. After traveling 20 to 30 nautical miles, more seabirds began to appear on the ocean's surface, with a few daring ones boldly approaching Susanoo. Gu Feng cast a disdainful glance at the birds. His expression contorted with ferocity. It seemed even these seabirds had undergone mutations. However, these infected seabirds posed no tangible threat to Susanoo, and Gu Feng chose to ignore them. Yet, to his astonishment, these seabirds believed the blue giant was an easy target, pursuing it for 50 nautical miles. What began as a mere dozen infected seabirds escalated into a veritable swarm of 100,000, darkening the skies above. It is worth noting that when a seabird spreads its wings, it can measure 2 to 3 meters or more, significantly larger than a human. As they circled ominously above Susanoo, incessantly launching attacks, others darted in from the sides to peck at it. Even though Gu Feng was reluctant to engage, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, should such a multitude of infected seabirds reach the island, the trapped individuals would surely face dire consequences. To understand, Susanoo not only possesses the ability to attack with a blade and wield the black flames of Amaterasu, but can also perform seals to execute techniques in which the practitioner excels, such as Chidori. From the very beginning, he had been persistently harassed by a flock of seabirds. However, Gu Feng remained silent, which led one to believe he was indifferent. Now, witnessing Gu Feng lower his arms from their embrace and adopt peculiar postures, it appeared as though the giant was mimicking his movements. Liang Ziwen and Du Shuo exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous crackle of electricity erupted. The azure-hued Tengu opened its arms, and a powerful current surged forth, instantly obliterating over 80% of the seabirds. In a heartbeat, 100,000 seabirds were reduced to charred remains, with only a few tens of thousands managing to escape to the periphery. Observing the crackling blue lightning, more than 20,000 seabirds scattered in a frenzy, hastily fleeing for their lives. Witnessing the spectacle, Liang Ziwen and Du Shuo could not help but swallow hard. What extraordinary power allowed the giant to unleash such potent electricity? After dispatching the swarm of infected seabirds, Gu Feng accelerated once more. "We are almost there," Du Shuo reminded. About 3 minutes later, Gu Feng slowed his pace, having spotted 2 islands several kilometers away, separated by roughly 3 kilometers. That must be the place. Chapter 57. Rescue of stranded personnel on deserted island number 8870. On the beach of the island, a group of ragged men fashioned rudimentary fishing devices, hoping to procure dinner for the night. Within the forest of the island, over 100 makeshift tents had been erected. It is worth noting that these individuals were once members of the Federated Navy of the Summer Nation. On the night of the cataclysm, they detected a massive heat source approaching while on a nighttime patrol. For reasons unknown, half of the soldiers aboard the aircraft carriers suddenly transformed, plunging the entire fleet into chaos. After great effort, they managed to regain control, only to be assailed by a colossal unknown creature that severed the gigantic carrier, scattering the fleet. Driven by an instinct for survival, they swam to the nearest island, designated number 8870. Initially, there were over 5,000 individuals, but due to the limited resources on the island, half ventured to the nearest island, approximately 3 nautical miles away. Along the way, they encountered bizarre aquatic life forms, resulting in a reduction of over 1,000 personnel. Some soldiers, equipped with communicators, managed to contact headquarters to report their situation. However, when the headquarters dispatched aircraft and vessels, they too faced dire challenges and were sunk by the massive unknown creatures encircling the area. The headquarters sent reinforcements twice, but both attempts resulted in unnecessary loss of life. Consequently, those who came to assist and the stranded became united in their plight on the deserted island. Had they not salvaged supplies from the damaged vessel, it seemed they would have truly succumbed to despair. The ships were under siege from the enigmatic creatures of the sea. It is said that the fighter jets have been besieged by a multitude of mutated seabirds, truly rendering the sea a pathless expanse and the sky devoid of refuge. Yet, as long as one clings to life, hope remains. Suddenly, a group of men who had ventured out to catch ordinary fish sensed something amiss. They looked up to the heavens and, in an instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world is that? A colossal unknown entity ascending into the sky? Conceal yourselves. Air raid. One man shouted in desperation, prompting the others to turn back in shock. In such dire times, an air raid? Are those foreign scoundrels seizing the opportunity? However, when the men gazed upward, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Is that a fighter jet? What nonsense is this? A massive silhouette plummeted, creating 2 deep craters measuring 7 to 8 meters in the shallow waters. This commotion immediately drew the attention of over 1,000 island inhabitants. The entity known as Susanoo advanced a few steps onto the island, and upon making landfall, it dissipated. Gu Feng and his companions descended from a height of over 100 meters, enveloped by an energy field. A throng of men clad in military training attire rushed forward with sharp wooden weapons. Yet, upon noticing the military uniforms worn by Liang Ziwen and Du Shuer, they were momentarily bewildered. Are they one of us? Huh? Has the headquarters developed some remarkable high technology? As these 7 or 8 soldiers stood in a daze, Liang Ziwen stepped forward. Greetings, warriors. I am Liang Ziwen, the communications officer from the 2nd 22nd Squadron of the former Eastern Military Region Air Force, currently the sole holder of a Level 4 computer certification and a senior engineer in my unit. This is Gu Feng, and this is my colleague Du Shuer. Gu Feng shot a bemused glance at Liang Ziwen. Greetings, warriors. We have been dispatched by headquarters to bring you back. I am Communications Officer Du Shuer. Du Shuer was already accustomed to Liang Ziwen's manner of introduction. She held numerous titles, while others possessed only a name. Indeed, they are truly our own. The soldiers exchanged glances, astonished. Can you take us to meet your commander? Gu Feng inquired. Very well, please follow me, replied a muscular man, after a moment's hesitation. Gu Feng and his companions wasted no time in following him. Within the island's forest, lookout posts were discreetly positioned among the grass and trees. This was both a soldier's instinct and a precaution against the unknown. Previously, mutated seabirds had attacked, abducting several of their comrades. Such occurrences must not be repeated. Upon the arrival of the 3 strangers, the lookouts promptly relayed the situation. Upon receiving the communication, the highest-ranking officer stationed near the island's sole freshwater resource, Wang Zhiming, furrowed his brow. A colossal unknown life form? Representatives from headquarters? Commander, have the personnel from headquarters arrived? A short-haired girl, clad in light attire, nestled against Wang Zhiming, inquired curiously. Uncertain, Wang Zhiming replied, shaking his head. Shall we go and investigate? Whatever you say, came the response. Dressed in a cool ensemble, Zhang Ruyan slightly bit her lip, her enchanting eyes glimmering like water. Wang Zhiming felt a wave of heat surge within him. Remaining idle here would lead to inevitable stagnation. Upon hearing his thoughts, Zhang Ruyan withdrew her gaze, adopting a more serious demeanor. Let's change into something more formal. We wouldn't want to embarrass ourselves in public, she advised. Sure thing, Wang Zhiming replied, and both began to don their military attire. When they emerged from the tent, their expressions were grave. Outside stood 2 armed female soldiers and 2 armed male soldiers, clearly their guards. After navigating through some minor inconveniences, a few soldiers finally escorted Gu Feng and his companions to Wang Zhiming's side. The initial conversation revolved around Liang Ziwen and Du Shuer, with Gu Feng merely required to await further responses. However, when Wang Zhiming learned that the headquarters intended to rely on some superpower users to bring them back, he became incensed, feeling mocked. Nonetheless, Gu Feng promptly showcased his extraordinary abilities, engulfing the tent in a manner that left onlookers astounded. Witnessing such an inexplicable power, Wang Zhiming reluctantly conceded. Over 3,000 individuals on the island were urgently summoned back, under the pretext of returning home, in a display of Gu Feng's might. The entire contingent was absorbed into an alternate dimension. Naturally, they were kept separate to avoid encounters with Lu Qianqian and the female Special Operations Team. Such meetings were unnecessary. It is noteworthy that among the thousands of men on the island, there were only a little over 20 female soldiers, half of whom were combat personnel. Following this, Gu Feng, adhering to the reports from the personnel on the 8870 island, employed the same method to extract the 2,000 individuals left on the 8872 island. Continuous use of chakra began to take its toll. Even the vast reserves typical of a super shadow level were becoming strained. Moreover, in this realm devoid of chakra, recovery was exceedingly slow. Since their departure, Gu Feng had expended at least 70% of his chakra to ensure a backup. Gu Feng left 3 shadow clones on the island, 1 to stand guard and 2 in a meditative state. Since acquiring the dual divine might and inheriting Might Guy's legacy, he had not utilized Sage Mode. Now, with chakra reserves dwindling, he had no choice but to resort to it. Chapter 58. Just finished one task, and another arises? As for the underwater monstrosity that obliterated the Navy, what a farce. Not only was it exceedingly challenging to combat, but why should Gu Feng engage such a creature? There was no benefit to be gained, and it could very well endanger him. After successfully retrieving over 5,000 individuals trapped on the island, Gu Feng activated the high-speed return once more. Along the way, he encountered no further disruptions from the Kurami. Upon safely returning to the secure base in Magic City, He gazed at the bustling crowd below, perplexed by the commotion. What could be the cause? Had he inadvertently frightened them again? Surely they weren't planning to bombard him again? His chakra was running low, and he could not withstand such antics. Pressed to the limit, he would unleash the 8 gates. After all, the 8 gates did not consume chakra, but rather drew upon one's vitality. However, upon the descent of Gu Feng's Susanoo, he quickly realized his earlier misjudgment. The soldiers were hastily advancing towards the opposite side of the secure base. After dismissing the Susanoo, Gu Feng returned to the command tent outside. Inside the command center, Chen Sun, wearing a serious expression, was alerted by a guard that Gu Feng had returned, which instantly lifted his brow and revealed a flicker of joy. It had only been a short time, barely 2 hours, and he had accomplished the task. Chen Sun stepped out of the wartime command center and indeed saw Gu Feng standing outside. Young brother Gu, have you succeeded? Chen Sun inquired, somewhat uncertainly. Gu Feng, disinterested in elaborating, shifted his gaze and vanished from sight. Shortly after, the distorted space re-emerged, revealing a multitude of tattered young individuals. They were the naval soldiers who had narrowly escaped annihilation at sea. These men, skilled veterans capable of boarding aircraft carriers and cruisers, elicited immense excitement among the commanders of several legions in the Magic City upon learning that they were still alive. Yet, both rescue operations had failed, costing nearly 1,000 lives. Now, at last, they had returned. Thank you, young brother Gu, Chen Sun expressed with fervor. No need for pleasantries. I merely retrieved what was yours, Gu Feng replied with a calm demeanor. By the way, may I inquire what transpired? Why the sudden turmoil? Gu Feng asked, glancing curiously at the direction the soldiers were rushing towards. Alas, it is said that a horde of zombie dogs and rat zombies has been continuously infiltrating the northern side of the base through tunnels, prompting the entire base's forces to lend support in that direction. Chen Sun's brow furrowed at this revelation. Gu Feng also frowned slightly. Zombie dogs and rat zombies coordinating? Is this being orchestrated? Animals, whether cats, dogs, or rodents, possess intelligence inferior to humans, and upon becoming zombies, their intellect is entirely lost. How could they possibly coordinate unless a highly intelligent zombie has evolved, one capable of commanding and directing the horde? Gu Feng analyzed thoughtfully. Indeed. Our personnel have reached the same conclusion. Chen Sun continued. Oh, by the way, young brother Gu, how formidable is your giant's combat prowess? Chen Sun suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he stroked his chin. Please, my abilities are limited. I have completed what I promised you. Gu Feng promptly declined. Another request for weapons? Chen Sun tilted his head slightly, an expression of understanding crossing his face. No need. I have enough. Gu Feng shook his head. Then, how about money? No, wait, women. Upon uttering the last 2 words, Chen Sun raised his gaze to scrutinize Gu Feng's expression. At the mention of women, Gu Feng's eyes sparkled momentarily before he shook his head. He already had the most beautiful woman. After all, who could surpass Lu Qianqian at the age of 25 in 2012? You truly guessed it. What about a socialite from the Magic City? A celebrity? A wealthy heiress? Just say the word, and I will arrange for someone to find them immediately, Chen Sun declared with a clap of his hands. Huh, directly seeking them? Isn't that inappropriate? Gu Feng spoke with a hint of embarrassment, acutely aware of the throng of onlookers behind him. There's nothing wrong with that. It's settled then. However, my young brother Gu, the zombies are invading through this method. If we do not address this promptly, we may encounter grave troubles, Chen Sun said, his face etched with urgency. What can I possibly do in such a situation? Gu Feng replied, bewildered. Indeed, what can you do? Ah, yes. You must take flight immediately. Circulate the vicinity and investigate where the zombies are breaching through the tunnels. Eliminate the threat there. Chen Sun instinctively regarded Gu Feng as his subordinate. Apologies, Commander. You have fighter jets, drones, and missiles at your disposal. Why not utilize them? Why send me? Gu Feng shook his head, adding, moreover, I do not take kindly to women who are coerced. You rascal, just say whether you will assist or not. The aircraft has just completed a round of takeoff, and it takes time to load munitions and refuel. Furthermore, each time the zombies make a move, we do not merely devise a single plan. The current zombies are as cunning as humans, Chen Sun sighed softly. 5 days prior, an onslaught of 500,000 zombies had erupted from an unknown source, attacking our western walls. At that time, we had resorted to bombardments and deployed aircraft. Yet, a sudden swarm of mutated birds had attacked our aircraft, resulting in the loss of 3 jets. The emergence of this underground station has left us even more blindsided. If we deploy the aircraft now, it must be with a resolve to face certain death. Therefore, if you choose not to assist, the toll of casualties this time will exceed 1,000 souls. Gu Feng exhaled softly. Well, we are all merely humans struggling to survive in this apocalypse. However, remember this, I owe you nothing. Should you wish for my assistance, it shall not be without cost. With that, Gu Feng's eyes, which had inexplicably darkened, transformed back to crimson as he distanced himself from the crowd and activated his Susanoo to ascend into the sky. Witnessing this, the 5,000 soldiers who had just emerged from a mysterious realm were filled with astonishment. The highest-ranking officer, Wang Zhengming, stepped forward to salute Chen Sun, and a dialogue ensued between them. Meanwhile, at the northern command post of the base, situated a considerable 5 kilometers from the southern command of the safe zone, soldiers were arrayed against the ceaseless surge of zombified creatures emerging from several pits, each over a meter in diameter. However, due to the limited cover within the base, the agile zombie animals swiftly closed in, exposing vulnerable areas to their biting jaws. Necks, thighs, and arms were bitten, and those injured could scarcely endure 10 minutes before succumbing to mutation. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 30 soldiers had been bitten, and the count continued to rise. It was uncertain how many more zombies remained concealed within the tunnels, and both sides were incessantly providing support. Yet, these zombie creatures, particularly the zombie rats, were not only diminutive in size, but also remarkably swift, quickly darting to other locations. The military formation gradually fell into disarray. Chapter 59. The safety base in the Demon City is not so peaceful. Numerous zombified creatures infiltrated the streets and alleys of the safety base. Unaware of the humans hiding nearby, they were driven solely by a virus that commanded them, compelling them to seek refuge immediately after emerging from the tunnels. This maneuver aimed to compromise the safety that humans took pride in at the base. Once the next directive was issued, they would surge forth from the shadows once more. In a matter of minutes, thousands of zombified cats and rats scurried into the green belts, garbage heaps, hallways, and even sought shelter in drains and manhole covers. The relentless army, witnessing the chaos that had unfolded, gritted their teeth and, after checking their ammunition, swiftly engaged in battle. At that moment, a colossal shadow swept across the sky, prompting the attention of both the soldiers and some of the zombies. The latter, oblivious to the significance of the phenomenon, soon returned their focus to charging at the troops. However, the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of the more sensitive zombies. They watched in astonishment as the central segment of the tunnels they had emerged from was suddenly obliterated by a force, a location so concealed that even humans could not detect it. How could this be? Glancing back at the human forces, they observed them taking cover while using grenades to demolish a rat hole or a dog hole, their efforts yielding little efficiency. Yet, the now destroyed central segment had temporarily housed hundreds of zombified cats and dogs, and its destruction had dealt a significant blow to their reinforcements. Surrounding the crater left by the explosion, faint traces of electricity lingered. Had it been struck by lightning? Unlikely. Before the zombie could further investigate, a bullet struck, piercing through its skull. High above, after launching a projectile version of 1,000 birds, Gu Feng soared towards the periphery. What was invisible to the naked eye could hardly escape the gaze of his Sharingan. On the road 5 kilometers outside the city, through the lens of his Sharingan, he discerned numerous signs of excavation, all hidden beneath the surface of the road. These zombies had retreated into basements, underground warehouses, and other such places far beyond the 5-kilometer radius, scattered in a manner that made it almost impossible to eradicate them all at once. Yet, alarmingly, this disjointed horde exhibited a remarkable ability to coordinate their assault on a singular point. The thought of it became increasingly unsettling. Had he not possessed these extraordinary abilities, had he not drawn upon the power of the Hokage, he might have perished in the initial days of the zombie outbreak. After surveying the area, he could not ascertain the location of the so-called advanced zombies that controlled the horde. What was certain, however, was that there were numerous gathering points for the zombies, with the most populous one housing tens of thousands. It was an abandoned factory. Perhaps it is indeed the place, regardless. Gu Feng decisively formed a seal and unleashed a fiery jutsu towards the heavens, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. The resultant water vapor ascended to the clouds, continuing in this manner until cumulonimbus clouds were ultimately formed. Within these clouds, the positive and negative ions generated thunderclouds, and through the manipulation of Susanoo's Chidori, Gu Feng transformed the thunderclouds into the shape of a Qilin, which, even under the watchful gaze of his Sharingan, was impervious to the obscurity of the dark clouds. Upon the completion of the colossal lightning Qilin, Gu Feng waved his hand, directing the creature to strike down instantly upon the abandoned factory. The entire factory and the surrounding structures within a 600-meter radius were obliterated in an instant, leaving a massive 10-meter deep crater in the ground. This was a supersized Qilin in its Susanoo form. After executing this formidable feat, it remained uncertain whether he had slain the advanced, evolved zombie capable of commanding the undead. However, Gu Feng's remaining chakra was dwindling, and having vanquished tens of thousands of zombies in a single blow, his support could be deemed sufficient. Retaining the last 20% of his chakra, Gu Feng ascended directly from the site. Meanwhile, atop a tall building, a zombie, impeccably dressed, stared blankly at the scene, astonished by the extensive devastation wrought in an instant. Was that a missile? No, it was the summoning of heavenly thunder. Despite the indifference of higher evolved zombies towards their lesser counterparts, the presence of that giant indicated the exposure of their location. If they did not cease their actions, either the giant would return, or the military would bombard the area. Contemplating this, a white-haired zombie clad in a suit bellowed in frustration, unwilling to concede. Ultimately, through sheer will, he commanded the remaining zombies to halt their assault, with half of them immediately retreating, while the other half remained poised for orders. After issuing the command, the advanced zombie angrily sank its teeth into the necks of two female zombies beside him. In this apocalyptic world, the highest material for evolution was the flesh and blood of living beings. Without it, the zombies would resort to tearing each other apart. Once they consumed a sufficient number of their own kind, they could harness tremendous psychic energy, eventually evolving even into telekinesis. Although this telekinesis could not rival that of immortal practitioners, it could certainly stand alongside the majority of psychic powers depicted in magical films. This phenomenon existed as a unique particle within the medium, manipulated through brainwaves and capable of lifting a large truck from a distance. To the north of the safety base in the magical city, the distant sound of a massive explosion echoed faintly, heard by some, yet not taken seriously. The primary focus was on eradicating the invading zombies. Following the thunder strike that created a vast pit, the number of zombies emerging began to sharply decline, finally allowing many soldiers to catch their breath and regroup for a counterattack. Ultimately, the population of zombie creatures dwindled further until all that had emerged were completely annihilated. However, those soldiers who had been bitten by zombies numbered over 100, and in that moment, their former comrades were at a loss as to how to confront the grim reality. Not wishing to burden their fellow soldiers, half of them, upon realizing they could not suppress their violent urges through sheer will, reluctantly raised their weapons and pulled the triggers against their own temples. The remaining half, being recent recruits, were still clinging to the hope of survival. Upon hearing that researchers at the base were working on a vaccine, they cried out desperately, imploring the experts to come to their aid. Ultimately, in the throes of despair, the infection spread even more rapidly, leading to their transformation into armed zombies. The other soldiers who witnessed this harrowing scene had no choice but to decisively pull their triggers, ending their former comrades' suffering. Yet, this was far from the end of their grim tasks. They needed to devise new strategies to deal with the burrowing zombie rats and zombie dogs. And the zombies that had infiltrated the streets also required urgent cleanup. Otherwise, if someone inside the base were to become infected, it would be challenging to detect it promptly, leading to even greater casualties. However, these were not concerns for Gu Feng at that moment. Chapter 60. The Unwise Female Captain After Demolishing the Abandoned Factory. Gu Feng intended to return to the safe base. However, realizing that his chakra reserves were alarmingly low and fearing exposure, he opted to fly westward directly back to Sioux City. Upon arriving at a street in Sioux City that he had previously cleared of zombies, Gu Feng dismissed his Susanoo and descended onto the rooftop of a tall building. After finally venturing out, he found himself unable to enjoy the scenic beauty. Having exhausted 80% of his chakra, fortunately, he had managed to acquire a cache of military arms, or else it would have been a significant loss. Remembering that cache, Gu Feng entered his alternate space and, using his tracking abilities, located the 13 fully armed female soldiers, promptly transporting their weapons outside. Uncertain of how long they had been in the Kemui space, the 13 female soldiers, who had yet to grasp their situation, had gathered to discuss their next steps when suddenly their firearms vanished. In that instant, a figure materialized before them. Ah, such a crowd, Gu Feng remarked with keen interest, surveying the 13. How audacious to snatch our weapons. Are you afraid of being shot here? The female captain, Su Jingyu, retorted with a cold smile. Rest assured, even here, you will not be able to harm me, Gu Feng replied with a calm demeanor. The dual abilities of Kamui allowed him to conceal his physical form in the alternate space, and similarly, he could expose his form within that space as long as he ensured no one outside could attack him. Su Jingyu furrowed her brow, skeptical of Gu Feng's words, and reached for a handgun at her waist. Have you made up your mind? I was already furious about you shooting at me before. If you dare to do it again, I won't hesitate to grant you an unforgettable experience, Gu Feng stated, his smile fading, his expression turning icy. Captain, please, put the gun down. If he meant us harm, we would not still be alive, one of the soldiers implored. A seemingly frail female soldier firmly grasped Su Jingyu's hand. Captain, what's the matter with you today? Have you taken leave of your senses? How could someone so esteemed by the commander be so intent on targeting others? Another soldier, who appeared to be the vice captain, interjected. Su Jingyu scoffed. Let go. Can't you see? This individual possesses an unervingly peculiar power, making him more dangerous than a zombie. Such a person is truly unsettling. Therefore, I wish for your demise. With that, a resounding bang echoed as she pulled the trigger. The bullet indeed passed through Gu Feng's body, yet it failed to inflict any harm. Gu Feng's expression grew cold as he charged at Su Jingyu, prompting her to rapidly pull the trigger again. However, all her bullets proved ineffective, leaving the surrounding female soldiers in a state of alarm. Is this it? Are we doomed to perish here today? As Gu Feng reached Su Jingyu, their palms met, and both vanished into an alternate dimension. Upon reappearing in the real world, Gu Feng swiftly slapped the gun from Su Jingyu's grasp, leaving her astonished. A punch followed, and instinctively, Su Jingyu attempted a grappling move. Yet both missed their target as the punch passed through her form. In the midst of her shock, Gu Feng executed a swift roundhouse kick to her back, shattering several of her bones and causing her to cough up blood. She was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the rooftop railing, nearly toppling over, but was saved by a hand that yanked her back. However, this hand was far from gentle, forcefully pinning her to the rooftop. With just one kick, the battle was concluded. Observing Su Jingyu's disheveled state on the ground, Gu Feng revealed a handgun that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, pointing it at her. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jingyu, feeling the agony of her fractured back and her body rendered powerless, stared blankly at Gu Feng, blood trickling from her mouth, tears of despair pooling at the corners of her eyes. In that instant, she comprehended the harsh reality. In this apocalyptic world, no one would come to her aid, and others would not show mercy simply because she was a woman. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated gunshot never came. When she opened her eyes again, Gu Feng had holstered the handgun. Beside him stood a woman clad in a white lab coat, engaged in conversation with him. Gu Feng then produced a card and handed it to her. The woman, upon receiving the card, closed her eyes briefly, causing the card to vanish. Following Gu Feng's instructions, Su Nua felt a unique energy coursing through her body and an inexplicable surge of combat memories. Her hands, glowing faintly with green light, pressed against Su Jingyu. Uncertain of the woman's intentions, Su Jingyu was engulfed by overwhelming pain that dulled her senses. Yet, it seemed as though her fractured bones were beginning to mend. With each moment of recovery, the pain became more pronounced. 5 minutes later, the treatment concluded, and Gu Feng directly returned Su Nua, she to the divine might space. Although the treatment had ended, her fractured bones had yet to heal completely, leaving Su Jingyu looking notably frail. As she attempted to apologize, her words were abruptly silenced when Gu Feng unexpectedly utilized a shadow clone technique, manifesting 11 versions of himself. With overwhelming force, she was restrained once more. A pair of pants fell at her feet. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as her own. How outrageous. The recovery of her injuries had restored her senses considerably, and a chilling breeze caressed a sensitive area, leading her to realize what was about to unfold. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. An hour later, Gu Feng stood up, adjusted his attire, and sighed softly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the experience, stating it paled in comparison to his usual encounters. Nevertheless, considering it was her first time, he granted her a chance at survival, instructing her to crawl over. Su Jingyu glared fiercely at Gu Feng, filled with rage, vowing to kill him. After a piercing scream, 2 shadow clones once again subdued her. Another hour passed. Gu Feng, slightly out of breath, stood up and repeated his earlier routine of adjusting his clothes. He glanced at the dimming sky, realizing that the night would be exceptionally cold. while the hallways below were likely teeming with zombies. Growing weary of their encounter, he tossed his handgun and Su Jingyu's clothing aside as if they were refuse, challenging her to survive and seek him out if she desired vengeance. In response to the discarded items, Su Jingyu's gaze became vacant, her demeanor dulled. Gu Feng sighed, reflecting on their lack of enmity, yet acknowledging that her repeated attempts to kill him had prompted his actions. Observing her lack of reaction, he loosened his muscles. Su Jingyu, picking up the handgun, glanced at Gu Feng and then at her own body before aiming the weapon at her own temple. Have you thought this through? What about your parents, your brothers, your comrades, and those at your safe base? Do you not care for any of them? Gu Feng's words resonated deeply. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Jingyu let the handgun fall to the ground, ejecting the magazine to reveal it was devoid of bullets. She broke down in tears. Chapter 61. Su Jingyu uncertain of how long she had cried, Su Jingyu suddenly regained her composure. After sitting in silence for a minute, she painstakingly crawled to Gu Feng, striving to adopt a delicate demeanor, addressing him as master. Gu Feng smiled slightly. However, the moment Su Jingyu made contact with his body, she lunged forward and bit down on his arm. Several shadow clones attempted to intervene, but Gu Feng halted them. The body of a ninja, impervious to collapsing walls or being struck into rock, was hardly threatened by a mere human's bite. It was but a trivial pain. As Su Jingyu's strength waned from biting, she noticed Gu Feng's silence, which extinguished her pleasure. Expressionless, she turned to dress, though each step was unsteady. Truly a madwoman. Now, what is your response? Gu Feng inquired, intrigued. If the title of master satisfies your twisted psyche, then I shall address you as such from now on, Su Jingyu replied calmly. Yet, the toll of the past 2 hours left her body aching and weak. You don't care? Gu Feng asked, surprised. With the zipper pulled up, Su Jingyu responded coolly. What does it matter whether I care or not? Do I have any choice? Indeed, once one possesses a vulnerability, fear is inevitable, Gu Feng remarked with a faint smile. My parents lost contact a month ago. They likely became among the first infected. Having finished dressing, Su Jingyu staggered towards Gu Feng. Oh, so what has prompted your sudden desire to live? Gu Feng retrieved a handgun from the void, smiling lightly. Perhaps it's because I've come to terms with things. You were able to bring me here, which suggests either the commander has decided to abandon us, or not a single soldier could stop you. It seems to be the former. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued. Why do you think that? Because after we entered, tanks and military vehicles continued to arrive. If there wasn't some sort of agreement, why would the commander order us to lower our weapons upon our exit? And why the sudden influx of larger armaments? Su Jingyu shook her head, resigned. Unfortunately, realizing this now is too late. It is indeed too late, Gu Feng replied coolly. Too late. It merely entails paying a price. Those captured during wartime often meet grim fates. Reflecting on it now, perhaps the moment I aimed my gun at you, I was already destined to be a corpse. Now, my only value has vanished, has it not? As she spoke, Su Jingyu glanced at the gun in Gu Feng's hand. My team is innocent. Please do not misplace your anger upon them. Go ahead and shoot. Gu Feng retracted the handgun, stating, I have no desire to kill you at this moment. Su Jingyu looked at him, puzzled by his intentions. You believe that sacrificing your purity is merely a small price to pay. Then let me ask you, if you do not care about this small cost, surely you must still harbor a will to survive. Gu Feng stepped away from the railing, resting long enough. It is time. Su Jingyu nodded in response. Were you in the Magic City to protect the citizens, or for your own sustenance? Or perhaps both? After all, if you cannot feed yourself, how can you protect others? Beneath the dim sky, the last rays of dusk illuminated Gu Feng's profile, rendering him less the monster he seemed. Both. To protect the citizens, and my superiors provide me with provisions. After a 3-second hesitation, Su Jingyu replied, If it is all for the protection of the citizens, then it matters not where it is done. The conditions here are better. It is also to protect the citizens. Or rather, the survivors. The survivors on my side have been meticulously selected. They possess good temperaments, are obedient to commands, and are quite capable. Are the individuals on your side similar? Do you also have survivors in need of protection? Su Jingyu's eyes widened. Indeed, I have 2 secure bases in Sioux City, housing over 20,000 individuals and a couple of hundred, respectively. My intent in venturing to Modu was initially to hand over the slain monsters to the military for research. However, you mistook me for an enemy right from the start and even requested my assistance in rescuing soldiers trapped on an island. You are likely aware of the subsequent events. Commander Chen Sun, in an attempt to make amends, promised me a shipment of arms. Yet, when I went to retrieve the arms, I was unexpectedly ambushed by your forces. Had it not been for my skills, I might not be alive today. At this point, Gu Feng shook his head with a wry smile, admitting, I did indeed contemplate ending your life, but upon noticing your physique, I was tempted to indulge in the role of a truly wicked villain. Nevertheless, I reconsidered. After all, you did not even harm me in the slightest. So, that was the case. Su Jingyu, upon hearing this, collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face as she wept inconsolably. Gu Feng was bewildered. Initially, we received intelligence regarding the invasion of a colossal unidentified creature, followed by reports of an abduction involving the commander, who was hastening towards the armory. Our Snow Fox team was tasked with the logistical operations of the armory, and upon receiving orders, we preemptively entered to set up an ambush. The events that transpired afterward need no elaboration. With a bitter smile, Su Jingyu shook her head, acknowledging that throughout this ordeal, I had firmly believed that the adversaries in both pieces of information were you. In hindsight, it is indeed laughable. It is quite amusing. So how do you feel now? Do you still wish to kill me? Gu Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Unable to defeat you, I shall spare your life. I will comply with your requests. But I kindly ask that you do not mistreat my team members due to past events. Su Jingyu rose to her feet, transitioning from her previous position of despair to kneeling before Gu Feng, ready to bow down. Gu Feng promptly assisted her upright, saying, enough of that. Your team is safe in my superpower space. After helping Su Jingyu to her feet, Gu Feng let out a slight sigh. However, I truly did not anticipate that you would regard your chastity so lightly. Could it be due to the confusion of a first experience? I am uncertain, she replied. I only know that I felt an odd, peculiar pain, accompanied by a strange sense of exhilaration. At this moment, Su Jingyu's face flushed crimson as she recounted how the pressure at the spot you held was excruciating, and her back injury had not healed, causing her to feel as though she might perish from the agony. Gu Feng, sweating profusely, thought to himself, what a brazen declaration, perhaps due to her lack of makeup. Su Jingyu appeared merely average, a mere 7 out of 10, significantly overshadowed by Lu Chanxian, who was a striking 9.8. Yet, within a class of 50, she would still be deemed a class beauty. At that moment, driven by impulse, I believed that what mattered most to a woman was her virtue. I thought that by shattering that, I could dismantle her psychological defenses, yet the outcome proved otherwise. Had I not harbored such thoughts, I would have swiftly ended the fight with a well-placed strike the moment I was in close proximity within the Shenwei space. For reasons unknown, a throng of zombies began to gather downstairs, some of them relentlessly battering against the entrance with resounding thuds. Could it be the cries from earlier that attracted them? A motley crew of onlookers, indeed. Chapter 62. Returning to the hotel, let us go. I'll take you to a place to stay. Peering through the railing, Gu Feng observed the escalating number of zombies below, a slight grimace forming on his lips. Su Jingyu nodded, only to be suddenly drawn into the realm of divine might by an unseen force. As Gu Feng was about to depart, the last rays of twilight illuminated the bloodstains left at the scene of the crime, prompting him to murmur. Could it be that at ISN, T merely sound that attracts the zombies? But he dismissed the thought, pondering it no further. With a flicker of divine might, Gu Feng vanished from his position, while 10 shadow clones exchanged glances before dissipating into wisps of smoke. At the Sioux City Wending Hotel, after establishing his destination within the realm of divine might, Gu Feng reappeared in the corridor of the 32nd floor. Upon arrival, he instructed his shadow clone to retrieve the room key. He then exited the realm, releasing all 13 female soldiers. The 13 female soldiers had lost their firearms, though a few still concealed handguns at their waists. Just as they caught sight of their captain, who had been returned unscathed, a sudden force pulled them away. Upon opening their eyes once more, they found themselves in what appeared to be a luxurious hotel or perhaps an opulent apartment corridor. The man reappeared before them. The captain's helmet was missing. Whether this was the doing of the man was uncertain, as 2 full hours had elapsed, though the mysterious space lacked day and night. The clock could not be deceived. Captain Su, from now on, please call me Gu Feng. As for your team, those who wish to stay may do so. Those wishing to return, I will send back in a few days. After speaking, Gu Feng cast a glance over the 13 female soldiers, his gaze lingering for a moment on 2 of them. The others possessed only average looks, around 6 or 7 points. But these 2 stood out with scores of 8.5 or higher, and they were barefaced. Beauty often compels a second glance. Yet upon noticing Gu Feng's attention, several soldiers appeared displeased. You are all trained individuals familiar with firearms. To be candid, I eagerly anticipate your decision to stay. Though I will not compel you. I have but one question. Does one truly protect a group of unrelated individuals without expectation? If that were the case, who would safeguard the criminals in prison? Perhaps not everyone is worthy of protection. In this apocalyptic world, the priority must be to ensure one's own survival. Perhaps you could fare better in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a place abundant in resources. My sole promise is that I will strive to protect you and ensure your survival. With that, a profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving Gu Feng feeling somewhat awkward. Perplexed as to why no one responded. Before long, 2 shadow clones arrived via the elevator, presenting the room key to Gu Feng. 7 room cards were distributed. The team leader had a single room while the remaining 6 were to be allocated at their discretion. Gu Feng stated as he handed them the cards. The 12 female soldiers exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss. They had been sleeping in tents at the safety base in the Magic City to free up space for survivors, occasionally finding a wooden bed to make do. How was it that they were now being offered hotel rooms? Many had prepared themselves to stand guard for the man tonight, ready to sleep in the corridor if necessary. Observing their peculiar expressions, Gu Feng was uncertain of their thoughts. Upon reaching Su Jingyu, he handed her the last room card, stating, "A special doctor will come shortly to assist with your treatment." Su Jingyu lifted her gaze slightly and replied, "All right." With that, Gu Feng left with an air of authority. Once Gu Feng departed, the female soldiers gathered around their captain. "Captain, what is wrong? Why the need for a doctor? Are you injured?" In response to their concern, Su Jingyu's lips turned pale as she nodded. That man's abilities surpassed human comprehension. "I am not his match. Even if we all had guns, victory would not be guaranteed." The other soldiers were taken aback by her words, but recalling Gu Feng's extraordinary capabilities, they had to concede that it seemed plausible. One soldier, seemingly struck by a thought, asked, "Captain, did you engage that man for 2 hours before sustaining your injuries? To think you could fight him for 2 hours, Captain, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she glared at the indiscreet soldier, Uxin, who inadvertently caused her to cough up blood. She nearly fainted but was steadied by her comrades. "This girl is infuriating," Su Jingyu thought. "Captain, are you all right? That scoundrel actually harmed a woman. And to such an extent. If I get the chance, I will ensure payback," declared Uxin, oblivious to the situation. Su Jingyu, in a moment of exasperation, reflected on her vulnerability. If that man had not restrained his strength, she might have already been lifeless. He was not someone an ordinary person could overcome, let alone seek retribution. She should be grateful he wasn't an enemy to humanity. Otherwise, he would be even more terrifying than the undead. She had resigned herself to her fate, for as Gu Feng said, if it was all for the protection of the populace, the location mattered little. And the conditions here were indeed superior. Moreover, could one truly protect a group of unrelated individuals selflessly? If that were the case, who would safeguard the criminals in prisons? Perhaps not everyone deserved protection. In the apocalypse, the priority was to ensure one's own survival. All right, everyone, return to your quarters. Tomorrow may bring unforeseen tasks. Rest well to face the challenges ahead, Su Jingyu urged as she gently pushed away the supportive soldiers. "Captain, how about I share a room with you? I am the medic of the team and can take care of you," one soldier suggested. The medical officer, Peng Yangyang, stepped forward and declared, "I am also a medic. Let me take over." Yang Zime, who served as both a medic and an assault troop member, chimed in, "Allow me. I have served alongside the captain in the same unit, and I am well acquainted with his physical condition." The sniper, Su Jing, also volunteered. A few female soldiers began chattering, which irked Su Jingyu, who snapped, "Enough. I do not wish to repeat myself. This is no longer the Magic City, but rather someone else's territory. We must obey. Do you understand? Obey? Whose orders are we to heed?" Came the retort. "Very well, Captain, please take care of yourself. When the doctor arrives, cooperate as necessary," said Vice Captain Wenruoshin, the strikingly beautiful deputy of the team with short, elegant hair and a fair complexion, resembling the future star Ming Zi. Another was the communications officer, Li Yunxiang, whose snow-white skin and almond-shaped eyes gave her an air of aloof sophistication. "Understood," Su Jingyu replied with a nod, forcing herself to stand and limping towards the door corresponding to the room card. She opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 63, The Remaining Female Soldier Squad After Leaving. Gu Feng locked onto Tsunade's location using Shenhui and materialized within her room. Tsunade, engrossed in a book from this world. Suddenly sensed a fluctuation in chakra and instinctively turned to retaliate. However, an overwhelming force of rule suppressed any hostility and rendered her powerless. She could only turn back in fear, but upon recognizing her visitor, she exhaled in relief. "Your ability is as annoying as that of a masked man," she remarked. Gu Feng was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "Perhaps this ability was gifted to me by that very man you despise. Cut it out. You made such a grand statement this morning. I thought you would be gone for days. Now, tell me, what brings you to my room?" Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression sour. "Your words are rather harsh. A friend of mine is injured. I need you to treat her," Gu Feng said, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. In the next instant, they both vanished from the room. Not long after entering her new room, Su Jingyu flicked on the lights, still unfamiliar with her surroundings. When she sensed something amiss and quickly turned around, to her shock, Gu Feng appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a woman with long yellow hair. "Do not be alarmed. This is the special doctor I mentioned," Gu Feng said, removing his hand from Tsunade's shoulder. "What? So you want me to treat your mistress?" Tsunade scoffed. "Say what you will. I command you to heal her," Gu Feng replied with an air of indifference. "Very well, what a hassle," Tsunade said reluctantly as she approached Su Jingyu. Upon reaching her, she sensed the injuries through chakra and furrowed her brows. "Have your bones fractured? Please remove your clothing and lie on the bed." "Ah?" Su Jingyu looked to Gu Feng for guidance. "Do as she says," Gu Feng nodded. Hesitating for a moment, Su Jingyu turned to the bed and unzipped her clothing. "Hello, what peculiar taste do you have?" Tsunade glanced back at Gu Feng. "What does it matter? It's not the first time." Gu Feng furrowed his brows slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Once you are healed, you may return on your own. Refrain from speaking recklessly." "Oh," Tsunade replied, retracting her gaze, her expression impassive. She concentrated, forming a green sphere of chakra in her hands. With a reluctant glance back, Gu Feng transformed into a vortex and vanished from the scene. Perhaps influenced by Gu Feng's words, Su Jingyu, during her treatment, inquired curiously about the origins of the golden-haired woman. The latter only claimed to be Gu Feng's senior sister, sent on a mission, revealing nothing more. This air of mystery surrounded both Gu Feng and Tsunade, who seemed to wield powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Remarkably, Tsunade managed to heal wounds in less than an hour by placing her hands over the injuries. However, a monstrous creature that later appeared was truly terrifying. After 2 exhausting hours, she indeed succeeded in healing the wounds on Su Jingyu's back, although the woman in the white coat had treated her earlier. She could not fully heal the injuries, merely restoring some damaged blood and cells while alleviating the pain. The subsequent 2 hours nearly cost Su Jingyu her life. Had it not been for her strong will, she would have succumbed the moment blood coughed forth. Once the treatment concluded, Tsunade exited the room, leaving Su Jingyu to recuperate alone. Upstairs, Gu Feng released Su Nuo and Lu Qianqian, initially intending to take them to observe the situation in other cities. However, after expending too much energy, he returned instead. A night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Gu Feng gathered the survivors in the hotel. He then withdrew a quarter of the military supplies from the Shenwei space, 2 tanks, 2 armored vehicles, 2 military trucks, 2 military jeeps, and an abundance of firearms, ammunition, mortars, and rocket launchers. Additionally, he had brought in a squad of female soldiers from the military district of Modu, claiming they were invited. Among the survivors at the hotel, there were already more women than men. Now, with the addition of over 10 female soldiers, the situation had become even more advantageous. Gu Feng directly assigned the operational rights of the 2 tanks and 2 armored vehicles to the squad of female soldiers under Su Jingyu. While Gu Feng could drive, he lacked the skills to operate tanks and armored vehicles. Unfortunately, none of the 13 female soldiers were tank operators, though 2 were proficient with the armored vehicles. Gu Feng decided to store the tanks away, retrieving 3 additional armored vehicles from his space. In total, there were 5 armored vehicles. He then assigned 12 young women from the hotel, all of whom were notably attractive, to train with the soldiers. Their sole identity now was that of trainees, and the purpose of this training was self-defense. Recalling the day of the Blood Angels' assault, Gu Feng knew he could not be by these individual sides at all times. If an adversary emerged that posed a significant challenge even to him, he would be unable to divert his attention to protect others. Thus, it is only by taking up arms that you can ensure your own survival. While some of you possess undeniable beauty, and I would gladly protect you, we cannot remain in this tavern indefinitely, nor will I stay here solely for your safety. Engage in rigorous training. Ammunition is limited, so use it judiciously. Captain Su will elaborate on the subsequent training regimen. With that, Gu Feng descended from the makeshift platform. Next, Su Jingyu ascended, exchanging a few polite words, albeit somewhat awkwardly. She then instructed the 12 team members to escort 120 women to the safe zone mentioned by Gu Feng for basic formation training. Not only did several female soldiers find themselves surprised, but Su Jingyu was taken aback as well, discovering that Gu Feng's hotel indeed housed a considerable number of survivors, and that he had provided his team with such a fulfilling task. It was likely that no one would wish to depart afterward. Perhaps, as Su Jingyu resigned herself to remaining by Gu Feng's side, these female soldiers would no longer desire to leave voluntarily. The September sky remained sweltering, reminiscent of summer, with occasional breezes sweeping through. The vicinity of the Winnie Hotel, within a 1-kilometer radius, was assuredly safe, devoid of any zombies. Within a 3-kilometer range, cleared over the course of a month by Gu Feng's shadow clones, one could expect an absence of zombies, even the undead cats, dogs, or rats. However, given the vast area, it was possible for the occasional straggler to wander in. Only after another thorough sweep could one be certain of safety. Running back and forth over 500 meters, forming lines, and familiarizing oneself with firearms comprised the training regimen. Su Lingxi and Su Wenjing were also drawn into the training group, assigned to the most striking female soldier, Li Yunxiang. Li, who exuded an aura of a frosty seductress, approached her duties with utmost seriousness and, contrary to her cold demeanor, was quite talkative, perhaps due to her interactions with fellow women. Chapter 64. Killing. Observing the group of young women perspiring profusely, Gu Feng summoned the 2 shadow clones he had left on the island and activated his Sage mode. After all, his foundational chakra recovery was still less than 50%. Upon entering Sage mode, a crimson eye shadow manifested. With a mere thought, 200 shadow clones in Sage mode materialized, instinctively moving to the perimeter to maintain vigilance. He could not allow any dangerous entities to intrude and disrupt the training of these women. Having accomplished this, he still possessed a significant amount of Sage chakra that remained unutilized. Casting a glance at Su Jingyu, who was pacing the formation like a commanding officer, Gu Feng swiftly appeared beside her. I see you have little to occupy your time here. Why not accompany me to another location? I can take you to witness a larger safe base. Although it pales in comparison to the massive safe zone in the Magic City, it still boasts a population of over 20,000. Su Jingyu was momentarily taken aback. This man had a knack for appearing unexpectedly, and his abilities were indeed formidable. Yet, as one of her own, he brought a sense of reassurance. This sudden turn of events is something we shall have to grow accustomed to in the future. Very well. Let us go and take a look, Su Jingyu nodded. Receiving this affirmation, Gu Feng immediately transported both himself and Su Jingyu into the Divine Might space, executing a long-distance spatial transfer that placed them directly at the entrance of the Su City Inspection Bureau. The soldiers stationed at the gate were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of these 2 individuals and quickly blew their whistles. In an instant, 300 armed soldiers stationed around the inspection bureau rushed towards them. Damn it, more of them? I haven't been here for just half a month, and I still can't recognize a single face? Faced with the armed mob, Gu Feng placed a hand on Su Jingyu's shoulder, ready to conceal her within the Divine Might space if necessary, both of them preparing to become ethereal. Are you certain you wish to act against us? Is there not a single person here who recognizes me? Under the heightened perception of his celestial mode, Gu Feng regarded the 300 soldiers with disdain. Ah, I know you. You are Mr. Gu Feng, exclaimed a young leader in surprise. Gu Feng turned his gaze towards the young man, recognizing that there were still some who knew him. Informed them of my identity. Everyone, stand down. This is Mr. Gu Feng, a superpower wielder and the second in command of the Su City Sanctuary. Quickly lower your weapons. The young leader complied without hesitation upon hearing this. Several others who recognized Gu Feng also lowered their firearms upon hearing his name. Second in command? This sanctuary is under the jurisdiction of our Hongnan gang, not to mention this kid. Even if Lin Xie were here, with his mere 10 or so men, would he dare to confront our 3,000? Scoffed a man wielding an AK-47. What? A gang? They have managed to develop a 3,000-strong gang within the sanctuary? Lin Xie has been rather careless, Gu Feng remarked with a frown. Mr. Gu, the Hongnan gang was only established 10 days ago. 10 days prior, the former underground emperor of Su City, Hongnan, came to our side with 100 followers. However, these individuals did not contribute to the construction of defensive fortifications. Once armed, they began to occupy several residential buildings. Those who sought to exploit their powers soon joined their ranks. In just 10 days, they amassed 3,000 members, not only seizing the food painstakingly gathered by others, but also coercing several young women within the base into degrading acts. Bang! Before the young leader could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced his forehead. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the shooter, a man with a buzz cut. Shut your mouth. If you had drawn your weapon sooner, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Now you come here to complain? Bah! The buzz-cut man then turned to Gu Feng, sneering, kill the men, and let a few of us enjoy the women. With that, several of his closest subordinates immediately pulled the triggers, directing their bullets toward Gu Feng. However, regrettably, as Gu Feng had become ethereal, the bullets merely passed through him, striking others behind him instead. Witnessing Gu Feng emerge unscathed, the armed soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment. Perhaps it was driven by fear that more individuals commenced firing, bullets densely raining down upon Gu Feng and Su Jingyu. However, the two appeared as mere phantoms, evading every shot. Gu Feng, with an air of indifference, remarked, "It has been a while since I last took a life. Today shall be a day of reckoning." With that declaration, Gu Feng's crimson eyes transformed, enveloping both him and Su Jingyu in a cerulean sphere of energy. In the next moment, the sphere manifested into the form of a colossal creature resembling a mythical beast, soaring to a staggering height of over 120 meters. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a gigantic entity, many armed individuals were struck with terror, some losing control of their bladders. With a thunderous crash, the creature's foot descended, crushing 7 or 8 beneath it, causing the earth to tremble and sending those attempting to flee tumbling to the ground. Su Jingyu, who had joined Gu Feng in the cockpit, widened her eyes in astonishment. The intelligence had proven true. There indeed existed a massive, unidentified life form. Moreover, it was one of this man's formidable abilities. Why had such a person never been mentioned prior to the apocalypse? And what of the senior sister from last night? Where did these individuals, wielding powers beyond human comprehension, suddenly emerge from? Why had they not revealed themselves before the world fell into chaos? Only to appear post-apocalypse as if to save it? That seemed unlikely. After all, the zombie outbreak had persisted for a month. And this man had remained holed up in Sioux City, unable to liberate even that single area, confined merely to a hotel within the city. Gu Feng paid no heed to Su Jingyu's shock. His recent action had merely been to confirm the demise of the man with the buzz cut. Now, observing the petrified and fleeing armed subordinates, he felt no concern, slowly unsheathing a 60-meter blade of Susanoo, targeting the individual who had previously fired at him. He swung the blade down, causing the earth to crack, and within moments, a dozen lives were reduced to mere pulp, blood spilling across the ground. With another swing, he claimed the lives of another dozen. Some, unable to withstand the horror, unleashed a volley of gunfire at the Susanoo, yet it inflicted not a scratch, ultimately meeting their end beneath a crushing foot. Was it not excessively cruel? Su Jingyu's hands began to tremble involuntarily. Cruelty? The moment they aimed their weapons at me, I resolved to ensure their demise. Though they inflicted no tangible harm upon me, the enemy had initiated violence against my life. Retaliating against them is merely extending them the respect they deserve, Gu Feng stated, casting a significant glance at Su Jingyu. She shuddered, promptly lowering her head, feigning ignorance. The bloody massacre concluded, with over 200 lives lost either to the blade or the pressure exerted by its descent. Those who survived were predominantly those who had recently set down their weapons or stood beside the small leader who was familiar to them, as they beheld the now quiet giant. The survivors collectively exhaled in relief. The tremendous commotion immediately captured the attention of over 20,000 individuals within the Sioux City Inspection Bureau shelter, all eyes turning towards the colossal figure towering 100 meters high. Chapter 65, Annihilating 3001 Strike. The military personnel and inspectors, nearly all armed, rushed forth to assault the Susanoo. Gu Feng felt a surge of frustration. Yet again, misunderstandings arose. With the provision of celestial techniques and chakra, eliminating these individuals was undoubtedly feasible. However, such an action would render all previous efforts futile. The artillery shells striking the Susanoo caused no discernible harm. Recalling the words of the small leader from earlier, Gu Feng glanced towards the civilian buildings opposite the inspection bureau. He then shifted his gaze downward, seeking a familiar face. Finally, after a thorough survey, he spotted Lin Xie, who was approximately 300 meters away, operating an armored vehicle on the perimeter of the inspection bureau. Stepping closer to bridge the distance, he activated his divine might. Lin Xie, adjusting the cannon's aim inside the armored vehicle, was suddenly engulfed by a distortion of space. When he re-emerged, he found himself within the cockpit of the Susanoo. Lin Xie, astonished, wondered what had transpired. "Long time no see, Captain Lin," came a voice. Could it be? Lin Xie swiftly turned, and indeed, it was Gu Feng. Beside him stood a woman in military attire, whom Lin Xie did not recognize. "Gu Feng, what has happened to us? Have we been consumed by this monster?" Lin Xie questioned, bewildered. "Let us set that aside for now. Tell me, are the people in that civilian building a group of bullies? They call themselves the Hongnan Gang and arrived 10 days ago," Gu Feng inquired. "How do you know this?" Lin Xie gasped, his expression darkening. Before the zombie outbreak, they operated an underground casino, performing illicit tasks for numerous influential figures. Unfortunately, at that time, there was no evidence against them. Their connections were formidable, which prevented their capture. Even if apprehended, their associates would swiftly extricate them. Previously, these individuals feigned vulnerability, claiming they could use firearms to help us combat the zombies and rescue more people. Yet, once armed, they turned their weapons against us. To maintain the greater good and avoid mutual destruction, we endured their treachery. Now, however, their audacity has only escalated. As he spoke, Lin Xie's expression reflected profound sorrow. "So that's how it is. This is sufficient," Gu Feng murmured, gently closing his eyes before turning to survey the row of several civilian buildings. "Are all those inside their people?" Gu Feng pointed towards the line of structures. "Yes, indeed. Apart from some civilian women who were forcibly taken. They comprise nearly all of them," Lin Xie replied candidly, puzzled by Gu Feng's inquiries. Shouldn't the priority be escaping the clutches of this monster? The row of buildings extended over 200 meters, with the ground floor filled with shops. The tallest building reached 7 stories, while the shorter one stood at 5. Approximately 10 to 20 meters high. Through the lens of the Sharingan, Gu Feng was able to discern the situation within. Most individuals were hastily packing their belongings, preparing to flee. Though armed, they were unwilling to perish alongside soldiers and inspectors. Numerous women, who had been abducted by them, were gathered together, driven by greed, and were being prepared for transport. The distance of over 300 meters was somewhat challenging. However, Gu Feng took a few steps toward the residential building. 100 meters was sufficient. Activating the Kemui space, he executed a long-distance transfer. Following a distortion of space, 17 abducted women were seamlessly drawn into the Kemui realm. With this, there were no longer any reservations. Peering through the Sharingan, he observed a group of ruffians and lethargic individuals within the nearby buildings, predominantly male, with a few females already entwined with certain men, suggesting a sense of camaraderie among them. Gu Feng began to form hand seals. A surge of Sage Chakra resonated through his complete Susanoo. Sage Art. Great Fireball Technique. The fireball, infused with Sage Chakra, erupted from the mouth of Susanoo. A normal human could unleash a fireball of over 10 meters. Thus, a giant of 100 meters would surely produce a fireball with a radius of at least 100 meters. As the fireball descended, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, reducing the row of residential buildings to ruins in an instant. Not a single intact corpse was left behind. The over 2,000 individuals either evaporated or were instantaneously turned to ash. The shockwave from the explosion hurled everyone within a 300-meter radius of the buildings into the air. Gu Feng himself was astonished by the sheer power of the Sage-enhanced Great Fireball, which reached over 20 meters in diameter, obliterating a 200-meter stretch of buildings in the blink of an eye. What divine power was this? In that moment, despair enveloped all witnesses. Such a monster had emerged in Sioux City, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of wreaking devastation surpassing that of a missile with but a single strike. All assaults directed at Susanoo ceased, as fear immobilized the attackers. Realizing he may have overstepped, Gu Feng exhaled softly and retracted Susanoo. Had he known, he would have utilized an earth technique for protection over those behind him during his next close-range display of power. As the colossal figure vanished, the surviving onlookers collectively sighed in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Yet, when they gazed toward the spot where the giant had stood, their eyes widened in disbelief. 3 figures remained. Upon landing, Lin Xie staggered, his demeanor vacant. Su Jingyu, trembling in fear, was at a loss for words. "Captain Lin, would you say that my earlier action could be considered as eliminating a malignant tumor for you?" Gu Feng remarked as he touched down, his expression placid, as if the lives of 3,000 people held no significance in his eyes. "Originally, that giant was indeed you." Lin Xie let out a bitter laugh. 3,000 lives. And you extinguish them so callously. Have you lost your mind? You are a demon. Lin Xia suddenly roared at Gu Feng. Captain Lin, you yourself stated that they were criminals engaged in illicit dealings before the apocalypse. They deserve to be apprehended and executed, Gu Feng replied calmly. Even so, justice should be administered by the law. Besides, only a little over 100 were truly those individuals. The rest were coerced into their ranks. How could you so mercilessly slay them? You could have at least executed the ringleaders and granted the others a chance for redemption, Lin Xia shouted, tears streaming down his face. Huh? Justice? Does the concept of law still exist in this world? As for the others, the moment they chose to assist the oppressors, their desires swelled beyond control. Do you truly believe that someone whose greed has been magnified would happily revert to being virtuous and law-abiding? Lin Xia, I initially thought you were a person of substance, but it seems you embody a naive idealism. I tell you this, they believe their newfound power allows them to subjugate others and act with impunity. I too feel my strength, thus, I enact my own justice by eliminating them. Chapter 66. Establishing authority. If one day someone stronger than I comes to slay me, I shall resist with all my might. Should I fail and meet my demise, I shall harbor no resentment. I shall only blame my own weakness. This is the nature of the apocalypse. The strong prey upon the weak. The legal order you cherish, the so-called human rights, began to crumble over a month ago. With that, Gu Feng strode directly towards the encroaching crowd. Lin Xia stood frozen, bewildered, questioning whether his steadfast ideals had truly become a mockery. Beside him stood the trembling Su Jingyu, likewise wrestling with the profound truths that existed in this desolate world. Perhaps, aligning oneself with a stronger force is not such a misguided choice after all. As Gu Feng approached the crowd, he met their bewildered gazes in the barrels of armed soldiers. With a faint smile, he declared, as you have just witnessed, that giant and the enormous flames were of my doing. Who among you wishes to test their mettle against me? Feel free to fire upon me. Gu Feng spread his arms and smiled. Truly a madman, a sergeant major frowned, suddenly directing the weapon towards Gu Feng's calf. The trigger was pulled, and a bullet shot towards Gu Feng's leg, yet it passed through harmlessly and struck the ground. Very well, is there another challenger? Gu Feng continued to smile serenely. Fire, commanded the sergeant major, and dozens of armed soldiers opened fire on Gu Feng. Alas, the bullets all passed through, as if he were but a phantom, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Gu Feng maintained his serene smile, his pupils flashing. In an instant, the 30 or so soldiers were rendered immobile, a necessary function of all Sharingan, illusion. In the next moment, these men found themselves raising their weapons towards their own thighs. Bang! A shot rang out, and the searing pain surged through them. The agony jolted them from the illusion, each one clutching their wounds in distress. Witnessing this scene, thousands of survivors were seized by fear, turning to flee. Halt! Those who run shall meet their demise. Gu Feng clasped his hands, and once more, his Susanoo materialized. Albeit this time in its second form, revealing only its upper body. The sight of the giant's ethereal figure caused the throng of survivors to abruptly cease their retreat. I shall see whether you can outrun my fireball, Gu Feng exclaimed with a hint of madness. The survivors cast their gazes downward, too intimidated to speak. I am aware that many of you recognize me. Some have been saved by my hand, while others have encountered me at this safe haven. Perhaps my previous display of abilities has led some of you to underestimate me, resulting in your disdain. I came today to bestow gifts upon you. However, just moments ago, a few individuals, claiming to be from the Hongmen gang, not only barred my entry but also spoke to me with insolence. I have little tolerance for insults. In the past, I may have endured such affronts, but now, I shall not. Let me make this clear. You may speak of me as you wish in private, but do not dare to prance before me. Furthermore, I contributed significantly to the establishment of this safe haven. Henceforth, when you see me here, show me the respect I am due, unless you believe you can kill me and usurp my position. Do you understand? The crowd, coming to their senses, responded in unison. We understand. Louder. Gu Feng bellowed, and Susanoo transformed into its third form, now possessing a lower body, though not fully complete in height. It was imposing enough to instill fear in the multitude below. We understand. The crowd, genuinely frightened, finally comprehended that the giant's head indeed housed a man, and that man was none other than Gu Feng, the rumored second-in-command of the shelter. At that moment, two girls clad in dark green military uniforms recognized the man's visage atop the giant's head. He was the one who had saved them at the second hospital in Sioux City. So this man is so powerful. Had I known, I would have chosen to follow him from the start. Now, their lady's condition had worsened, and after leaving the hospital, they lacked sufficient medicine and nutrients, facing imminent peril. You lot had the audacity to fire upon me just moments ago. How does it feel to be shot? Gu Feng remarked coldly. If you intend to kill, then do so. Spare me the superfluous chatter, said the sergeant with a face full of righteous resolve. Rest assured, I will not kill you. My aim in eradicating the Hongyan gang is due to their factionalism and oppression of others. I have invested effort into constructing this shelter, and I shall not permit any insubordination or insults directed at me. As for you, preserve your lives to battle the zombies. Gu Feng spoke with an air of indifference. The soldiers exchanged glances, ultimately choosing silence. Gu Feng, having retracted Susanoo, felt the weight of reverence and fear in the gazes of those around him, truly experiencing the advantages that strength could bring. Previously, what a farce it was, lacking even the fundamentals of chakra, relying solely on a scant number of shadow clones and the Chidori to exert their efforts. In the end, they garnered not an ounce of respect. Now, however, I abstain from beef. Enough of that. Let us return to the main topic. I have come today to present you with a gift. A gift designed to safeguard your very selves. As Gu Feng spoke, he extended his palm. Instantly, the space before him warped, and 4 tanks manifested in their midst. To conjure tanks out of thin air? Goodness! In an instant, the awe in the eyes of the onlookers intensified. Such was indeed the work of a celestial being. And to offend such a person would be folly. Typically, the Hongyan gang exhibited the demeanor of ruffians, having taken the lives of at least a dozen individuals, along with numerous women who had been abducted. The so-called righteous inspectors and military forces had made multiple attempts to confront them. Yet all they managed to retrieve were the women they had mistreated, without ever engaging in combat. Now, with that gang utterly annihilated in a single strike, many survivors found themselves rather pleased with the outcome. As the 4 tanks emerged, Gu Feng also released the dozen or so women he had previously rescued. Witnessing their liberation, the crowd's reverence for Gu Feng deepened. It turned out the demolition had been orchestrated to preemptively rescue these individuals, sparing them from what could have been a lamentable fate. Behind him, Lin Xie had also approached. I recall that you initially possessed 2 tanks, correct? Train more tank operators in the future. This will suffice for your self-defense, and perhaps even allow you to expand the sanctuary's boundaries. After speaking, Gu Feng waved his hand once more. 500 firearms materialized, accompanied by 10 crates of grenades and 10 boxes of ammunition. These were exchanged from the Magic City and are now for you. Select 500 individuals to take these up. Gu Feng calmly withdrew his hand, having no further items to present. Although within the Divine Might space lay over 3,000 firearms and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, as well as numerous rocket launchers, mortars, and grenades. These were reserved for future distribution. The situation in Sioux City had already seen many zombies dealt with, and such an arsenal was not immediately necessary, however. Other cities still faced dire circumstances, and Gu Feng could not remain confined to a single location. He hoped that the inhabitants of those areas could endure a little longer. Chapter 67. Journey to the new city mall. Having completed these tasks, Gu Feng turned to face the approaching Lin Xie. Captain Lin, even amidst the apocalypse, do not limit yourself to the role of an inspector. Such a mindset is suitable for managing a mere handful of individuals. However, the sanctuary now houses thousands. If you lack any authority, chaos will ensue. After patting Lin Xie's shoulder, Gu Feng swiftly bypassed him, striding towards Su Jingyu, who stood transfixed, observing both Gu Feng and the unfolding events. I have finished my business. Do you intend to stay and observe further, or shall we return now? Gu Feng inquired as he approached Su Jingyu. Well, I shall defer to your judgment, Su Jingyu replied, her gaze slightly lowered. If there had been even a flicker of desire to break free from Gu Feng before, now she was utterly submissive. The ability to summon giants while simultaneously inducing madness in dozens of individuals, compelling them to turn their weapons upon themselves, created the sensation of a fireball launching a missile. Bullets could not find their mark, and he possessed the power to transport people and objects into a mysterious realm at will. Such capabilities were more than sufficient to establish dominance before the apocalypse. However, he chose to emerge afterward to offer protection to a faction. Henceforth, Su Jingyu resolved to follow him faithfully. With this in mind, they decided to explore the largest commercial plaza in Jiangwu district. As she too needed to acquire supplies for herself, Gu Feng pondered as he spoke. The gravitational pull created by the distortion of space whisked them away from their location. The sight of the two vanishing into thin air left the surviving onlookers in a state of shock, rendering them speechless in the face of such awe-inspiring phenomena. Simultaneously, within the heart of Jingwu City, the largest commercial plaza, the new city mall echoed with the low growls of zombies, accompanied by the sporadic sounds of gnashing teeth and collisions. At the entrance of the new city mall, over 100 new vehicles were parked, though at least half had suffered considerable damage. The red carpet and the stage erected at the mall's entrance indicated that a car exhibition had been abruptly interrupted. Due to his unfamiliarity with the area, Gu Feng could not pinpoint the exit of the Divine Might space directly at this location to achieve instantaneous movement. Instead, he decided to locate several vantage points, specifically the rooftops of the tallest buildings, to survey the surroundings. The Jianghu district, while not particularly expansive, was substantial enough to rival the center of a third-tier city, as it belonged to a second-tier urban area. At last, Gu Feng and Su Jingyu emerged on the periphery of the Wujiang New City Commercial Plaza. Observing the surrounding chaos and the roaming zombies, Gu Feng maintained an impassive expression, whereas Su Jingyu tensed immediately. This was an area she had previously avoided, and the presence of numerous zombies was unsurprising. It was merely a 4-kilometer straight-line distance from her location at the Wendian Hotel. However, prior to acquiring the dual Divine Might, the farthest she had ventured was a distance of 3 kilometers, translating to a mere 2 kilometers in a straight line. Beyond that lay the route to the Wanhua Mall. Upon sensing Gu Feng's arrival, a wandering zombie paused as it passed by him, perplexed. A living person? How could a human suddenly materialize out of nowhere? The zombie curiously leaned in to sniff Gu Feng, only to let out a terrified roar. This single cry instantly drew the attention of hundreds of wandering zombies, who, upon spotting the male and female figures, surged toward them in a frenzy. Yet, as they lunged at Gu Feng and Su Jingyu, they found themselves grasping at nothingness. The power of Divine Might not only allowed him to conceal himself within the Divine Might space, rendering him intangible, but it also enabled him to make anything he held intangible, including his weapons. Furthermore, the ability to become ethereal is classified as a passive skill. When caught off guard by a sudden ambush, one merely needs to react instinctively to enter the ethereal state. A horde of zombies roared and surged together, hundreds of them jostling, leading to 2 or 3 that stumbled and fell, becoming victims of the trampling throng. Gu Feng, exasperated, grasped Su Jingyu's hand and vanished from the scene. In the next moment, having completed his hand seals in the Kimui space, Gu Feng reappeared above the multitude of zombies. A fireball, charged with the energy of Celestial Chakra, erupted forth. Celestial Technique. Great Fireball Technique. The colossal fireball, with a radius of 10 meters, descended, annihilating 200 to 300 zombies while the remaining ones suffered varying degrees of burns and scorches. As their bodies ignited, they scattered in frantic disarray, wailing in despair. Su Jingyu glanced at Gu Feng, for indeed, this individual could conjure devastating fireballs seemingly out of thin air. Observing the fleeing zombies, Gu Feng mused about how advantageous it would be to wield a blade, allowing him to emulate Sasuke by infusing it with Chidori's electric current to reap the lives of the undead. Currently, however, he possessed nothing more than firearms, which, while exhilarating to deploy, lacked the visceral thrill of close combat. The anguished cries of the several hundred zombies soon attracted the attention of nearby undead, who converged towards their location. Gradually, the streets became nearly endless, with no fewer than tens of thousands, possibly even exceeding 100,000. Realizing this, Gu Feng assessed his chakra reserves. He had enough for a few more minutes of combat. Should his chakra be depleted, he would not hesitate to summon the armored vehicles and artillery from the Kimui space, confident that they could obliterate these zombies. For now, though, he resolved to address the immediate threat. With a shift of his Sharingan, the complete form of Susanoo manifested, except for a few first-tier zombies that continued their desperate charge. The second-tier zombies, possessing animal instincts, had halted in their tracks. A small number of third-tier zombies, exhibiting the intellect of a 6-year-old child, recoiled in terror at the sight of the towering giant, who, with a single step, crushed several zombies beneath its foot. There was no choice but to flee, for the giant was an insurmountable force, akin to an adult that no kindergarten child could hope to defeat. Only by escaping could they possibly survive to evolve another day. As Susanoo unsheathed its 60-meter blade and executed a sweeping slash, it instantly bisected 300 to 400 zombies at the waist. Moreover, the blade, imbued with Amaterasu's flames, ignited the zombies it struck. After a few swift strikes, nearly all of the first wave of over 10,000 zombies perished. Were it not for the concern that his ninjutsu might unleash too much devastation, collapsing the commercial buildings behind him, Gu Feng would have unleashed a full onslaught. Nevertheless, each step he took generated considerable tremors. The massive blade swept through the air, severing nearby signposts and trees with its formidable force. After sacrificing over 20,000 zombies, the third-tier zombies, capable of commanding their kind, collectively issued a retreat order, causing tens of thousands of zombies to scatter chaotically back along the path from which they came. Observing this, Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The third-tier zombies were significantly larger and more muscular. During the earlier strike, he had also managed to slay 2 of them. Each one caused the blade to pause for an additional half a second, a feat that ordinary zombies could not achieve even in 1/100th of that time. It seemed that the physical resilience of these third-tier zombies had reached a level comparable to stone. Such sturdy stone could withstand numerous firearm attacks and showed no fear even towards grenades or relatively weak artillery shells. And this was merely the third tier. The ultimate evolution of zombies remained uncertain. The first tier, or level as some might call it, represented a height unattainable by ordinary zombies. Chapter 68. Jianwu New City Commercial Building. Watching the zombies retreat one after another, Gu Feng dispelled his susanoo. Touching down on the ground, he exhaled softly. The crimson hue of his eyes fading away as the power of his sage mode dissipated. Raising his hand, he retrieved an armored vehicle and sufficient gear for 2 from his divine space. After equipping 2 sets of bulletproof gear, a box of grenades, for handguns, 2 rifles, and 2 boxes of differently calibered ammunition, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan reverted to its original black pupils. From now on, do not rely on me. Put on your gear. Let us venture inside, Gu Feng remarked with a smile. Noticing the disappearance of Gu Feng's crimson gaze, Su Jingyu felt a slight tremor in her hand resting on the gun. That red eye surely had something to do with his special abilities. Its absence indicated a significant depletion of energy. If she were to shoot him now, she would undoubtedly hit her target. Had it been this morning, Su Jingyu might have hesitated and ultimately turned against him, gambling on a fatal outcome. However, at present, she felt no need for such treachery. She had come to believe that if a greater calamity were to arise in the future, Gu Feng would be the beacon of hope for its resolution. All right, I understand. Su Jingyu replied with a composed demeanor, devoid of any hesitation, as she donned the bulletproof vest, arm guards, elbow and knee pads, and helmet. She then filled her waist with grenades. Each took 2 handguns, while the rifles were distributed 1 per person, all loaded and ready with spare magazines fully stocked. Ultimately, Gu Feng had not undergone formal military training, causing him to lag behind Su Jingyu significantly in speed. After she completed her armament, she promptly assisted Gu Feng in gearing up. He secured a rifle, 2 handguns, and 12 grenades, alongside the armored vehicle stationed at the entrance. The scenario clearly illustrated that this man, having expended so much energy, had exhausted his trump cards, or perhaps he possessed them but was reluctant to reveal them. Gu Feng indeed possesses a hidden card, having drawn the Rasengan skill card and the 7-day experience card of Minato Namikaze from Yuanfei Kinomaru. Yet he finds himself reluctant to part with them. As for unlocking the 8 gates, there is truly no necessity to engage in combat. And opening more than 3 gates can inflict harm upon the body. Unless confronted by formidable foes or pushed into a corner, Gu Feng is disinclined to utilize such abilities. As their armaments were prepared, Gu Feng advanced with his rifle, while Su Jingyu placed a hand upon his shoulder, remaining vigilant and matching his pace. Many glass doors on the first floor had already been locked from the inside. Gunfire would undoubtedly attract the undead. Although the mall's interior may also be teeming with zombies, it was unlikely to exceed 1,000. The outbreak occurred at midnight. After all, who would venture out to such a large mall at that hour without reason? Even if others sought food here subsequently, the commotion outside would likely have drawn them away. Lowering his rifle, Gu Feng summoned the shimmering lightning of Chidori, a technique that required no chakra and was freely available each day. With the flicker of the electric energy, he shattered the glass door with a single punch, sending the padlock tumbling to the ground, thereby nullifying the lock. The noise was quite substantial, and after completing this task, Gu Feng anxiously raised his head, relieved to find no immediate response, and cautiously pushed open the partially broken glass door to enter the interior of the mall. Having just returned from the City of Demons, his energy had been severely depleted. A night's rest yielded little recovery. Presently, although he still had 20% of his chakra available, Gu Feng was not keen on emulating Kakashi, who often drained himself completely. Such actions not only harmed the body, but could also lead to fatal consequences if chakra was overexerted. During Pain's invasion of Konoha, Kakashi had exhausted his chakra to divert a missile aimed at Ding Xiai, ultimately perishing in the process. While Gu Feng may not be a born ninja, he prudently ensures to reserve at least 10% of his chakra each time, allowing for self-preservation during critical moments and preventing complete exhaustion. As the pair traversed the first shop on the ground floor and began to delve deeper into the mall, a foul stench began to permeate the air, reminiscent of decaying meat that had been left to rot for an extended period. Both Gu Feng and Su Jingyu grimaced at the unpleasant environment, pondering whether to continue their exploration. At that moment, the sound of blades being unsheathed heightened their alertness, prompting an immediate response as they aimed their guns toward the source of the noise. Similarly, a man clad in designer attire, tag still attached, nervously raised a fruit knife at Gu Feng and Su Jingyu. "Who are you?" he shouted, his disheveled hair matted with grease, his face a mask of anxiety as if to bolster his courage. "And who might you be?" Gu Feng retorted. I am a survivor here," the man stammered, eyeing the firearms in Gu Feng and Su Jingyu's hands with trepidation. "What are you doing hiding here? What is the situation inside?" Gu Feng inquired. "Inside? It is perilous inside. I advise you not to enter." The man's eyes were heavily shadowed with dark circles. "What if I insist on going in?" Gu Feng stated, tightening his grip on the firearm. The man was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and questioned, "Are you law enforcement or military personnel? Does it matter? I suggest you lower the knife and escort us inside. Otherwise, you will discover whether a blade or a bullet proves more formidable," Gu Feng retorted, lowering the gun slightly to aim at the man's throat. "Wait, I will sheath the knife. I do not wish to meet my demise," the man stammered, swallowing hard before placing the fruit knife down. "You display some sense," Gu Feng remarked with a slight smirk. "How brazen to shout with merely a knife." The man fell silent, placing the fruit knife before the shop counter, then curiously inquired, "Was that commotion outside caused by you?" In a manner of speaking, Gu Feng replied, confiscating the knife and sheathing it, his own curiosity piqued. "Could you elucidate the situation inside? What accounts for such a foul odor?" Upon hearing this, the man's brow glistened with sweat, and his gaze faltered. "You would be better off not knowing," he replied. "Speak," Gu Feng insisted, furrowing his brow as he drew his pistol from his waist. All right, I will tell you. Just put the gun down. Stop frightening me," the man replied tearfully. Gu Feng smiled faintly, wiping the gun on his clothing before returning it to its holster. "Inside, there are currently over 3,000 individuals. Our leader here is Zhang Qin. He claims to be a reincarnator, possessing knowledge of the future. Before the apocalypse, he squandered his wealth on weapons and recruiting followers. And on the night of the zombie outbreak a month ago, he stormed in here with 200 people. The moment they entered, they locked all the doors and windows, barricading each floor. That night, those who turned into zombies were all slain by him and his followers. This place became his territory. And I was originally the head of security here, now reduced to one of his subordinates. However, I was coerced into this role. Many within are accustomed to nightlife, including those working in entertainment venues. A significant number of them were forced into their situations." Listening to the man's account, Gu Feng interjected, "What do you mean by forced? What did he compel you to do?" Chapter 69. The first reincarnator. At this, the man's pupils dilated in shock. He forced us to consume humans. Those who disobeyed were executed, and their remains were dismembered by him and his men, compelling us to partake. Upon reaching this point, the man broke down in tears. Gu Feng remained silent for a moment. In the apocalypse, the notion of cannibalism seemed disturbingly plausible. It had only been 8 days since the outbreak. Yet such horrors had already emerged in Sioux City's second hospital. Cannibalism? Why, with such a vast marketplace at his disposal, would he resort to this? A beast! Su Jingyu exclaimed, gritting her teeth in fury. "He claims the food within the mall belongs to him and his underlings. If we wish to eat, we must pay the price. Either submit to him and serve his whims, or compel women to become his playthings." As he spoke, the man's gaze turned venomous. For the sake of sustenance, we had no choice but to bow our heads. Yet, he proclaimed that the food in this marketplace was limited, suddenly expelling a portion of those who had submitted to him, reserving the provisions exclusively for his core members. Gu Feng listened intently, casting a glance at Su Jingyu. In this apocalyptic world, the ravenous were far more terrifying than the undead. History is replete with accounts of cannibalism during times of chaos. Had you not witnessed such depravity? Su Jingyu's expression remained cold. Bang! Gu Feng struck Su Jingyu's helmet with a forceful tap. How dare you entertain such thoughts? If you wish to part ways with me, do so without delay. Su Jingyu pouted, taken aback by this unexpected reprimand. I apologize, I was simply too angry. Do you recall the female doctor from the Wenyang Hotel? When I went to rescue them, two had already been devoured, by humans, no less. I have witnessed the depths of human depravity, so I am not surprised. Gu Feng replied calmly. Then, shall we eliminate them? Su Jingyu inquired tentatively. Of course. It is regrettable, though, this place has been occupied for a month. And I wonder how much useful resources remain. I suspect we will need to scout other large marketplaces tomorrow, Gu Feng sighed softly. You are but two against them. You cannot prevail. They possess 200 firearms and have recruited at least 300 armed subordinates. Even if you expended your ammunition, you would not slay 100. A man interjected, attempting to dissuade Su Jingyu's bravado. Su Jingyu smiled faintly. What are a few hundred to me? Before my master, my boss, even tens of thousands would be no match. Perhaps, but prior to that, I must take certain actions. As he spoke, three shadowy figures emerged behind Gu Feng, startling the man. Ghosts! Ghosts! Silence! Keep it up, and I will ensure your demise. Gu Feng glared at the man, who immediately clasped his hands over his mouth. Without further instructions, two shadowy figures swiftly entered an unoccupied store, seated themselves, and closed their eyes in meditation. The remaining shadowy figure remained vigilant at the entrance of the shop. After completing these tasks, Gu Feng turned to Su Jingyu. There are hundreds of armed men inside. It is too perilous for you to enter. I currently lack the strength to protect you. Do you understand? They are merely thugs with firearms. I can defend myself. Su Jingyu asserted confidently. This is an order. You will remain here and guard. Only when you see my shadow at the door depart may you enter. Were it not for his depleted chakra, he would have activated his Manjiki Sharingan to directly bring Su Jingyu to safety. Understood. If the shadow at the entrance leaves, that will be my signal to enter, Su Jingyu reiterated. Gu Feng nodded and cast a glance at the man. Very well, even if he enters, he will be of little use. With that thought, Gu Feng stepped decisively into the depths of the marketplace. The first floor of the shopping mall is predominantly occupied by clothing stores, alongside shoe shops and various tea and coffee establishments scattered near the entrances. However, at this moment, the majority of the shops are quite disheveled, presenting a scene of utter chaos within. It seems that finding a few decent garments here is a futile endeavor. As I approach the atrium, I notice that the automatic escalators have already been shut down. The individuals lingering on the first floor all appear somewhat unkempt, their hair looking greasy and dirty, yet their attire is surprisingly new. When Gu Feng enters, everyone momentarily freezes, gradually drawn to his presence. Is it the inspector from the bureau who has arrived? The sentinels stationed by the escalators are also immediately captivated by the commotion caused by the survivors and spot Gu Feng's entrance, promptly retrieving their communication devices to inform their superior. Meanwhile, in a restaurant on the 7th floor, a man clad in a tailored suit is surrounded by two beautiful women, who are feeding him delicacies with flirtatious smiles. At that moment, a subordinate enters to report that someone has arrived, seemingly from the inspectorate. Zhang Chen is momentarily taken aback. Recalling fragments from his past life, it appears the shelter established by the inspectorate was not particularly large, and its leader, a paragon of virtue, caused internal divisions among the inhabitants. After the arrival of the Blood Angels, that refuge should have been dismantled. The unfolding events differ significantly from those of his previous life, stirring a sense of confusion within Zhang Chen. In his past life, following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Zhang Chen, a youth from an ordinary family, concealed himself at home for 2 weeks before receiving news of the inspectorate's establishment of a shelter. With his supplies exhausted, he hastily made his way there. However, just days into what seemed like a new beginning, a mutated creature shattered the sanctuary. Ultimately, after a month of mere survival, Zhang Chen, alongside a group armed with weapons, arrived at this very mall, which he discovered had remained untouched. These individuals subsequently occupied the space, relying on its provisions to sustain themselves for half a year. When the second phase of the apocalypse struck, June, typically a summer month, was met with an unprecedented year-long cold wave. Outside, temperatures plummeted to between -20 and 30 degrees Celsius. By nightfall, the absence of sunlight plunged temperatures further to -50 or 60 degrees, freezing the ordinary zombies outside. Any crops planted in the open became ineffective, ushering humanity into a grave food crisis. Even during that dire time, Tier 3 zombies and those of higher levels remained unaffected by the cold, posing a constant threat to those venturing outside. Zhang Chun, through sheer luck and resourcefulness, managed to survive until the end of the cold wave. However, he ultimately met a tragic fate at the hands of a colossal tree demon that overtook Sioux City. In this lifetime, upon his rebirth, he immediately seized this territory, which had withstood the trials of a year in his previous existence, and planned to relocate as soon as the cold wave had passed. However, these were merely fleeting thoughts of his. After all, he was just a lower-class individual with a modest sum of money, and his mindset was not particularly advanced. At this moment, he frowned upon seeing a news article that had lingered for 10 days. Why was it that everything occurring in this life deviated so greatly from the familiar narrative he knew? Superpowers? He had never even heard of such a thing in his previous life. Chapter 70, The Gathering Place of the Wicked. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Zhang Chun stood up, displeasure etched across his face, and pushed aside two beautiful women. These two had been models at a car exhibition held here during the zombie outbreak. However, only 5 or 6 had been captured, primarily due to their reckless behavior of partying in bars after work. They were merely hired dancers, and there was a stark difference between them and genuine car exhibition models. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Compared to his previous life, where he had spent years pining for a girlfriend without success, this return to life had certainly provided him with a month of sheer delight. Peering over the railing on the 7th floor, Zhang Chun spotted a man below clad in casual sports attire, adorned with a bulletproof vest and protective gear, wielding a Type 95 rifle. Was this man a police officer? If not for the helmet obscuring Gu Feng's features, Zhang Chun would have gasped in recognition. This was the superpowered individual who had recently gained significant notoriety. In the lobby on the 1st floor, Gu Feng was surveying the survivors who were watching him, as well as the layout of the ground floor. He noted that many individuals were armed, wielding either shards of broken glass or kitchen knives. Approximately 700 or 800 people occupied the 1st floor, scattered in various corners, all curiously fixated on Gu Feng. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals seemed to have undergone some form of ordeal, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, both men and women alike. However, those abandoned on the 1st floor were predominantly unattractive or older women. This place was undoubtedly a den of thieves. Suddenly, Gu Feng's eyes widened as he spotted a long-haired youth on the 2nd floor, gnawing on a human hand, regarding him with a look of curiosity. Upon glancing up again, he observed that the individuals above appeared somewhat dazed and unfriendly, with those on the 3rd floor and above brandishing crossbows or firearms. It seemed that these people had little hope for salvation. Nevertheless, before annihilating this place, he would need to delay for another 7 minutes, as his celestial mode required 10 minutes of meditation to cultivate sufficient power for destruction. Just kill him, Zhang Chun remarked coldly upon seeing merely a gun-wielding officer. Upon receiving the command, several subordinates armed with crossbows acted without hesitation, pulling the triggers as the bolts flew toward Gu Feng. The bolt struck Gu Feng, with his bulletproof vest absorbing some impacts, yet the exposed areas were pierced, the arrowheads embedding themselves into his flesh. Observing this, Zhang Chun smirked dismissively. What a foolish young man. Strangely, despite being pierced by a crossbow bolt, why was there no bloodshed? In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Gu Feng's figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke, leaving behind only a wooden effigy the size of a human. The effigy was riddled with arrows, and for a moment, everyone stared in astonishment. What sorcery was this? Could it be that the individual just now was actually a tree spirit? Had they reverted to their true form? Meanwhile, in a corner on the 2nd floor of the shopping mall, a tattered garment suddenly appeared, falling to the ground. The clothing abruptly opened 2 eyes, surveying the situation above. What had just been employed was nothing more than the most fundamental jutsu from Naruto, substitution and transformation techniques. The only one lacking ninja skills was Rock Lee. However, Might Guy was well-versed in ninjutsu, mastering techniques such as shadow clone, substitution, transformation, and stealth, all of which are commonplace in the world of ninjas. Observing the surroundings, Gu Feng slightly curled his lips. It was evident that the situation here was dire. Half of the crowd in the mall was herded onto the 1st and 2nd floors. Those on the 3rd floor and above seemed to be classified as higher-tier individuals, with the stench of putrid flesh wafting down from the 2nd and 3rd floors, as if the remnants of meals consumed above were carelessly discarded. Upon witnessing the situation on the 2nd floor, Gu Feng suppressed his disgust and fury, employing the same trick once more to leap to the 3rd floor. The hierarchy here appeared to be even more stringent. Ascending to the fourth and fifth floors, the individuals there were regarded as recognized followers, granted access to regular food supplies. In contrast, the sixth floor served as a gathering place for Zhang Chen's most valued subordinates. However, as Gu Feng made his ascent, he overheard a tragicomic revelation. Some individuals here were envious of Zhang Chen monopolizing the barmaids and courtesans, receiving only those women who had already been with Zhang Chen himself. Thus, these so-called loyal subordinates were, in fact, rife with dissent, plotting to eliminate Zhang Chen and seize control for themselves. Numerous such factions existed, without Gu Feng's intervention. This place would likely devolve into chaos. However, now that Gu Feng had arrived, he intended to bring order to their ranks. Finally, after surveying the first through sixth floors, Gu Feng arrived at the seventh level. This floor housed various restaurants, as well as karaoke and movie halls, where many attractive women, kept by Zhang Chen, were found. Once they had outlived their novelty, they were relegated to the sixth floor for the subordinates. The seventh floor was cluttered with snacks transported from the supermarkets and backrooms below. The resources from at least 3 supermarkets had nearly filled the available space. Having observed the situation from the shadows and hidden corners, Gu Feng grasped the reality of the shopping mall. There was little more to be said. This group was merely a collection of individuals willing to resort to any means for survival. If he lacked supernatural abilities and had endured the cruelty of human nature in a previous life, perhaps Gu Feng too would have succumbed to the temptation of betraying his conscience. Yet, regrettably, Gu Feng was not one who had lived through 2 lifetimes. He lived only one life, a diligent young man who had graduated from university and was swept into this unfamiliar world while rescuing someone from a deluge. After hiding for approximately 20 minutes to ascertain the situation, the 2 shadow clones downstairs dissipated into white smoke simultaneously. Upon receiving the information relayed from the main body, the shadow clone stationed at the entrance promptly escorted Su Jingyu outside. On the 7th floor of the mall, after the 2 shadow clones vanished, Gu Feng finally dispelled his transformation technique. When he opened his eyes again, crimson eyeshadow appeared, followed by a transformation of his pupils into a blood-red hue. 3 Tomo gradually manifesting before undergoing further change. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan was activated. With the activation of Kamui, a rippling distortion of space ensued, sweeping away the amassed snacks piled in the open area of the 7th floor. A patrolling subordinate, yawning, was abruptly roused as he witnessed the vanishing snacks. Rubbing his eyes to confirm their absence, he immediately erupted into a cacophony of shouts. The commotion drew the attention of over 100 armed subordinates. However, Gu Feng was disinclined to engage with them. He simply activated the instantaneous movement of Kamui, transporting the snacks from one location to another. The sheer volume of snacks was staggering, sufficient to feed 200 to 300 people for an entire year. As for the leftover provisions in the restaurant kitchens, Gu Feng had long since lost interest. Once the snacks were collected, Gu Feng shifted to the cinema hall, where he also whisked away over 50 women who had been piled there. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. Gu Feng vanished with an air of indifference, reappearing at the outskirts of the mall. Initially, he had intended for this location to serve as a future supply transport hub after clearing out the zombies, but alas, it had already succumbed to the domain of others. A colossal figure emerged. The complete Susanoo opened its eyes, glancing down at the armored vehicle from which Su Jingyu was being pulled by shadow clones. Susanoo extended its massive hand, lifting the armored vehicle and carrying it 300 meters away before setting it down behind a low building to avoid collateral damage. Turning back to gaze at the expansive mall, Gu Feng felt a twinge of regret. Such a large establishment had been seized by others, and not by the most virtuous of individuals. Slowly forming a hand seal for the great fireball technique, he unleashed a torrent towards the mall. This time, with precise control over his chakra output, he managed to regulate the size of the fireball. A colossal fireball, with a radius of 150 meters, erupted forth, its core temperature soaring into the thousands of degrees, instantly obliterating the vast mall. The occupants within barely had time to emit a sound before being reduced to ash. After all, they were merely human. The mall stretched beyond 300 meters, and to ensure no other lives remained, Gu Feng unleashed an additional Kamui Raikiri, black lightning descending to thoroughly flatten the new city mall. Having completed these actions, Gu Feng commanded Susanoo to lift the armored vehicle and then unfurled its wings to take flight. Upon returning to the Wenyang Hotel, the colossal figure startled the survivors within, as well as the girls training outside the establishment. The giant gently set down the armored vehicle, revealing Gu Feng and Su Jingyu inside. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering if even Lord Gu had been captured by this behemoth. Had he been coerced into revealing their location? Hearing the commotion, Tsunade rushed out, her eyes widening in recognition of the familiar silhouette. Could it be Madara? As the crowd broke into a sweat, conjuring all possible scenarios in their minds, the giant's form gradually dissipated. Gu Feng fell from the giant's head, and upon recognizing him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How could there be two Gu Fengs? No, there were many within the hotel. Was the giant merely a manifestation of Lord Gu's power? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the Gu Feng in the armored vehicle transformed into white smoke and vanished. Realization dawned upon them. It was indeed a display of Lord Gu's capabilities. Tsunade, seeing Gu Feng, felt all her animosity evaporate under an inexplicable force, and she approached him with a grave expression. Martha, are you an accomplice of Madara? Are you the masked man plaguing the ninja world? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed. Do you jest? I have never set foot in the ninja world. But to satisfy your curiosity, these eyes of mine are from Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. The chaos you associate with the ninja world belongs to Obito, while I acquired these eyes from him and Kakashi. If you wish to know how I came by them, then how did you find yourself here? Gu Feng replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Tsunade. Tsunade let out a subtle sigh of relief, realizing the truth. She had initially feared being compelled by an enemy upon arriving in this realm, contemplating if she had entered some illusionary world after being bisected by Uchiha Madara. Gu Feng glanced at Tsunade with a hint of exasperation. It was merely a product of the system, yet it retained the original owner's paranoid mindset. After alleviating Tsunade's concerns, Gu Feng released the 52 women he had rescued. For those who had abruptly entered this mysterious space and then suddenly encountered sunlight, their emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, uncertain of what would unfold next. However, upon witnessing tangible structures and the faces of other women, they seemed to grasp the reality of their situation. Who are you? Where's this place? Some locals of Sioux City, upon seeing the large characters spelling out Wenyang Hotel, gasped in surprise. Is this the Wenyang Hotel? Are we still in Sioux City? Gu Feng, noticing this, felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed no one had witnessed his earlier display of power when he obliterated the mall with Susanoo. He resolved to ensure an audience the next time. Clearing his throat, he stepped before the 52 women and bellowed, "Silence." A resounding roar silenced all 52 women present. Satisfied, Gu Feng spoke up. I am unaware of the circumstances you faced before, but I can assure you that the leader of the New City Mall and his thousands of subordinates have been annihilated. As you can see, I employed a rather unique method to rescue you. Before you lie two paths. The first allows you to seek survival in the nearby residential buildings, thereby gaining your freedom. The second entails walking along this route for approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, which will lead you to the Sioux City Inspection Bureau. After speaking, Gu Feng remained silent, awaiting their responses. A girl standing at the front surveyed her surroundings and seemingly made a discovery. She raised her hand and proposed. Is there a third option? I wish to follow you. I am willing to do anything. Her words resonated with a group of women who were previously in turmoil, and nearly half of them echoed her sentiment. Yes, please allow us to accompany you. You appear to be the leader here. If you keep us and provide us with food, we will do anything you ask. A dozen women chimed in, all seemingly eager to remain. They observed the numerous women around them, noting their calm demeanor despite being in the streets, which suggested a high level of security. Many among them were clad in new clothing and wielded firearms, appearing to be engaged in some form of training. The notion of women brandishing weapons hinted at a chance to seize control of their own destinies. Among them, few appeared gaunt. In fact, many sported cosmetics, indicative of a life that seemed remarkably pleasant. Women are inherently emotional, and the instinct to compare themselves to their female counterparts was evident. Recognizing this, they clamored to stay. Stay? Apologies, but I have no intention of keeping you here. I will only retain those who are useful to me, as well as those whom I find appealing. Gu Feng remarked, casting a glance at the women surrounding him. Upon hearing this, the group lowered their heads in dismay. How could this be? Prior to the apocalypse, even if they partied daily, there would be no fewer than 10 admirers vying for their attention on their phones. With a few sweet words, they could easily manipulate men. Yet this man seemed indifferent to women. How should they respond to such a man? Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair stepped forward, declaring, I am still a virgin. No one has touched me. Is that acceptable? In an instant, Tsunade, 13 female soldiers. And all the women from the base turned their gazes towards Gu Feng. Damn it. I am forthright and have nothing to fear from your scrutiny. Gu Feng thought amid an internal battle. After a moment of deliberation, he pointed at the girl and said, "Then you may stay." Instantly, the women erupted in excitement, each claiming to be a virgin. Various displays of flirtation ensued, with the most brazen resorting to tearing at their protective cloth with their hands and biting at it. Eager to prove their worth, Gu Feng stood in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 72. Leave 15 people behind. A gunshot rang out, and the entire venue fell silent. Su Jingyu slowly approached Gu Feng and asked, "I have but one question for you all. Who among you has consumed human flesh? And who has not?" "I have not." A woman immediately denied as she met Su Jingyu's piercing gaze. The other women quickly followed suit, claiming innocence. Zhang Qin had been providing them with snacks and some food daily to keep them appeased. Observing the cacophony of voices among the women, Su Jingyu felt an overwhelming headache. Gu Feng swiftly struck his head, admonishing them, "Do you even understand your own status? I have yet to finish speaking, and you dare to interrupt?" Su Jingyu winced in pain, tears streaming down her face as she covered her head, her expression one of deep resentment. However, her words served as a reminder to Gu Feng. He turned to the side and asked Tsunade, "Can you ascertain whether they have consumed human flesh?" Tsunade nodded, "Of course." "But are you certain you wish to employ my method?" "Absolutely," Gu Feng affirmed. "Very well." Tsunade turned and began forming hand seals before slamming her palm into the ground. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a gigantic slug materialized, startling everyone present. A few women instinctively attempted to flee. At that moment, Gu Feng shouted, "Anyone daring to escape will be shot on sight." Upon hearing this, the armed survivors in the hotel swiftly aimed their weapons at the fleeing women, causing them to retreat in fear, puzzled as to why these women obeyed that man so readily. After a brief communication with the slug, Tsunade commanded it to divide into 52 smaller slugs. She instructed these 52 to place the slugs in their mouths. Given the number of individuals, this was the only feasible method. Who could possibly endure placing a large creature in their mouth? None of the women were willing, but under the threat of the guns, they reluctantly complied. Moments later, they were retching to the side, gagging. From the intel relayed by each slug, it became evident that none of these individuals had ever consumed human flesh. This indicated that their claims were indeed truthful. During their time under the care of that reincarnator, they had been fed only normal food. It was likely that even the leader of the reincarnators had not partaken, as the pathogens carried by humans far outnumber those of pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. Once this confirmation was reached, the tense expressions of Gu Feng and Su Jingyu finally softened. In the next moment, Gu Feng grinned and asked, "Fifth Hokage, I wonder if that device of yours can determine who remains a virgin?" Tsunade shot him a disdainful glance, yet the power of the system compelled her to respond truthfully. "Naturally, it can. Wherever the injury lies, the slug's unique chakra will reveal the truth." "Ah, then I must trouble you," Gu Feng replied, unabashed. After speaking, disregarding the exclamations from Tsunade, who was visibly perturbed, she turned her expressionless gaze elsewhere. Ultimately, under the influence of the system, Tsunade reluctantly conducted a thorough examination. Among the 52 women, 46 had sustained ruptured injuries, leaving only 6 intact. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that the individual in question had returned from rebirth, claiming the new city mall, and astonishingly changed her appearance daily. The others had long since been lost, leaving only 6 unscathed, 2 of whom were of average appearance. Neither pretty nor ugly, but with an acceptable physique. Ultimately, 4 were directly promoted, while the remaining 46 were subjected to scrutiny by acquaintances to assess their temperament and capabilities for retention. Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, was the first to select candidates, but she only had eyes for Shizune. Sakura and Ino, on the other hand, had sought her mentorship, and after recognizing their commendable talents and willingness to strive, she decided to accept them. Such ordinary individuals were hardly worthy of the 5th Hokage's attention. Next came Su Jingyu and her female squad, who needed to consider an assistant, ultimately selecting 2 individuals. Following that was Su Nuo Shi, who, after inheriting Sakura's legacy, found herself captivated by this unique ability and took 2 days to acclimate to her newfound powers. Now, she held a profound trust in Gu Feng, almost desiring to offer herself entirely. With her abilities, her standards had also risen, and none of the remaining 44 candidates met her expectations. Su Lingxi and Su Wenjing were disregarded, ever since they had rescued their classmates and roommates They had been inseparable, frequently spotted in the hotel's 13th floor corridor. As for Liana and Feng Ruixue, they were quite comparable to the others, differing only in their respective patrons. Lu Qianqian was destined to stay close to Gu Feng. As for the likes of Lu Yin and Jiang Sanin, it was laughable, despite having had modest fame as actresses before the apocalypse. They were not part of Gu Feng's circle and were struggling to secure their own sustenance, let alone support followers. Ultimately, of the remaining 44, Gu Feng chose 7 whose beauty exceeded an 8 out of 10, retaining them. Faced with the choice of responsibility or not, Gu Feng opted for aesthetics, reasoning that retaining beauty without obligation was a foolish decision. As for the remaining 37, Gu Feng took merely 3 seconds to send them all to the Sioux City Inspection Bureau, entrusting them to Lin Xie for further arrangements. Having completed these tasks, it was just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With ample time remaining, Gu Feng arranged accommodations for the 15 chosen women, provided food, and facilitated showers and new attire. He then allowed them to explore freely, familiarizing themselves with the regulations of this secure base, instructing them to join the training team the following day. Meanwhile, Gu Feng sat cross-legged atop the summoned armored vehicle, idly observing the girls training around him. Tsunade found their training to be trivial and returned to her research on the viral system of this world. As Su Jingyu observed the subpar training results of her female soldiers, she approached them directly to address the issues. Relying on this group of women to combat zombies seemed implausible. At best, they could acquire the ability to resist. It was imperative that should she venture outside and the base be attacked, she would not return to find them all perished. If they could wield firearms for even an hour of resistance, she would be able to sense the situation and return instantaneously. With guns, artillery, rocket launchers, and grenades at their disposal, and if necessary, armored vehicles, they could avert a catastrophic defeat. Gazing at the trainees, Gu Feng stretched his waist, calculating the days. Today marked the 36th day since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, with 24 days remaining until the system could awaken once more. He pondered that perhaps not every activation would allow him to ascend through several levels of strength as he had this month. One could only consider this month a fortunate anomaly. Chapter 73. Tsunade begins to mentor Su Nua. She over a month had passed since the outbreak. The dangers and safety of various locations, as well as the availability of food, had been nearly assessed. Taking advantage of his current formidable power, it was time to procure supplies from several large shopping malls and store them in his divine space. There would be no need to rely on vehicles for transportation as before, rendering the base's vehicles nearly useless, left for the incapable ordinary humans. However, the world's recovery of chakra was painfully slow, necessitating that he create several clones daily to absorb natural energy. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, his ninjutsu and Susanoo would grow even more formidable. With a sigh, Gu Feng contemplated whether he would soon become invincible in this world. Would he strive to eradicate all zombies to save humanity, or would he remain in Sioux City, transforming it into the last refuge for mankind? After a lengthy period of reflection atop his vehicle, he had yet to find an answer and thus began to meditate. An hour later, fully charged, Gu Feng vanished from his spot. Su Jingyu, supervising the training of the female soldiers, occasionally glanced at the quietly meditating Gu Feng. Upon looking again, he had disappeared, prompting her to murmur, "Perhaps he has gone to save someone." At the Tianwen Hotel, on the 33rd floor, in Tsunade's room, Su Nua she sat upright, gazing intently at the woman before her, who had long, flowing yellow hair and wore a robe inscribed with the character for bet. Gu Feng had mentioned that she possessed the same talents as Haruno Sakura. Do you aspire to become a remarkable ninja, or rather, a formidable superhuman? Tsunade mused. Resting her chin on her hand while reading, her interest piqued as she examined the woman before her. The woman had fair skin, similarly long hair, and was clad in a fitted black outfit, her figure curvaceous, appearing to be no more than 26 or 27 years of age. The character in question possesses questionable morals, yet his discerning eye is remarkably sharp. Although the method by which he has replicated Haruno Sakura's abilities in this woman remains a mystery, if she is to accompany us, so be it. With Tsunade absent, having someone of Sakura's caliber by my side is certainly advantageous. Indeed, I am uncertain of the precise alterations that Mr. Gu Feng has enacted upon me, but I can sense a strange yet familiar memory and power emerging within me. I struggle to harness it effectively, which is why Mr. Gu Feng instructed me to seek your guidance, Shi Yue solemnly expressed. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved a lifeless sparrow from her drawer, reviving it. "Ah!" Shi Yue exclaimed, Her expression one of bewilderment. How can you revive a bird that is already dead? It is not dead. I merely caught it moments ago, Tsunade replied. Like this. Concentrate your chakra in your hands and focus your attention. Tsunade was repeating the same instructions she had given to Haruno Sakura, now imparting them to Shiyue. Meanwhile, the remaining 15 individuals were experiencing their first hot shower in a month, along with the luxury of shampoo and body wash. Such a lifestyle had been unfathomable. Just a month after the apocalypse began, water and electricity had been cut off. Only a few locations with solar panels continued to have power. But water had not flowed in ages, and even when it did, it was likely contaminated. However, this situation was far from the limits of their imagination. The hotel rooms still boasted functional televisions, computers, and air conditioning, though without internet access, they were relegated to watching old shows or engaging in solitary video games. The second and third floors were cluttered with an abundance of snacks, while refrigerators were stocked with meat and frozen foods. On their first day, they had received a generous welcome, but thereafter, the rations were limited to just 2 buns or dumplings per meal. After all, they were still in a state of consuming their remaining provisions, lacking the ability to produce food independently. Over the course of a month, the hotel's supplies had been depleted by the over 200 residents. What remained was salvage from the warehouses of 2 large supermarkets. Thus, their survival and continued presence here were owed to Lord Gu Feng. Yet, many among them were ungrateful, believing that Gu Feng, as a superhuman, was obligated to rescue them. Such individuals were either eliminated or expelled. Those expelled either ended up in other private shelters with even poorer conditions, becoming mere prey for the undead, or were directly consumed by zombies on the streets. There were a fortunate few who found refuge in the inspectorate's shelter, though it still paled in comparison to Gu Feng's haven. After all, that facility housed over 20,000 people, and Gu Feng had not provided them with any supplies. In such a large shelter, acquiring food depended on their own efforts outside. Those unwilling to venture out, hoping to survive by merely waiting for sustenance, were left with little but a dead end. Some, possessing striking appearances, resorted to exchanging their bodies for meager amounts of food. After all, the food was retrieved at the peril of others' lives. How could it be so readily bestowed upon you? A month ago, federal experts proclaimed the development of a drug to suppress the mad, asserting that those zombies were merely afflicted. Yet, a month has elapsed with not a whisper of progress. Water and electricity have been cut off, and the internet severed. At this moment, the very foundations of law and order seem to have crumbled. Humanity has begun to fend for itself, banding together merely for survival or choosing the path of solitude. In the secure base of the magical metropolis, as the afternoon descended and the sun dipped low, the haven, which had been safe since the military's arrival, faced a sudden onslaught of undead creatures that burrowed their way in just 2 days prior. Although the situation has been quelled, it came at the cost of hundreds of soldiers' lives. Moreover, numerous zombies have infiltrated the shadows of the secure base, prompting a citywide lockdown. The distant sounds of jeeps and the synchronized march of troops echo throughout the streets. Within an apartment building, familiar yet foreign faces find themselves trapped. Each individual appears to be in a poor state, having lost their former glamour since the onset of the apocalypse, now mere survivors indistinguishable from the ordinary. Among them are the former stars of Tangren Entertainment, Lu Shishir, Tang Yin, Hu Gu, Li Naza, and Jin Fu. This year has seen countless standard heroines of entertainment, like Boss Yang and Yang Mi, depart from Tangren. They had just wrapped filming a television series titled The Emperor on the Ground and returned to the company to celebrate, intending to relax in the magical metropolis, only to be met with such calamity. Initially, the arrival of the military seemed a beacon of hope, yet the dire situation is unimaginable. In regular times, one would find little attention when stepping outside, but with the apocalypse, those who once overlooked them now pursue them relentlessly, their numbers swelling into the tens of thousands. The infected appear instinctively driven to hunt the uninfected as if they were sworn enemies. In Chapter 74, it approaches under the moonlight. Had this been in the past, their fans and admirers would have queued from here to France, unwilling to let their idols suffer. Now, however, even the upper echelons of the company are preoccupied with their own survival, and their prior stockpiles and resources have been commandeered by the government for distribution to survivors and the afflicted. These once glamorous stars have endured days of hunger. Bereft of cosmetics and luxury skincare, their faces gaunt and bare. Yet, it must be said that Tangren scouts possess an exceptional eye. Even without makeup, they still possess an undeniable beauty. Look, This is the colossal entity that appeared in the magical metropolis 2 days ago. Someone captured it on video, exclaimed Linaza, holding up a tablet excitedly. But isn't there no internet? How can we still view this? The dedicated martial artist, Jinfu, could not help but voice his thoughts. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a local network or possibly a military communication that has been intercepted, Linaza pondered. Ah, it has transformed into a person. How striking. Upon hearing the girl's exclamation, Tang Yin and Lu Shih were filled with curiosity and instinctively approached to take a look. What? Where is the charm in that? He clearly has an ordinary face. They both shook their heads after seeing Gu Feng's appearance. I'm not referring to his looks. I mean his extraordinary power. That giant is said to be his ability. Not even large-caliber shells or bullets can harm him. Let me rewind so you can see. Linaza said as she adjusted the progress bar. Indeed, everyone witnessed the scene where the giant withstood cannonballs unscathed, only to transform into a human form. Impervious to sniper fire that shattered the ground but could not touch Gu Feng. Expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. If such a formidable individual exists, why not summon him to save us? No, to save the world. The utterance plunged the room into silence. In Chang'an City, over 1,000 kilometers away from the Magic City, Boss Yang, who had just established a company this year, found himself facing the apocalypse before he could even make his mark. Almost all his employees had mutated, and within days, they had consumed all the edible supplies in their homes. Lacking powerful weapons, fear of death gripped everyone. The streets echoed only with the roars of zombies, devoid of any human sounds. Was it truly the case that a distinguished celebrity, an award-winning actress, would meet her demise here today? Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Yang Mi, alert, grasped a fruit knife and cautiously approached the door. The scene shifted to Suzhou City. Here lies the largest commercial district in the entire city, surrounded by several grand shopping malls and entertainment complexes. It is a locale bustling with activity both day and night, attracting the highest foot traffic in Suzhou. The number of zombies amassed here reached as high as 300,000. Any slight disturbance would undoubtedly draw the horde's attack. After more than a month, it was inevitable that powerful or bizarre mutated zombies would emerge from such a congregation. In this place, where the breath of the living had nearly ceased, a figure slowly materialized from the void. The zombies, previously growling and wandering, let out furious roars upon the sudden appearance of the man in athletic attire, charging towards Gu Feng. Ah, so eager, Gu Feng smirked, his red eyes shimmering ominously, as crackling lightning danced in his hand. Above Suzhou City, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. As night fell, illuminated by the faint glow of the moon, only one silhouette remained standing amidst the carnage. The ground was strewn with fallen corpses and pools of dark liquid. The sheer number of corpses nearly blanketed the entire square's perimeter, with fallen zombies strewn across green spaces and alleyways, some severed at the waist, others headless, or pierced through the chest, while some were charred beyond recognition. The man standing there gasped for breath. The once vibrant red eyeshadow that had sustained his strength now vanished. Perhaps had he employed Susanoo from the outset, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. However, doing so would have endangered the nearby structures, obliterating any resources that could be of use or sustenance. Exhaling deeply, Gu Feng gazed at the moonlit sky. In a hazy moment, he beheld a figure descending from the moon, prompting a self-deprecating smile. It seemed that reaching one's limits could induce hallucinations. Yet, as the figure grew closer, he could discern its outline with startling clarity. Gu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no mere illusion. What approached was a colossal beetle, or rather, a beetle-human hybrid. Instantly alert, Gu Feng rose to his feet. I do not recall any modifications made to your kind. How did you achieve this? The creature, with a robust, armored body and a head reminiscent of a human, opened its pincers to speak. Above, modifications? Life form. Do you fancy yourself a Kamen Rider? Gu Feng struggled to comprehend the creature's words. Huh? You're unaware? It seems you must be some sort of anomaly. To brazenly eliminate those high-profile experimental subjects. You truly deserve to perish, the beetle monster articulated, its pincers clattering as it spoke. Experimental subjects? What do you mean? Gu Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. A life form on the brink of death has no right to know, the beetle monster retorted, before vibrating its wings and launching itself toward Gu Feng. Its sharp arms poised to strike. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In response to the beetle monster's direct assault, Gu Feng unleashed a fireball. A 10-meter inferno enveloping the 2-meter-tall creature. As the flames subsided, the beetle monster appeared unfazed, intrigued by the display of fire. Impressive little trick. But this temperature cannot even breach my shell, it declared, charging at Gu Feng once more. This time, Gu Feng did not dare underestimate his foe, swiftly sidestepping the attack. Just moments ago, in an effort to vanquish the countless zombies, over 200,000, he had nearly depleted all his celestial chakra, leaving scant reserves of basic chakra. Boom. The spot where Gu Feng had stood was now reduced to rubble. A dozen zombie remains scattered by the impact of the beetle monster's charge, its sharp claws embedding into the ground. I shall eradicate you, anomaly, and restore everything to its rightful state, the beetle monster sneered. Glancing toward Gu Feng's position and spewing forth a corrosive liquid, Gu Feng hastily dodged again, watching as the liquid splashed onto the remains of the zombies, visibly decaying their bodies at an alarming rate, transforming them into withered bones. The physical strength of these zombies surpasses that of ordinary humans. After a month, their power has undoubtedly intensified, with some even undergoing evolution. Yet, despite this, they can still be reduced to mere skeletons. What kind of abhorrent substance could achieve such a feat? Chapter 75. The Beetle Monster. Upon witnessing Gu Feng evade once more, the beetle monster, with its sharp-clawed limbs, violently propelled itself off the ground, charging directly at the airborne Gu Feng. However, it did not aim for the position resembling a human head, but instead used its formidable horn to strike. Bang! Caught off guard, Gu Feng was struck and spat out a mouthful of blood. How careless of me. I had thought that the blood angel I encountered earlier was the pinnacle of mutated creatures, only to discover the existence of this beast. I had grown complacent in my previous endeavors. I should have summoned more shadow clones to gather natural energy for myself. Strange indeed. How such a weak anomaly could slay so many initial experimental subjects. Nevertheless, this is where it ends for you. Having successfully landed a blow, the beetle monster lifted Gu Feng 10 meters into the air, extending its sharp claws to pierce him directly. Gu Feng suddenly opened his crimson eyes, activating the kaleidoscope of divine might. As the beetle monster charged in, its attack missed, and its body collided with Gu Feng's, propelling it upwards while Gu Feng gradually descended to the ground, his crimson irises reverting to black. His chakra was running low. He could manage 2 more uses at most, having already expended one. Startled by the bizarre turn of events, the beetle monster turned to Gu Feng, exclaiming in excitement, "What an intriguing technique. I almost don't want to kill you. Why not join me? My master will surely adore this new toy of yours." "A toy? You wish for me to become your plaything? If you can, then come and try," Gu Feng replied with a cold chuckle. The 6th gate. The gate of view opened. Boom. The ordinary human form of Gu Feng erupted in a surge of green energy. Since this body was still human, unlocking the 8 gates placed immense strain upon it. Yet there was no choice at this juncture. By employing the 8 gates, as long as he refrained from opening the Death Gate, he could find refuge with Tsunade after the battle concluded. The other trump card, the 4th Hokage, offered little room for retreat. Should he exhaust it and still fail to win, he would have to revert to his original state in 7 days. In an instant, as the 6th gate was activated, the toll on his body became apparent, with minor injuries to his internal organs and bones. Damn it, after all this training, I still can't withstand it? No matter. Let us finish this quickly. Once the 8 gates were unleashed, Gu Feng wasted no time and charged at the beetle monster. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear behind the beetle monster, executing a leaf hurricane kick aimed at its armored back. Boom. A tremendous force surged forth, shattering the protective shell of the beetle monster's wings. The creature's body was brutally kicked to the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater with a radius of 6 or 7 meters. A massive cloud of dust rose, obscuring the situation within. However, Gu Feng understood that such a blow would not easily vanquish the monster. As the dust began to settle, the beetle monster slowly rose from the cracked asphalt of the crater it had created. How exhilarating it is to encounter an opponent of this caliber. It has been far too long since I last faced such a challenge. The beetle monster, now standing, grinned menacingly and uttered a phrase, "Armored transformation." In an instant, the head that belonged to the beetle's body fell away and fused with the humanoid head of the creature. The once massive beetle body began to compress. Ultimately, the spherical form, originally measuring 2 meters in diameter, transformed into a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster with 4 arms and 2 legs. The creature's entire body was an ominous black, gleaming subtly under the moonlight, reminiscent of black metal. Both its 4 arms and 2 legs were adorned with sharp claws and menacing spikes. Recalling the scene of Rock Lee battling Kimimaro, Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. However, Where could he retreat? He had inherited the legacy of Might Guy, not Rock Lee. Though both were merely flesh and blood, it did not necessarily mean defeat was inevitable. In a flash, Gu Feng closed the distance to the transformed beetle monster. Bending slightly to utilize the momentum of his turn, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the monster's chin. Although the beetle monster's form had altered, its weight remained unchanged. This kick was sufficient to send it airborne. Gu Feng's figure flickered again, positioning himself behind the levitating creature, and seized its neck. Though the method differed, the intent was to restrain the enemy. Petal Lotus. The two bodies began to spin rapidly, ultimately crashing headfirst toward the ground. Yet, just before impact, Gu Feng vanished from sight. Boom. The ground was once again struck, creating another massive crater. In this expansive plaza, measuring several hundred meters in radius, yet another profound dent was formed. Gu Feng, having evaded to the side, exhaled slightly. This technique was rather taxing on his stamina. Observing the beetle monster's head embedded in the ground, he could still sense the rhythmic beating of its heart. Indeed, it was not so easily dispatched. Gritting his teeth, Gu Feng pressed on without granting the enemy a moment to react. Lotus of the Inner Core. Harnessing the power derived from his incredible speed and rotation, he delivered a fierce punch to the beetle monster's abdomen. Boom. A resounding impact echoed. The overwhelming force yanked the monster's head from the earth. Yet its body was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing violently against a stone wall. What would the consequences of this strike be? From the shattered remnants of the stone wall, the beetle monster slowly rose, its movement significantly hindered. How painful it was. Such a fragile human body could inflict harm upon my form, which is more resilient than iron. Surely, my master will take delight in such a new plaything. Ha ha ha. The appearance of the beetle monster was somewhat disheveled, yet it seemed to have suffered no real injury. With human bones encased within and insect exoskeletons on the outside, this was a subtle indication that its skeletal structure was far more formidable than Gu Feng's. After that punch landed, Gu Feng had scraped off a layer of skin, with blood oozing forth. If this is all you can muster, then you might as well come along with me, the beetle monster declared before vanishing in a flash. Although its speed might have eluded the eyes of an ordinary human, Gu Feng could clearly see the creature hurtling towards him. With its sharp claws slicing through the air, Gu Feng deftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of their fierce battle echoed once again across Suzhou. However, it was evident that the beetle monster was on the receiving end of Gu Feng's assaults, as its own attacks scarcely landed due to its considerably slower speed. Chapter 76. The aftermath of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The beetle monster, increasingly irritable from its inability to land a hit, became more frantic, while Gu Feng, who could not inflict a fatal blow despite delivering punches and kicks, also felt some annoyance. Towards the peacock, Gu Feng swiftly swung his fist, the residual shadows of his strike transforming into flames that surged towards the beetle monster. Even though the creature was unperturbed by ordinary fire, the flames produced by Gu Feng's punch contained an infusion of his strength, making them difficult to withstand. Ultimately, he channeled all his might into a final kick aimed at the monster's head. Thud! That head, as hard as iron, was shattered upon impact. Breathing heavily, Gu Feng gazed at the headless beetle monster, a wave of confusion washing over him. Is it truly dead? He had intended to unleash the 7th gate and continue the fight. However, the green blood gushing from the severed neck indicated that this creature had indeed perished. In the next moment, the previously braggadocious steel-like body revealed numerous cracks. Was it the overwhelming power of the peacock technique? Or was the monster merely putting on a brave front? Gu Feng was taken aback. This victory had come rather unexpectedly. Yet, victory it was. The state of the 8 gates of Duanjia was immediately dispelled, and an overwhelming sensation of pain surged through his body, accompanied by an intense fatigue. The 8 gates of Duanjia was a forbidden technique that forced one to exploit their potential and strength. Such a power should never be invoked unless absolutely necessary. Dragging his weary body, Gu Feng found it difficult to walk. Having just opened the 8 gates, his body was extraordinarily sensitive, and even the slightest touch was excruciating. Nevertheless, propelled by an indomitable will, he limped to the base of a commercial edifice. The divine kaleidoscope reactivated, allowing him to seamlessly pass through the wall. Once he sensed a semblance of safety, Gu Feng could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed. While he possessed certain enhancements compared to an average individual, in terms of ninja prowess, he was at best an ultra-shadow level, his physique still tethered to the mortal realm. After all, the divine might was not invincible and was taxing on chakra. Time slipped by, and eventually a beam of light pierced through, rousing Gu Feng from his slumber. He blinked in astonishment. Amidst perilous surroundings, he had somehow managed to sleep until 11 in the morning, observing the scattered garments around him. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled into a clothing store on the first floor of the building the previous night. After forming a shadow clone hand seal, 10 clones emerged. Without needing further instruction, 8 of them settled into a meditative pose, while 2 remained vigilant. Gu Feng then assessed his own condition. Feeling the side effects of the 8 gates technique had significantly diminished, he treaded heavily towards the center of the building, uncertain of its current state. However, the foul stench of decay that he had encountered earlier was notably absent. Aside from the chaos of debris and bloodstains scattered about, no immediate danger was evident. Upon entering the central area of the mall, traversing approximately 100 meters from the peripheral shops, he arrived at a circular hollow column. The railings on each floor were made of glass, and the elevators were inoperative. The remnants of chaos, along with the decaying bodies and darkened blood, were also present in the heart of the mall. Retrieving a handgun from the divine space, Gu Feng ascended to the second floor. The previously tense expression on his face transformed into a smile upon sighting a relatively intact supermarket. This visit was not in vain. Within this bustling Suzhou commercial district, there was not merely this one building, but rather 5 or 6 in total, with distances between them not exceeding a kilometer. Although he was just beginning to stockpile supplies, it was by no means too late. The chakra expenditure was considerable, and he would need to wait some time before he could amass everything. After taking a deep breath, Gu Feng approached a section of the mall where massage chairs were displayed. Though they were powerless due to a severed electrical supply, the soft cushions were far preferable to the cold, hard floor. After resting for approximately 30 minutes, 2 casually dressed young men approached him. Wielding a stick tied with a fruit knife, Gu Feng slightly opened his eyes and brandished his handgun, causing the 2 youths to swallow nervously. However, one of them seemed to have an epiphany, observing Gu Feng's bloodied appearance and severely injured demeanor. He surmised that even if the gun were real, it likely lacked ammunition. Upon voicing this thought, the other youth's eyes brightened with realization. Bang! The shot rang out, striking the fruit knife tied to the stick precisely, piercing it with a single bullet. The 2 young men were momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Come over here, Gu Feng beckoned them with his firearm. Initially inclined to approach, they now hesitated, exchanging glances before one of them chuckled awkwardly. Brother, we wouldn't want to trouble you. You can speak from there. We can hear you just fine. Very well, Gu Feng replied, lowering his weapon. Is it just the 2 of you here? Indeed, just us 2. One of the youths answered promptly. Understood, Gu Feng said with a neutral expression, tossing his handgun onto the ground. Oh dear, I seem to have misplaced my firearm. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it for me? At this, the 2 couldn't suppress their laughter and agreed. All right, we'll help you pick it up. As they approached, Gu Feng discreetly drew a riot shotgun from the depths of his space. Just as the pair bent down to collect the handgun, their smiles vanished as the dark muzzle of the gun was pressed against the head of the one who had held the firearm. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once jovial expressions turned to distress. What are you doing, brother? We were just trying to help. Gu Feng, dismissive of their protests, activated his Sharingan. The moment they beheld the transformation in his eyes, their faces went blank, and they froze, rooted to the spot. Within the illusion Gu Feng crafted, they divulged every detail to him. It turned out that the commercial building concealed over 100 individuals, scattered in various corners and communicating at scheduled intervals to evade detection by zombies. Quite a clever strategy, indeed. As for these 2, they were petty thieves, not particularly malicious. Gu Feng decided to let them languish in the illusion for a while longer. After a half-hour of respite, Gu Feng leisurely rose from his chair. In a corner of the first floor, 2 shadow clones dissipated into white smoke, leaving a crimson hue upon the original SIs. Chapter 77, Stockpiling Supplies at that moment. His scarlet Sharingan transformed into the kaleidoscope. Entering the first supermarket, Gu Feng swept through, collecting every snack and item visible into his space. Many shelves had been stripped bare, likely by survivors scavenging for sustenance. They exhibited a discerning taste, as nearly all ready-to-eat items had been taken, a testament to their resourcefulness. Had they initially emptied the major malls of the city, the remaining survivors would have faced starvation. Gu Feng continued his collection from the second floor, gathering anything potentially useful into his space, though the sustained use of his Sharingan was taxing on his chakra reserves. After Gu Feng accumulated a substantial amount of supplies, he would take a brief respite. with 2 large supermarkets exceeding 2,000 square meters each. It is difficult to fathom how long one person could sustain himself with such provisions. Each supermarket also boasts a warehouse, ensuring that whenever the shelves run low, the stock can be replenished from the back. Consequently, the inventory in the warehouses is considerable, nearly equivalent to that of half a supermarket. Ultimately, the commotion attracted the attention of survivors lurking in various corners. These individuals are astute, well aware of where the most abundant resources lie in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Although this area is also densely populated with zombies, the greater the peril, the more enticing the rewards. Danger enhances the allure of survival. Now, with Gu Feng having completely emptied the supermarkets, there was bound to be a reaction, just as the zombies seemed to have vanished. An elderly woman emerged brandishing a kitchen knife, hurling accusations at Gu Feng. What trickery is this? Where have all the provisions gone? You little bastard. Those were our lifeline. Gu Feng slightly raised his gaze to observe the woman materializing from the 4th-floor corridor. In a blink, he vanished from her sight. The woman stood dumbfounded, questioning her own vision. Yet, from her vantage point, she could clearly see the emptiness within the 2nd-floor supermarket. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she disregarded everything else and sprinted towards the supermarket. Upon entering, she collapsed onto the floor in shock. Damn it. Even the zombies don't eat snacks. Who could have emptied the supermarket overnight, even removing the shelves? This is utterly insane. Having completely looted both supermarkets, Gu Feng had little desire to linger and listen to the woman's tirade. After all, his previous encounters with zombie films and novels emphasized one crucial principle. Resources are paramount. When he first arrived in this world, he was penniless and pressed for time, unable to amass a significant stockpile. Now, after a month of effort, he had finally secured a formidable supply. It was imperative to seize the moment while the apocalypse was still fresh, gathering as much as possible before resources could spoil or be compromised by unforeseen circumstances. The commercial district of Gusu is replete with buildings. Having finished one, he promptly moved on to the next. With scarcely any hindrance, he managed to clear out the snacks from 10 large supermarkets along with their warehouse stocks. Now, he had an abundance of water, beverages, snacks, and even staples such as noodles and rice, along with sauces neatly arranged on shelves, alleviating concerns of a scattered mess. As the day gracefully transitioned into night, another day passed. Having marked the location of the Wintian Hotel, Gu Feng activated his divine power and departed. In Tsunade's room, she had just set down the books after a day of instructing Su Yushi and was about to change into comfortable attire for sleep when an unexpected surge of chakra jolted her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Gu Feng, bearing the marks of battle, suddenly appeared in her room, glancing at the discarded green gambling robe on the bed, and observing Tsunade's hand frozen mid-motion, ready to remove her white tank top. Had he arrived too soon? I am injured, and it feels rather severe. Could you assist me in my treatment? Gu Feng slightly tilted his head, making an effort to avoid direct eye contact with Tsunade. Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she clenched her fist, but ultimately restrained herself, her expression swiftly returning to tranquility. Understood. Lie down, Tsunade gestured, dismissing the matter, considering it inconsequential to her. Gu Feng complied obediently. He could indulge in playful interactions with younger models, given their similar ages and acceptable appearances. However, Tsunade was a system character, an elderly woman utilizing youth-preserving techniques, which precluded any such frivolous thoughts. Observing Gu Feng, who without a word removed his upper garment, Tsunade, maintaining a stoic demeanor, extended her palm towards his back. A luminous green orb emanated light, infusing Gu Feng with a wave of comfort. You have actually mastered forbidden techniques, the 8 gates? Tsunade remarked, surprised by the state of Gu Feng's injuries. Indeed, I employed the 8 gates, Gu Feng admitted candidly, revealing no secrets. Is it possible that someone could injure you, possessing abilities akin to the Masked Man, wielding the Sharingan, and mastering the 8 gates? This world holds such beings? Tsunade inquired, intrigued. Not quite human. One could only classify it as a monster. However, as Gu Feng lay on the bed, relishing Tsunade's treatment, a grave expression crossed his face. But what? Tsunade felt a twinge of annoyance at Gu Feng's incomplete thoughts. The individual claimed to have someone above them. I suspect they might be extraterrestrial, akin to the Otsutsuki clan in your world. If they are adept in space-time ninjutsu, my Kamui may seem insignificant to them. Perhaps that explains their reluctance to eliminate me, believing me to be merely an ant, Gu Feng concluded with a deep sigh. Tsunade, momentarily bewildered, pondered the possibility of an extraterrestrial clan akin to the Otsutsuki family. After all, She had just endured the Fourth Shinobi World War and had been bisected by Uchiha Madara, leaving her unfamiliar with the impending Otsutsuki. The only entity she recognized was the Sage of Six Paths from their realm. Perhaps. But I wonder about the strength of the alien clan responsible for all this. Do they wield advanced technology or mystical powers, or perhaps a combination of both? As Gu Feng finished speaking, Tsunade's treatment concluded. She tossed his discarded clothing back onto him, her expression unchanging. I find your world exceedingly fascinating. As long as those beings refrain from invading Konoha, should you battle them in the future, if you manage to survive until you reach me, I can pull you back from the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng accepted his clothing with a slight smile that was sufficient for him. While Tsunade possessed formidable combat abilities, he doubted their efficacy against Susanoo. He valued her medical ninjutsu far more. Once dressed, Gu Feng turned to Tsunade, nodding in gratitude. Rest well. With that, he activated Kamui and transported himself back to his room. Chapter 78. Mastering the Wind-Release Spiraling Sphere within the opulent confines of the presidential suite at the Wenyang Hotel. Gu Feng contemplated the hole created by a single sphere he had unleashed, lost in thought. The spiraling sphere, a technique he had self-taught, still lacked the potency he desired. Was it a matter of his own deficiencies, or did one truly need to attain a level of mastery to unlock the full potential of the spiraling sphere? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The ultimate evolution of the spiraling sphere was the wind-release shuriken. If that were the case, could he enhance it by infusing it with chakra attributes? With this notion in mind, Gu Feng retrieved a notebook from his desk, tearing out a sheet of paper to channel his chakra into it. The paper underwent 5 distinct transformations. One section crumpled, another became damp, a third split in 2. A fourth shattered into fragments, and the final section ignited in flames. Could this phenomenon be attributed to his possession of the chakra energy of the third Hokage? The presence of 5 distinct attributes suggested that he could learn ninjutsu of any type. What would occur if he infused the spiraling sphere with wind-release chakra? Contemplating this, a shadow clone materialized, diligently rubbing its hands together, as a spiraling sphere infused with wind-release chakra gradually took shape. This new sphere was 3 to 5 times larger than the one he had previously conjured, nearly the size of a basketball. Was this truly the wind-release spiraling sphere? But how formidable was it? Glimpsing at the shadow clone before him, which nodded in understanding, Gu Feng directed it to produce 4 additional clones. The 5 of them stacked together, firmly establishing their stances, and focused intently on the spiraling sphere in Gu Feng's hands. Very well, he thought. It was time to personally experience the power of the spiraling sphere. With a swift motion, he launched the sphere, striking the first shadow clone head-on. It endured for 3 seconds before dissipating into white smoke. The second and third clones met the same fate, each lasting precisely 3 seconds before the spiraling sphere detonated, obliterating the remaining 2 clones in a single surge. The resulting blast sent tremors throughout the entire room. As Gu Feng absorbed the memories and sensations relayed by the shadow clones, he rubbed his chest and mused. This power surpasses that of the Chidori. Though, it was merely superior to the standard Chidori. Against a Chidori unleashed through the Sharingan, particularly the Kamui Reikage, its might indeed pale in comparison. Having unleashed a powerful strike, Gu Feng reclined contentedly on the bed, surrendering to slumber. After a night of rest, combined with Tsunade's healing from the previous evening, his injuries had fully mended, and his chakra was approximately 60% restored. Downstairs in the hotel, the 12 female soldiers had already urged their comrades from the base to commence training. The establishment became nearly desolate, save for a few who were exempt from training, such as Su Nuashi and Lu Qianqian. The former had inherited the abilities of Haruno Sakura, boasting immense strength, the ninja arts of the 3 body techniques, as well as medical ninjutsu and the Baika no Jutsu, rendering her an extraordinary presence among ordinary individuals. Training seemed rather redundant for her. As for Lu Qianqian, she occasionally engages in training, for she possesses martial arts skills and combines them with firearms and bladed weapons, rendering her combat prowess on par with that of female soldiers. Furthermore, the 2 young models have also been compelled to undergo training, for even in a peaceful world, an individual who does not exercise is prone to illness. Especially in a post-apocalyptic scenario, Gu Feng certainly does not wish for a moment of revelry to be hindered by their frail constitutions. After leaving behind 10 shadow clones, he donned casual attire and departed. Downstairs, the group of girls, suddenly forced into training, bore expressions of resentment. They had long grown accustomed to Gu Feng's protection and the comforts of daily sustenance. So the imposition of physical exertion was met with reluctance from at least half of them. who, after enjoying ample food and drink, would wish to engage in work. Although this was not precisely work, the prospect of wielding a firearm and potentially battling zombies felt exceedingly perilous. One woman, who had initially remained in the tavern, was particularly unwilling. She had been brought there by a wealthy scion, only to have that very individual mutate that same night. Desperately, she had hidden away. And upon encountering a superpowered individual, she felt a semblance of safety restored. This superpowered person ensured their provisions, making survival seem almost assured. Despite her decent looks, she had not caught the attention of this superpowered individual, which, in hindsight, was perhaps for the best. After all, Gu Feng's appearance was rather ordinary. And at a height of 175 meters, he was unremarkable, were it not for the allure of comparison and the pursuit of better circumstances. Who would willingly seek to appease a man of such common appearance? Now, they were being asked to wield firearms and run with them. Standing in position with a rifle for an hour. A firearm weighs between 5 to 6 kilograms, and few men could endure holding it for such a duration. Given that they were merely existing in the tavern, she resolved not to train any further. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, and the concrete beneath her feet shattered. Fragments of stone pierced her calf, sending waves of pain coursing through her, and fear gripped her, rendering her immobile on the ground. Turning her gaze, she found the female soldier leading their training, her cold eyes fixed intently upon her. When I served in the military, my commanding officer once told me that in emergencies, deserters may be executed. Are you certain you wish to leave without a word? Su Jingyu inquired coldly while brandishing her handgun. Perhaps some had forgotten that she could adopt a demure demeanor in Gu Feng's presence, for he was vastly superior to her. However, the woman before her was of a different ilk altogether. In the year 2012, the concept of internet celebrity faces had yet to emerge, and even the snake spirit face trend did not appear until after 2016. Yet, the woman's appearance undeniably bore the marks of artificial enhancement. Such a woman would not be indulged by Su Jingyu. No, please don't shoot. I will train. The woman stammered in trepidation. Ignoring the few drops of blood trickling down his calf, he hurriedly rose and returned to the ranks. Observing this, Su Jingyu let out a faint sigh and holstered her pistol. Gazing at the top of the tavern, she murmured, Gu Feng, do you truly expect these women to accomplish anything worthwhile? Meanwhile, within the Sioux City Power Supply Bureau, Gu Feng slowly retracted his lightning-infused hand after dispatching the last of the zombies, finally rendering the area safe. There were still 2 survivors within the bureau, both emaciated from extreme hunger, resembling malnourished specters on the brink of death. Gu Feng produced a few candies, biscuits, and 2 bottles of water, offering them to the pair. He was not well versed in the operations of the Power Supply Bureau, believing it best to entrust the task to someone more knowledgeable, at least to ensure the power supply for Sioux City. If that proved impossible, he would consider relocating the power generation machinery. Humans can survive without food or water for a maximum of 1 week. Even a corpulent individual, despite their higher fat reserves, could only endure a week at most before succumbing. These 2 had relied on the Bureau's food reserves until now, having long since run out of water and provisions. Had Gu Feng not arrived today, it was likely that these last 2 employees would have perished from starvation within another 2 or 3 days. After granting them a brief reprieve, he began to explain the situation regarding the Power Supply Bureau. Chapter 79. To Jinling. Since the emergence of the sentient, third-tier zombies, the circuits of the Power Supply Bureau had been systematically dismantled by ordinary zombies, resulting in a citywide blackout. Aside from a few locations equipped with autonomous power generators, most areas plunged into total darkness after sunset. Under the guidance of the 2 employees, Gu Feng made his way to the distribution room. Surrounding the power generation machinery below were numerous zombies electrocuted by high voltage. Many wires had been gnawed through or forcibly torn apart by the relentless undead. Restoring this place would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In the ensuing hours, Gu Feng summoned 100 shadow clones to assist the 2 electricians, donning insulated suits to commence repairs. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate goal was to restore power to the entire city. Although the Wentiang Hotel possessed solar panels capable of supplying electricity, their output was limited. The power generation equipment at the Bureau was far more abundant, featuring wind turbines for energy conversion, hydroelectric systems, and, of course, solar power devices. It could be said that he held the very lifeblood of the city's energy supply in his hands. Therefore, if possible, Gu Feng sincerely hoped that nothing adverse would befall this location. After expending the better part of the day resolving the city's power supply issues, He set off to the Electrical Grid Bureau and the Information Technology Building in search of survivors, hoping to find any network experts alive to attempt establishing a local network in the area. Unfortunately, he found none. Those buildings had nearly become a stronghold for zombies. While clearing out the Electrical Grid Building, he encountered a fourth-tier mutated zombie. Not only was he capable of manipulating electrical currents for an assault, but he could also draw flesh from a distance, leaving Gu Feng on the brink of disaster, compelled to resort to the Sage Mode Susanoo. To his surprise, the mutated electric zombie managed to transform into a bolt of lightning and escape, with Gu Feng, despite his injuries, pursuing with great effort, only to ultimately lose track of it, observing the direction of the fleeing electric creature which headed westward. It was likely to venture beyond the city of Su into other territories. Fortunately, power had been restored in Su City, much to the delight of many survivors, and it was anticipated that no significant threats would emerge in the near term. Thus, Gu Feng continued his pursuit in the direction the electric creature had taken, eventually arriving at Jinling City. A fortnight prior, a battalion of 30,000 Marines had been stationed there, relentlessly exterminating zombies and ultimately establishing a secure base capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals. For the past 2 weeks, they had been fending off the relentless assaults of the undead in a synchronized effort with the headquarters in the Magic City. As dusk approached, a blue bolt of lightning darted along the high-voltage power lines into the city. Half an hour later, a towering giant, standing at 180 meters, arrived in pursuit. The electric creature, having depleted its internal power source, concealed itself within the city, while Gu Feng, with his Sharingan activated, also witnessed the electric flash vanish into the urban expanse. The threat posed by this electric mutated zombie was indeed formidable, as its intelligence level, akin to that of a 10-year-old child, was coupled with a strong desire for vengeance. The notion of not acting swiftly was utterly disconcerting. Who could say whether it might evolve into an unimaginable entity in the future? Beneath the dim sky, the streets of Jinling City were teeming with wandering zombies, save for the 500 acres of sanctuary safeguarded by the military. Upon pursuing into a residential area, the surroundings appeared particularly gloomy due to the power outage, marking the last location where the electric flash had been observed. Why a residential complex, one might wonder. Was it an illusion? Gu Feng dispelled the Susanoo and gently descended onto the rooftop of a tall building, listening to the ragged breaths and low growls emanating from the vicinity. Gu Feng leapt from the 30-meter-high rooftop to the ground, his body nearly concealed within the Kamui space, save for his feet upon landing. The sound of his descent attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, whose vision was severely impaired in the darkness, yet their hearing remained exceptionally acute. Upon hearing the noise of Gu Feng's landing, they surged toward him in a frenzy. Alas, for Gu Feng, who was phasing, no matter how many zombies approached, they would inevitably miss their target. However, the increasing number of zombies would obstruct his path. Observing the growing horde, Gu Feng slightly spread his arms, unleashing a wave of Chidori that sent over 20 zombies flying more than 10 meters away. As he strolled leisurely to the last known location of the electric anomaly, he found himself at the distribution box of the community, now reduced to mere scrap. With the innate perception of the Sage Mode and the keen observation of the Sharingan, the trail nonetheless came to an abrupt end. Was he truly deceived? Had what invaded this place merely been a flash of lightning, while the evolved aberration had long since made its escape? Such a level of intellect was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted, as an increasing horde of zombies closed in, their gaping maws poised to devour Gu Feng. He furrowed his brow, then leapt gracefully into the air, soaring 7 to 8 meters high, swiftly weaving hand signs. Sage art, great fireball technique. A blazing orb descended, incinerating over 30 zombies, transforming them into charred remains, while another 20 or so on the periphery were engulfed in flames, wailing in agony. This community housed over 8 or 9,000 souls, and the explosion of the fireball echoed resoundingly, drawing the attention of other zombies in the vicinity, who began converging towards the source of the sound. Gu Feng had no intention of eradicating the undead. With so many scattered across the globe, it was an impossible task. If he exhausted himself, what would happen when a formidable monster or another dreadful creature appeared? He would be utterly doomed. He swiftly activated his phasing ability, passing through the walls to seek refuge in one of the residential buildings. As for the zombies within, he would deal with them as a secondary task. Navigating through the 3rd floor of the building with ease due to his phasing prowess, Gu Feng effortlessly traversed walls and iron gates, entering various homes. Should he encounter a disheveled room, he would not hesitate to explore another. Eventually, upon reaching the 5th floor, he discovered a room that appeared relatively tidy. He exhaled softly, deciding to spend the night there, planning to investigate further come morning. However, he first needed to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within. After a thorough inspection of the corners, he found the room devoid of any presence. The refrigerator, however, still contained a fair amount of food, albeit much of it spoiled due to power loss. Had the owner of this house not returned since the outbreak began? Casting a glance at the wooden sofa in the living room, Gu Feng retrieved freshly laundered bedding from the wardrobe of the absent homeowner, laying it atop the sofa. Noticing the dimming daylight, he set up a precaution at the entrance. Should the door be forced open, it would create a noise, startling him from his slumber in the living room. This time, he refrained from using shadow clones. For when the clones separated from the main body, they inherited its state. Injuries to the main body would reflect upon the clones, and if he were fatigued, so too would they feel weary. Unfortunately, Gu Feng was not only physically injured from electrical shocks but also mentally drained. Chapter 80. Pursuit of the electric light mutant. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the sky gradually brightened, and sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hall. Gu Feng slowly awakened. After spending the night in a stranger's home, he felt rejuvenated. Utilizing his sage mode perception the previous night, he sensed that this community still harbored numerous survivors. However, Gu Feng was reluctant to interfere with the small groups that had already formed. Upon activating his sage mode and Sharingan once more, he continued along the path he had taken to pursue the electric light monster. Meanwhile, within the Jinling electric grid building, the electric light monster had long concealed its presence, continuing to absorb vast amounts of electricity. Although the connections between various regions had been severed, or the circuit breakers had been turned off by the evolved zombies endowed with intelligence, the city's power distribution facilities still contained a substantial reserve of electricity. At this moment, the electric light monster drained nearly a quarter of the available power, had it not feared an overdose that could lead to its demise. It would have absorbed every last bit without hesitation. For a creature immune to electric currents, the electric light monster had retaliated against Gu Feng after absorbing his Chidori, inflicting significant harm upon him. The immense discharge of electricity could not escape the keen perception of Gu Feng's Sharingan and natural abilities. As the electric light monster completed its absorption, it turned to find itself surrounded by a dozen identical clones of Gu Feng. With a furious roar, the electric light monster gathered several 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity in its hands. In a fit of rage, it lashed out, sending 5 electric whips, each carrying 100,000 volts, towards Gu Feng's shadow clones. The latter hastily attempted to evade the attack. However, the speed of the electric assault was astonishingly swift, and half of the clones were unable to escape in time, disintegrating into white smoke upon impact. The ground where the electric whips struck erupted in flames, causing several steel structures to fracture and crash downwards. The entire power distribution room echoed with the sound of falling steel, prompting the highly sensitive mutated zombies to instinctively cover their ears. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Feng's shadow clones surged forward, conjuring the pale blue orbs without the assistance of another clone. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasengan. 2 orbs, each the size of a basketball, collided with the electric light monster's body, compressing chakra that twisted and tore through the creature's front and rear. Although zombies possessed significantly greater physical capabilities than ordinary humans, a mere 4th-tier zombie was still insufficient to defy human understanding. At the very least, 4th-tier zombies could not withstand the might of a Barrett rifle or high-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Under the barrage of the 2 Rasengans, the electric light monster emitted anguished cries, its internal electricity erupting violently, piercing through 2 of Gu Feng's shadow clones and causing them to vanish into white smoke. Yet, the 2 large orbs remained intact upon its body. Ultimately, the Rasengans detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that created a crater with a 5-meter radius. A roar echoed forth. The creature, enveloped in black blood, glared menacingly at the remaining shadow clones. This fiend had employed a lightning strike against him just yesterday, only to be ensnared by its own trap. Today, it had resorted to yet another treacherous tactic, evoking his ire. Gazing upon the disheveled figure of the creature, Gu Feng remarked, "You have managed to evolve to the 4th tier in a mere 40 days, and as a variant of electrical anomalies, you are exceedingly perilous. If allowed to continue your development unchecked, you may become a formidable adversary in the future. Thus, today marks your end." Gu Feng pondered whether the zombie could comprehend his words. Although the evolution of zombies could yield intelligence, They had nearly transformed into an entirely different species, retaining their penchant for violence and raw flesh, while their capacity for language remained distinct from that of humans. Indeed, after Gu Feng uttered his statement, the creature remained unresponsive, its grotesque visage unchanged. A pause for idle chatter during battle seemed futile. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as two shadow clones materialized beside him, commencing their intricate hand signs. A spiraling orb gradually took shape, expanding to nearly a meter in radius. Sensing the imminent threat of the colossal sphere, the creature swiftly outstretched its arms to absorb electricity from the storage chamber, as two thick bolts of blue lightning surged toward it. In response, Gu Feng activated his divine might, relocating the energy storage device. Upon realizing that the source of electricity had vanished, the creature wore a bewildered expression, looking down to find Gu Feng smiling serenely at it, which incited another furious roar from the creature. Meanwhile, the upper shadow clones had completed the formation of the massive orb, an attack potent enough to conclude the skirmish. Senjutsu, Great Ball Rasengan. Gu Feng, having summoned the enormous sphere, launched his assault alongside several shadow clones. 7 or 8 clones charged forth, compelling the creature to divert its attention. The 2 clones above then leapt down, gripping the creature's arms tightly. Simultaneously, the clone that had perfected the Great Ball Rasengan propelled the orb downward, regardless of the creature's frantic attempts to electrocute the shadow clones. There were always more clones to reinforce the hold on it. In a mere 2 seconds, the Great Ball Rasengan descended, accompanied by a multitude of shadow clones. The attack crashed down upon the creature. As the last of the shadow clones were obliterated, the creature remained pinned beneath the orb. With a thunderous roar, the energy storage room reverberated, causing the entire power grid building to tremble. The explosion of the Great Ball Rasengan resulted in the immediate collapse of countless structures within the basement, reducing the distribution chamber to ruins. Time passed, and Gu Feng re-emerged from the debris of the basement, traversing the steel plates through his divine space. Utilizing the insight granted by his Sharingan and Sage Mode, he discerned that half of the creature's upper body had been obliterated beneath the rubble, yet a faint breath still lingered. Is it the evolved zombies that are difficult to kill, or the mutated species? Gu Feng's kaleidoscopic Sharingan subtly shifted, revealing a pale blue armor of energy. The second form of Susanoo. A sharp long katana materialized, plunging fiercely downward and stirring violently. Only when he confirmed that the zombie was devoid of life, its head completely severed and shattered, did Gu Feng retract Susanoo. Such a significant threat, with immense potential for growth, ought to be eliminated promptly. Although he himself posed a threat to a certain entity, as long as that being did not seek him out, he had the luxury of time to develop. After thoroughly dispatching the electric creature, Gu Feng departed from the Jinling electric grid building. Shortly thereafter, his figure slowly emerged atop a high-rise in Jinling. Chapter 81. The third activation of the system. When the military stationed in Jinling a month ago, they dispatched troops to various locations to rescue survivors, with hospitals and schools being their primary targets. After all, in the apocalypse, children and doctors represent the hope for the continuation of civilization. Therefore, wherever the military established a shelter, they would invariably search for surviving medical personnel. Schools followed closely in importance, and if anything surpassed these two, it would undoubtedly be the Academy of Sciences, where the most talent resided. The major hospitals in Jinling had long been emptied, leaving behind only some insignificant medications and medical equipment. With 60% of life globally mutated, the remaining 40% surely afforded many individuals a chance to breathe. Occasionally, a few rats scurried by, their eyes all a milky white, their mouths dripping with a mix of crimson blood and filth. One bite, and even the divine could not save you. The presence of these animal zombies rendered the streets perilous, and by nightfall, no one dared venture out. Even the military gathered supplies only in the light of day. The building, neglected for over a month, had begun to accumulate visible dust, with cobwebs forming in certain corners. All within just a month's time. According to a military report, 3 days prior, in the West Continent, the United States had resorted to nuclear weapons to annihilate its 2 cities most infested with zombies, UUS City and Rocky Mountain. 2 nuclear warheads directly eradicated 80 million zombies. Perhaps, including the living, they were counted among the undead. However, regarding this sudden, unheralded outbreak of zombies, humanity had spent a month in fruitless research. No vaccine proved effective. As if this virus were of extraterrestrial origin. Having discerned the current state of Jinling City, Gu Feng felt no inclination to linger further. He promptly activated the divine might to teleport back, as he harbored no powers of a savior. Su City. Upon returning from Jinling, Gu Feng immediately drew Lu Chanxian into the divine might space, leaving no one to know what transpired during those 3 hours. Every other day thereafter, Gu Feng would replace the person inside. For the following weeks, he scarcely ventured outside, instead lingering within the haven of the tavern. His days were spent either observing the girls clad in athletic shorts as they trained or seeking guidance from Tsunade on the ninjutsu archived by the Hidden Leaf Village. In the span of 10 days, he mastered several fire, earth, and water techniques from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consequently, he could effortlessly create fire, summon water, and erect barriers for protection, transforming himself into a veritable repository of resources. Upon entering Sage Mode, he clapped his hands, summoning the Earth-style, Earth Wall technique. Constructing natural barriers around the Wenyang Hotel, albeit less durable than concrete walls. This was of little concern. He could simply summon skilled workers to apply a layer of cement later. In addition to acquiring advanced ninjutsu, Gu Feng sought Tsunade's counsel regarding the secrets and insights behind Naruto's use of the Rasengan. After all, when Naruto first triumphed over Deidara with the Rasengan, it was Tsunade who had healed his arm. Upon hearing Gu Feng's intention to learn such a perilous technique, Tsunade revealed the details of what Naruto had described and the chakra flow she observed while treating his arm, leaving Gu Feng's comprehension to his own aptitude. However, for one capable of self-learning the Rasengan, grasping its advancement was merely a matter of time. During this period, Gu Feng discovered an intriguing aspect of the shadow clone technique. It could be employed not only for combat, but also to bring joy to others. He could simultaneously entertain multiple individuals without the concern of mess. As the clones were tangible without any liquid essence, otherwise, they would have bled profusely during combat. At last, after these weeks, the system signaled the commencement of its third activation period. The time of lost upheaval had elapsed for 2 months. 2 months was sufficient to incite considerable change. If anyone had harbored hope before, despair was now beginning to set in. In the absence of military presence, the darkness of humanity had erupted in full force. For a single packet of instant noodles, people would engage in a life-or-death struggle. For a loaf of bread, some women resorted to selling their bodies in exchange. Others, driven by hunger, resorted to murder to satiate their hunger with human flesh. Those who had previously cowered in shadowy corners, concerned that they would face reckoning should the military reclaim lost territories and restore order, now felt no reservations whatsoever. 2 months had passed without water, electricity, or internet. Standing in the corridor, one could see that not a single city was free from devastation, overrun with the undead. With no news and no sign of military presence for 2 months, who could endure such despair? Within the confines of the Sioux City Wenyang Tavern, as the system's voice resonated, Gu Feng fell into deep contemplation. Ding! The 30-day cycle has concluded. The dimensional lottery system is now reactivated. Ding! Please select one of the following realms for the lottery: Soul Reaper Realm, Pirate Realm, Attack on Titan Realm. Is there truly no Naruto Realm? Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. It was the power of the Naruto system that had allowed him to become a formidable leader over the past 2 months. As for Attack on Titan, summoning such beings seems futile, as they would likely be easily vanquished by firearms, not to mention the risk of those delicate, tender-skinned giants being torn apart by hordes of zombies. Regarding the Pirate Realm, Gu Feng was not a fan of pirates and had little understanding of it. However, the Soul Reaper Realm held a special place in his heart. It was one he had fervently followed alongside Naruto. Among the 3 great popular manga, aside from Naruto, Soul Reaper was Gu Feng's favorite. He promptly clicked on the Soul Reaper option. Beep. The host has chosen the Soul Reaper Realm. Beep. Please select 5 characters from the following 10 for the lottery. The first character is Rukia Kachiki. Gu Feng momentarily overlooked this option and turned to the second. Yuryu Ishida. A Quincy. It seemed his abilities could be quite useful, but Gu Feng was eager to continue his search. The third character is Yasutora Sato. In essence, he remained an ordinary human, with combat abilities akin to that of a mid-level ninja during the Espada arc. However, given his recent arm injury, he did not appear particularly formidable. The fourth character is Yuruchi Shihoin. As the head of one of the 4 noble families and a captain-level fighter, her spiritual pressure was such that ordinary humans would faint in her presence. When the Espada, Ulquiorra, and Grimmjow first arrived in the living world, their spiritual pressure was enough to incapacitate everyone in the park. Had Karakura Town not been altered by Kisuke Urahara and Mayuri Karatsuchi, it is likely that Aizen's attack would have been sufficient to wipe out an entire city. Chapter 82. Summoning Rukia Kachiki. The comparison between Soul Reapers and Naruto is that the former possesses a higher baseline. Even the most ordinary Soul Reaper can master Kido, binding techniques, destruction techniques, Shuinpa, and basic combat techniques, thereby surpassing all ordinary genin. Furthermore, according to the lore, a Soul Reaper is a spirit formed after death, who must cultivate immense spiritual pressure to become a Soul Reaper. In other words, they are already deceased. Consequently, conventional attacks are nearly ineffective against Soul Reapers, although natural chakra and certain magical attacks may pose a threat. Moreover, Soul Reapers can freely traverse the skies or fly, and their speed surpasses that of ninjas lacking space-time ninjutsu, indicating that the baseline for Soul Reapers is higher than that of Naruto. In terms of upper limits, Naruto has the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and the powers of the Six Paths. The Six Paths power, as described in the original work, is the true sage's strength, capable of sealing Kagaya's moon, representing the ability to create celestial bodies within the Naruto universe. From a destructive perspective, Naruto's later stages exhibit far greater devastation than that of Soul Reapers, yet the lore suggests that the power of Soul Reapers exceeds that of Naruto. However, due to certain inconsistencies in the portrayal of Soul Reapers, defining their upper limits becomes challenging. For now, one might consider ordinary captain-level Soul Reapers as equivalent to shadow-level ninjas, while elite captains could be likened to super shadow-level ninjas. Uruchi Shihuen, an elite captain renowned for her unparalleled speed and close-quarters combat, is often referred to as the God of Flash. Were she to be summoned, she would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional ally of the highest caliber, capable of contending with formidable foes even without employing her Bankai. One wonders whether her reluctance to utilize her Bankai stems from its absence or perhaps a sense of modesty. Should one choose to summon such a powerful being? Curiously, she possesses dark skin. Nevertheless, let us peruse the subsequent options. The fifth character is Kisuke Urahara, an individual of significant influence who played a pivotal role in the early narrative of Bleach. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Feng clicked to acquire him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Urahara Kisuke character card for 30 days. Huh? It is not a permanent card? Gu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet securing an elite captain-level character for 30 days is still a considerable boon. A silver card materialized in his hand, depicting a middle-aged man clad in a green garb. Turning to the sixth character, he found Renji Aburai, a vice-captain whose combat prowess is merely adequate. Onward to the next. The seventh character is Byakuya Kachiki. Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, instinctively reaching to select him, but he restrained himself. If there were anything that could lure Byakuya, it would surely be his dearly cherished sister. With this thought, Gu Feng continued his exploration. The eighth character is Orihime Inoue, endowed with the power of rejecting the divine. Regardless of the strength of an attack, she can negate it once, making her an invaluable healer. Gu Feng swallowed hard, aware that in this world, such a savior is rare. The ninth character is Isshin Kurosaki, a former captain wielding a fire element Zanpakuto. However, it appears that the powers of a Soul Reaper can only be awakened through Ichigo Kurosaki. Finally, the 10th character is Tetsuzeman Ibe, captain of the Kid Corps. After reviewing all the characters, Gu Feng's gaze returned to the first, Rukia Kachiki, the initial character who bestowed the Soul Reaper powers upon Ichigo Kurosaki, marking the commencement of the narrative. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent character card for Rukia Kachiki. Oh, what an unexpected stroke of fortune to have drawn a permanent character card. Initially, even a 7-day card would have sufficed. As long as it was presented to Byakuya, he would likely respond, fulfilling Gu Feng's intentions. However, a permanent card is a delightful surprise. Gazing at the golden card now in his hand, Gu Feng calmly uttered the command to use it. The golden card shattered, and a petite woman clad in the black garb of a Soul Reaper gradually materialized. Observing her unfamiliar surroundings, Rukia displayed a look of confusion. Where am I? Is this the human world? Not quite. This is not the human world you are familiar with, Gu Feng explained. Wait, there seems to be a strong spiritual presence here. But it is not the same as the soul societies. Why is there no trace of Hollows? Rukia pondered aloud, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me speaking to you? Gu Feng prodded her gently in the back. This action startled Rukia, causing her hair to stand on end as she instinctively took a couple of steps back, her expression betraying her anxiety as she fixed her gaze on Gu Feng. Why, you can see me? She stammered. Ah, So it is this sort of trick, Gu Feng replied with a smile. Not only can I see you, but I can also command you. Humph, how could that be possible? You are merely a human, Rukia retorted, skepticism etched across her face. Rukia, I command you to come here and gently nestle in my embrace, Gu Feng said with a mischievous grin, confidently opening his arms. In the next moment, Rukia's body moved uncontrollably toward Gu Feng, leaning into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly greeted, Hi, master. Realizing what had transpired, Rukia's expression shifted to one of shock. What is happening? Is this an illusion? How infuriating. When did this occur? Gu Feng, with satisfaction, ruffled Rukia's hair and replied, This is not an illusion. Rather, we have entered into a master-servant agreement through a powerful force. You will be compelled to follow my commands and cannot harbor any hostility toward me. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. Rukia shouted, her face a canvas of defiance. Oh really? Do you remember how you arrived here? Gu Feng said, playfully pushing aside the petite woman, a smirk dancing on his lips. I recall being killed by the Espada and then entering a mysterious space. Could it be? Rukia's shock deepened. Yes, exactly that. So, do you understand? Gu Feng's smile held a hint of mystery. How infuriating. However, you best not entertain any strange thoughts. While I may be bound to you, I still possess my own identity, Rukia declared defiantly. Fine, I understand. Just stay by my side. I wonder if anyone else besides me can see you, Gu Feng remarked, a smile persistently gracing his lips. Stay by your side? Is there any hollow here? What can I do? Rukia questioned, perplexed. Who said that the enemies of Soul Reapers must be hollows? Regardless, you will do whatever I command you to do when the time comes. Now, come sit here. Gu Feng beckoned, patting the bed where he sat. Understood. Rukia's face tinged with pink as she slowly took a seat beside Gu Feng, though it appeared she could not see the system's interface, remaining still in her posture, struggling to suppress his smile. Gu Feng turned his attention to the system panel and tapped on the character of Byakuya Kachiki. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a permanent character card, Byakuya Kachiki. Having just spent a permanent card, the arrival of another caused Gu Feng's smile to widen uncontrollably. With Rukia and Byakuya now in his possession, his position felt remarkably secure. However, he still pondered the extent of the powers held by those in the cosmos. If the next draw yielded a Dragon Ball universe, fear would be unnecessary, for they could easily annihilate Blue Star. With 2 opportunities remaining, he wondered if this time an additional reward would be granted. In the 4th lottery, Gu Feng focused his chances on Inoue Oraheim. Although there was no trace of Ichigo Kurosaki, perhaps the presence of Rukia Kachiki could attract Oraheim. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a permanent character card, Inoue Oraheim. Here it comes. Watching the golden light converge in his hand, gradually forming a resplendent card, Gu Feng disregarded Rukia's astonished expression, rising from his bed to shout towards the ceiling. Having exhausted 4 chances, he secured 30 days with Urahara Kisuke and permanent cards for the Kachiki siblings and Inoue Oraheim. The remaining options seemed inconsequential. Chad, Yuryu, captain of the Kido Corps, Yuruchi, Rinji, and Isshin Kurosaki. These 6 could easily allow 3 to be eliminated, leaving only Isshin, Yuruchi, and the captain of the Kido Corps. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Feng decided to dismiss Isshin, leaving him with Yuruchi and the captain. The former was a master of close combat, while the latter excelled in long-range attacks. Chapter 83, Byakuya and Yuruchi. However, considering that the captain's Kido was inferior to Aizen's, Gu Feng's interest waned. After all, their levels were comparable. At least Yuruchi held greater value. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a permanent character card, Shihun Yuruchi. Huh? Another permanent? 1 or 2 could be understood. But this time 4 permanents appeared, causing Gu Feng to grow suspicious. System, could you provide an explanation? Gu Feng inquired, brow furrowed. Ding. Perhaps it is due to the host's fortunate luck. Nonsense. I've never won a lottery, and now I hit 4 times. I can hardly believe it myself. System. Are you perhaps plotting against me? Gu Feng was suddenly beset by chaotic thoughts. Was he being manipulated? No. It seemed from the beginning that it was stated he was indeed being used to ultimately defeat a formidable enemy pursuing the system. Arriving in this zombie world without consent meant he wouldn't be the person he was now. How infuriating. So why was the system still withholding information from him? Ding. Host, do not overthink. This system requires a monthly consumption to adequately restore energy, which is why the characters the host desires are delivered all at once. Gu Feng was taken aback. So, you mean to say that I could have initiated this process again without waiting a month? The month was merely a ruse to deceive me? Ding. Host, you are overthinking again. Initially, I sensed the chaotic energy of this world. Hence, I thought it would take a month to recover. Little did I expect, your frequent usage of Sage Mode absorbed a substantial amount of natural energy. This system merely assisted in digesting some of that. Thus, the recovery time diminished, and seeing your enthusiasm for a monthly cycle, I simply defaulted to that occurrence. So, that was it. No wonder I wondered why I could absorb so much natural chakra, yet it seemed depleted so quickly. Besides this, there must be other reasons. Like defeating zombies, Gu Feng remarked with self-deprecation. Ding. The host is indeed clever. The zombies he eliminates release a substantial amount of energy, which then becomes nourishment for this system. All right, I understand, Gu Feng remarked, a relieved smile crossing his face. It appears that this system exploits the host while withholding far too much. It seems necessary to find a way to keep the system at bay in the future. However, what methods might exist to guard against the system? No reaction was discernible on Gu Feng's smiling visage, and his mind was void of thoughts. Ding. Thus concludes this round of the lottery, host. We shall meet again next month. Is there no additional reward this time? Gu Feng inquired, disappointment etched on his features. Ding. If the host insists, this system could provide one. However, given your current strength, isn't it already more than sufficient to handle those zombies? Gu Feng's disappointment transformed into a smile. The system's reasoning was indeed valid. Then, the system's voice abruptly ceased. Gu Feng retracted his smile. Realizing that relying on the system's strength to grow stronger was ultimately not a viable solution. But how could a mere mortal flesh and blood being enhance their abilities? Suddenly, a thought flickered in Gu Feng's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Perhaps that way of becoming stronger could indeed thwart the system. But it would undoubtedly be discovered by it. Suppressing that thought, Gu Feng examined the card in his hand. Beside him, Rukia cast a puzzled glance, questioning the utility of holding a card. Use it, Gu Feng's voice came forth, devoid of emotion. In an instant, a golden card shattered, transforming into a girl clad in a short skirt with flowing orange hair, her flawless legs elegantly displayed, her figure perfectly shaped. Alas, she was merely a product conjured by the system. Hey, how did I end up here? I distinctly remember being brought to Hueco Mundo, Inoue Oraheim said, bewildered as she surveyed the hotel room. Inoue, how did you come to be here? Have you also perished? Rukia exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Oraheim's arrival. Gu Feng gently rubbed his forehead, recounting the situation. It turned out that Inoue had not died to arrive here. Rather, she was suddenly transported at a crucial moment during the battle against the Espada. She had already begun to adeptly wield Shun Shun Rika, though she was not yet as proficient as during the Blood War arc. Once Hirahara Kasuka emerged after 30 days, he could provide her with further guidance. So that is how it is, Oraheim murmured, her head bowed in melancholy. She realized she would never see Ichigo again, and this world seemed fraught with peril. Do not worry. Perhaps in the future, once we discover a means to alter this world, you may return, Gu Feng replied, shaking his head slightly. He then used the third character card in his possession. A tall and imposing figure gradually materialized. Rukia's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother? The newcomer was none other than Byakuya Kichiki, his expression calm and collected, merely casting a brief glance around before withdrawing his gaze. Ultimately, the gaze settled upon Gu Feng. In the future, do not allow my sister to engage in battle. If there are enemies you wish to eliminate, allow me to handle them. Do you understand? Oh, how straightforward this one is. A plethora of rhetoric suddenly became useless. Understood, Gu Feng replied with a faint smile. Indeed. Kubo Byakuya nodded slightly and then stood aside, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. How pretentious, yet it seems that most characters from the Soul Society carry an air of superiority. Producing the last permanent card, Gu Feng recited the incantation, and the card shattered, transforming into a figure. A woman with dark skin and an alluring figure slowly materialized. At the moment she appeared, Byakuya, who had been meditating, involuntarily opened his eyes, surprised that even she had come. Could this be some indication from the Soul Society? Oh, Byakuya, you're here too. The newly appeared Yoruichi remarked, wrapping her arms around herself and surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Byakuya averted his gaze, disinterested in her presence. Noticing Byakuya's indifference, Yoruichi whimsically pinched Rukia's cheek, teasing, look at your aloof brother. You mustn't emulate him. Byakuya remained unfazed, likely accustomed to the woman's playful provocations and unwilling to engage. Eventually, Yoruichi turned her attention to Gu Feng and, with a hint of curiosity, questioned, Are you certain you possess the power to command us, both captains? Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Gu Feng's forehead, yet he smiled lightly and replied, I shall give it a try. Byakuya slightly opened his eyes to regard Gu Feng, while Yoruichi's interest peaked instantly. Yoruichi, I command you to draw forth your Zanpakuto, Gu Feng said with a gentle grin. Upon receiving the command, Yoruichi instinctively produced her short blade. Once she regained her senses, astonishment flooded her face. She had obediently complied. Gu Feng's mouth opened in excitement. But recalling that they were not in the Soul Society, he suppressed his inner thoughts. If I commanded you to relinquish all your Shinigami powers, akin to how Rukia once did with Ichigo, do you think you could resist? At this, Yoruichi displayed a look of shock. This individual was indeed calculating. Do you aspire to become a Shinigami? Yoruichi inquired. As long as I can grow stronger, I care not for the source of that power. Not taking your Shinigami powers immediately merely indicates that I have someone better suited for the role, Gu Feng replied with a smile. Who? Yoruichi instinctively glanced at Kachiki Rukia. Kachiki Byakuya furrowed his brow, finding himself unable to draw his sword, devoid of even a trace of hostility. How vexing. What was the meaning of this? Was he incapable of attacking that man? What are you all staring at me for? Kachiki Rukia exclaimed, bewildered. Surely, after just bestowing Ichigo with Shinigami powers, she had committed a grave mistake. To do so again would likely lead to her execution. Fear not, it is not her. Her modest spiritual pressure does not interest me. Gu Feng alleviated their concerns. What he sought was the death god's power of Kiraka Shunsui, yet that individual possessed only 30 days of usage rights. After utilizing it for 29 days, he would then drive a blade into himself to absorb the entirety of the death goddess power. As for the creation of a Zanpakuto, that would depend on the whims of fate. Upon hearing this, Byakuya secretly exhaled in relief, while Rukia regarded Gu Feng with heightened vigilance. When Yoruichi noticed that Gu Feng had no further instructions, she sheathed her Zanpakuto, although in no way understood their conversation. He was perplexed and wore a constant expression of surprise and awkward laughter. Enough, you are all aware of the general matters at hand. Do not act without my command. And remember, as death gods, you are capable of subsisting without food or drink, are you not? Gu Feng inquired, prompting a faint smile from Yoruichi and a subtle nod from Byakuya. Next, it was merely a matter of arranging accommodations for them. Any enemies that needed to be dealt with could be dispatched directly, thus sparing him the trouble of running about. However, as a human, Inoue still needed to remain by his side. There are enemies approaching, Byakuya stated calmly. What? Enemies? Where? How am I unaware of this? Yet upon observing the grave expressions on Byakuya and Yoruichi's faces, Gu Feng sensed they were not deceiving him. He swiftly activated Sage Mode along with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Placing himself in a state of intangibility, a subconscious survival tactic honed through countless battles against zombies. Upon entering Sage Mode, he indeed detected an object hovering above the tavern. Go, eliminate it. Although Gu Feng was oblivious to the identity of the enemy, he understood that it must be dealt with. The creature had rushed towards them as soon as the two captains appeared, yet what had it sensed? Upon hearing the command, Byakuya and Yoruichi vanished from their positions, executing a Shuinpa that took them from within the tavern to the outside, suspended in the air as if standing on solid ground rather than the empty void below. Observing their rapid departure, Gu Feng swiftly absorbed Oraheim into his Kamui space. He then turned to Rukia and said, let us go take a look. Rukia nodded gravely. In the next moment, their figures vanished from sight. On the rooftop of the Wenxianshan Hotel, Gu Feng's silhouette gradually materialized, followed a second later by Rukia's arrival. The two stood atop the building, gazing upward. Above them, a colossal insectoid life form with 6 limbs descended slowly, its massive body measuring at least 30 to 40 meters in length. What an extraordinary fluctuation of dark matter. It resembles a psychic entity yet is assessed as a threat by the heavens. A mechanical voice, speaking in Mandarin, emanated from atop the enormous creature. Huh? A threat? Is it merely Byakuya and Yoruichi that instill such fear in those beings? Surely, that is rather weak, Gu Feng mused, a smile creeping upon his face. Do not misunderstand. The threat I refer to is the technology capable of producing such entities, which is you, humans. The mechanical voice resounded once more, causing Gu Feng's pupils to constrict involuntarily. Curse it, the summoning of the entity has been discovered? Have I already been targeted? Eliminated. Gu Feng commanded without hesitation. At his orders, Baizai and Yoruichi simultaneously vanished from their position, reappearing above the colossal insectoid form. Baizai drew his blade and struck downwards, while Yoruichi unleashed a kick imbued with electricity. A thunderous sound erupted, followed by an explosion of flames illuminating the massive creature. Even if you destroy me, it would be futile. I am merely a toy. You may refer to me as tester number 3. The information has long been transmitted back to the mothership, and soon it will commence the second phase of experimentation on this life-sustaining star system, the mechanical voice stated with chilling detachment. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. He recalled that the reborn individual had once mentioned to those he imprisoned that the second phase of the apocalypse would entail extreme cold, capable of blanketing an entire planet in prolonged frigid weather. It seems that the alien civilization responsible for transforming this realm into a zombie-infested world is formidable. Thus, is communication with you entirely futile? Gu Feng inquired, his brow still creased. Above him, Bai Zai and Yoruichi continued their relentless assault. The entity had mastered the communication methods and language of this planet in merely 3 seconds, regarding your kind, living within an oxygen-rich environment, as nothing more than insects. Existing from birth to death in a cycle of oxidation, their bodies a constant proliferation of refuse until their inevitable demise. Life forms such as yours, in the presence of the magnificent Kaiser star, are merely the dirtiest of pests. Even the oxygen upon which you depend is, to us, a repugnant poison. Listening to the machine's words, Gu Feng appeared quite displeased. Thus, the initial outbreak of zombies on this planet was merely an experiment conducted by extraterrestrial beings. Indifferent to your opinions. You too, are you slacking off? I have commanded you to eliminate it. Gu Feng shouted at Bai Zai and Yoruichi. Are you certain, little one? If we both unleash our spiritual pressure, perhaps you will remain unscathed, but the humans within the building beneath you may not endure such a force. Yoruichi responded amidst her attacks. This is true. Although some manifestations of the Shinigami may seem to merely damage a few buildings and walls, the settings of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, Hell, and the Royal Palace are fundamentally designed to exceed human capacities. Then provide me cover. Allow me to take the lead. With that, Gu Feng activated his Sage Mode and his Sharingan, his gaze piercing, as a suit of Tengu armor enveloped him swiftly, transforming him into a towering blue giant over 100 meters tall. With his colossal blade poised upwards, he struck down upon the 6-limbed behemoth. The resounding clash of steel reverberated, waking the survivors in the hotel as they returned to their rooms in the dead of night. The immense insectoid form was launched hundreds of meters into the air. Though it was not cleaved in two, it was left in a severely damaged state. The massive iron box, propelled several hundred meters high, bore a deep gash, revealing within it a 5-meter-tall beetle monstrosity. Unlike the previous encounter, which featured a beetle reminiscent of a longhorn, this time the grotesque insect bore an uncanny resemblance to a dung beetle, regardless of the type. Each beetle was adorned with sharp, backward-facing spines and possessed limbs equipped with claws and hooks as fierce as steel. Thus, one might ponder, does this signify a member of the insect race, or are they merely servants of that civilization, or as they would have it, toys? Chapter 85. Another insect monster observing the creature's form, Yoruichi remarked with intrigue, it bears a striking resemblance to the Scatter, Senbonzakura. On the other side, Byakuya, uninterested in idle chatter, received a directive to eliminate the creature, having failed to breach its defenses previously. He could not afford to let this opportunity for a first kill slip away. As the blade descended, it transformed into countless cherry blossom petals, each petal morphing into a sharp blade that enveloped the dung beetle monster. Despite the relentless assault, the creature's defenses held firm. Byakuya frowned, seizing a moment amidst the petal's attack. He swiftly positioned himself above the insect monster and pointed a finger at its head. Oblivious to the threat looming above, the beetle was ensnared by the petals. They could know. 4. Byakurai. A beam of white light emanated from his fingertip, piercing through the creature's cranium. The dung beetle monster convulsed violently, its limbs, armed with razor-sharp claws, flailed toward Byakuya, yet the motions appeared agonizingly sluggish. He effortlessly evaded the assault. Armor. The beetle attempted a final struggle, but in the next instant, a multitude of petals vanished, and a figure darted past the insect monster. The sharp blade struck the beetle's most vulnerable point, its neck. Green blood splattered as the creature, already gravely injured, succumbed to its wounds, its body devoid of life. Nevertheless, it made one last desperate attempt to reach for Byakuya with its 6 limbs, each ending in lethal hooks. However, it was far too late. After delivering the fatal strike, Byakuya mercilessly withdrew his blade and instantly vanished from sight. He reappeared in the air, 20 meters away, gradually retracting his weapon. These insect monsters were rather weak compared to those endowed with supernatural abilities. A mere ordinary person would likely struggle against them. The lifeless beetle, alongside a massive insectoid steel object, plummeted to the ground, caught in Gu Feng's Susanoo, which he gently set down. Had such a heavy object fallen from several hundred meters, it could have wreaked havoc upon the ground below. Upon hearing the commotion, many in the hotel either peered through the windows or ventured outside to the first floor, with at least a third of the patrons witnessing the unfolding situation. Once the enemy was vanquished, Gu Feng promptly dispelled his Susanoo. With the battle concluded, the curious survivors gathered around, eager to behold the creature that had been felled by their lord. Moreover, the girl with the orange hair who appeared beside Gu Feng truly exemplifies the lord's remarkable fortune with the ladies, as beautiful women frequently grace his presence. Among the remaining 3 Soul Reapers, only Yoruichi is visible, while Byakuya and Rukia, clad in their Soul Reaper garb, remain unseen by ordinary mortals. However, in the darkness of night, and given Yoruichi's dusky complexion, they certainly do not perceive her as a beauty comparable to Inoue Orihime. While ordinary individuals may be oblivious, those endowed with chakra, such as Tsunade and Su Nuashi, are capable of seeing her. Gu Feng, who is utterly perplexed by this technological phenomenon, merely glanced at it a few times before succumbing to a headache and decided against further observation. He resolved to send it to the magical metropolis the following day, allowing the military personnel to conduct their own research. After dispersing the well-meaning survivors, Gu Feng vanished from the spot, departing with the 3 Soul Reapers and Inoue Orihime. After arranging accommodations for the 4, he succumbed to slumber. With the assistance of the Soul Reapers and the power of the Hokage, although he may not achieve the pinnacle of strength, his ability to ensure his own safety on Blue Star is certainly assured. The night passed without incident. At dawn the following day, Gu Feng awoke early. He set out with Byakuya and Yoruichi, having learned from previous encounters that unexpected situations could arise. This time, he brought his allies along, alleviating concerns about depleting his chakra in the face of potential dangers. At the safe base in the magical metropolis, it has been 2 months since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, yet research on vaccines has yielded no progress. Moreover, these zombies appear to possess the capacity to evolve and grow increasingly formidable. A month ago, there was a considerable number of first-tier zombies, but now, sightings of them have dwindled, with the weakest now being second-tier zombies that possess the intelligence of a 3-year-old child capable of playing hide-and-seek. Furthermore, the physical resilience of second-tier zombies is 2 to 3 times greater than that of their first-tier counterparts. Standard handguns can no longer inflict fatal damage, and even headshots from rifles require 5 or 6 rounds. Compounding the issue, zombies appear in swarms. By the time one manages to dispatch a zombie with 5 or 6 bullets, dozens more have already pounced upon you. The use of large-scale weaponry would result in the obliteration of the surrounding city infrastructure, further exacerbating humanity's plight. Moreover, with the safe base housing over 200,000 to 300,000 individuals, the military's food reserves are dwindling, and the animals raised for sustenance could mutate at any moment. While cultivating vegetables necessitates vast tracts of farmland, the entire magical metropolis base finds itself teetering on the brink of collapse. As survivors receive diminishing food rations, discontent begins to simmer, and some desperate individuals form gangs to seize other supplies. In just a few days, the base has witnessed not only deaths from starvation and thirst, but also survivors being brutally killed. It seems that before long, internal chaos will erupt, even before external enemies breach their defenses. Such circumstances are not confined to the magical metropolis safe base. Similar situations prevail in the imperial capital, Hanwu City, as well as in the southern region of Huizhou and the northern territory of Sandong. Those private sanctuaries, devoid of military presence or governmental oversight, have long since devolved into the darkest corners of humanity. The scenery here has transformed completely since Gu Feng's last visit. The incursion of feral zombies has led to numerous skirmishes in the alleys, and a layer of dust now coats the outer walls of many buildings, rendering them even more dilapidated. In the eastern district of the Magic City security base, beneath the Tangren Company building, the scarcity of resources in this post-apocalyptic world has left the surroundings resembling a wasteland, despite the towering structures still standing. At the entrance of the company, a banner and a notice board announce the trading of food for female entertainers. As countless passers-by stroll by, they cannot help but murmur amongst themselves, 10 kilograms for a movie star? Why not just seize one? With 10 kilograms of food, they would surely crawl over to worship me, right? Why would I need to trade? Another voice chimed in, But how could one trade? They are living beings, after all. Will they heed our commands? Is that even possible? After expressing his thoughts, an older gentleman sighed, shook his head, and departed. Alas, life is becoming increasingly arduous. The military's rations are dwindling, and who knows when they will run out. At that point, with over 10,000 people in our base without supplies, we may not need to wait for zombies to arrive. We could starve to death. A middle-aged man could not help but add. Just then, a colossal figure swept across the sky, startling everyone into looking up. Chapter 86, Stars Reduced to Commodities. Gu Feng has returned to the Magic City, accompanied by the slain insects. Within the headquarters of the Magic City security base, several military leaders, introduced by Chen Sun, learned that the superhuman who has recently been active in Sioux City and the Magic City is the young man before them, Gu Feng. Although there are cinematic works of fantasy and science fiction in this world, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse has persisted for 2 months without any reports of awakened abilities or superhumans. Initially skeptical, the military leaders, who were inclined towards superstition, began to reconsider upon witnessing Gu Feng and his companions, Bai Zai and Yi. Perhaps the awakening of extraordinary powers truly exists, albeit this knowledge may reside solely with Gu Feng. This time, Gu Feng not only left behind the slain beetles but also arranged for Yi to occupy a separate room. When formidable adversaries emerged, Yi would be tasked with confronting them. Upon witnessing Gu Feng's miraculous abilities, Brigade Commander Liang Kaiwan, responsible for managing the Northern District, shyly broached the subject of resources. Gu Feng held deep admiration for these soldiers who had managed to maintain order for 2 months in the apocalypse. However, he was unwilling to gather food to sustain a group of unrelated individuals. Yet, he could not simply stand by and watch humanity's demise unfold. In other words, Gu Feng's ambition is to protect this world if it is his own, if it is not his planet and not his people. What right does he have to provide shelter? Naturally, such thoughts were not something Gu Feng would voice at this moment. He intended to wait until he had transcended to the realm of the Dragon Balls, or even higher dimensions, before revealing his newfound strength. After leaving Night One at the eastern shelter of Magic City, Gu Feng chose not to engage further with the elderly gentlemen who were forever scheming to impose their glory upon him. This was the Summer Federation, not his Dragon Republic. Here, he had no ancestors, nor family ties. The Federation's military existed solely for warfare. As for the so-called security and order of the shelter, it was likely motivated by a desire to prevent humanity from perishing in the face of such cataclysmic disasters. Perhaps many among them were affluent individuals or had connections to the military. Consequently, those escorted to the safe base were predominantly from wealthy families or were skilled technicians from the pre-apocalyptic era. Wandering through the streets of Magic City, Gu Feng raised an eyebrow at the sight of a building not far away. 10 pounds of grain for a celebrity, was it? In an instant, he crossed the threshold and arrived at the lobby of Tang Ren Company on the first floor. The guards, startled by his sudden appearance, instinctively brandished their wooden clubs in alarm. Who are you? What do you want? Gu Feng surveyed them with a faint smile. Where is your boss? I come to discuss business. One of the guards instinctively pointed upwards, 8th floor. Gu Feng raised his hand, and a pack of sandwiches materialized from the goddess space, which he tossed to the guard. Thank you. After the guard caught the sandwich, he looked up again, only to find Gu Feng had vanished, leaving him questioning whether he had just experienced an illusion, though the sandwich in his hand was undeniably real. The others looked on enviously, nearly tempted to seize the opportunity. On the 8th floor of Tang Ren Company, though over 3 months had passed since the apocalypse, the situation at the Magic City safe base, bolstered by military presence, was significantly better than that of any survivor enclave. However, with a burgeoning population and dwindling daily rations, the allocation of supplies had become increasingly meager. In the past week, the military officials had ceased distributing food to the inhabitants of the safe base. Perhaps they did not realize that this calamity was not a fleeting challenge. It began with the mutation of humans and various creatures, making it difficult for firearms to target airborne mutated species. As time progressed, the mutations evolved, and the zombies became increasingly formidable. The military's ability to ensure their own survival was already commendable. Attempting to manage the powerless civilians would only lead to the degradation of the entire base. Thus, the affluent, having lost their food supply, disregarded any semblance of camaraderie. Capturing those entertainers who had signed exorbitant breach of contract penalties, celebrities in the eyes of the common folk, to serve as a last line of defense. However, If there were any who had stockpiled reserves, these magnates would prefer not to hastily forsake their humanity. In the hall of the 8th floor of Tangren Entertainment Company, clusters of once beautiful and handsome stars were gathered, sleeping on makeshift bedding, surrounded by various clutter. While suited henchmen armed with knives and clubs periodically entered to tally the number present. Due to hunger and lack of water, these once lofty stars now appeared disheveled and unkempt. A vortex materialized, revealing Gu Feng, clad in black sports attire, startling the group of male and female artists who had been crouching on the ground into a chorus of screams. The commotion attracted the attention of the external guards, who rushed in, only to find a throng of artists gazing at Gu Feng with expressions of sheer terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Upon recognizing the man in black, Li Naza was the first to react, exclaiming, "A superpower user." This declaration immediately piqued the interest of the others. The term superpower user had been vaguely mentioned before, but within the entire Magic City base, and even in connection with other bases, there had been no concrete evidence of their existence. Thus, many dismissed it as mere entertainment gossip amidst the apocalypse. Gu Feng regarded the guards who had rushed in, his originally black and white eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, adorned with 3 swirling tomo. The 7 or 8 guards who had barged in were instantly entranced. After ensnaring them in an illusion, Gu Feng turned his attention back to the crowd, his gaze shifting from astonishment to one reminiscent of a connoisseur selecting fine goods. Ultimately, he extended his finger, pointing towards 4 women in the group: Li Naza, Lu Shishir, Tang Yin, and another woman, emaciated yet possessing striking bone structure, named Tang Ranqi. The 4 women, bewildered by his sudden appearance and the mysterious method he employed to immobilize the guards, felt a profound unease as he directed his attention towards them. "You 4, he stated, "if you wish to avoid lingering here in decay and foulness, and potentially losing your lives at any moment, I suggest you rise and accompany me. I will lead you to a place where you can eat your fill and find warmth." A gentle smile graced Gu Feng's face as he extended his hand towards the 4 destitute women. The 4 were momentarily taken aback. Yet even a glimmer of hope compelled them not to remain in this dire situation. Their boss had warned them that the substantial breach of contract fees they owed would be repaid in flesh if they could not settle their debts. In other words, if no one came to barter for them, they might become food themselves. However, before the 4 could respond, 2 male artists rushed forward, clutching Gu Feng's leg. "Big brother, please save me. I don't want to stay here any longer." Yet, Gu Feng merely glanced at them, and like the guards before them, the 2 men fell into a stupor, wearing blissful smiles. "Well then, time is of the essence. Have you made your decision?" Gu Feng inquired, his expression still warm as he looked at the 4 women. Chapter 87. The conclusion. Li Naza felt as though she had heard a celestial melody and dashed forward. However, due to prolonged malnutrition, she stumbled as she emerged, collapsing before Gu Feng. "I recognize you. You are the superpower user. Please, accept me. I am willing to do anything," the woman pleaded, tugging at Gu Feng's pant leg. Gu Feng cast a glance at the woman beneath him, gently patting her shoulder to reassure her. Before addressing the crowd, "Is there anyone else who wishes to accompany me?" The troupe of performers, upon hearing his words, finally reacted, converging towards Gu Feng with fervor. "Take me with you. I can be of great assistance," one exclaimed. "And me. I haven't tasted meat in days," another lamented. As Gu Feng found himself surrounded by a dozen performers, some tugging at their garments in desperation, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. His aura shifted, unleashing a formidable chakra that swept the performers aside. The once celebrated stars now gazed at Gu Feng with expressions of terror and disbelief, realizing that he was indeed a being of extraordinary powers. Yet, stripped of their former glory, they could make no demands of him, only beseech him for salvation, even if it meant acknowledging their diminished worth. Observing the varied expressions of the artists, Gu Feng retrieved 5 barrels of water, 5 bags of rice, and some less than fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits from the realm of divine might, stacking them neatly in the corner of the room. The miraculous scene left everyone astounded. Gu Feng, as if selecting items from a market, calmly chose 3 female stars and departed with them into the realm of divine might. In the spacious room, once Gu Feng had left, the black-clad enforcers regained their senses. Witnessing the performers' frantic scramble for something, they promptly picked up their clubs and resumed their duties. Eventually, the owner of Tangren Company arrived at the scene. With the provisions secured, it seemed they would last for half a year. However, if distributed, they might barely suffice for a month. The owner sighed, gesturing for his secretary, who promptly understood and went to take care of matters. Those who had lost their value had no reason to remain with the company. After bringing back 4 female stars, Gu Feng returned to his stronghold in Sioux City. In the days that followed, he reveled in nightly celebrations with the enchanting women. Meanwhile, his shadow clones ventured out daily to eradicate the zombies within Sioux City and began restoring production and construction throughout the area. A year later, Gu Feng acquired the powers of the Dragon Ball universe and mastered the strength of Super Saiyan 4, finally preparing to confront the extraterrestrial threats targeting Blue Star. 2 years later, having completed his training, Gu Feng led a coalition of superpowered individuals in a counteroffensive against the insectoid forces threatening Blue Star. However, just as he believed the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, the system began to detach and materialize, stripping him of all the powers and abilities he had acquired. Having anticipated the system's betrayal, Gu Feng revealed his trump cards, for he often operated independently of the system. Skills such as the Rasengan, the Death Goddess power obtained through Pu Yuan, and the combat prowess cultivated through diligent training with Son Goku were all part of his arsenal. He reclaimed the powers of Naruto and the Death God, as well as the energy manipulation of Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, he faced adversaries from various realms, including Aizen's illusions, Vegeta's relentless ambition, and Broly's treachery. In addition to Saitama, Sun Wukong, and Superman, the Alliance of Justice faced a formidable challenge. The system, overwhelmed by their presence, promptly returned these eternal figures to their respective realms. However, before their departure, each individual either transferred all their power to Gu Feng or bestowed a portion of it upon him, ultimately enabling Gu Feng to triumph over the manifested system. It can be posited that the system was, in fact, the remnant of a deceased traveler who had acquired extraordinary powers through the ability to traverse dimensions. Upon reaching a higher realm, this individual was met with an untimely demise, leaving only their soul to escape. Disguised as a system to approach Gu Feng, the entity ultimately failed to fully restore itself and was subsequently eradicated, this time beyond the possibility of resurrection. Once tranquility was restored, Gu Feng, unsure of how to relinquish his extraordinary powers, assumed the role of guardian of the galaxy, living a life akin to that of an ordinary person on Blue Star. The end.